when you can change the identities of your family and ancestors? How would you change them? After your girlfriend unilaterally broke up with you, she turned around and got into the BMW of a rich second generation. You ask yourself if you treated her well, only to find that she dumped you for someone wealthy. You sigh and say, as a poor country boy like me, it's going to be very difficult to turn my life around. Ding, the genealogy modification system is bound, and the host can modify the identity of any relative. The current system level is 1. Unlocking one relative modification permission, and everything becomes reasonable after modification. You are extremely happy, awakening your golden finger. And this modification of the relative's identity is too amazing. If you change your parents' identity to God's, wouldn't you become a son of God yourself? Host, currently modifications can only be related to the real world, and cannot modify higher level identities. Don't be disappointed. It is possible to think that the system level can be increased. You directly choose to modify your mother's identity, originally intended to change it to the world's richest person, but found that there are limitations because your system level is not high enough, and currently the area cannot exceed a first-tier major city. You understand and silently say in your heart, change my mother's identity to the richest person in Magic City. Ding! Modification successful. Your mother has become the richest person in Magic City. Ding! The first modification is successful, giving the host a reward. 3 tenfold cashback cards. Any amount spent within 24 hours can be refunded tenfold. Subsequent modifications will also be rewarded. You think this cashback card is amazing. Spend 1 billion, and you can get back 10 billion. You don't have to worry about not being able to get 1 billion. After all, Mom has become the richest person in the Magic City. At this moment, your phone rings. It's your mom calling. When you answer, your mom confesses to you, child, there's something I need to tell you. Actually, I am the richest person in Magic City. I've been hiding it from you all this time, wanting to raise you in poverty to toughen you up. Now, I can come clean with you. You pretended to be surprised and asked, what? Mom, you're actually the richest person in Magic City. Is it true or not? Transfer me 10 million to see your strength. The phone message rang quickly, and 1 million was transferred into the card, with a balance of 11 million. Mom, are you really the richest person? Of course, I have many companies, involving hotels, finance, entertainment, beauty, real estate, and other fields. The total number of employees is 20,000, and my net worth is over 30 billion. You can spend this 1,000 freely. I have also been unfair to you these years. I will be there soon. Hang up the phone. You are very excited. All of this is real. You are finally not a poor country boy. You also have a background. Used to envy those born with a silver spoon. Now you have become one of them. Before long, there was a knock on the door. When I opened it, I saw my mother had arrived, accompanied by a beautiful secretary who was much prettier than my ex-girlfriend. She was like a goddess to my former self, and she greeted me respectfully. Hello, young master. Mom looked at the shabby rental house you live in, feeling guilty, saying, my child, you have suffered these years. You won't blame Mom, will you? No, this kind of upbringing is what keeps me from having too many bad habits. Mom took out a black card from her bag and handed it to you. This card has 1 billion. Spend it as you like. Relax for a while. All the companies under my name. You can go wherever you like anytime. After 2 months of fun, come to work at my company. The future group will be handed over to you. You are happy and looking forward to unlocking and modifying the ancestor's identity after the system upgrade. How to modify the ancestor? Modify it to an emperor. Mom interrupted your thoughts. I was planning to have a meal together, but I have to take a flight this afternoon to go abroad for contract negotiations. Wait for me to come back. Mom, you're busy with something first. Mom introduced the secretary. Her name is Yun Meyer. She is my secretary. During this time, she will arrange your daily life for you. If you have any questions, you can find her at any time. Young master, I can do anything for you. Ready to serve you anytime, anywhere. Alright, it's getting late. I should go. Chairman, take care. Mom, bye. Yun Meyer then walked into the door, tidying up while saying, young master, the chairman instructed me to take you to the new home at Tangshan Ipin today. Everything has been prepared, so you can move in directly. You feel very good, and you can also live in Tangshan Ipin. Soon after finishing packing, Yun Meyer smiled and said, young master, let's go. I will contact the landlord about the lease termination. Yun Meyer said, pulling up 2 boxes. I'll take one. Lin Yu took a box in his hand. It's a staircase house and on the 5th floor, so it's still a bit of a struggle to carry things down. After all, she had just helped herself a little. Yun Meyer's heart, at this time, was also flooded with warmth. She followed Qin Dong out to go out to talk about business. and she had seen a lot of various rich second-generation people. A low-profile, enthusiastic one like Lin Yu had never been seen before. And he's also tall and handsome. A bookish air. I'm in good physical shape too, but my cheeks were sore just now. Isn't this the ideal type in his mind? For a moment she was in a trance. It wasn't until Lin Yu shouted that she came back to her senses and followed. Downstairs, there was a white BMW 7 Series parked. The two men walked toward the car. A group of people in the neighborhood square were awestruck. We have such a beautiful, big, beautiful woman in this neighborhood? Which internet star is this, right? It can't be from our neighborhood. I feel like I'm about to lose pressure on the gun. Like guys, this my true brother. I'm willing to live 20 years less. There's one thing to be said for that. It's not much prettier, is it? Humph. Just put your pants on and talk is hard. Who's that boy next to her? It's her boyfriend, right? So envious of her boyfriend. No, I've seen this boy before. And his girlfriend isn't this pretty. Did it go to the sticks for a fix? That won't fix the height. The previous one was at most 5 feet 6 inches. This one is 170. Hey, the case is solved. And they still drive a 7 Series. So let's all disperse. Lin Yu didn't like being discussed, and Yun Meyer seemed to have gotten used to it. She put the case in the trunk and got into the driver's seat. Lin Yu got on the co-pilot and was also surprised. It looks like it's the company car for her. A secretary with $1 million car. It's worthy of the handiwork of only the richest man in the world. Yun Meyer skillfully started the car and then navigated to the Green Dragon Villa. Then they drove out of the neighborhood. This time, the system suddenly came with a prompt. Upgrade alert, 3 malls detected nearby. Complete a $10 million purchase to upgrade to level 2 and unlock a new kinship status in the family tree. Do I need to complete the upgrade quest now? Lin Yu thought to himself. $100 million in hand and 3 24-hour cashback cards. Consumed and upgraded. No need to be a cutie, right? With his mom's money, he still wanted to see what bull he had behind him to unlock his identity. So, he turned his head to Yun Meyer. He said, before we go back, let's go to the IFC mall for a bit. Chapter 3 A big deal. I'm going to buy $10 million in gold bars. Okay, Lin Xiao. Yun Meyer was responsive to his requests. And don't ask one more bull asterisk question. Qin Dong is his boss. Then Lin Xiao is also his master. Whatever is said, just do it. This is what a competent secretary should do. The IFC mall is right near the Green Dragon Lodge. One road. No turning. There's no need to navigate separately. Lin Yu also gradually adapted and began to enjoy this feeling of being able to command others. A 170 tall girl with a great body and looks who does what she says she will do. It's a feeling that's really cool. Then the ex-girlfriend, who she herself had to second-guess a lot of the time. Sitting there and sulking, not saying anything, letting Lin Yu guess. Often you can be worn down by her and feel tired. Realize now that it's being KTV'd. A woman who really thinks the world of you won't let you get emotionally unstable. But that's a thing of the past. She won't have a chance to turn back later if she wants to. The car soon arrived at the IFC mall. There are still spaces available in the above-ground parking lot. The two men got out of the car and walked towards the mall doors. A man in a suit and managerial appearance was loudly reprimanding his employees. Turning his head, he saw them and rushed to meet them. Full of smiles. Secretary Yun, welcome to IFC Plaza. What kind of merchandise are we getting for Chairman Qin today? The secretary of the richest man. Which shopping mall in Jiangcheng could not recognize him? It's their cash cow. Getting in good with the richest man. The group's employees' benefits will be designated to their malls. And that's no small feat. Something's wrong with Qin Dong. This is Qin Dong's son. Lin Xiao. Yun Neil introduced. So it's Lin Xiao? Disrespect. I didn't recognize it. Please forgive me. The mall manager hurriedly nodded his head. When I saw him just now, I thought he was Secretary Yun's boyfriend. But surprisingly, he was Qin Mufei's son? Good thing I didn't just yell blind. However, how come I've never heard of this matter of Qin Dong having a son? This was even more mysterious than her being a woman and dominating the list of richest people in Jiangcheng for 3 consecutive years, because it's never been described as such, in publicly available information, outside the mall. Other staff members who just got a lecture. It was also secretly surprising. This is the son of Mu Fei Group's Qin Dong? He's so big? I see that Qin Dong is not more than 30. I thought she was single. I've wondered before what kind of person would be good enough for her. But Qin Mu Fei has never revealed her personal private affairs. It's normal that she hasn't heard about it. That said, Qin Dong's son is very handsome. Inherited excellent face genes. Female employees of Mu Fei Group accounted for 70%. This Lin Xiao is not going to fall into the gentle land in the future. Who the hell is envious? I'm pressed to say. I kind of suspect that my own father might be a rich man too. It's on purpose to make me come out and suffer on a tray. Lin Yu glanced at the manager and smiled. No need to be polite. He still felt that the brashness of the manager just now was what he really was. Lin Xiao, inside please. The manager hurriedly bent down and reached out again. Lin Yu walked into the mall, accompanied by Yun Meyer. The two walked together and caused the entire room to gasp. The combination of a handsome man and a beautiful woman is never short of conversation. Even though the IFC mall has always been a cloud of beautiful and handsome men and women, the threshold of the salespersons is infinitely higher. Still couldn't resist pulling out his cell phone when he saw the two of them, trying to capture this handsome couple. Lin Yu walked to a gold store. With $10 million to spend, even in a high-end mall like this, that's a long time to run. Might as well just buy gold. Gold is the only hard currency. The value is not comparable to anything else. The employees of the gold store, dressed in uniform overalls and loud voices, shouted welcome. What's the price of gold today? Lin Yu asked at the counter. Sir, today's gold price is 500 a gram. You should be getting engaged, right? It's a good deal to buy now. The salesman's sentence. Yun Meyer fell back and blushed first. Then she hastily explained. No, he's my boss. Well, it's not wrong to say that. The salesman also had an I-get-it look on his face. In that case, it's the boss and the secretary. That's a whole other relationship. It is normal to buy some gold bracelets and necklaces. Lin Yu spoke up at this time. I'm going to buy some gold bars. How much more is the value of your store's goods? He made a mental calculation. Gold is 500 a gram. A gold bar of 100 grams will buy you 200 bars. I'm fine with it myself. It's just a matter of whether the store eats it or not. The salesman listened. It was a moment of realization that this was a big customer. Just a moment, sir. I'll call our store manager. After she finished, she told another co-worker to greet her, and then went to yell for the store manager. Within moments, the store manager arrived. Sir, are you buying gold bars and how much do you need? The store manager was surprised when he saw Lin Yu. Looked like a young guy right out of college. Isn't that a bit of a mouthful? 10 million. When Lin Yu said that, the jaws of the people at the scene dropped to the ground. 10 million. How rich does that have to be? There were several other groups of customers in the gold store. There was a little argument over which of several $10,000 plus gold pieces to buy. Hearing that this Lin Yu was going to spend $10 million on gold bars, glasses are broken all over the place, can't even pick them up. This is just trenchant. 10 million. They won't make that much in a lifetime of work. People are so different from each other. 2. Reputation value plus 23. Reputation value plus 36. Lin Yu's reputation value, 2, was rising. A couple of male customers then looked at the 5'7" woman next to him. It is also enviable. This woman, she's kind of climbed the ladder. Yun Meyer was not surprised by this number. After all, Qin Dong gave him $100 million. It's just that she couldn't understand in her heart. Why did Lin Xiao come specifically to buy so many gold bars? The store manager knew that this was a big customer. Anyway, gotta take advantage of the opportunity. So, he asked his staff to take stock of the inventory while contacting other stores to transfer goods. In order to make Lin Yu wait patiently for a while, he specially arranged for 2 employees to make tea and pour water. Soon the inventory employee arrived to report. I'm sorry, sir. Our store doesn't have that much stock. Only 50 pieces. I've already notified other stores to transfer the stock. Would you like to see some other gold pieces? How long will the transfer take? Lin Yu asked. About 3 days. Or a day if it's quick. The store manager said. It's too late. Lin Yu muttered to himself. A cashback card is only good for 24 hours. Let's have these 50 gold bars then. Swipe your card. Hibiscus black card. The store manager's eyes widened. This is a bank card that is exclusively customized. There were no more than 10 people in the entire Jiangcheng who possessed this card. No wonder this young man is so bold. So he has the hibiscus black card. The store manager didn't dare to be slow, took the card with both hands, and instructed his subordinate employees to get busy. Host, you have spent a sum of $2.5 million today, with a cashback of 25 million, currently 250 points, 750 points away from upgrading. Inside his head, the system's usual beeps also came out at this time. Looks like $10,000 in spending is a point. How are you going to take these gold bars, sir? The store manager asked carefully. Just give it to me when it's loaded. Seeing Lin Yu make a wink, Yun Meyer hurriedly said, Go to the next one. When he finished, he turned around and walked out of the store. At his words, the scene was dumbfounded. What kind of rhythm is this? One isn't enough. Is this a trip to every gold store? Chapter 4, but a cheap girl who wants to fall for it? Yun Meyer didn't dare to slow down and hurriedly followed. At this time, the next few gold stores have long since learned that this store has a big customer with a hibiscus black card in hand. Hurriedly emptying his store of customers, He stood at the entrance, waiting specifically for Lin Yu's visit. This as long as you can successfully close a deal with him. Then the store's half-month's performance is done. Sir, we still have 60 gold bars in stock at the gold store. Sir, our store still has 100 gold bars, the most in stock. Our store is low on inventory, but we can give you the best discounts. Several gold stores, which have always been store to store, began to go on a promotional frenzy at this time. With this stance, those who don't know would think this is some kind of vegetable sale, so big that the entire jewelry section of the mall was a sensation. Even quite a few people in the cosmetics section had gathered around to see what was going on. Asterisk 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 who buys gold bars like cabbage? This handout is just too ho-hum. My classmate's family has assets of more than $1 billion, and he'll just be given a gold bar on his birthday. Why do you suddenly have the feeling that you don't want to live? I've only heard of the hibiscus black card. I've never seen it before. Who the hell is this male? I'm dying to know my little brother's V-signal. A group of girls passing by went crazy at this point. They were usually offered up by dozens of boys who didn't even look them in the eye. At this moment, he saw Lin Yu, who was making a large purchase of gold bars. Her cheeks were flushed, her red lips slightly parted, and she looked as if she had piqued herself. Money is even if you have it. People are still so young and handsome. That's not giving other people a chance to live. Lin Yu couldn't care less about the comments outside and continued to sweep through the various gold stores. Yun Meyer, as the secretary, followed him respectfully, attentively doing the logistics. Hey, this person, I seem to recognize him. So many people in the IFC mall surrounded by so many people. At this point, the second floor view. One girl, finally, let out a cry of surprise. This girl, wearing a JK dress and a double ponytail, looked like a legitimate loli who had just come of age, but with proportions that were disproportionate to his age. The buttons of his shirt strained across his chest as if they might fall apart at any moment. Seeing Lin Yu's side face, doubt surfaced on her pretty face, a feeling as if she had seen it somewhere before. No way. Someone that rich, you know? Someone on the side wondered. Che, just another cheap girl trying to stick it to you. Wearing this burn is not on purpose. I've seen a lot of girls like that, trying to be a salvage girl just because they're a bit of a looker. The people next to him were whispering, but they also had more than just acid in their hearts. This girl is like a porcelain doll. The boys look at it and like it, the girls look at that emotionally different. However, she grabbed her cell phone and snapped a picture, then sent a tweet. Sheely, look at this guy. Is he your boyfriend? The person she sent it to was none other than Du Zhili. Luo Qingya was in the same school club as her. Different grades, different classes, but you'll come across it a lot when organizing events. The relationship can't be described as close, nor can it be described as far, belonging to the acquaintances who usually don't have much contact and will say a few words when they meet. At this time, Du Zhili was eating in a restaurant with her new boyfriend. I saw a picture sent by a person labeled as Lo Ching-ah. Tap on it. It's an image of a young man being in a gold store. Looking at the side face, it did resemble Lin Yu. What's going on? She replied. Today at the National Gold Mall, there is a person who is this one in the picture, making a big purchase at the gold store, and now he has already bought a few $1 million worth of gold, and he hasn't stopped yet. I looked at him quite like that boyfriend of yours, so I sent you a look. Luo Qingya was afraid that she couldn't speak clearly by typing, so she directly sent a voiceover. How's this? Dozieri shook her head, not noticing that she couldn't be seen on the opposite side of her shaking head. What about Lin Yu's condition? Having known him for a few years himself, couldn't be clearer. The family lived in a small market town under the jurisdiction of Jiangchang and grew up without parents. Always just grew up eating 100 meals. I was able to finish college and get my college diploma with financial aid and working part-time odd jobs on my own. Boys like that are already chewing leftover sugar cane with no residual value at all. How could it be someone who sweeps up at a gold store? Now that you've taken the test yourself, what kind of good boys can't you find in the future then? Qingya, you must have misread it. It can't be him. Right, I forgot to tell you. I've got a new boyfriend. I'll bring you to meet him next time. Cheery, what's wrong? Across the table, a boy with earrings asked. He is Du Zhili's new boyfriend, Zhang Chao, who spends the family's money on the pretext of taking the editorial exam. It's okay, my friend said there's a guy sweeping the gold store. I thought, what's the matter? The video I just swiped. What's the matter? My company still has a few $100 million. Let's eat. No more I'll eat first. Du Zhili replied and exited her phone. Looking at the message Du Zhili replied to, Luo Qingya was dumbfounded. Do they change boyfriends so casually nowadays? She, a matriarchal single, couldn't really understand it. And, wasn't that boyfriend of hers not bad? Why did she suddenly change? Not him? She muttered to herself, looking a little lost. In fact, That Lin Yu. Her impression was actually quite good. Handsome, tall, and does things the right way. Though only met once or twice and didn't say much. But his look is imprinted in the heart. All the time. Only because it's the object of a friend and it's not well known. She could only pretend that nothing had happened. However, she still felt that this person who swept through the gold store was too similar to Lin Yu. If you get a chance to see him again, be sure to talk about it. At this point, in the fourth gold store, Lin Yu finally completed his procurement buy. Ding! Congratulations to the host, completing the spending $10 million quest and ascending to the second level, allowing you to unlock a new kinship identity. The electronic tone of the system came quickly. At the same time, he received a cashback message alert. $10 million of spending gave him an extra $100 million in rebates. Glancing at Yun Meal, she followed, sweat on her forehead. A few strands of hair were plastered on the red cheeks, but it looked even more delicate and attractive. A small patch was also wet on the collar of his chest. It gave the impression of being more restless instead. She was holding invoices and slips for purchases at several stores, and the dozens of pounds of gold bars, because of the weight is not convenient to carry, but also handed over to the gold store specially transported to the home. Tired? Lin Yu asked. Lin Xiao. I'm not tired. Where to next? Yun Meyer gasped slightly and asked. Lin Yu reached out and handed her the Flora Black card. Go buy yourself something you want and swipe my card. Ah, young Lin, how can this be? Yun Meyer was dumbfounded. It's a card she wouldn't dare take, even more afraid to use the money in it. He was just a part-time secretary. Wasn't that an unauthorized act? And the heart poofed. I told you to just brush it off. Is it that you don't want to listen to me? Lin Yu's tone became somewhat more serious. This hibiscus black card was applied by Qin Mufei in her own name. So, even if you don't spend the money yourself, but someone else, any money spent on a bank card in your name will trigger a cashback. And, Yunmir is really nice, and it wouldn't cost much to let her buy some of her favorite things. Consider it a favor. Chapter 5, My Big Sister, an actress. But Lin Xiao, go on. Lin Yu interrupted her. He's ready to unlock the second relative's information. And the only way I'm going to get more and more cashback is if you spend and spend more and more. Yun Meyer had to turn around and walk towards other places. In her heart, the touch was great. Give yourself the card directly, with no limit on the amount, and let yourself swipe whatever you want. It's a touching gesture, I must say. At this moment, the other girls in the mall were simply purple with envy towards Yun Meyer. This girl, she really has gotten lucky. Is it a big deal to be pretty and have a good body? Still not a rich man's plaything. Listen. It's sour enough to make my teeth fall out. And they're holding a hibiscus black card. Who could resist such a one? What about the hibiscus black card? Wait, she's holding the hibiscus black card? I heard that there are less than 10 of this card in the entire Jiangcheng. This man, what exactly is his identity? I think I heard a rumor on the internet that this is the son of Chairman Xin, the richest man in our city. Really? Mu Fei Group? That's a company I've dreamed of going to. I heard that their company not only has good treatment and high benefits, but also does not work overtime and takes double holidays. It's simply a divine company. True or false? I'd rather believe you than believe he's the first emperor. But such a large sum of money is also like the style of the son of the richest man. At first glance, he's a thug. I think this ING group, sooner or later, he's going to lose it all. Shu, keep your voice down. Your boss's boss is still relying on the Mufei group for food. Don't even say it. He's coming over. But it's really handsome. A few girls watched as Lin Yu walked this way. Inside the eyes, all the stars. But don't dare to go up and say hello. You push me and I push you. With such a push, the weaker Luo Qingya was pushed out. Bumped heads with him. That touch. Lin Yu felt an out-of-body sensation. A glance at the site reveals a patch of white grease from the JK girl in front of her. Isn't this the kind of girl you see in manga? Both eyes were wide with innocence. There's something nerdy about looking at it. Makes for a very strong, exclusive look. However, this face of hers, why does it look a bit familiar? I'm sorry. Luo Qingya didn't expect this either. She didn't even dare to raise her head and apologized. She was only 163 tall, which would have been quite a bit different from Lin Yu's 5 feet 8 inches frame. The lowered head was even more petite. But, the next second a puzzled voice came from Lin Yu overhead. You're Luo Qingya? Ha? She looked up at the handsome man in front of her and surprisingly called out her name. You are Lin Yu? He nodded. It's really you. Luo Qingya felt like she couldn't breathe. What's the status? The person who just swept up 10 million gold bars at the gold store was really him? Is that the handsome boy who graduated on a scholarship grant? Is it your friend's ex-boyfriend who just cheated on you? Who can believe that? Why are you here? Lin Yu was curious. Oh, I came over today to prepare for a merchant's event. Luo Qingya was a little embarrassed. She is an amateur cosplay model. Often, in my spare time, I work with some businesses to earn some pocket money. And she also just recently signed to an entertainment company. It's going to be split into deductions for each work contract, but then you won't have to take jobs all over the place by yourself. This bottle of water in your hand, did you drink it? Lin Yu noticed the bottle of water she was clutching to her chest. Couldn't help but be a little floored. If, for example, the bottle of water is substituted for some other object. Not yet. Do you want a drink? Luo Qingya subconsciously said. Just bought it too. Good thing too. Lin Yu is thirsty and forgot to buy water. Then he took the water bottle and took a sip. Ha! Luo Qingya's cherry lips slightly opened. A few passers-by were also dumbfounded. One really dared to give and the other dared to drink. Ah! I'm going to be late. Let's not talk about it. Lin Yu was just about to say thank you when Luo Qingya stepped up on her feet, snatched back the bottle, and trotted away. He gave a crooked smile. The system's prompt rang out again. Do you unlock the second relative's information? Lin Yu chose yes. At this point, the genealogy appeared before his eyes once again. The first time a somewhat gambling and somewhat skeptical choice turned out to be true. Then this time, I'll pick a bigger identity. For example, I want a head father. However, the system's prompt was, sorry, the current host level only supports the following kin drink status options. Wait, how did the rules change? Isn't it true that identities can be set arbitrarily? Host. The first selection is a novice protection period. From this time onwards, identities can be unlocked, related to level. Points required for the next level of upgrade, 5,000. If you convert it to dollars, it's $50 million. Reputation values are not available every time. Okay. Then, information on several relatives, lined up in front of you. Optional relatives, great uncle, big sister, little sister. Lin Yu had wanted a caring and loving sister since he was a child. I envy those students who have sisters at home. Every time I see them get their way, I want to hammer them. I'll take my sister. Host's kin selection is successful. Please make your career choice. With another prompt from the system. The choice before you this time. The options are also limited. I'll take this one. He made a decision. Also modified some detailed parameters such as age. Host selection successful. Generating kinship information for host. Title, Big Sister. Name, Lin Crispy Dream. Age, 25 years. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 49 kilograms. Personality, fiery, cutthroat. Occupation, former Golden Deer Best Actress. Owner of Kirikou Film and TV. Lin Yu picked all the career tags he could. The Golden Deer Award. The most gold-rich award in China. It's a miracle to win a Golden Deer in your 20s. And gibberish. This movie and television company. Although it started in Jiangcheng, but the business is doing as well as it can. The company has produced several small flowers with both acting skills and traffic, and is a new force in the movie and television industry. It's also currently valued at $1 billion. It's just a small company though and doesn't have much representation yet. A company like this could just take off with a couple of big breakout productions. What was Shadow? What Puna? What Broadline? It all counts for nothing. Congratulations to the host for completing the second identity choice. Delivering the second reward for the host. Please check. Lin Yu tapped on the reward. What's floating in front of you? 3 movie scripts? Above that, the explosive properties of the movie scripts are labeled separately. Script 1. Script value 5 stars. Estimated investment 100 million. Expected gross 5 billion. Script 2. Script value 4 stars. Estimated investment of $80 million. Grossing over $4 billion. Script 3. Script value 3 stars. Estimated investment of $60 million. Grossing over $2.5 billion. The 5 stars represent a quantum leap that surprisingly starts at $5 billion at the box office. And after all these years in China, the number of movies that have grossed over $5 billion now can be counted on one hand. Even if it's a $2.5+ billion movie, it's only been about 2 dozen over the years. That's only 3 or 4 a year on average. Look at the subject matter. It's all very hot. Very much a pop-up like. The 3 books have different subjects. It can be good to include all ages and groups too. Ho! That's no small reward. Lin Yu was also happy to receive his reward. It was at this point that he noticed a couple messages from the system's station mail. It was all sent in a few minutes, one after the other. Chapter 6, Trenchless. The gears of fate are turning too fast. Detected the host spending $100. $1. 000 cashback. Detected the host spending $50. Cashback of $500. Detected the host spending $300. $3. 000 cashback. Current time remaining on 24-hour cashback card, 23 hours, 12 minutes, 23 seconds. Lin Yu looked at the consumption. The number of times is a few, but the amount is really touchy. This Yun Meyer, she really knows how to spend money. It only took so little and added up to less than $1,000, causes one's cashback to seem inadequate. Her call came in at this time. Lin Xiao, I don't have anything else I want to buy. Can I come back? Yun Meal asked for instructions. Well, then I'll still wait for you over here in the jewelry section. Lin Yu shook his head and let out a bitter smile as he prepared to rendezvous with her. Kirby Pictures. Boss's office. A woman wearing a slim-fitting small suit and stepping on 10 centimeters of hateful heights was sitting in a wide boss chair. The curls were combed to the right side of her face, and her red lips were like blazing fire under her high nose. It's a total royalty. That's Lin Crispy Dream. Lin Yu's big sister. It won the Golden Deer Award a year ago and is making a name for itself in the industry. Meanwhile, while the iron was hot, he continued filming while starting his own company. At this point, she looked at the number in her cell phone that was marked Lin Yu. The onion white, slender fingers were shaking a little. Finally, after all these years, I've heard from my brother. Like her mom, she's been trying to find out about her brother. It wasn't until this moment that it finally worked out the way it was supposed to. It seemed that she had a chance to make up for her years of indebtedness as a sister. Just how is it that this brother swept through the gold stores of the IFC mall in one shot? It's not like he's not allowed to spend money. Although our family is rich, we can't be so extravagant. No, we have to ask him out and enlighten him. At this time, Lin Yu had already driven back to the Green Dragon Villa with Yun Meyer, although it has been prepared for a long time. However, upon personally walking into the lodge and seeing the scene before him, he was still stunned. Pupil earthquakes erupted in his eyes with every step. The yard at the entrance alone was frighteningly large, covering at least 4 or 5 acres. Fountains, rockeries, gardens, bridges, and embellishments are beyond exquisite. That's a lot of money just for annual maintenance. Hello, Lin Xiao. Hello, Lin Xiao. In the garden, a few people who were busy. When they saw Lin Yu, they all stood up straight and greeted each other in unison. They have all heard about Qin Dong's recovery of his son though. This is the time to repair the garden and to welcome Lin Xiao home. But when she saw Lin Yu, she was still surprised by how tall and handsome he was. They were handpicked to work in Qin Dong's house. It's the richest family after all. Qin Dong has requirements for the quality of the people he employs at home. Must be a 211 plus undergraduate. Physical and character qualities are also required. Shapes are judged by standards that are no less than beauty pageants. And the judgment of literacy is about as good as a political trial. Lin Yu waved politely. Hello guys. These staff members in the house, though, were no match for Yun Meyer, but it's also quite eye-catching, and several times better looking than any of the ex-girlfriends as well. The little bit of sadness that was left in his heart had been completely thrown out of his mind under this series of shocks. A new life begins. Lin Xiao, let's go indoors and take a look. Yun Meal reached out and gestured. Then it was on to the main building, a 3-story townhouse. The materials used are elaborate and luxurious, but understated. Walking in, the spacious living room was 7 or 8 meters high. That crystal ceiling light alone costs at least tens of millions. The various rooms are also fully functional, with gaming rooms, billiard rooms, and KTV rooms. The basement level houses a sunken movie theater. The top floor is a terrace with a pool. Pool water is changed regularly to ensure cleanliness. It's time to meet all your living and entertainment needs without leaving your home. It was worthy of being Green Dragon Villa. Worthy of being the top luxury residential area in Jiangcheng. Lin Yu couldn't help himself and picked up his cell phone, taking several pictures in a row. Who would have thought that a few hours ago? Still a tenant myself. In the blink of an eye, he's the son of the richest man in Jiangcheng. The gears of fate. This too turns too fast. Yun Meyer, on the other hand, followed half a step behind herself, patiently introducing the entire mountain villa. Perfectly fulfilled the task that Qin Dong had explained before he left. From her words, Lin Yu learned. At the lodge, there are 12 people, including maids, cooks, gardeners, housekeepers, and drivers, each with their own division of labor. It's over $100,000 a month just to pay them. But, Lin Yu's psyche was still a bit cloudy at this point. These are given by the system. It's not in your name yet. But what if one day the system disappears or goes rogue? Wouldn't that be like a dream with nothing left? The only way to get money and assets into your name is to be involved in creating the business yourself. That's what makes it your own. Young Lin, why don't you take a rest first? I'll go make you a cup of tea. Yun Meyer said and skillfully walked towards the tea room. A steaming cup of tea was brought in no time at all. What kind of tea is this? It's quite fragrant. Lin Yu sniffled. He never drank tea, and he was still attracted to the aroma. Young Lin, This is the Wui Mother Tree de Hongpo. Oh, how much is a pound? Lin Yu asked curiously. Yun Meyer covered her mouth and laughed softly. Lin Xiao, you don't know. This tea isn't sold on the market. It's all specially supplied or auctioned. This tea, if I remember correctly, should be 50,000 yuan a caddy. Oh, my god. 50,000 a pound. Put 5 grams of tea in a cup and that's $400 or $500 worth. This is not tea. It's gold. So, do you like to drink? Lin Yu asked. Lin Xiao is making fun of me again. This is Qingdong's tea. How dare I? Yun Miao laughed. It doesn't matter. It's at my place. You can drink it if you want. Lin Yu returned. She didn't say anything, as if she suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but blush. This time, outside the gates of the lodge, there was a sudden honking of a car. Yunmir looked up and out. Hurriedly, he greeted them. Missy is back. Although Lin Crispy Dream was not her boss, she was still the boss's daughter. Necessary courtesy is indispensable. Lin Yu also looked over. Only a white Bentley Continental was seen driving into the yard. The car stopped, and a slender leg, stepping on a thin-heeled high heel, stepped out of the car. Then, Lin Yu saw a stunningly beautiful woman. The waist-hip line is incredibly well-proportioned against the slim-fit chambray suit. The level of flirtatiousness was slightly less than that of Yun Meyer. However, a body full of imperial sister temperament was something that a hajime like Yun Meyer couldn't compare to. Isn't this your chosen big sister, Lin Jiomon? Not bad for an actress who won the Golden Deer Award. She has an air about her that gives the impression that I'm the big heroine. Yun Meyer stood next to her, looking lost in color. Missy, there's still something going on at the company. I'll go back to the company first. Yun Meyer recognized the situation, knowing that this was the time for siblings to reunite. Her mission was complete, and it was time for her to leave the Lin family. Welcome home, little brother. Lin Crispy Dream nodded, got out of the car, and when she saw Lin Yu, she went forward and gave a big hug. Her hair, it smells good. The shampoo used was definitely expensive. Sister is beautiful. Lin Yu praised from the bottom of his heart. Is your mouth so sweet as soon as you meet? Lin Crispy Dream giggled. When he saw such a handsome brother, he couldn't help but feel a little fluttery in his heart. For the first time in 25 years of my own life, I can't believe I feel like falling in love. The movie and television industry is a vast array of handsome men, but not a single heartbeat. But how could such a handsome man be his own brother? What a waste. Chapter 7 Brother, do you have a girlfriend? Hey, if you keep thinking about it, you'll have to report to the orthopedic hospital. She withdrew her mind and pulled Lin Yu and asked, little brother, how does it feel to be back in your new home? It's pretty good. It's so cool, Lin Yu said truthfully. Mom's away a lot, and I'm always alone, and it's kind of boring, and now it's nice to have company. For Lin Yu's homecoming, Lin Crispy Dream was expressing a very welcome. Have you gone back to your room yet? I haven't been here long either. Come on, sis will show you your room. Saying that, Lin Shui Meng stepped on her high heels and went up the stairs. The heels of his shoes struck the ground with a rhythmic, crisp clatter. So this is your room. How's it going? Lin Crisp Dream opened the door to a room. Lin Yu sided over, poured out a breath of cold air. You call this a room? On the outside the door to the room didn't seem to have any mystery. Walk in and take a look. Inside, the level of luxury was far beyond one's imagination. This is a fully functional suite. The area is 70 to 80 square feet, which is about the same as those small homes out there. There are bedrooms, a study and a check room. In the bathroom, there is also a huge bathtub, with an entire wall of floor-to-ceiling windows. The view is quite a sight. Looking out from here, you can even clearly see the glowing logo of the IFC Mall. It's as if it's close at hand, thanks to the clever design of the lodge. While the straight-line distance is 500 meters from the IFC Mall, this angle goes over, at most, 200 meters. Only 200 meters from the most luxurious shopping mall in Jiangcheng. It's really inches away. Lin Yu's mouth was wide open. The impact of the scene was, indeed, great enough. Sis, this room is so beautiful too. Of course, this is the best room. I used to live here, but now I'm giving it to you. Thanks sis then. This big sister, she's really good to herself. Little brother, let me ask you a question. Lin Crispy Dream had originally thrown off her high heels and walked into the room with her bare white feet. Turning back suddenly, the corners of his mouth gently lifted in a meaningful expression. Sister, you ask? Against the light, her figure looked even more graceful. Lin Yu's eyes, he didn't even know where to put them. That is, have you gotten a girlfriend yet? Lin Crispy Dream a sentence. He couldn't help but spit in his heart. That's a lot of curiosity. Just met, talked about it, but it's broken up. There's nothing to hide about this. Ah, then, I'll introduce you to one? My company. There are quite a few single girls. Lin Crisp Dream raised an eyebrow. She is now the owner of Kirikou Pictures. Young, beautiful, well-built girls. That's all too numerous to count. Introducing one to my brother would be a way to fertilize someone else's field. Ha ha ha. Thanks sis. But forget it. Love? Women only affect how fast I can draw my sword. In my mind right now, all I can think about is screwing money. What? Afraid that your sister will introduce you to a bad one? Lin Crispy Dream inexplicably had a desire to win or lose in her heart at this time. The company has signed a bunch of new girls, fresh out of college. Nah, this one just looks good to me. With that, she picked up her phone and opened a picture. It was handed to Lin Yu. He fixed his eyes on the art photo, which inexplicably had a familiar feel to it. Look twice more. Hey, isn't that Luo Qingya? Also just seen at IFC Plaza. I have to say, Luo Qingya is really pretty. She is an innocent and cute loli type. This one, an art photo, is a different style. It's a little wild, bringing out her flirty and sexy side in full force. What? Heartbroken, aren't you? Lin Crispy Dream retrieved her cell phone with some complacency. Other than that, your sister's eye for people. That's still good. As Lin Yu's big sister, finding him a reliable girlfriend was also an important task in her heart. After all, Lin Yu had graduated from college. Can't be alone all the time, can we? In the countryside, if he were his age, he would have been able to play soy sauce. This Luo Qingya, her background is also clear, and her family's condition is not bad, without any bad records. In the face of his sister's kindness, he hadn't said a word. At this time, Lin Crispy Dream's cell phone rang. Hello? She answered the phone and quickly frowned. Okay, I'll be at the office in a few minutes. After hanging up, she subconsciously sighed. What's wrong sis? Lin Yu asked. The company's financial report for the last quarter came out, and the performance wasn't too good. Several movies that were involved in investment lost money. She had no intention of hiding it from her brother either. After all, it was family, and she wanted someone to talk to about it. Pulling up a movie and TV company all by myself. Although the starting capital was sponsored by my mom. But if you can't do the performance, you can't keep losing money doing it. Even the richest man in China, Lao Wang, only gave his baby son 500 million to build a. If you lose money, you still have to go home. When she said that, Lin Yu remembered the news he had read. Indeed, Kiribati has recently been involved in investing in several big-budget movies that have lost a lot of money. It should add up to tens of millions of dollars. Lin Crispy Dream not only acted in the movie herself, but also invested in it. It was the same as putting her own professional future on the line. That's a real blow to a company that started out so recently. So what is sister going to do? What can I do? Find a few good projects and earn it back. It's normal in the movie and TV industry. Lin Crispy Dream was unconvincing. She's only 25, the prime of an actress. Popularity is still there too. You can still flip it when you come across a good program. Sis, I've got a couple of projects here. What do you think? The system rewards a few scripts that come in handy. The soul of a movie is the plot. With a bad plot, piling on more big stars, big scenes, big special effects, it's still a money loser. On the contrary, some small budget movies make money instead because of good storytelling. Brother, you actually have a script in your hand? Lin Crispy Dream looked at the handsome man in front of her, who was 3 years younger, in disbelief. This brother, he can't be amusing himself, can he? Just take a look. Lin Yu didn't talk nonsense and directly took out the 3 scripts and handed them to Lin Siming. With confusion, she took a couple of scripts, flipping one of them open at random. Soon her eyes, for a moment, went straight, being overly surprised. She also tried to beat her chest to calm herself down, turned a few more pages. She finally couldn't control her inner excitement and jumped up with a direct scream, hugging Lin Yu and screaming several times. It wasn't until he reminded her that she snapped back to her senses and let go. Lin Yu, did you write the script yourself? Lin Crispy Dream's voice was trembling. It's just great. I have reason to believe that this book is going to be an absolute fire when it's made. She's been in the industry for a few years now and has never been able to stumble upon a script that she's particularly happy with. If the previous script was a 7 at best, this book, at least, has 9 points. As an actress, it's so necessary to have the right script. It tells the story of a couple of people who get caught up in a fraud ring, manage to get out, and bust the fraud ring. In today's public opinion, a little bit definitely goes a long way. One of the heroine's colors, Lin Shui-meng, took a glance at it. She didn't just want to play the part, and to mastermind the program. The instincts of the industry told her that this would definitely be a word-of-mouth box office hit when it was made. It doesn't matter how the script came about. What matters is whether it works or not. Lin Yu smiled. What she had just flipped was just a script rated 3 stars. It's already got her so worked up. Brother, you are truly my savior. A blessing. Lin Crispy Dream was a bit incoherent. Chapter 8, I'll invest 100 million in this project. This script? You sell it to me. I'll pay for it. Anyway, it's also his own brother. How much money he pays out. It's not still their Lin families. Sis, I want to use the script and get into your stock. Lin Yu directly stated his inner thoughts. Ha? Into the stock? Lin Crispy Dream didn't react for a moment. The 3 scripts together are worth as much of the company as you think they are. Lin Yu added. He wasn't in a hurry. The rebate card has already earned him $100 million. It's still valid. He's not short of cash right now. Even if the script sells for tens of millions of dollars, it's just a number to him. These are ace scripts with a complete structure and a great plot. The detailed points of each scene are clearly explained. Even if it comes with a little cutie director, it won't even roll over. Explosion. It's inevitable. Of course you have to maximize it to make it work. Brother, you're really giving up by not going into business. And you're even hitting on your sister. Lin Crispy Dream couldn't help but want to pinch her brother. Still, he nodded briskly. However, the company is not my sole proprietorship after all, and there are still 10% of the shares in the hands of others. I'll have to hold a shareholders meeting to discuss this. For her brother, even if she gave him half the shares, she had no problem with it. It had been her intention to do so when she found out about her brother. The process, though, is something that has to be walked through. Lin Yu nodded. So, for your first industry, start with a movie and TV company. I'm heading back to the office for a shareholders meeting. Lin Crisp Dream took a step on her slender legs and trotted on her high heels. The scripts, which totally got her all hot and bothered. She hadn't come across a book this good in her few years in the movie industry. The company's takeoff depends on this wave. Right, why don't you come with me to the office? She remembered something and turned back. To the office? Is that appropriate? Lin Yu asked. How is it not appropriate? It's too appropriate. Lin Crisp Dream smiled. You're my brother and have provided such a great script. Let alone going to the company for a meeting. You are even worthy of enjoying the temple. Half an hour later, Lin Yu and Lin Crispy Dream appeared at the Kirikou Film and Television Company building. The building, it's rented. Her company only occupies one of the floors. On the rest of the floor are some other movie and TV companies, agencies, and camera equipment companies. It's basically all within this industry, due to the existence of competition. That's why the elevator entrances on each floor are guarded by personnel from each company. It will not allow easy access to uninvolved persons. The elevator arrived at the door of the company. When the receptionist saw Lin Crispy Dream, she hurriedly bent down to greet her. Hello, Mr. Lin. Notify company management to meet in the conference room immediately. Lin Crispy Dream arrived at the company and automatically switched to acting competent boss mode. Yes, Mr. Lin. The receptionist nodded, her eyesight catching sight of Lin Yu behind her. Oh, my God, there's such a handsome boy? Inside, she couldn't help but feel a deer in the headlights. This is my brother, Lin Crisp Dream introduced. In the conference room later, arrange an extra seat. Mr. Lin's brother? This melon, it seems to be fresh. I've never heard of a Golden Deer Award-winning actress with a younger brother, but it's too late to think about it. Hurry up and inform the management of the meeting is the most important thing. Not a moment too soon. One by one, the conference room filled up. Everyone came to the conference room and noticed Lin Yu next to Lin Crispy Dream. I wondered in my heart, but I didn't dare to speak up. This meeting is being held today to review the last quarter's results and the next steps. So if you have any ideas, let's start with them. Lin Crispy Dream sat in the C seat of the conference room, and her expression was also serious. The movies that we invested in last season were not good at the box office, and I think that the promotion and distribution department did not do their job well, which led to a lack of heat for the movie. It should be reflected upon. Manager Lee from the script planning department spoke first. Manager Lee, this isn't the way to throw the pot. Is there no problem with the script? Wherever you go to look at the ratings on garlicclothes.com, what do they say? Manager Chen of the publicity and development department retorted. If you ask me, the timing of the release is not right either. We're a romance plus action movie. This is not the right slot. Manager Zhang of the investment department spoke. I think, it's still less interaction offline. Offline publicity is also an important part. Everyone was rushing to give their opinions, all trying to dump the reason for the investment failure on someone else. After all, you lost tens of millions of dollars investing in the movie. The return on investment is linked to bonus performance. No one's family can afford to lose money like that. Okay, stop it. It's buzzing my brain. Lin Crispy Dream felt her head spinning at such a scene. The movie has lost money and money is lost, but it's still important to move forward to get back the money. Mr. Lin. That's true, but the company doesn't have enough money on its books right now, and there are no good projects, so we can't rush things. Yeah, the movie market is inscrutable, and one more loss and the company is toast. I have on hand, right now, a project that I'm very interested in, so we can all take a look at it. Lin Crispy Dream instructed her assistant to print out excerpts of the script that had been printed long ago and sent them to the people in the audience. What a great script it could be. One of the managers, taking the script, muttered something. After turning a few pages, his eyes widened. This script? Who wrote it? The other managers flipped through a few pages and realized that the script, well, it was awesome. So let me introduce you to this script, which was brought to you by my brother. What? He's Mr. Lin's brother? Everyone here was surprised. Never heard of this one before. Lin Crispy Dream has also been in the entertainment industry for 5 or 6 years. There's nothing black about it though. But the information that should be raked over the coals is pretty much raked over the coals. It was really the first time I had heard about her having a brother. And by the looks of it, she had a high regard for her brother. I can't believe he was brought to all the company's internal meetings. What's on everyone's mind right now? Lin Crispy Dream asked again. She wanted her brother to enter the company. And this was the hurdle she had to pass. It's a good script, I think, for the right price. The script planning department are a bunch of professional writers. A script like that, they couldn't write it if they scratched their heads. It's straight up heartwarming. I think the script works too. I can't imagine that Mr. Lin's younger brother has such talent. The investment for this movie seems small enough to try. Others have also recognized the quality of this 3-star script. And what if, in the form of a script, you take an equity stake in the project? Lin Crispy Dream asked again. Hilarious. The company's second largest shareholder, Yang Chao, stood up at this time. He used to be Lin Crisp Dream's agent. When you start a company, you become the second shareholder of the company. But after becoming a shareholder, there's been disagreements on a lot of things. Mr. Lin, you can't open the back door just because he's your brother. The company has a company system, and besides, the market is risky, and a script is just the first step. So, Mr. Yang is firmly against this? Lin Crisp Dream smiled wryly. She actually had the answer in her mind, just wondering about people's attitudes. Mr. Lin, who's to blame if this project loses money? Can you be responsible for the shareholders and employees? Yang Chao asked again. Yeah. The others nodded. Nepotism was the most feared of all in corporate decision-making. Hasn't this Mr. Lin always been cautious? How come he got confused in this matter? The company is the brainchild of all. What if a brother comes out of nowhere and bankrupts the company? If there's a loss, it's all on me. Lin Yu spoke up at this time. The script is mine, and I can pay for the investment. For this project, I'll put in $100 million up front. The managers breathed a sigh of relief. However, Lin Yu's next sentence followed suit. But the fact that this movie is making money won't have a dime to do with what's going on here. Chapter 9. Mr. Lin, let me give you a hand. Even though you're Mr. Lin's brother, you're just a brat. Where did you get such a big mouth? The waters of the movie and TV industry are deep. Do you think you can grasp them? A script is just the first step. Can you make money just by having a script? It's too easy to think. I'd suggest that you should just be your own cockney self and stay out of the business. Everyone's attitude. It's not very good. There was undoubtedly no good face for Lin Yu, who had suddenly arrived. What about what you all mean? I hear you too. Lin Crispy Dream gently knocked on the conference room's desktop at this time. There is some truth in what everyone is saying, but I've made my decision. So let's announce it now. First, the company's equity. I will give 35% to Lin Yu. I account for 90% of the company's shares, so I have the right to decide. Secondly, this project will serve as the company's head project for the second half of the year, and I hope that all departments will fully cooperate. This project, quickly send it to the optical bureau for filing, and then begin casting and preparations. Third, I will personally star in this project. Other movie contracts are on hold. Anyone else have any comments? Lin Crisp Dream looked around the crowd. Everyone put their heads down. There were no speakers. Instead, Yang Chao stood up, grunted through his nose, and then walked right out. No one is talking, so let's adjourn and get to work. Lin Crispy Dream also ignored, directly ordered. Managers and supervisors all got up and walked out of the conference room. At this moment, inside the conference room, only the siblings were left. Older brother, I'm putting the whole company on you. Don't let me down. It was at this time that Lin Crispy Dream showed her afterthought. Don't worry sis. This project, absolutely earn. Lin Yu comforted. Inside the system, the return on investment of the script has long been calculated. As long as the steps are followed, there is no problem. The return on that investment, though, is only known to you. Even if Lin Crisp Dream had argued forcefully and pressed the company's future on this project, but the heart still isn't in it. If the investment fails again, it's not as simple as losing money. Companies are going down. You have your family to cover for yourself, but those employees who follow them will have to lose their jobs. This is what you said. Lin Crispy Dream stared at Lin Yu with wide eyes. If you fail, I'll scratch you to death. No, no, no. I have shares in the company now, so I'm still at the mercy of my sister's oppression. Lin Yu squeezed his eyebrows. Just be poor. Lin Crispy Dream laughed bitterly. I still have some work to take care of, so feel free to go around the company and have dinner together after work. Yes. Lin Yu left the conference room. The men who were busy to and fro in the company bowed respectfully when they saw him. We all know pretty much what we just heard in the conference room. Mr. Lin's own brother. Bring on a top-notch script. Another 35% was acquired. That's the second largest shareholder of the company in the future. Who dares to slack off? Ding! In his head, the system's voice sounded again. Detected that the host has successfully acquired equity in the first company. The host's worth has increased to $500 million. Reward the host with one random draw opportunity. Do you make the draw? And the raffle? Lin Yu was quite surprised. Then the system gave a reward. How could there be a reason not to use it? Drawl, he mumbled in his mind. Then, a large spinning disc appeared before his eyes. There are a dozen sectors on the turntable. Each area corresponds to a different award. In addition to the cashback cards that you already have seen before, there are other cards as well. After the raffle, the big wheel started spinning. It spins faster and faster and then slowly slows down. Finally, the needle of the dial slowly stopped on one of the areas. Top secret message card. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a top secret message card. A top secret card that, when used, gives access to anyone's secret past, any company's inside information. I'm going to go ahead and make this card eaters would be interested in. Who doesn't like melon? Even Lin Yu himself was happy to be a Letso man. In addition, this card also allows access to top exclusive recipes for any product, including alcoholic beverages, medical formulas, etc. Please check on the host. But, there is only one of this top secret card available at the moment, and I don't know if I'll be able to win it in the future. Then save it for now. When he was done with that, he was ready to leave Kirikou Incorporated first. After walking out of the office, he didn't have a car, so he called Honey Yun and asked her to come pick him up and take him home. There was a quick, straightforward yes there. Lin Xiao's matter is the top priority of the highest priority. Within moments, a familiar BMW 7 Series came into view. Lin Xiao. Yun Meal greeted her warmly. Lin Yu nodded and then got into the car. What flavor? He asked for a faint scent as soon as he got in the car. It's kinda nice smelling, though. Also, the scent seemed to stimulate his hormones. It made the secretary in front of him, he thought, a little more adorable. Without a second thought, his mind went back to what had happened earlier in the rental house. Young Lin, this is a perfume produced by our company called Ecstasy. Cloudmeyer cocked her head and stroked her hair, picking up a thumb-sized glass vial. Here's a small sample. So it is. The name's pretty good. Lin Yu knows. One of the core businesses of her mother, Qin Mufei's Mufei Group, was in the beauty and cosmetic category. Perfume is also a sub-product of this. Looks like this product should sell well. Where is young Lin going next? Yun Meal asked. She subconsciously told herself that she was fulfilling her duty as a subordinate. However, there was also an inner realization that she wanted to stay with Lin Xiao from the bottom of her heart. Even if it's impossible to have a name for it. That's what she had in mind to do. I think it's a nice day. Let's go around the river. Lin Xiao. There's a reed field by the river. It's a Netflix hit spot. How about going there? Yun Meyer took the initiative to issue an offer. This reed bed, on a dry riverbank, previously unmaintained, several new shallow waterways and pedestrian bridges have been built. A lot of couples would drive there specifically, camp, watch the sunset, and hit the pictures, then post it on a small sweet potato. It will then attract more people to come and visit. Okay, fine. Lin Yu doesn't pick a place. Not a moment too soon. The two men's car, then, reached this reed field. From afar, I saw a lot of people swimming and playing there. Lively. It's a little crowded here. Drive a little further ahead. At this time, Lin Yu suddenly said, okay, young Lin. Yun Meyer nodded her head in agreement before continuing to drive forward. The further along you go, the fewer people you can see become visible. You can't see a single person for hundreds of meters. In the distance, half the sun hid in the clouds. It colored the whole cloud a golden color as well. It's beautiful. Yun Meyer instinctively shouted. No wonder so many people like to come here. Lin Yu also opened the door at this time and stepped out of the car. Unexpectedly, My foot stepped on a loose stone and I almost fell. Lin Xiao, let me give you a hand. Yun Meyer, who was following behind, saw this and hurried forward. Just a hand up? Lin Yu turned back, a smile on his face. Chapter 10, the main fight is a mang. Just a hand up? Yun Meyer mentally speculated on the words. Then, it realized what Lin Yu meant. Is he going to be here? At this point, they were facing the river. The sedan behind him, parked diagonally on the curb, was at an angle that just blocked the view of the far side of the back. Also, there were no other people within 100-meter radius. May I? At a question in Lin Yu's ear, she nodded. At that moment, a few people passed by in the distance. Looking this way, a man was seen half leaning against a white BMW, his hands and arms resting on the car, tilting his head slightly, facing the river. Ahead was a blood-red sunset. Wow, this scene, it feels so blockbuster. One of them couldn't help but say, "Come on," my companion urged. It was only after walking a few dozen meters away that the man snapped to attention. Hey, wasn't there a man and a woman in that car? Why did you only see one just now? Seems like it. That girl seems to be pretty. But they'd gotten far enough out that they couldn't turn around and ask for more. Half an hour later, Lin Yu handed her a bottle of Farmer's Wife 3 Springs mineral water, which she took and walked out a few steps. Start cleaning up. It was getting late and he went back to the car first. This time, the system's alert rang out. Congratulations, host. Your level has risen to the 3rd level. Unlocking new kinship status. Are the changes being made immediately? I choose yes. Lin Yu didn't know how he had upgraded at this time. But let's revise the genealogy first. Before his eyes, the familiar genealogy surfaced once again. In the middle of his current identity and career, he began to make choices. Congratulations to the host. A new kinship identity has been generated. Relative, great aunt. Name, Wen Tianzhong. Age, 45. Height, 179. Occupation, Jiangcheng Underground Power Bigwig. Holy, this is kind of awesome. Lin Yu marveled in his heart. Underground forces have always been a gray area between black and white. Anyone who sees it has to be courteous. The average person is even more afraid to mess with it easily. Who wouldn't want to have such a big brother to cover themselves? The information on the identity of the relatives has just been confirmed. Only Yun Meyer wiped the corners of her mouth with the back of her hand before getting into the driver's seat as well. Let's go to dinner together. My treat, Lin Yu said. Worthy of being Mother Qin Wu Fei's most capable assistant. She takes care of herself in every way, and that's really nothing to sneeze at. Have a meal and show your appreciation. I'll listen to you. Yun Meyer nodded. Then they came to a late-night snack stand. It's near the river. A Netflix night market. Many people come here for a meal after shopping in the neighborhood. A little barbecue and beer on a summer night. That's not to say it's cozy. The two of them came to this night market street. It attracted a lot of envious stares. Asterisk 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 asterisk, this girl is so pretty and so tall. Really? I've never seen such a pretty girl. The guy next to her is handsome too. And I wonder what kind of relationship the two of them have. I think it's a couple? How does it look to me like the boss and the secretary? Just to be clear, which boss and which secretary? The passersby eyed the two while privately talking away. These two. I think I've seen them before. Yes, that's right. Where did you see that? You guys don't play, do you? There's a guy buying gold bars at the IFC mall. It's on the local hot search. There's still this. Buying gold bars can be on the hot seat? People have bought tens of millions of gold bars and emptied the stock of several stores. I don't think it's off the hot seat yet, so get on board and check it out. Such a reminder. Several people opened the teaser and sure enough there was a hot search. Mystery man throws millions at gold bullion. When you look at the person in the video again, it's highly similar to the person in front of you. Asterisk 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 asterisk, no way. Who buys gold like this? It's a mob. So rich. How do you run this place that costs a few dozen dollars per capita for a late night snack? Yeah, looking at their aura, it really doesn't fit in here. Hey, envy, money and beauty, people live together. I don't have one. Me too, 30-something years old and I've never held a girl's hand. In a flurry of envy, Lin Yu and Yun Meyer found a place to sit down. The fellow handed over a greasy menu, and they started ordering. While they wait for their food, an SUV that suddenly drove up and stopped nearby. In the car, a couple of straggly-looking men stepped out. Each head is colorful. One of the men at the head of the group was wearing a dandy dark-colored casual shirt, a gold chain around his neck. There was also a small bag clutched in his armpit, while chewing betel nut in his mouth. He came straight this way. Without a word of greeting, he took a seat at the table of the two men. When Yun Meyer saw them, she instantly tensed up, her body instinctively leaning towards her side. Lin Yu also frowned. Hey, what's the deal? We don't share tables. Introduce yourself. People call me Zai. that gold-chained man said, but his eyes were pinned on Yun Meyer. You betcha. Cloud Meyer. Zai. What? What do you want? Yun Meyer sounded a little nervous. I've searched for you and found you here. Can you not know what's going on? Zai knocked on the small table. Nah, your dad owes me money and I can't find anyone right now. So I had to call you. Brother Kai. My father owes you $1 million. I won't renege on it if I say I'll pay it back, but I'm still a little short now. Yun Meyer was a bit embarrassed. Despite being the richest man's secretary, the salary is only $20,000 a month. She saves money and can only save $200,000 a year. Been saving up to pay off this debt. $1 million? Kai and a few of his men looked at each other, then laughed. $1 million was last month's price. Now you have to pay back an extra $300,000. Zai made the sign of 3. As for the gas money for my ride to you, you don't have to pay for it. So you guys are loan sharks? Lin Yu also heard clearly from the side. Whatever the case of money owed. That's a 30% interest rate increase in 1 month. It's almost too dark. I'm talking to her and you'd better stay out of it. The man called Brother Kai warned Lin Yu. At a young age. Not beaten up by society. Less bravado. Brother Kai. Don't make things difficult for Lin Xiao. Yun Meyer said from the sidelines. Lin Xiao? Zai's eyes narrowed slightly. Zhangcheng seems to have no big families with the surname Lin, right? On the contrary, it's you. Yun Meyer, as the secretary of the richest man. Who would believe if you can't take out this amount of money? Brother Kai. No matter how much money my boss has, I'm still just a part-timer. Over $1 million was nothing to Qin Mufei. It's a couple years' salary for yourself. Don't bull **** so much. Either you pay back the money today, or you figure it out. Zai's voice was a few shades louder. The few followers behind him also took a few steps forward in unison. A few nearby tables of diners saw this. Seeing that there was going to be a confrontation, it all went away quietly. What? You still want to use force? Lin Yu smiled. Or what? Zai laughed. Even if her boss is the richest man, shouldn't she pay what she owes? He's from the road, and his main focus is a mang. Rushers do things without thinking about the consequences the most. Rich people easily don't want to get involved with people like that. Since you're so righteous, why don't you return it for her? Zai laughed contemptuously. Sorry, you won't get a cent of this money. What did you say? Kai's eyes glazed over and he stood up with a slap on the table. Chapter 11, protecting him so much. Did you have an affair long ago? A few of the other henchmen, at this time, also took a few steps forward and surrounded them. Fierce in the face. It's kinda scary to look at. Brother Kai, the debt is owed by my family. It has nothing to do with Shaolin. Yun Meyer also stood up in a hurry. Stop in the middle. Yo, open your mouth and close it with a young Lin. What? Did you have an affair with him long ago? Kai looked at the tall and charming Yun Meyer. The heart is even more festering. Actually, if she's willing to commit herself, it doesn't matter if you want this debt or not. It was because she had this mind before and had been rejected by her, and she couldn't bring herself to do it, so she was trying to get back at their family. And now to see her so attached to another man, and he's so good looking, the jealousy in his heart was palpable. Right about this time, suddenly, several black commercial vehicles were traveling this way. That neat formation was quite an imposing one. Many people were surprised. Such a neat convoy. What's it for? It looks so awesome. Look at the car in position C. The license plate number is Jiang A666888. To have such a number plate, one's identity is definitely not simple. I remembered. This is actually Wen Tianzhong's car. Who is Wen Tianzhong? You don't even know him. Ha! This is the underground big brother of Zhangcheng. Not to mention the gangsters. Even the White Road has to respect him. It's over. This isn't here to teach that lad just now a lesson, is it? This can't run away. Passers-by expressed their regret. And the timid, their feet instinctively drew back. It's nothing new for bystanders to get ripped off. They don't want to eat a melon and have it broken on their heads. Kai's gang, seeing the several commercial vehicles driving in front of them, the expression was also gradually respectful. The car stops and a waterfall of people with black shirts and black pants and black shoes walks down. When the head one, the year is in its 40s, wearing a simple shirt, a pair of gold-rimmed glasses rested on the bridge of his nose. On his wrist he wore several strings of Buddha beads. Between 2 fingers, a cigar. The look on his face was unruffled and had a naturally powerful aura. Although Wen Tianzhong's great name had long been heard, many, however, were seeing him in his true form for the first time. Needless to say, this is really what an underground big shot should look like. The real bigots are actually civilized gentlemen who look svelte. It's the half-dozen or so that bluff with tattoos and big gold chains. Master Zhong. Why you? Kai also followed Wen Tianzhong to make a living. But the hierarchy was 2 or 3 levels different. His own boss, who was following him. It was only during the annual meeting that he had the honor of meeting Wen and Zhong once. With a smile on his face he greeted them, even though they were about the same age. Master Zhong was what everyone called him, and Lin Yu's eyes lit up when he saw the person in front of him. This is your own great-aunt? What a time to come. Wang Kai? What are you doing here? When Tianzhong looked at the person in front of him with a faint expression on his face. This one, it rings a bell, knowing it's a henchman's henchman, but haven't dealt with him much, so I just notify his boss if something comes up. Here's the thing, there's a guy in debt and I'm here to collect it. Wang Kai pointed at Yun Meyer and said. Then he lowered his voice. Master Zhong, I think this woman is quite pretty, why don't you take her? It was a small voice, but Yun Meyer heard it. The fear on his face grew a trifle more. When Tianzhong, this is the underground big shot of Jiangcheng, if it fell into his hands, it wouldn't be able to get away without shedding a few layers of skin. Although one works for the richest man, but it's not like he's going to have a grudge against him, because of himself, and this kid, who seems to be trying to sabotage us. With a single sentence, Wang Kai tried to draw the scourge onto Lin Yu. I'll let you show off. Master Zhong will crush you to death. It's just like a game. What did you say? When Tianzhong glanced at Lin Yu and then said, I say, teach this kid a lesson and let him know how powerful you. Master Zhong. Pop. As soon as Wang Kai's words fell, he received a slap on his face. The slap came so suddenly that before his eyes were blinded. Almost didn't jerk off. Wang Kai, you have a lot of guts. You want to take action on my nephew too? Is this my position next? When Tianzhong's sentence, the people at the scene sucked in a breath of cool air. What's the situation? The two of them, uncle and nephew? Haven't heard anything about that either. Yun Meyer realized that he and Qin Dong, then, were considered relatives. Wang Kai, who had been slapped, didn't even dare to say anything at this time. This Lin Yu is actually Wen Tianzhong's nephew? Big trouble. Master Zhong, I don't dare. I didn't know he was your nephew, so please be magnanimous and let me go. Wang Kai knew very well in his heart what it meant when Master Zhong was angry. When his legs went weak, he couldn't stand any longer, and he fell to his knees with a plop. Spare you? When Tianzhong still smoking cigar but was pressed directly onto his shoulder, Wang Kai screamed in pain, wailing. His men smelled the meat roasting. Seeing this scene, how dare one come forward to dissuade? If Kai is like this, what's the use of their words? Passers-by were also frightened. Can't brainstorm at all how much it should hurt when a cigarette burns your body. You touch my nephew and you want to be spared with a word? Master Zhong. I was wrong. Mr. Lin. I was wrong. I'm just a hot chicken. Wang Kai endured the severe pain and kept kowtowing. Lin Yu. What do you think? What to do? When Tianzhong looked towards Lin Yu. This is his only nephew. The man is tall and really in his prime. In Wen Tianzhong's eyes, he couldn't hide his love for him. She's a friend of mine, and supposedly her family owes him money. Lin Yu pointed at Yun Meyer. Before he could finish his sentence, Wang Kai hurriedly said, her family's debts, including the principal, are written off, let alone the interest. He wouldn't dare ask for the principal. If he couldn't make Wen Tianzhong rest his anger today, he wouldn't be able to get out in one piece. Second point, get as far away as you can and don't let me see you in Jiangcheng in the future. Wang Kai was a bit hesitant. Jiangcheng mixed for so many years. Network roots are here. This left. Not nothing? What? When Tianzhong's voice came from above his head. Don't want to say yes? Promise. I promise. I'll do everything. Wang Kai nodded his head in a hurry. Yes. Lin Yu nodded. Auntie, I don't have anything to add. That's all. The claim is met and there is no need to continue. It can't be his little life. Okay, there's nothing more for you here. Get lost. When Wen Tianzhong gave the word, Wang Kai no longer dared to be slow. Getting up from the dirty ground, he couldn't even deal with the dirt on his body, and hastily spilled out. It's as if Master Zhong would suddenly back out. A few of his men, too, hurried to follow. The scene, for a moment, was quiet. Only then did Wen Tianzhong walk towards Lin Yu, stretching out his arms. He gave him a hug. My good nephew, where have you been all these years? Do you know how hard your mom has been looking for you? He was so attached to Lin Yu. It was also because of Qin Mufei. As to why this is so, that's a long story. In short, it was the #1 great joy for him, Wen Tianzhong, to be able to meet Lin Yu. Is this, your girlfriend? When Tianzhong looked at Yun Meyer and had a feeling that she looked familiar, but he didn't dare to confirm it. Hello Mr. Wan. I'm Qin Dong's secretary. Yun Meyer hurriedly explained. Oh, I see. When Tianzhong came to a realization. No wonder it looks familiar. Come, all of you come with me. Lin Yu. I'm so happy today. Come see the receiving ceremony I'm giving you. Chapter 12. From now on, everyone calls him Boss Lin. Young Lin, there's something else going on in the company, so I won't go, Yun Meyer said at this time. Alright, Lin Yu didn't force himself. Yun Meyer bent over and bowed before getting into her car, looked at him before turning around and driving away. In her heart, she was grateful to Lin Yu. Over $1 million in debt, and he helped himself to forgiveness with a single word. It was terrifying to her insides. I don't know how to repay it properly. The heart also made a secret decision. In all these years, she has not been in a relationship. The best things about yourself are always kept. This time, she was going to give it to her as a gift. As for today, I'll leave the two of them to reunite. She just wondered about that. Lin Yu not only has a richest mom and a star big sister, even his aunt is an underground big shot in Zhangcheng. A family like that is just shocking. I also wonder what other kind of identity he has behind him. I'm afraid it's much more than that. Hey, don't think about it, Yun Meyer told herself in her mind. She was just a secretary. Work well and then take care of Lin Yu. The rest was not something she should think about. That's when her cell phone rang. Picking it up, it was Qin Mufei calling. Hello, Mr. Qin? Little Cloud, how is Lin Yu doing? The first thing Qin Mufei said when she opened her mouth was her own son. Everything's fine with Lin Xiao. He's with his aunt now, Cloudmeyer reported truthfully. When Tianzhong? On the other side of the phone, Qin Mufei froze for a moment. Yeah, it's him. Since we've bumped into each other, let's get them together. Qin Mufei sighed slightly. After all, when Tianzhong was an underground bigwig and was exposed to completely different things, she didn't want her son to be brought down by him. The huge Mufei group was still going to be taken over by him in the future. Right, you do one thing for me now, Qin Dong. If you have something to order, I'll do it with all my might. Yun Neil was supposed to be a dutiful secretary. Lin Yu had helped himself so much. For their requests, one is unconditional to fulfill them. It's not a big deal. From the company's account, send me a sum of money. 100 million will do. Okay, Qin Dong. Although Yun Meyer was a bit puzzled, she still nodded and did as she was told. Qin Dong is negotiating business overseas and needs to use money. Naturally, a lot. After hanging up, she drove straight toward the office. Clouds on earth. At this moment, Lin Yu and Wen Tianzhong were in a car, parked at the gate. On both sides of the gate, dozens of neatly uniformed staff members stood on either side. The upper body was leaning forward slightly, and the hands were folded and hanging between the small of the back. When they saw the two get out of the car, they all shouted in unison. Hello, Master Zhong. Let me introduce you all. This is my nephew, Lin Yu. Hello, Lin Xiao. The neatly harmonized slogans, once again, rang out. All stooped and bowed in greeting. I'll go, that's too high of a welcome. It was a scene he had never yet seen. Somewhat uncomfortable. And, the female employees here, I must say, have excellent facial features and figures. Though it was still a bit worse compared to Yun Meyer. But, put in an ordinary person, it's 1 in 100. Raise your eyes again and look at this clouded earth. It's really luxurious. The doorway was lined with huge marble columns as thick as 2 or 3 people could hold. It looks very atmospheric. Let's go, Lin Yu. Let's go in and take a look. When Tianzhong wrapped his arm around Lin Yu and walked into the cloud above earth, along the way, all the employees who saw the two of them, all of them bent in greeting and called out their names. In the middle of the hall, there was a huge dance floor. Lots of young men and women flinging their bodies inside. Heads are about to shake off. Further on, there is the box area. Lin Yu, like it here? When Tianzhong sat on his but on a wide sofa, with a crooked finger, a blonde in a deep V, handed over a lit cigar, Lin Yu looked up and around the hall. A full 3 stories of pickups. Everywhere is gilded and paper covered. Security is also strong. There was a security officer almost every meter or two. When you meet someone who is drunk and crazy, no matter who it is, you can just lift them up and throw them out. It's a place to indulge as much as you want, but you have to keep his rules. Not bad for being on the clouds. Everywhere you look, there's a flavor of Chinese coins. Although Lin Yu had heard about it earlier, when he was actually here. It's only then that you can appreciate why so many successful people love to come to such places. Pretty good, Lin Yu said. What did you say? When Tianzhong pricked up his ears, the music in the venue was a bit loud. I say, it's quite nice here. Lin Yu had to turn up his volume. Come on, all quiet. When Tianzhong raised his hand high, the music in the room turned off and the people were all quiet at once. All looked at him. Do you recognize me? Of course, who could not recognize you? Master Zhong. Too recognizable. It's still fun at Master Zhong's venue. Be quiet, you guys. Master Zhong is about to speak. Most of the people who come here to play are of some consequence. Naturally, he also knew that this was Wen Tianzhong's venue, Cloudland, the biggest and hippest venue in Jiangcheng. You can also often get celebrities and internet celebrities to come here and support the show. The other venues in Jiangcheng are much worse than this one, because it cost hundreds of millions of dollars just to build. The net profit of a year are more than $100 million. When Tianzhong waved his hand, and the scene quieted down once again. What about him? Do you know him? He put his arm around Lin Yu's shoulders and asked. This time, most people shook their heads. Master Zhong. Who is he? It's quite handsome. A couple DJs asked. Okay, let me introduce you all. This is my nephew. My own nephew. Lin Yu. The scene was, at once, a hilarious one. Hello, Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao. I've known Master Zhong for a long time. Take care of us in the future. Lin Xiao. If you have any use for me in the future, feel free to use me. Since he was Master Zhong's nephew, he even brought it to everyone to get acquainted. Both in terms of face and face. It's all about giving enough. The Jianghu mixed is a humane way of doing things. But, when Tianzhong's next words still surprised everyone. There's one more thing I'd like to announce. He looked at Lin Yu, then picked up a microphone. In the future, the boss of this Clouds on Earth will be Lin Yu. Ha! The scene was in an uproar. Such a lucrative field. And you're giving it away in one sentence? He's not drunk, is he? Lin Yu also felt something was wrong. Auntie, this isn't appropriate, is it? It fits so well. When Tianzhong patted his shoulder. I'm too old to do it. I don't have a son. So who else can I give it to but you, right? This Cloud on Earth is just a meeting gift. In the future, you'll slowly get in touch with the other industries. As a big shot in the underground power of Jiangcheng, the industry is more than just an entertainment place. And you don't have to worry. As long as no one gets killed in this neighborhood, nothing is going to happen. When Tianzhong patted his chest, it's something he vouched for. Now that he was 45 years old, he would take a few years to slowly transition. And then he would be able to completely hand over the industry to Lin Yu. Thank you, Auntie. Then, Lin Yu nodded. What should people shout when they see him from now on? When Tianzhong took the microphone and spoke, turning it toward the crowd. Boss Lin, Boss Lin, Boss Lin. The slogans on the spot pushed the atmosphere to a higher climax as well. This atmosphere is most infectious. Everyone shouted while shaking their arms. Reputation value +1. Reputation value +1. Reputation value +1,314. Reputation value +10,010. Lin Yu's reputation value, too, was rising rapidly amidst this yelling. He looked around and someone had posted a video of the scene online. A large number of retweets and likes quickly gave him a constant accumulation of prestige value. At this point the employees were stunned. The Cloud Earth had always been very lively, and there was no lack of popularity. An atmosphere like today's was also extremely rare. Boss Lin, come and give a few words too. Auntie handed him the microphone. Chapter 13 $10,000 for a dance. That's not too much, is it? Boss Lin, Boss Lin, Boss Lin. The people on the stage, at this time, cheered loudly once again. The atmosphere was abuzz. Anyone with eyes can see that. Those words from Wen Tianzhong just now meant something. The store being given to Lin Yu was just the first step. This young Lin Yu will inherit his career in the future. Then, after he completely retired to the second line, Lin Yu was the new big brother of the underground forces. Everyone down there has to listen to him. Anyone who hangs out in Jiangcheng, who doesn't give him some face? What's more, how many other people have to point to Wen Tianzhong's industry to follow and take a sip of soup? Clouds on Earth. It's just a meet and greet. When a dime falls from the sky in Jiangcheng, a share of it must be his. Look at these frenzied crowds on stage. Lin Yu was holding the microphone, but instead, he was a little uncomfortable. Although he is not an I-man, never had the experience of talking in front of so many people though. Guys. Lin Yu opened his mouth. On the stage, there was silence. Some took out their cell phones and turned on the camera function, ready to record. Thank you all for your cuddly support. I'm still young and don't know anything, so everyone take care of me in the future. The stage erupted in laughter at the end of the sentence, but it was a good-natured laugh. Che, that's it. Ha, I've got the recording screen on. I'm not recording anything. Boss Lin is shying away from words. He's definitely going to make a fortune. Master Zhong's nephew. How bad could it be? I'd be confused if I was given a few $100 million for the store. Well, my Lin Yu is still a bit nervous. So let's continue playing. When Tianzhong's sentence fell, everyone was whistling and continued to go play. Lin Yu, that girl just now. Sure she's not your girlfriend? At this point, after resuming his seat, his aunt raised an eyebrow at him. Lin Yu realized that he was asking about Yun Meyer. It really isn't. He shook his head. Then I know. Seeing Wen Tianzhong clapping his hands together. Ji ba, come and pour wine for my nephew. Yes. With dainty words, a slender woman walked over. She was wearing a red, high-cut cheongsam. The whole person revealed a flavor. Moreover, there was a surprisingly exotic hybrid style between the eyebrows. The eyes were a light blue color, and appeared to have a special beauty. It's beautiful. This thought popped up in Lin Yu's mind. Totally different styles. Being a star could be completely unbeatable to those few Western frontier actresses. It seemed a bit of a shame to come to work on the clouds. She held half a bottle of Remy Martin in her hand and came to Lin Yu. This is the DJ who plays at the store. Her name is Hot IBA. His aunt lowered her voice to command in his ear. Part-time college summer vacationer. Just came in for my third day. Only selling art. Lin Yu was somewhat speechless. Go ahead and introduce it. With special emphasis on what's going on with those last three words. But Jaba, that's supposed to be a stage name. Who uses their real name when they work here? Lin Xiao. I'll pour you a drink. She walked over to Lin Yu and half squatted down, taking an empty wine glass. Thanks. He took the glass and thanked him politely. What song does Yun Lin want to listen to? I'll go order it for you. Hotoba asked again. I'm not picky, any song will do. Lin Yu said so, and in his heart, he marveled at such a great beauty, pouring wine on her knees. Can't really top that. It turns out that the life of the rich is so plain and simple. Okay, Lin Yu. At this time, when Tianzhong yawned, it's getting late. I should rest too. You play some more. Auntie, are you leaving already? Lin Yu asked. Hey, people get sleepy easily when they get old. When Tianzhong couldn't help but smile sarcastically. If you're sleepy, let the driver send you back. Or, a private room is fine. Before he left, he gave a few instructions to the little brother who had been following beside him. The little brother nodded repeatedly. Then, Lin Yu was here. But instead, he was a bit uncomfortable. The hilarity of such an occasion is hilarious, but he's not very fond of it. A group of beautiful women in flamboyant dresses also ran over to make toasts one after another. This is the future boss of the clouds on Earth. More than that, he would be the one to take over all of Wen Tianzhong's industries and power. And so young and handsome, who wouldn't want to be on good terms with him? Lin Yu also politely returned the favor. After a few glasses of wine, his brain was also a little groggy. Lin Xiao, what's wrong with you? Hotoba walked over at that moment. A little dizzy. He shook his head slightly. Shall I, help you get some rest? Hotoba asked. Looking at the Lin Xiao in front of her, she felt that it was very different from other men. 9 out of 10 of the people who come here to play are impure-minded and want to mooch. She hasn't been harassed much even though she's just a DJ. If it wasn't for the fact that this was Wen Tianzhong's venue and there were many security guards, if it was in a small venue, it would be hard for her to get out in one piece. This Lin Yu, his eyes were clean, and he didn't have that kind of lewd connotation when he looked at himself, and polite to myself. In her heart, she was also very impressed with him. Seeing that Lin Yu was a bit uncomfortable, he rushed over. It's okay, it doesn't matter. I'll just rest for a while. Lin Yu waved his hand. It seemed nice to let a beautiful woman help herself, but it's a bit of a drop in the bucket. Well, at least it's the future boss Lin, so you have to tighten up a bit. Alright, if you need anything, young Lin, feel free to order. Just now, when Tianzhong had called out for himself to come and pour wine for Lin Yu, as a favor to himself, it was also to ask myself to take care of Lin Yu. Rules, she understands. This time, a young man in overalls came over. Hot sister, someone has ordered you on stage and wants you to dance. Who? Hotoba asked. Follow the direction of the little brother's finger. She saw a young man with white hair, earrings in both ears, a total little open look. She frowned slightly. The expression on his face was also a bit bored. This guy, he showed up yesterday, always trying to get over here when he's at work. When he got off work, he also stopped himself at the door to pester him more than once. Luckily, it was the manager who stepped in and got himself out of the situation. What's this again today? She was instinctively disgusted by such a guy and didn't really want to get involved. So he said to little brother, go tell him I'm not feeling well today and I can't dance. Said he was about to leave. Hey, Miss Heat, where are you going? That little white-haired Kai came over at this time. Staring at Hotoba, she looked up and down. The eyes were filled with greed, like a wolf that had been starving for a long time and saw a stray sheep. This is not going in your mouth? That would be a shame. He's a regular on the cloud. I've seen countless beautiful women, but it's the first time I've seen such a beautiful and distinctive girl. After a brief investigation, he knew that she was a sophomore at Jiangcheng University, 19 years old this year. I don't have a boyfriend at school, no close friends of the opposite sex either. This buff makes him even more ticked off. I have my own work to do, and I'm asking you to get out of the way. Hotoba struggled to keep her temper down. Just want to get away from this person as soon as possible. Ms. Hot, coming to work here is not for money. How to earn money is not to earn it. The white-haired Kai laughed and threw his hand up. Behind him, the henchman then handed over a bunch of red bills. $10,000 to get you a dance isn't too much, is it? Chapter 14, How are you going to thank me? Woo, woo, woo. The others saw this and were up in arms, whistling. This kind of money-grubbing drama is nice to watch and love. And this hot Yiba is so pretty to look at. A few marketing women in the distance were also watching with their arms wrapped around them, a face of indifference. They're also sort of co-workers of hot Yibas. Originally, I was not accustomed to seeing her come to the cloud on earth and still look like a noble. What are you pretending? Don't even look at what this place is. Nobody eats that. No, some of them are trying to bring her down. Sorry, I don't dance. You really have the wrong person. Hotoba's expression didn't waver. Too little? The white-haired little Kai beckoned, and the follower sent up another $10,000. 20,000. Jump or not? He looked as if he had eaten Hotoba. The mind is convinced of one thing. There's no one that money can't hit. And if it can't, it's not being given enough. You're really boring. Jaiba didn't even look at the $20,000, turned around and was about to leave. Hey! A couple of henchmen walked up to her and blocked her path. If she won't dance, I'll do it. I'm a good dancer. That's when a marketing woman pressed the issue. $20,000. The thick pile is really tempting to look at. Almost a month's salary. Just dance and there it is. Such a good thing. Money does not earn her silly ah. Get out. The little white-haired Kai didn't even look at her. The woman made a fool of herself and left in disgrace. Then continued to stare at Hotoba. $30,000. Ms. Hot, is yours if you jump. The handlers handed over another 10,000. A pile of red tickets is visually striking. You misunderstand. It's not about the money. She was still unmoved. Mud, give you face? Ha? The white-haired little Kai, at this point, finally couldn't help himself. That's patient enough on its own. Repeatedly rejected by a DJ in front of so many people. He doesn't want to lose face? What's the point of pretending to be a white lotus when you're already working at this place? How much directly open a price? Small master, I have nothing else. Money is plenty. The scene was at a standstill for a moment. The security guards looked at me and I looked at you. Fearing his identity and not daring to intervene easily. The man's name is Lai Hongwei. The Lai family of Jiangcheng. The only child of 3 generations. The family business has been inherited for 100 years. And although it has not been in the top 3 of the rich list, it has always been the first echelon of Jiangcheng's prestigious families, deeply rooted, even when Tianzhong and the Lai family were respectful of each other for a few moments. So no one here dares to intervene in this matter either. Yes? At this time, a voice suddenly rang out. Of course, Lai Hongwei was halfway through his sentence, realizing something was wrong. He looked back to see a young man standing behind him. There was a glimmer of light in Hotoba's eyes. Ooh, who did I think it was? So it's Boss Kobayashi? Lai Hongwei had a sardonic smile on his face. He was present at the official announcement just now. It wasn't anything special at the time. Even when Tianzhong had to be polite to him in front of him, let alone this child who knew nothing. Do you really think it's that easy to inherit the family business? He's a little young to be replacing it. So, he deliberately prefaced his address with a small word. She's my employee here and I'm responsible for everything. Lin Yu said indifferently. Oh, I forgot. Damn it. Lai Hongwei slapped his head. How can this go over Boss Kobayashi's head? Right. Then he coughed softly and laughed. It's only right to give Boss Shaolin some commission. It's me who forgot the rules. I should be punished. Many people also covered their mouths and snickered when this statement was made. Everyone understands what is meant in Lai Hongwei's words. Pop. All that was heard was a loud slap that rang out. Clearly audible. This? The people on the scene were dumbfounded. What's the situation? Lin Yu had just, actually, slapped Lai Hongwei in the face? Even when Tianzhong hadn't torn his face off with him. How come he offended a big client here at Master Zhong's place as soon as he arrived? How dare you hit me? Lai Hongwei covered his heated cheeks and was about to go mad. He has been mixing for so many years, and he is considered a person in Jiangcheng. All because he is bossy and used to bullying others. When did you get such a big pocketful? And in front of all these people? It wouldn't take 2 hours for this to get around. He Lai Hongwei, his Lai family, that in the future can still raise their heads? What's wrong with insulting my employees and beating you up? Lin Yu was not impressed. If you really tear your face off, you have nothing to fear for yourself. All of you. Martyr. It's no good for Master Zhong to be here today. Lai Hongwei is desperate to get back in the game. 4 or 5 of his men, yelling, were about to come forward. What are you all waiting for? Protect Boss Lin. The lobby manager bellowed. He can be a manager and he can read the situation. It's good that you didn't do it. But Lin Yu was his boss from now on. And paying him a salary was related to his rice bowl. And Lin Yu is still Master Zhong's nephew. What to do at this point is clear to him. Who dares to touch Boss Lin? The dozens of security guards in the field quickly gathered over, raging. In one fell swoop, Lai Hongwei's aura was suppressed. Some of the other people in the arena were bold enough to secretly videotape it. Some of the timid ones were also afraid that if they really fought later, they would be affected and hurriedly slipped away. Just came for a drink and a dance. It's not going to be easy to explain if you get a bullet in the head. Hot Yiba was at the back, looking at Lin Yu's back. The heart is inexplicably moved. A strong feeling of warmth welled up in his heart. I thought he was a dude too, but now I realize that he's not like that at all. Even if Master Zhong was here, he wouldn't necessarily fight hard with Lai Hongwei directly. Instead, he stepped in for himself. I also wonder if he has a girlfriend. If you don't have a girlfriend, forget it. I'm just a regular college student. Worthy of him? It was really too much to think about. Well, you bull. Lai Hongwei looked at the dozens of security guards surrounding them and was scared. This is someone else's place, after all. And many of the security guards have practiced in martial arts schools. If he really did it, the few people he brought with him wouldn't be enough for these dozens of people to stuff their teeth. He gave Lin Yu a thumbs up. While pulling his feet out, he retreated outward. In the meanest of tones, doing the wimpiest of things. Surnamed Lin, the two of us have formed a relationship. You wait for me. Say that again if you dare. Another warning from the lobby manager. And he didn't dare stay any longer. Picking up his pace, he quickly fled the scene. Many people on the scene whistled again. This boss Lin, he really has a drive. I've never seen Lai Hongwei so bad. No problem. A bona fide hard man. What? You tried it again? For the sake of his staff, he is not afraid to offend the Lai family in Jiangcheng. Ah, Master Zhong, this will not be happy. Right. He will not even go against the Lai family. Can't you see that Lai Hongwei doesn't even put Boss Lin in his eyes? What's the point of being polite? Would you put up with it if it was you? Hey, is the struggle between rich people also so plain and simple? Isn't it a good thing to see Lai Hongwei suffer? He's not a good person either. But that hot lady is real pretty, and no one would sit still for that. Boss Lin, really thank you. With infinite gratitude, Hotoba bowed at him. And how are you going to, thank me? Lin Yu looked at her with a smile. Chapter 15, Exasperating. What do I need this luxury car for? Hotoba froze. A blush followed. What did Boss Lin mean by that just now? Could it be that you want to give yourself to me? It wasn't like she hadn't thought about it in her mind. A man like that was actually the type of man she liked in her heart. It is just that the first time we meet, it does not seem that we are too frivolous. Look, what kind of mess are you thinking about? Lin Yu smiled. Buy me a meal. I'm kind of hungry. Good, but I'm not off duty yet. Hotoba looked at the time. It's still several hours before quitting time. Off duty or not, that's not my call. Let's go, Lin Yu said and headed outside. In fact, he didn't like this kind of noisy occasion. Not to mention, the noise hurts my brain. Just the right excuse to leave. Boss Lin, do you want me to send a car to take you? The lobby manager saw Lin Yu heading out the door, with Hot Yiba still following behind. Got it all at once, so he rushed forward and asked. No, just watch the field. Take care then, Boss Lin. The voice behind him drowned out the cacophony of music, walking out of the clouds on earth. Instead, the streets outside were incredibly quiet. This is the point at which the workforce is shuffling in and out of bed one by one. The ones that didn't sleep don't sneak around outside much anymore. A cool breeze blew, and Lin Yu's mind cleared up quite a bit. What would Boss Lin like to eat? I'll go find the store, Hotoba said, opening her cell phone and preparing to search for a nearby restaurant. He noticed that the cell phone she was holding was still a certain rice phone from a few years ago. It was selling for just over $2,000 at the time, and after 2 years, you can get it for $1,000 now. And almost all the girls her age were using some kind of fruit that cost $7,000 or $8,000, with a body like Jaba's face, and an exotic style. Just wave and the number of people who want to spend money for her that I don't know how many will be there. Looking at it this way, it is indeed rare. Not being gold digging in vain is a huge step ahead of a lot of girls. There's an Acheron simmering soup place up ahead, so just have a bowl of soup. Lin Yu's sight saw a store in front of him with lights on. Wawa soup in Acheron. Seen in many places. The price is also affordable. And he didn't want to walk right now. Okay, all yours. The owner of the tile soup shop was drifting off to sleep at the counter. Seeing a man and a woman with such a high face value enter the store, they also rushed to greet them. Lin Yu ordered his food and while waiting, a call came in. It's Wen Tianzhong calling. Lin Yu, You've just gotten it on with the Lai family's son? What's going on? Yes, there is such a thing. He didn't try to hide it, because there was no way to hide this one either. You didn't know he was. I know, Lin Yu interrupted. Then you're still. Things have been done. Lin Yu interrupted the other party once again. Hey, forget it. On the opposite side, when Tianzhong, who had been repeatedly interrupted from casting spells, was also unable to do anything about his nephew. But the Lai family isn't good either. I've been dealing with them for so many years. You still need to pay attention yourself. I know. Thanks for the heads up, auntie. Lin Yu also knew that he was worried that he was being retaliated against by the Lai family. That's why the call came. Well, you take an early rest. Also, the contract for the transfer of the store's equity has already been drawn up, so come and sign it when you have time and call it done. Well, thank you, auntie. Before Wen Tianzhong could finish, the opposite party hung up the phone. This kid. On the Wen family's side, Wen Tianzhong held his forehead. The blood pressure is all dried up. Come on, man. Master Zhong. What are your orders? An assistant walked over. Send a few people to protect Lin Yu. Wen Tianzhong said. Then remembered something. Protect it secretly and keep it quiet. Otherwise, he'll have to be anxious with me again. Yes, Master Zhong. The aide nodded. In all these years, it had never been seen that the mighty Wen Tianzhong would be so attached to a person. Known Lin Yu as his nephew. If I didn't know better, I think it was his own son. Also, tell our people over at the Lai family to keep an eye on them as well, and report to me promptly if there are any movements. Yes, Master Zhong. Only after ordering this did Wen Tianzhong put his heart down. It used to be that nothing mattered if you were on your own. Now that there was an additional nephew, Lin Yu, there were some things that it was time to pay attention to. The famous families in Jiangcheng had more or less planted some of their own people. He's got it. At this point, the soup kitchen store. Hot Ebba's red lips. They couldn't close in surprise. This was the first person she had ever seen who spoke to Master Zhong without giving face. Lin Yu was more or less a rebel in his body. You know, no one in Wen Tianzhong usually dared to choke him like this, but with a personality like that, it's kinda appealing. There weren't many customers in the store and the food was served quickly. It wasn't long before the two of them finished their meal. Soup is sufficient. Boss Lin, it's getting late. I should go home. Jaba looked at the time. Ding. At this time, the system's voice suddenly sounded. He was a little surprised. Strange, there are no points to move up to the next level yet? Lin Yu noticed the progress bar for the upgrade. There was still a small gap before he would reach the next level. Was wondering. A prompt from the system surfaced. Now releasing a randomized quest. Send Hot Yiba home. Reward, 1,000,000 Huaxia coins and you can get one lucky draw chance. Do you choose to receive the mission? Pick up. In Lin Yu's mind, he also quickly made a choice. But any second of hesitation on your own is disrespectful to that money. Send someone home with $1 million bonus. Who's too rich for that? And such a beautiful, beautiful woman. So what? I'll give you a ride. It's kinda unsafe to be alone at night. After saying that, Lin Yu realized, one is now without a car. However, the next second Hodaba had a big smile on her face. Yeah, every girl wants someone to take her home. And why wouldn't she? What about a cab? There are shared electric bikes on the side of the road. I usually ride this back. When she said that, Lin Yu noticed. There was indeed a shared electric bike parked under the street tree in front of it. However, this electric car is not designed to have a large seat. It was supposed to be a single traveler. To seat two people, it would be a squeeze. Sitting on this? Lin Yu confirmed. Aha. Then he scanned the code. Hodaba also took a long stride and sat down in the car. Sit down. With that, he twisted the electric gate and rode forward. Hodaba had been a little reserved. Her body's center of gravity was backward. The sudden start startled her. Subconsciously the whole group leaned forward, ringed around Lin Yu's waist. I'm going to. Lin Yu felt the warmth and softness behind him and exclaimed in his heart. This is really killing me. And Hodaba's face was red at this point. Sticking so close to a boy. She was so ashamed she wanted to jump out of the car. But, having come all this way, I can only sit down now. The street hit this time. Several limousines waited impatiently for the red light in front of the crosswalk. Seeing Lin Yu next to him riding an electric bike with such a big beauty, tall and leggy with a great body. The two are still so close, they're almost conjoined. Inside his eyes, he was full of amazement. Angry also pounded the steering wheel with the blue sky and white clouds logo. It's a sin. What the hell do I need this luxury car for? What's the use? It's not like you can't find a girlfriend of that caliber. It's not as good as someone driving an electric car. Could it be that an electric car is the right way to unlock the peach blossom? Got it. I'll get an electric bike tomorrow. Boss Lin, I'm here. A few minutes later, Hotoba pointed to a building in front of her. Lin Yu looked up. On the roof of the building were a few large lettered signs, brightly lit in the night sky. Mufei City Apartment, number 18. Chapter 16, Hot Eba, pretend to be my boyfriend. Okay? Mufei's apartment? Seeing this name, Lin Yu's heart just flashed with a trace of wonder. Information about the apartment automatically appeared right before your eyes. Includes all information such as year built, floor area, etc. The most important thing was that it really was an industry under his own mom's umbrella. One of Mufei's main businesses is long-term rental apartments. This one is the 18th item. I'll walk you in, Lin Yu said. Hall entrance. The staff member who was on duty saw two people walk into the apartment, especially when they saw Lin Yu. The inside of his eyes were full of surprise. Isn't this the group's boss? Qin Mufei's just found biological son? He could never be wrong. This matter has long been rumored throughout the company, because their supervisors at all levels are also giving instructions to memorize information about the chairman's son. To have a punch-up like in the novel because you don't know Lin Xiao, then it's not as simple as criticizing and fining. Therefore, even if it was just a duty officer, his eyes were filled with shock when he saw Lin Yu. Why is he here so late? But seeing him send Hotoba back, it seemed understandable. Hot Eba's beauty was loud and clear in the apartment's tenant group. Such a beautiful woman could only be managed by someone with good qualities in all aspects like Lin Xiao. Ding! Prestige value plus 10. In the system, an alert came. Lin Yu knew that this was being recognized again. The staff on duty didn't dare to be slow, and stood up in a panic, about to greet and say hello. Lin Yu passed him a look, signaling him to keep it quiet. The staff member then sat down uneasily. Hotoba, on the other hand, hadn't yet figured out how the staffer had stood halfway up and sat back down, because she currently didn't know that this building was Lin Yu's mom's. Come on, what floor do you live on? Lin Yu pressed open the elevator. 15th floor. Hotoba was even more nervous now. Originally, I thought that he would just walk himself to the front door. Now it looks like it's going to be followed upstairs? She was doing a huge mental battle in her mind, but it was as if his mouth was sealed, and not a single word of no could come out. She couldn't figure out if this was a dare, or a don't want. Just as sparsely as that, the two-man elevator went all the way up, and the duty officer downstairs. He wasn't idle, hurrying to report to the supervisor. Supervisor, I seem to have seen that Lin Xiao came to apartment 18. Young Lin is here? Why didn't you say so earlier? The supervisor was about to go to sleep when he was instantly galvanized. Lin Xiao isn't making an unannounced visit to the apartment, is he? If you see anything bad, can Qin Dong still spare himself? Like with the son of a certain former richest man in China. Stay in your own hotel and cuss out the hotel service. A few of the hotel's managers were dealt a wave at that time. Removal from office and transfer to a new position. So can the supervisor not panic? He's just come in, too, and, in a piece with that hot lady. The staff member was quick to explain. Ms. Hot? Hot Eba? The supervisor quickly thought of it. She was known for her beauty. Even came to rent an apartment with a few small thoughts of my own. For example, arrange high-quality rooms at a low price, free rent, and so on. But people ignored it. So she's young Lin's woman? Hasty. A pang of fear ran through the supervisor's mind. So in a hurry, he said to the staff, has there been any matters reported for repair recently in the room where Hotoba is staying? Yes. She said the plumbing in her house is broken. Hasn't been over to fix it yet. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and arrange for the best master to fix it with the best materials. Supervisor, didn't you say to leave it for now and in a few days you'd bring someone to fix it yourself? The duty officer was a little confused. Are you stupid? People Lin Xiao is still at Miss Hot's house. What kind of head is it to deliver at this time? The supervisor is going to be furious. Is the duty officer really stupid or not? She's Xiao Lin's woman. She'll have to be provided for in the future. Otherwise, is it still a good idea? Got it. Supervisor, I'll arrange it tomorrow. The duty officer finally listened. The words are split. On Lin Yu's side, the two of them had already arrived at the door of the room. Ding! Congratulations on completing the system's temporary mission. Received a reward of 1 million cash, as well as a chance to draw. Does the host draw immediately? Extract immediately. Who still plays delayed gratification? Only a raffle carousel floated in front of you. After spinning rapidly, the speed slowly slowed down, finally stopping at one of the areas. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward, a private bank. The bank originated in Jiangqing itself and radiates to Jingchu. With a total of 17 outlets, total deposits exceed 500 billion. $30 billion in total annual profits. Lin Yu was directly shocked. This award came a little too hard, didn't it? All of a sudden the appetite is whetted. What kind of draw has to follow to not create a sense of fallout? Momchin Mufei's Mufei Group, the richest man in Zhengcheng. The annual profit is just a drop in the bucket. More than that. Host, the stake has been changed. Do you choose to publicize the information to the public? Option 1, visible only to yourself. Option 2, visible only to loved ones. Option 3, visible to all. The system prompted again. Keep it a secret for now. Lin Yu made a decision. Being the son of the richest man himself is a big enough target. There's no point in trying to tree another target. Lin Xiao, come in and have a glass of water. At that moment, Hotoba saw that he had been standing in the doorway and made an effort to break the silence. That way it's like, one has a drop of initiative. Yeah, Lin Yu didn't push back, so he walked in. It's a single apartment. It's a 1-bedroom, 1 bathroom, 1 kitchen, 1 bathroom layout. It's small in size, but set up in a girly way. Lin Xiao, feel free to sit down, I'll get you some water. No need. Lin Yu shook his head. Hotoba was a bit overwhelmed by this. It was supposed to pour water, and to ease the awkwardness. In the middle of the night, this atmosphere, it is indeed a little. She felt that her heartbeat had become much faster. Look at her like this. In Lin Yu's heart, he also understood what was going on. How can I say this? This mouthful of meat, if you want to eat it yourself, is also a handful of things. Only, he wasn't that much of an animal. It's not good to scare other little girls. Haven't said a word. Suddenly, her cell phone rang. Taking it out, it was her parents calling. Why are mom and dad calling so late? Hotoba picked up the phone and a gruff voice came from the other side. Barb, your dad and I came to see you. Ah, why are you coming over so late? She was a little confused. It's okay, we know the way. We're just downstairs from where you live. The security guard at the door won't let us in. So please tell us. Ha? Hotoba froze even more. Not only is the man in Zhengcheng, he's downstairs? Why don't you even say hello? Fine, I know. She hung up. What's wrong? Lin Yu, at this time, noticed something wrong with her reaction. I wasn't this flustered when the two of them were just now. Mom and dad are here. Hotoba said truthfully. So, I'll go then? And it's no longer appropriate to continue to stay here. Lin Xiao, wait. Hotoba suddenly took his arm. Can you do me a favor? What favor? Lin Yu became curious. Just, pretend to be my boyfriend for a little while and have my parents see it, she said with a long sigh. Wait here. I'll change into some pajamas. Chapter 17 Brother Gie, is this a good gift? A few minutes later, Jaba informed the downstairs after the release. 2 middle-aged men and women appeared in the doorway of Hotoba. Opened the door. Lin Yu saw that these 2 middle-aged men, in appearance, were typical of the Great Northwest. It didn't look very amicable, though. Phases are born from the mind. The person who makes people look uncomfortable at the first glance, then 80% is not a good person to deal with. They were seen carrying large bags and saw this room. Surprisingly, there was a strange male standing. At once, she questioned, Xiaba, this person in your room, who is he, and what are you wearing here? Hurry up and change. Mom and dad, this is my boyfriend. You can call him Lin. Reba smiled, pulling Lin Yu's arm to introduce him. At this time, she changed into a thin silk nightgown. His own arm, he could feel a warm softness. Your boyfriend? You're living together? What a sin. The middle-aged woman beat her chest. How could you? Mom, I'm a sophomore now. There's nothing wrong with having a boyfriend, right? Hotoba asked rhetorically. You can talk if you want to. We introduced you to one, but you didn't even answer his phone. You're still in love with someone else. How can you let us lose face? Father Jaiba said. Dad, I don't like him. Isn't that reason enough? Nonsense. He was obviously angry and pointed at Lin Yu. You hurry up and leave. Reba, you're not allowed to contact him. Barb, just listen to your dad. It's all for your own good. People's families at least know their roots. For my good? Hotoba laughed. Don't think I don't know what you guys are thinking. Isn't it just that the figure's family is rich and can provide help for your business? But that guy, you know he's fun and gambling? That's not pushing me into the fire. At least they have money and will take it in later. And him, he looks like a gigolo. What can he give you? Hotoba's father said as he opened the door. Lin, I don't agree with you two dating. You'd better go on your own. Hotoba's pleading eyes came at that moment. The two parents seemed to have come specifically to get someone. It's you guys who should go, right? Lin Yu spoke up at this time. This is not your house. Joke, how dare you talk to me like that? Hot Eba's father's good-humored fire got even bigger. Your own business, whether you can make it big or not, is stuck on this link. As long as Hotoba is dating that family, nothing is wrong. This Lin Yu was interfering, obviously trying to spoil his own good deed. Is there a problem with Lin Xiao talking to you like this? At that moment, several people appeared at the door. It's the duty officer and the supervisor. They noticed that someone came to Reba in the middle of the night and claimed to be her parents. But it doesn't look too friendly. I was afraid that something might happen to Mr. Lin. So I hurried here. Lin Xiao? This one line of address. Put the people present. The whole will not. Reputation value +1. Reputation value +3. Reputation value +15. Unseen by everyone, Lin Yu's head was constantly rising in reputation value. Hotoba was completely confused. The supervisor who was in charge of a building with hundreds of apartments, calling Lin Yu as Lin Xiao? Ms. Hot, may I ask, have you been harassed by these two men? The supervisor asked respectfully. Aha! Hotoba nodded. But, right now she didn't want to see the persecuting parents. Both of you. This building is owned by Mr. Lin's family. This room is rented by Ms. Hot. The supervisor said. Since she has indicated that you are not welcome, please also leave on your own. Otherwise. How about otherwise? You think I'm scared? Hot Yiba's father was very unconvinced at this point. What do you say? I was going to say that I'm the old president of the Mu Fei group. He had done his homework when he came to Jiangcheng. However, not much was done. Just roughly understand that Mu Fei group is the richest in Jiangcheng, but I don't know what its old boss is. So, with that comment, he made a few people laugh straight away. Sir, seeing as you're an elder, we didn't get rough. If we continue to pester you, we'll be impolite. The tone of the supervisor's voice had, apparently, gotten a lot tougher. The building supervisor, in front of Lin Xiao, if he can't do anything about these two scoundrels today, he didn't even have to ask him to take the blame and leave the job himself. Dai Zhang, forget it, let's go. Zhu Yiba's mother, obviously saw that Lin Yu's identity was not ordinary. People's security guards are here. Wasting any more time that is no good for them, either. Please, the supervisor made way and the two men reluctantly walked away. Thank you. Reba said thank you to the supervisor. Miss Hot is polite. If you really want to thank, you should thank Lin Xiao. The supervisor said so, his heart dripping blood. Lin Xiao. It took a moment for Hotoba to realize the weight of two words. She lived here, so she naturally knew that the apartment belonged to the Mu Fei group. Then they call out to Shaolin and are so polite. The mind instantly recalled, not long ago, a news story that had been swiped. It's about the old boss of the Mu Fei group finding his real son. This is the time to look at Boss Lin. It did seem to bear a slight resemblance to Qin Mu Fei. The shock in her heart at this point had left her unable to say half a word. Having the son of the richest man in the world pretend to be his boyfriend is a bit of a laugh. Really? She pressed on to think this way. Lin Xiao. Then it's fine, we'll go first. We won't bother you. The supervisor knew better and left with his men. Okay, you guys go ahead. Lin Yu nodded. The door closed and silence returned to the room. Ding! The system's voice rang out. Lin Yu noticed that after a wave of rising prestige values just reached the points needed to upgrade. Congratulations to the host. Upgraded to LV4 level. Now unlocking a new kinship for the host. Please make your choice. Host. Lin Yu was choosing between the relatives that surfaced in front of him, and his professional status. Higher levels of official status, however, are still gray and not optional. Since both the richest man and the underground big shot had chosen it, it was considered an unrivaled existence in Jiangcheng. Then choose a technical one. After organizing some of the resources at hand, Lin Yu quickly made a decision. Congratulations to the host. Unlocking a new kinship. Relative, sister. Name, Lin Xiaoan. Age, 18. Height, 160. Profession, genius hacker. Dress-up style, spooky, kawaii. The timeline and worldview have been refreshed. Please let the host know. There were other pieces of information that were unimportant. He didn't look at them in detail. However, upon seeing the girl with a blue double ponytail in the photo, Lin Yu was still a bit surprised. Hacker lori. Controlling traffic lights, cameras and whatnot. Sprinkling water. The resemblance to a hacker girl in some detective movie is really strong at first glance. Still, it's my little sister who looks better. Lin Yu hemmed and hawed. Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao? What's wrong with you? At this time, Zhu Yiba realized that there was something wrong with Lin Yu. Oh, it's fine. It's fine. He came back to his senses. Young Lin, are you hungry? I'll put down some noodles? Reba didn't know how to express the gratitude in her heart. It's not like you can relieve the tension in your heart without doing something about it. Eating down there? Lin Yu thought for a moment that he didn't really like noodles, but still said yes. Squeak, a sound. The door was suddenly opened. Ha, what's going on? Hotoba walked to the door and realized there wasn't much there. Maybe the door was left open earlier and the wind blew it. The door is a smart lock that can be opened and closed remotely. She didn't notice anything out of the ordinary and closed the door behind her. On the contrary, it was Lin Yu's face at this time that became somewhat ugly. Because He then received a message on his cell phone. Brother Gie, I just gave you a meet and greet gift. Is it any good? Ha ha ha. Chapter 18, my sister is giving me a luxury car. Take your pick. Lin Yu had a black line. This little girl, playing pranks on her own head? Do you owe me a beating? She's only 5'6". Soft and sticky. Then we'll have to screw up and beat them up. Do you think it's funny to open someone's door at random? Lin Yu replied. I'm sorry, Gigi, I was wrong. Lin Xiaowan over there put on a pitiful expression. Only after she finished posing did she realize that Lin Yu couldn't see her expression. How did you know I was here? Do you know Hotoba? Lin Yu was curious. Geez, I don't know who's hot IBA cold IBA. I just heard that you were at Mufei's apartment. Then I hacked into the surveillance system. And then I saw which one. And then I hacked into the access control system. Not bad for a top-notch genius hacker. Lin Yu was considered to be long-sighted. It had been less than half an hour in total since he had come to Mufei's apartment. In such a short period of time, hacking into 2 systems consecutively, this ability really can't be underestimated. Besides, she's just turned 18. If you feel free to invade someone's privacy, then I'm not going to be polite. Oops, brother, I know. I won't dare next time. Lin Xiaowan said this, but in her heart she spat out a sentence. What a brother, the good big brother I've been waiting for all these years. Why yell at people? By the way, is that hot Yiba your girlfriend? Nice figure, yeah. As Lin Xiaowan said this, she looked up information on Yiba in her computer filled with all kinds of black technology. She wondered what this girl who was so close to her brother was about. Her circumferences are 90, 65, 88. Wow, that body is so enviable. Lin Xiaowan looked down at herself. It's not a tablet, I guess, but a small hill can't compare to Everest. It's not over, is it? Lin Yu had a black line. Who cares about hot IBA's body information? It's good to hear. Okay, brother. I won't look into it. Is that okay? You've got such good skills. You might as well do something serious. Brother, I just think it's fun. If I were to make it a job, it'd be boring as hell and I wouldn't want it. Then play with yourself. I don't care about you. Brother, don't. Lin Xiaowan got anxious. You're my only brother. I'll listen to you all the time. Can't I? Good. Lin Yu replied. Then no more looking into nonsense without my permission. Especially like this just now. He subconsciously looked around the room. Luckily, inside Hotoba's room, there were no cameras. With her hacking skills, as long as the camera was networked and computer controlled, it could be hacked. This seems like a bit of a thrill. However, it's not a fun time for anyone who becomes a party to any national production area. Okay, brother, I really know I'm wrong. So brother, can you order me a glass of Yangji Ganlu? I'll punish myself with a cup. Lin Yu 3 question marks. By the way, make it 7 sugars. I'm on a diet. Is this how you apologize to your brother? Lin Yu was greatly speechless. Right, brother, you didn't come home today. Didn't big sister look for you? Lin Xiaowan hurriedly changed the topic. Not really. Lin Yu looked at his cell phone and didn't have any messages from his big sister. Lin Crispy Dream. Aren't you home? Me? I like to stay in hotels. Lin Xiaowan crossed a snow-white leg. How fun it is to have people not be able to figure out where I'm going. Gotta. Is this a unique hacker fetish? Brother, big sister didn't come home. At this time, Lin Xiaowan suddenly said. She accessed the camera system at the family's Green Dragon Lodge and didn't see her big sister come home. What's the situation? She was at a reception. Like, pulling investments. Is everyone okay? Lin Yu asked. Looking okay. Lin Xiaowan said this, and in her heart, she was a bit jealous of her sister. Humph. Bad brother. Don't want to talk to you. Pretty good. Buy you ice cream later. What ice cream? The attribute of a small foodie was instantly activated. Milk-flavored ice cream. Great. How did you know that this one was my favorite? Lin Xiaowan was happy again. Kids' moods are such that they can change on a whim. Well, no more chit-chat. Get some early rest. Humph. Then remember to give it to me tomorrow at dawn. After saying that, Lin Xiaowan retreated. This way. Hot Eba also came out of the kitchen with a steaming bowl of noodles. It was holding a ruffled egg on top. It's so simple to make, but it looks appetizing. Maybe it's the hunger. Lin Yu thanked him, picked up his chopsticks and ate. Took 2 bites. Seeing Hotoba dragging her cheeks at herself. At this moment, she looked at Lin Yu. The fluctuations in her heart slow to settle. In this moment, she was in a kind of trance. It was as if the person in front of him wasn't someone he had just met or some high and mighty boss Lin. It feels like, after work intimate lover, make him a late night snack kind of state. There is also infinite inner peace and tranquility. What's wrong? Lin Yu's sentence pulled her back from her thoughts. No, it's nothing. I'll go clean up the kitchen. She stood up and rolled in a fragrant breeze. No steps yet. He himself was pulled by the arm by the person behind him. She struggled gently, not breaking free. Then it stopped moving. Getting this signal, Lin Yu knew in his heart, the pasta's done. It's time for meat. He put a little pressure on his hand. Hotoba's body then turned back and shortened. Dark house. All that was left was a whimpering gulp. A sleepless night. The next morning, Lin Yu opened his eyes. There was no Jaba in the house. Am I dreaming? He felt hollowed out and left in a shell. With a sense of unreality, his eyes moved to the bed and found a note. Lin Xiao, I'm going to school. It was followed by a smiley face. That, and working during the day in classes and at night is really tough. With a face like hers, it's actually perfectly easy and not so tiring. But it was her choice, and she didn't have to care too much about it herself. Then, at this time, the phone call from the eldest sister, Lin Crispy Dream, came. Lin Yu, where are you now? What's wrong, sis? News about the script and the transfer of equity. Lin Crispy Dream said, the contract has been drawn up. Just come to the office and sign it. Those shareholders have agreed? What does it matter if they agree or not if I own the shares? Lin Crispy Dream's domineering spirit was revealed in one sentence. Also, I talked to several bigwigs in the movie and TV industry yesterday. They're very interested in this project and want to do it together. You want to be involved in all 3 programs? That's right, so that all 3 of our movies can start at the same time. And there will be no pressure on funding. Still, the main production has to be us. We eat the meat and they drink the soup. See what you kid can do. Your sister I still don't know. Lin Crispy Dream laughed. Where are you? I'll pick you up and go have lunch together. Celebrate. A big star personally came to pick me up? Lin Yu asked rhetorically. If you make fun of me again, my sister will be angry. Okay, then I'll meet you in front of Mufei's apartment 18. Apartment 18? Lin Crisp Dream froze. What was he doing there? It's also homegrown, though, but she was so preoccupied with her career that she didn't really react to where it was for a moment. You're old enough to have a car, Lin Crispy Dream said. Go to the 4S store first later. Whatever you want, just pick it. Chapter 19 May. Show Mr. Lin the car. Since my sister has said so, it would be rude of me to push back. Lin Yu agreed to his sister's proposal with alacrity, without bringing a second of hesitation. Pack up and walk downstairs, just in time to see the building superintendent, who was in the lobby organizing the day's work. The security guards, janitorial and other staff, stood in 2 whole rows. Lin Xiao, the supervisor, saw him and called out in a hurry. Those other employees under them, although they had heard long ago that the big boss's son was here, but when they saw Lin Yu, there was surprise in their eyes. This is Qin Dong's only son? It's still really tall and handsome. Nevertheless, they followed the supervisor and shouted in unison. Hello, young Lin. Well, good morning everyone. Lin Yu smiled back. Take care, young Lin. The supervisor watched him walk out into the hall. It was like a million holes in my heart. Who understands? Lin Xiao looks like this. Obviously he didn't go home last night. Spend the night here. Then hot Yiba. He couldn't think of a single point in his mind at all. Hey, it's nice to be rich. A great beauty like this one. That's just a snap. Although he is a supervisor. To have a salary. To have a status. There is also a little bit. At least that's still a bit of a descending blow in front of the building's countless student tenants. Lin Yu walked out of the apartment. Not far away, a familiar Bentley was pulling up at the side of the road. Seeing him walk out, Lin Crispy Dream also stepped down from the car. A few passers-by had just passed by and saw the big beautiful woman walking down from this car, full of stars. Isn't this the big star Lin Zumeng? Why is she here? She's so pretty, even better than on TV. The first time I saw a celebrity in real life. It turns out there really are people who look better in person than in photos. My legs are weak. I'm so excited. The big star's appearance on the street apparently made a lot of people go crazy. But she was obviously next to a couple of security guards who were maintaining order. Everyone can only watch from afar. Look, who's that boy? Could it be her boyfriend? You silly how can a star talk to someone in public Haven't you guys heard the news on the internet? She has a younger brother who has never been heard from before and just popped up recently. Her brother is so old. I thought it was only a few years old being a little kid. Lin Yu. This way. Lin Bismarck waved at him. The arms are white and slender and highly aesthetic. Lin Yu quickened his pace and got into the car. Where to now? Sis? Didn't I say? Go ahead and order you a car. Lin Crisp Dream skimmed her head at him. A man can't live without a car. Or he can't have a good relationship. What? Lin Yu looked at her smirking expression. It's as if they know something. But as long as she didn't ask, she could just play dumb herself and pretend she didn't know anything. Okay, Let's go. Lin Crisp Dream started the car. Half an hour later, the car stopped at the gates of a motor city. Lin Yu got out of the car and saw a few large words. Jiangcheng Auto Park. This is the largest car sales center in Jiangcheng. There are all kinds of brands. What kind of car do you want to choose? Lin Crispy Dream also got out of the car and said beside him, Miss Lin, why are you free to come over in person today? A man with a big shy belly rushed to meet him. It was full of pleasing smiles. There was some surprise when he saw Lin Yu. Pardon my eyes, but who is this? Oh, let me introduce. This is my brother, Lin Yu. Lin Crispy Dream said. This is the owner of the auto park, Mr. Gao. So it's the younger brother of Miss Lin. Really a talented person. Gao Xingxiang hastily extended his hands. However, looking down and seeing that his hands were sweaty, he snapped back. Mr. Gao, I'm here today to pick a car for my brother. Is there any good car you recommend? Lin Crispy Dream got straight to the point. Yes, if not to say Ms. Lin, you are lucky. Just arrived a few good cars. All limited edition. Whichever one Mr. Lin takes a fancy to. It's directly free. Free? Lin Yu frowned slightly. Is any random car free? Business is so big? Mr. Lin doesn't know. Miss Lin is my SVIP level customer here. I've taken care of a lot of my business over the years. I've remembered it all. Gao Xingxiang said with a smirk. Mr. Gao is polite. I came to buy a car, so it's like I shouldn't have come. Ms. Lin, quickly don't say that. It's my honor that your brother is here. If I charge money, where would I put my face? By the way, Ms. Lin, last month's statement is out. Would you please move over and take a look? That's good. Lin Crispy Dream twisted her head to look at Lin Yu. Then brother, you go check out the car first? I'll come over after signing. Her company buys about a dozen cars here every month because of her business. And because of himself. Gao Xingxiang also hitched his wagon to the Mufei Group and became one of the 3 major vehicle suppliers of the Mufei Group. This volume of business directly brings hundreds of millions of dollars of profit per year to Gasinski. The Bentley that I'm driving now was given to me this year by Goldman Sachs. That's kind of what he would do. Maintain this important clientele by giving away a top-of-the-line luxury car every New Year's Eve. Now, since Miss Lin's brother is here, all the cars on the lot, pick up whichever one you see. One more second of hesitation is disrespectful to SVIP level customers. Good. Lin Yu just nodded. Gao Xingxiang then raised his hand to greet. Xiao Mei, come over here and show Mr. Lin the car. A tall girl came over and shouted sweetly. Hello Mr. Lin, my name is Mei. Lin Yu looked over. Only the girl in front of her was wearing a red and white racing suit. The clothes were plastered with advertisements for various manufacturers. The ponytail, tied up under the ducktail hat, looks ethereal and sporty. He looks like he's 175. The whole thing gives the impression that this is a sunny, athletic beauty. It looks to be energizing. I don't know if this is a racer or a car model for her. Whatever, as long as the car is good. Hello, Lin Yu snorted. Mr. Lin, what type of car do you like? Small sedans have a low chassis and good value. SUVs are big and aggressive. Jeeps are good for long-distance off-roading. Mei introduced herself as she walked. Looking at Lin Yu, his heart also rippled. He's so handsome. And it came with Ms. Lin. Isn't that a relative their family just got back? Mei's own family had money, so she wasn't really interested in money or anything. But the face was enough to float her boat. Lin Yu didn't make a statement either, walking in silence as he watched. This car park is really well stocked with all makes and models. The footprint is also large. You can basically buy most of the models on the market here, except for the regular models in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. There is also a luxury car section, with some limited edition sports cars priced at over $10 million. Since Boss Gao is said to pick whatever you want, that's something to look at more than once. Before I knew it, I had seen dozens of cars and came to the luxury car section. Lin Yu, why are you here? That's when a surprise came from the side. The tone, though, seemed to be unfriendly. Chapter 20. Who hangs on to a tree when they've seen the forest? Lin Yu turned back. Only a man and a woman stood behind them. The man, he didn't recognize. The girl, though, was none other than Du Zhili, whom I hadn't seen in a while. Mei stood to the side. Seeing them like this aura, they should know each other. But there seems to be some kind of beam. Mr. Lin, can I help you? She volunteered to step forward and ask. Lin Yu was the one that Gao Xingxiang had instructed himself to serve specifically. It is natural to be responsible for all aspects of your clients. Why can't I come here? Lin Yu only felt amused. Don't you see? What is this place? Dozieri hadn't said a word. The guy next to her spoke first. This is her new boyfriend, Zhang Chao. This area is full of million-dollar luxury cars, so it's okay to look. But what's the point of having a good time? After that, he added, car parks really should have capital inspections. Otherwise they're letting in anyone and everyone. And it's not affecting the image of the business. Please keep your mouth shut. He's my client. Mei warned sternly at this point. Little sister, don't let him fool you. Zhang Chao was even more upset when he saw this 175 tall sunny-type beauty in front of him. Speaking for Lin Yu, not only is he only 172, but boys don't show their height any more than girls. Visually it looked like he was a small half head shorter than Mei. This kind of frustration is the most exasperating. And she was so pretty. Du Zhili was already considered good-looking in the average girl, and this beauty in front of her can directly dump her 2 streets. And what was even more irritating was that she was so protective of Lin Yu. A man's desire to win, once aroused, that can't be put away. This man beside you, if you want to buy a luxury car of this class, that's still not enough. You'd better not waste your time on him. If you have a better attitude, I'll consider buying a car on your hands and giving you a commission. This gentleman, whether he buys or not is his business, but it's my job to introduce the vehicle. Mei hated this kind of self-righteous man. It's too far down. Joke, don't you know? He's just a deadbeat pretender. Doesn't look at the occasion either. Zhang Chao was also confused as to where he was so angry with him. It's as if the sight of it automatically makes you lose your mind. Also, you're just a part-timer. I'm on good terms with your boss. Watch what you say. Du Zhili also felt ridiculous. Lin Yu, I realize that you're getting more and more vain now. It's fine if you can't afford a car. Why bother looking? If I could afford a car, I wouldn't have bought one already. Lin Yu only felt puzzled and amused. Then vanity. That who compares to you? What's going on? All this hustle and bustle? At that moment, a voice rang out from behind. Zhang Chao turned his head back and saw the visitor and instantly became excited. Uncle Gao. It's me, Little Zhang. His accent, slightly less standardized. And look next to Uncle Gao. There's another big beauty. And it looks familiar. Much like an actress who's been on fire lately. Yes, isn't that Linus Dream? What a lucky day. Du Zhili was also excited, her eyes glowing. Zhang Chao, turns out you guys know each other. Help me ask for a photo and autograph of her later. It's no big deal. I know Uncle Gao very well. Zhang Chao had a confident look on his face. However, Gao Shengqian's face was, well, cold. Walking up to him, he sneered. Who did you just call vain? Mr. Lin? Ah, this. Zhang Chao couldn't help but stare. What's the problem? Do they know each other too? Go back and tell your father that the contract between our two families is terminated. Uncle Gao. Why? Zhang Chao was dumbfounded. Why? Mr. Lin is my VIP here. I'm the one who let him choose any car in the garage. Why do you think? An unenlightened one like Zhang Chao. Cursing Lin Yu was the same as cursing Lin Crispy Dream. Cursing Lin Crispy Dream is the same as cursing yourself. How can you be offended by your own family's SVIP level customers? Wouldn't that be a joke when it gets out? Come with, pick any car? Zhang Chao froze even more. This car park has spot on. The most expensive cars are several tens of millions of dollars. Even if it's your own family, you wouldn't dare to get your hands on it. Gao Xingxiang even said one word. The whole field of cars of your choice. Said to give away? This Lin Yu. What's his story? At this moment, Lin Crispy Dream also walked up to Lin Yu. Naturally, he took his arm. What's going on, brother? Nothing, just ran into an acquaintance. Lin Yu smiled faintly. Lin Crispy Dream understood. Across the room were 2 men, but he was talking about an acquaintance. Then it looks like the medium-looking girl is her brother's ex-girlfriend. It wasn't that she didn't look down on Du Zhili. A girl of this color has some trouble being a sweeper in her own Kirikou company. It really puts the brother through the ringer. How can this be tolerated? With one look from her, Gao Xingxiang understood. Zhang Chao, you are not welcome here. I won't do your business. Hurry up and leave. I'll personally talk to your father about the contract. Uncle Gao, don't. Zhang Chao was in a hurry. Your own family, at least half of your business, depends on this car park. If this contract is lost, it equates to income going straight down by half. As a result of the expansion in the past 2 years, the spread has been large. Lose the car park order, and you might have to break your financial chain and go bankrupt. Zhang Chao, can't understand a word. Can you? Gao Shengqian's face was gloomy at this moment. I haven't settled the score with you for offending my niece just now. Gotta. It's zinging again. Is this 175 athletic beauty still related to Gao Xingxiang? It's hard to offend a few people at once. Uncle Gao, do we really have to drive the whole thing out? Zhang Chao's tone at this time was also a few points more ruthless. What can I tell you? The last thing Goldstrong is afraid of is threats. A couple of security guards also took a few steps forward. Have you forgotten that I'm ashore now? As good as you are, you're still a businessman, and I don't believe you're not afraid of anything. Let's go. Zhang Chao's face was lost. so he could only put down a harsh word and tried to pull Du Jili away. However, Dozieri shook off his hand. With a face full of tears, he walked to Lin Yu. Lin Yu, I was wrong. In fact, it's you that I've always liked. Let's start over. Okay. Now she realized. After not seeing him for a while, Lin Yu's identity had become completely unimaginable. He's the brother of the big star Lin Crispy Dream. Auto Parks Gao Xingqiang. I'll have to give him a few points of face to call him Mr. Lin. She also remembered the video of the gold bar shopping spree and the photos Luo Qingya had sent herself. I didn't think so at the time, but now it seems that who else could it be if not him? Lin Yu? On the other hand, Zhang Chao. Now that his family has lost half of their business, he may be going bankrupt. What prospects are there to be had? Lin Yu didn't move a muscle, so I just watched you act quietly. As she spoke, she tried to reach out and pull Lin Yu. It was blocked straight away by the security guards. You go too. You hear me? Gaussian Strong wasn't polite. Lin Yu, say something. You must still like me in your heart, right? Dozieri still refuses to give up. After all the years we've been together, you're just going to give up? You'd be wrong about that one. Really? Lin Yu smiled. After meeting several beautiful women, he had broken into a forest. Who else would hang from this tree? And he was the one being cheated on. So he was kind enough not to teach her a lesson. Please do not prevent us from receiving our honored guests. At Gao Shengqiang's eye signal, the security guards began to drive away. Chapter 21, Fall in love a few times and find your confidence. Humph. Du Jili knew there was no point in continuing to dwell on it, only to leave resentfully. Who's to blame? I can only blame myself for looking away. Women who cheat at will always pay the price. Mr. Lin, I'm really sorry. Gao Xingqiang apologized to Lin Yu. It's okay, it's not Mr. Gao's fault either. Mr. Lin, which car did you just fancy? I'll arrange it right away. Gaussian Strong remembered the business. This, Lin Yu hadn't really thought about it. In my opinion, how about this car? Lin Crispy Dream saw that Lin Yu was hesitant to choose, so she had to make her own decision. Ms. Lin is really discerning. This car is spacious, powerful and shows off your status. Perfect for Mr. Lin to drive. Both said so. Lin Yu followed the line of sight. I'll go. Rolls-Royce Cullinan? Over $7 million car. Just give it away? He didn't realize that Gaussian's mental budget was, as long as the car is under $10 million, he'll give it away without blinking an eye. And a $10 million plus car will flesh out a bit, but still give it away. After all, maintaining a big client like the Lin family, giving away a car is really nothing. Mr. Lin, what do you think of this car? Gaussian Strong asked. Not bad, that is. Not bad on it. Gao Xingqiang greeted. Xiao Mei, go over to the sales department and go through the formalities. Good, Sayumi said and immediately went to work. Miss Lin, Mr. Lin, the formalities will take a bit longer. Come over here and have a cup of tea. Gao Xingqiang warmly entertained the siblings. Both men nodded in agreement as well. A short while later, Mei came over with a bunch of sheets. Uncle Gao, it's all done. Give Mr. Lin the formalities information. Gao Xingqiang smiled. Mr. Lin, now, this car is yours. Lin Yu once again looked at the Cullinan not far away. There was also a flutter in his heart that he couldn't help but soar. He got his driver's license in college, but since he didn't buy a car, he didn't get to drive much. Brother, go try the car. Lin Crispy Dream also saw her brother's thoughts at a glance. A limited edition luxury car of this caliber. There aren't many of them in the whole of Zhangcheng, and the model is dominant and powerful. Who wouldn't? So I'm going? Lin Yu asked. Go on. Lin Crispy Dream nodded. What about you, sister? I'm going to drive my own car. Lin Crisp Dream smiled. I can't follow you around and scare you off when you go for a test drive. Can I? Just don't forget to come back for dinner. It's at our house at the Prince Hotel. Xiao Mei, go with Mr. Lin and take care of it. Gao Xingqiang also commanded. When he finished speaking, he saw Lin Crispy Dream looking at himself with a smirk. He snapped back, not daring to look her straight in the eye. Because, he's weak-minded. Goldman Sachs was actually kind of chucking in his personal thoughts. The Lin siblings were from too big a place. Mei is her own niece again. If he created a chance to be alone with Lin Yu, then it might work. If I become the Lin family's daughter-in-law, that saves yourself a lot of heartache, doesn't it? Ha ha ha, I'm just too witty. But Lin Crispy Dream didn't say anything. My brother is so old and just went through a failed relationship. He should also be allowed to fall in love again a few times to get some confidence back in himself. Let's not talk about anything else for a moment. This Mei, she still liked. Big sunny girl at 175 with legs that are almost 120. She wanted to call 120 when she looked at it. Don't talk about the men. Shall we go then? Aha. Mei nodded. This Cullinan, in the lobby, has been filled with gas. It can be activated at any time. Lin Yu got into the driver's seat and waited for Xiao Mei to get into the car before starting it. Sexy motors roar to life. Look at this luxurious body interior with a spacious interior. It is really cool. The car slowly pulled out of the motor park. Come to the main road. There is no purpose to the test drive. It is driven everywhere. Along the way, this Cullinan attracted a lot of attention. Look, you guys, Rolls-Royce, a luxury car of more than $7 million. I can't earn it even if I work 10 lifetimes. It's a limited edition limousine. Who's the cockney? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Always stay away. If you scratch it, you can't afford to lose even if you sell your house. I saw the pretty girl in the passenger seat. She's beautiful. Not if you drive a crappy Q7 that costs a couple $100,000. Lin Yu was driving this car, and all the cars on the road were actively avoiding it. It's as if there's an invisible boundary. From there, the drive was unbelievably smooth. When he got to the road where there wasn't much traffic, he even blasted the gas to the bottom. Enjoy the ultimate driving thrill. In the midst of this windy ride, May's emotions were infected. Grabbed my cell phone and took a lot of pictures. What just passed? At this point, there was a car parked on the side of the road. A woman standing by the side of the car, with a black pleated skirt, was tossed about by a blast of air from the past. Almost got naked. Hair also blew in the air. Report sheriff, it's a Cullinan. Get in the car and chase. The woman was furious. Special plainclothes out on a mission. Ran into a fast driver. What she hated the most was driving fast. How dangerous. That's a credit to you for catching it. Sheriff, he's a Cullinan. We're a five-liner. How can we catch up? The follower held up his hat, which had nearly blown off, with a look of helplessness. It doesn't matter how fast one runs. He's a cop, and I'm sticking it to him, the woman's valiant face said with determination. At this point, as Lin Yu drove, he suddenly asked, Xiao Mei, do you feel as if a car is following us? Yes? Mei looked through the rearview mirror. Observed. There's a black Mustang. I think I've seen it on the way out of the motor park. Still really being followed? Lin Yu's heart thumped. This car is in the back, keeping an even pace. It's not tight, and it doesn't take corners, and it doesn't overtake. And I don't know what for, but friend or foe, they won't be doing much during the day. It's about time to head back. With that thought, Lin Yu turned the car around. Far away, the Mustang dug into an alley, and he didn't care. After dropping Mei off at the motor park and exchanging contact information, Lin Yu drove in the direction of the Prince Hotel. Oddly enough, I was surprised to have green lights all the way back this time. Didn't touch a single red light, counting down the last few seconds every time you're approaching an intersection, even if the light is red. It saved him a lot of time. When a building that towered like a cloud came into view, the destination is here. Prince Hotel, the most luxurious hotel in Zhengchen. The specs are high. Many high-level business and political receptions are held here, especially a lot of transnational cooperation. So in and out of the hotel, there are all kinds of faces, all kinds of colors. Even when Lin Yu drove a Cullinan, it looked plain and unassuming in a waterfall of luxury cars in the parking lot. But that's fine. He didn't really like the feeling of being watched at all times. Brother! A voice suddenly rang out. Lin Yu turned around, only to see a lithe body, like a milky swallow throwing itself into the forest, pouncing towards him. Chapter 22, Three Sisters and Brothers Reunited. Meeting at the top. The figure came suddenly. Lin Yu hadn't reacted yet, and it was pounced upon. Being unprepared, he too took a few steps back and nearly fell. Brother, it's nice to finally meet you. He looked down. What came into view was the familiar blue double ponytail, dressed in a very Lolita outfit. At 160, she looks petite. She is much prettier than she looks, though, in pictures. This is Lin Xiaowan, right? Brother, were you stuck in traffic on your way here today? Can't get stuck in a bit of traffic. It was green the whole time. It wasn't your doing, was it? When Lin Yu saw her ask this, he immediately realized. She's a genius hacker who hacks into stoplight control systems. Changing the number of seconds of a jump is kind of a basic pediatric operation. It's not funny to poke at me so quickly. Brother. Lin Xiaowan pouted and pretended to be angry. These are public facilities and it's better to stay out of trouble unless it's urgent. Lin Yu cautioned. It's a small matter for traffic police to find abnormalities in traffic light command, but it's not good if there's a traffic accident. I know law. Lin Xiaowan said this on her lips. In the back of my mind was the thought of how dare I next time. Xiaowan, don't make a scene from now on. At this time, Lin Crispy Dream also appeared, looking at the two, smiling. Only then did Lin Xiaowan let go of her hand. It's so rare that a few of us are all together today. Lin Crisp Dream was also pleased about this moment. As a big sister, she's prepared for what she needs to be prepared for. It's about time. Let's go to the box. As the words fell, the service staff of the Prince Hotel also hurriedly led the way in front. Their hearts were shocked. These are the 3 siblings of the Lin family. Chindon's 3 children. They looked so nurturing when they walked together. It's just a beautiful sight. To the box. It's a large space, capable of seating 20 or so people. Just the 3 of them. The 3 of us are going to get together today. Lin Crispy Dream said. Shawan, I haven't seen you people for half a month. Don't disappear again after dinner in a while. As the older sister, she couldn't figure out her sister's whereabouts. It always comes without warning and goes quietly. Ah, I see. Lin Shawan took a chopstick and poked it in her teeth for fun. Lin Yu looked at this scene. It is also a rare experience of warmth between loved ones. Ms. Lin, what can I get you? The waitress asked, holding up the menu. Learned that Missy's siblings were coming. The supervisor of the Prince Hotel directly arranged for 2 of the best waiters in the store to serve them exclusively. Nothing can go wrong. A few rooms next door to the box are also emptied of guests today, to make sure that the smooth gathering of the 3 of them is not interrupted. Lin Yu, you take some. Lin Crispy Dream signaled. This is the first time we've had a proper meal together. Lin Yu looked away. It's full of well-known dishes from around the globe. Intentionally dull black truffles, caviar from northern Russia, Japanese wagyu, Antarctic shark fin. These dishes, let alone eating them, he had never seen before. I don't have any special favorites, so order for Wanda. Lin Yu handed the menu to Lin Shawan. This menu is also exquisitely designed. There is also a layer of gold foil on the cover. The cost of construction is not insignificant. Then I'm welcome. She took the menu and looked over it. This, don't. This, too, don't. For the rest, this page goes all the way up the list. Okay. Second miss. The waiter nodded his head in a hurry. Lin Crispy Dream glared at her sister. Order so much. Can you finish it? They're just 3 bellies. Even if you're rich, ordering too much is a waste. In the end, it's your own family's money that's being wasted. If you can't finish it, you can pack it, right? Lin Shawan continued to be heartless. Then she suddenly remembered something. By the way, sis, I heard that you're going to invest in starting a new movie? It's so true that nothing gets past you. Lin Blessed Dreams nudged her forehead. That's right, and it's a script that was provided by your brother. Wow, brother, you're so good. Lin Shawan stood in awe of him. Lin Yu wasn't in a good position to explain the source of the script, so he could only smile faintly. As long as Big Sister likes it, whether or not Kiribati can turn around depends on these projects. Lin Crisp Dream still didn't quite have a clue in her heart. The script is just the foundation. All aspects of a movie are important to make it work. Kirikou is just a company that hasn't been around for very long. The previous investments were tens of millions of dollars in youthful inspirational movies. Big production movies just follow the participation. Hasn't masterminded a big budget movie project yet. Yeah, the actors are important too. So has casting started yet? Lin Xiaowan's heart of gossip was also burning brightly at this time. I have a favorite actress. Can I see her starring? You're my sister. You always have that power. As the sister of the owner of Kirikou Film and Television, meeting a few celebrities was still a trivial matter. Lin Crispy Dream expressed speechlessness. It would be nice to have this actor's schedule that well-tuned. Forget about the female lead. Your sister is going to star in it herself. Lin Yu said from the sidelines. Ha? Lin Xiaowan expressed her disappointment. Sis, you're the heroine again. The second half of the sentence, I'm tired of seeing it, was pressed to the edge of his mouth and did not dare to say it. Otherwise you'll have to be told off again. And that's not a good idea. Indeed, the national goddess star is out there with countless fans who are crazy about her. But in the actress's house, this halo has rather little effect. This has nothing to do with acting. Nothing to do with fame anymore. No matter how explosive a star is, he or she has to go back home to visit his or her family and perform a show in front of them. Become an instrumentalist. But this script has 3 main female leads. Casting has already begun. Lin Crispy Dream looked at her sister, and her heart was filled with pity. The actress you mentioned, I can invite to play the second female role. Ah, really? Twofold or not? Sis is just too good, Lin Xiaowan said, and then stretched out her arms to stick with her sister. So, investment-wise, is it a done deal? I only have over $10 million of pocket money in my hand. Is that enough? Lin Xiaowan blinked her big, harmless eyes. 3 movies, 2 small and medium investment, 1 big production. The total investment is initially estimated at $1.5 billion. A portion of it has been raised so that 2 small budget movies can be made first, then recoup the box office before launching a big production. Lin Crispy Dream said, based on her experience. In my opinion, 3 movies, invested at the same time, start at the same time, Lin Yu said. He knew in his heart that the return on investment for all 3 movies would be staggering. and releasing it back to back together can create a cluster sensation. One film at a time. That's a fine way to operate. But Kiribati wanted to get the awareness and brand value out there, quickly, in the fastest time possible. Enhance industry position and market valuation. That's the best way. Shooting together? Lin Crispy Dream's eyes were surprised. It's too risky to shoot like that. 1.5 billion. Her company only had a total of $150 million in cash flow, and the most she could get out of it to keep the day-to-day running was $100 million. Find an investor and negotiate $300 million down, plus the $100 million that Lin Yu had said before. With that amount of money, it's still no problem to start 2 small to medium budget productions, and for a big production, the investment is going to be almost $1 billion. She was thinking of preparing to do the preliminaries first and wait for the opening later. That way you don't lose your footing one step at a time. Lin Yu said that all 3 were filmed together. This is a bit presumptuous. The risk factor is not insignificant. Movies are sunk costs. Money is invested, and if you can't get it back, it's GG. Only a few companies, such as the state-owned Huaying, have this kind of financial strength? Yes, Lin Yu nodded. Any problem that money can solve is not a problem. That's not going to make Lin Crisp dream whole. How much money does he have? Didn't mom only give him 100 million? Chapter 23. All hands on deck for a plate of fried rice. Lin Xiaowan also cocked her head. This brother. What's with the talk and what gives him courage? It's $1.5 billion. It's still cash flow, not a fixed asset. Even if you get mom to step in, $1.5 billion in cash flow is not that fast. Speaking. Outside the large box, the inquiry of the service staff rang out. Miss Lin, the food is ready. Can we go for the food? Hurry up and serve the food. I didn't even eat breakfast. I'm going to starve to death. Lin Xiaowan yelled. What a hungry man. Lin Crisp Dream could do nothing with her sister, who made her the youngest in the family. Then it's still up to her. Serve, she shouted back. The door to the box then pushed open. A couple of wait staff, pushing food carts, came in. Boston lobster. Imperial crab. There are also various expensive dishes such as caviar. It was full, with a dozen plates of all sizes, and a bottle of candy. This was the first time Lin Yu had seen this scene. A rough estimate of the price of this table would start at 100,000. Conservatively, that's how much the average family earns in a year. Is this how the rich live in luxury? Lin Yu frowned. What's wrong? Lin Crispy Dream noticed her brother's expression, and asked, is there a staple? Young Lin, this one. The white truffle and gold foil mousse cake is the main course that second miss just ordered. The attendant volunteered to introduce it, and the gold leaf on this top is edible. Lin Crispy Dream glared at the waiter. This last sentence, does it have to be said? Are there any other staples? Lin Yu was not reluctant to give up, nor was he heartbroken. He just felt that his 20 years of Chinese stomach, it took a while to get used to looking at the expensive food in front of me. He just wanted a hot meal that was still filling, preferably also high carb. This place, obviously, doesn't have that many options. Lin Xiao, you said, just give me a beef fried rice. When he said that, his sister Lin Xiaowan couldn't help but snort and burst out laughing from the side. No offense to looking down on beef fried rice. It's just the positioning of the Prince Hotel and the cost of running it here. Don't say no. Even if the beef fried rice sells for $200 a serving, that's a loss for the hotel. So there's no such dish here. Shut up. Lin Crisp Dream knocked her on the head. How can you laugh at your own brother? It's so rude. Hit me in the head again. She closed her mouth good-naturedly and beamed. Just a moment. Mr. Lin, may I ask which kind of beef is required? Japanese Wagyu or Angus? The service staff maintains an extremely high quality of work. They're on the job, but they've gone through rigorous training. No matter how out of place the scene had just been, they couldn't laugh. Now that the request has been made, try to fulfill it. Just the Chinese scalper will do. Lin Yu said. The attendant was suddenly in trouble. Those expensive, $1,000 or $2,000 a pound beef. Prince Hotel is as much as you want, but with these tens of dollars a pound of yellow beef, hotels really don't have much in stock, even very little. Those who come here to eat hardly ever eat Chinese food, because Prince Hotel is positioned at the high end. Chinese food dishes are hard to sell. That's why there are very few ingredients to go with the centerpieces. The group does have a Chinese restaurant under its umbrella, but it's a different brand. Lotus Pavilion. The closest one is 3 kilometers away. Can't you make such a simple dish? Lin Crispy Dream's playful face had a subtle expression. Can do. Wait a moment. Young Lin. The waiter responded and rushed out to find the supervisor. Supervisor, does the backroom have any yellow beef right now? Yellow beef? The supervisor looked at the waiter with a slightly disgruntled expression. The menu's been adjusted and it hasn't been stocked for a few days. Didn't we talk about it at the meeting? Who wants food? Just say no. But it's Lin Xiao who wants to eat it. The waiter added. Who did you say? Lin Xiao? The supervisor went through it quickly in his mind. And then the right number. Big boss Qin Mufei found her own son? The only son in their family? That's more like it. Why didn't you say so? Say it earlier you. The supervisor was a little flustered. Hastily, he opened the ingredient purchasing group. Who sells fresh yellow beef there? Send some over quickly. It needs to be the freshest. Supervisor, doesn't the Prince Hotel not sell this dish anymore? Yeah, our supply channels are mainly Western restaurants too. There's no stocking up either. It was Lin Xiao who ordered this. The supervisor is broken inside. If you can't find this dish, it's a toss-up as to whether or not you'll have a job. What? Young Lin wants to eat? The Lin Xiao that's all over the internet? Don't worry, supervisor. We'll search the whole city and find it for you. The suppliers responded at once. They are the B-side of the Prince Hotel. The Prince Hotel, however, was just one of the businesses of the Mufei Group. The Crown Prince of the Mufei Group was seated inside. How can you slow down? If the top is not happy, they just don't cooperate. That's a tangible loss of interest. So it all went into action. Not a moment too soon. A cold chain van then drove to the back kitchen unloading lane of the Prince Hotel. The supervisor had been waiting here for a long time and saw the car and wondered, how much did you buy? When the driver opened the door, he nearly fell to the ground. I go, just one bag inside the wagon, and a visual estimate of 2 pounds of beef. In a van that size? The driver scratched his head. Supervisor, we don't have a cart. It's this big. You said to be quick. I didn't have to pull it in first. On this trip, the money for the ingredients won't even make it back to the cost of gas. Okay. Refrigerated to keep it from spoiling. The supervisor hurriedly arranged for the backroom to do it. The box at this time. A few of them talked and laughed, not appreciating how a wave of life and death had just come from outside. A short while later, there was a knock on the compartment door. Young Lin, the beef fried rice you asked for is ready for you. The waiter was a little nervous. Aha, not bad, thanks. Lin Yu took a taste and nodded. Is it really that good? I'll try some. Lin Xiaowan reached out her hand and scooped a spoonful, also raving about it. Yummy. The waiter then breathed a long sigh of relief. Exit the box. How's it going? The supervisor was pacing back and forth outside and asked hurriedly when he saw the waitress come out. Lin Xiao gave a nod. The waiter replied. Great. The supervisor patted his chest and wiped the sweat off. He had been in the business for so many years. What scenes had he not seen? For the first time, it's a hot mess to be made whole by such an unassuming little dish. Nothing else, as long as Lin Xiao is satisfied. Box. The three siblings, too, enjoyed the treats. Half an hour later, each was pretty much done eating. Lin Crispdream doesn't eat much to stay in shape. Instead, it was Lin Xiaowan who had been dazzling non-stop. You eat slowly. No one is taking it from you. Lin Crispy Dream frowned slightly. This ninny, so cute looking and so indecent eating. Lin Yu did think that the snack food was still quite cute. This time, Lin Yu's cell phone suddenly rang. Taking it out, I was surprised to see that it was the manager of the Clouded Earth calling. Boss Lin, it's bad. Something's wrong. Just as soon as he picked up the phone, the person on the other end was on fire. Chapter 24. For the sake of my brother, my sister is going to make a move. What's going on? Take your time. Lin Yu instructed. Boss Lin, several people have shown signs of poisoning today when they ordered some snacks while consuming in the store. Poisoning? Is it serious? None of the people are in life-threatening condition, and they've been sent to the hospital for treatment. But now, the store is closed and there are a lot of bad reports on the internet. I know. Lin Yu's brows furrowed together. This is who doesn't want a good life for themselves. I've just taken over the clouds on Earth, and this is what comes up. Big Auntie Tianzhong surely wouldn't do such a thing, because there's no motive. It would have to be with someone who has a beam. Either they were heading for Tianzhong, or they were coming for themselves. But it's too late to think about that now. Let's go to the store first. Brother, what happened? Lin Xiaowan changed from her previous naughtiness at this time and became very concerned. Clouds on Earth. Something's happened. I have to go check it out. Great Aunt store? Lin Xiaowan frowned. Yes, but the store transferred to me. With that, Lin Yu stood up and headed out. Brother, I'll go with you. My sister followed suit and stood up. What are you going to add to the mess? Brother, you forgot I'm a hacker. Maybe I can help. Brother, this time Xiaowan is right. Let her accompany you. Lin Crispy Dreams also said. In fact, as a family, she was eager to find out what was going on. But several movies are in the middle of the lead-up period, and there's a lot of stuff going on up front. Can't get away, and you can't do much if you go yourself. My little sister is a hacker, so she might be able to find something. then you'll do as you're told along the way, or I'll throw you off the road. Lin Yu also didn't want her to cause trouble for himself when the time came. A shot in the arm ahead of time. Brother, I promise I won't. And so, the two then went out, got into a Rolls-Royce, and headed for the clouds above the earth. Get to the gate. From afar, Lin Yu saw that there was a large group of people surrounding the main entrance. There were those who watched the show and some netizens who rubbed their noses in it. On the way, Lin Xiaowan verbally broadcasted to him the news that was now circulating online. However, it was good that the Mufei group had heard of the news and had also sent out an emergency PR team. It took a while for things not to escalate further. If it had been any later, the momentum wouldn't have been extinguished. Lin Yu and his sister got out of the car. It was found that when Tianzhong was also standing there. Feather, you're here. The great aunt saw Lin Yu. There was some guilt on his face. Look at the mess this has made. I was just about to give you the store when this happened. When Tianzhong, wasn't a vegetarian after all these years. It was also sent out a long time ago when the news was learned. Don't worry, little Feather. No matter who it is, as long as I catch them, don't expect to have a good time. That's just getting in over your head. Who in Jiangqing doesn't know that the clouds on earth is run by Wen Tianzhong all the time? Since there are people who want to take advantage of the chaos, let those people suffer a lot. Auntie, how are the wounded? Lin Yu asked. Don't worry, it's not life-threatening, and condolences have been sent. Wen Tianzhong handled these matters with ease. Which one of you is the owner of clouds on earth? At that moment, a couple of officers approached. The first one, shoulder-length short hair. Despite the uniform, it was still hard to hide the curves of her body. Oh, I am, Wen Tianzhong said in a hurry. Now the store was in trouble and he didn't want his nephew to have to deal with that. And he is? The policewoman froze for a moment when she saw Lin Yu. And then I saw the car he had just driven. A Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Isn't this the same guy who drove fast and almost got himself naked? After all that searching, got dumped and lost. I didn't expect to run into it here. It's a small world. However, it was clear that the case was important in the immediate future. He's my nephew, Lin Yu, Wen Tianzhong replied. In light of this mess, the poisoned drinks and snacks have been sent for lab tests, and the store will have to shut down temporarily until the results come back. It's the right thing to do, to cooperate. Wen Tianzhong laughed. A day out of business is hundreds of thousands of dollars in damages. That's gotta be millions of dollars in losses in a few days. But it's all about cooperation now. Even if he is an underground big shot, then when he really encounters any inspection or anything, he still has to try his best to cooperate. Officer Chiu, come take a look. A police officer came over and said. Chiu Evening walked over and saw a footprint that had just been extracted. Half a piece, to be exact. This evidence, useful, but not much. Did the surveillance pick up anything unusual? Chiu Evening asked. Officer Chiu, we've extracted the face of a suspicious person, but it's not too clear to see. Further comparison is needed. Take the information collected at the scene and bring it back for further review and testing. Chiu Evening admonished. It seems that, prima facie, this is a man-made case, but until the tests come back and the suspect is caught, the store can only be closed. What are you looking at? Don't move. At this moment, Lin Yu saw Lin Xiaowan wandering around as if she was looking for something. Brother, just now she said that she extracted the face of a suspicious person? Lin Xiaowan's ears were in charge. This little girl. It's just suspicious. Isn't it still necessary to carry out verification? Chiu Evening also said. Could you, please, show me the image? She wants to use her skills to help her brother find the suspect. This will allow for a quick return to business. What are you going to do? Lin Xiaowan didn't say anything. Walk up to a wall. Then from the little bag that came with it, took out a very small, blue object that looked like a rechargeable battery. What is it? It's about the size of a matchbox. Then again, a flurry of operations in her hands. This rechargeable battery has changed its shape, with a few blue lasers shot out. This, surprisingly, is a set of mini operating computers. Projected on the wall is a screen image. Projected on the floor, on the other hand, was a simple keyboard. I'll go. Lin Yu couldn't help but stare. This Lin Xiaowan was really something. Not bad for a genius hacker. The kit alone is something that the average person can't get their hands on. He had also only seen this kind of black tech props in movies. Chiu Evening also raised her eyebrows. This little girl, by the looks of it, is actually a hacker who is very good at playing with computers? Can you show me that picture? I can check it out. Lin Xiaowan's face was serious, but it was quite a different kind of beauty. You can find out? Chiu Evening was surprised. That's a credit if you can find out so quickly. It looks easy, but it's really not hard at all. Lin Yu couldn't help but spit out. It's pretty hard to listen to you. Well, let's give you a try. Chiu Evening could only nod her head. After Lin Xiaowan got the photo, she squatted on the ground. After taking a look, she scanned the photo information into the computer. Her hand was then seen tapping away on the computer. The eyes stayed glued to the screen, unblinking. Lin Yu and Qiu Ye stood on either side, watching her maneuver. On the computer screen, numerous windows popped up and disappeared one after another, and then new ones popped up. Can't read it, though, can't read it at all. The people on the scene, too, didn't dare to make a sound, watching an 18-year-old Lolita, tapping away at a keyboard. This little girl, can she really find out? It's not like you've been playing with computers for 2 days and think you're good. Several people expressed skepticism. Wouldn't it be, if it was so easy to find out? Check. A few minutes later, Lin Xiaowan suddenly shouted, then stood up excitedly. Brother, I found out. Chapter 25, the pleated skirt almost flew off. It's not over yet. Which one of the bastards is it? Among the group, the one who was most anxious was Wen Tianzhong, someone who was on his own turf and is willfully evil, to the detriment of his own interests notwithstanding. People who went against him, if they didn't deal with them themselves, then they didn't have to be in this place. Mr. Wen, just leave this matter to our police, Qiu Evening said at this time. Then, she approached Lin Xiaowan. This man, his name is Li Chao. Li Chao? Wen Tianzhong, who was listening with his ears on the side, did not have an impression of this name, but it's also normal. There were so many minions, how could he remember every one of them? But with that name, it wouldn't take long to find out who sent him. Mr. Wen, please stay out of this matter. We'll just take care of it. How do you talk? I know your chief well. Wen Tianzhong began to pose. Sorry, I don't know you well. Well, Officer Qiu. Wen Tianzhong had been defeated twice, and it was not good to attack in front of him. He could only walk resentfully to Lin Yu's side and pull on his arm. What happened to the great aunt? Little Feather. What do you think of this Officer Qiu? Wen Tianzhong asked. How about what? It's just, what would you think if she was your girlfriend? Or something? Lin Yu looked at Qiu Evening and thought seriously for 3 seconds. Not bad, though, not bad on the line. Wen Tianzhong interrupted. Little Feather, if you want to develop her into a girlfriend, I will unconditionally support it. Give money to her and people to her. Get it done. Lin Yu couldn't help but be confused. What kind of operation is this? Great aunt? Unbeknownst to him, what Wen Tianzhong had in mind was that he wanted Qiu Evening to one day lower his eyebrows and be a junior in front of him. It's really going to piss him off. It feels like I've been in the business for decades for nothing, and I can't do anything about a little girl. Master Zhong. At that moment, a henchman came forward. This is background information on Officer Q. When Tianzhong took it over and looked at it, his eyebrows jumped a few times. Her background, it's so deep? Even when Tianzhong had a bit of a mortar and pestle at this point. No wonder she didn't give herself any face at all. And moving orange chief didn't help. Original. With her background, the pavilion chief can't even rank her. Master Zhong. What's next? What can be done? When Tianzhong snapped, didn't you hear my little feather say she's good? Next. Mr. Wink. I didn't say that I was going to be your girlfriend or whatever little feather is. These words were completely heard by Qiu Evening. A glance at Lin Yu. He's also really quite handsome. The kind of man who impresses people at first glance. Except, her first impression was all about her pleated skirt nearly being lifted off the ground. And it wasn't over yet. And a girlfriend? And, Qiu Evening remembered the words of her family's instructions. He himself is a man who has been married for a long time. And the fiancé, whom she has never met, is not in Jiangcheng right now. So it doesn't really matter who you like or don't like. Isn't Officer Qiu being overly absolute with that statement? Lin Yu's good nature stirred. Geez, you guys stop arguing. Do you still want to hear the news? Lin Xiaowan felt like she had become transparent again. Mind a little angry. It's amazing that no one cares about the information that people are so hard to find out and where they are still fighting mouth lawsuits. Pissed off. You can't coax it without 2 hot pots. I'm sorry, Ms. Lin. Qiu Evening's expression returned to seriousness at this time. Please make a copy of this information and send me a copy. Now that we have preliminary information on this man, we'll catch him and find out the truth as soon as possible. By the way, I have another message here. Want to hear it? At this time, a small hint of smugness surfaced on Lin Xiaowan's face. What's the news? Will it help solve the case? Qiu Evening quickly asked. The person behind the scenes directing Li Chao. I found out. Called Li Hongwei. Lin Xiaowan's words just fell. When Tianzhong then stormed out. Li Hongwei. I'm not done with him. Great aunt. Hear me out. Lin Xiaowan continued. This Jiangcheng Li family, I just entered their company's network out of curiosity. And guess what I found? Say something. Lin Yu kicked at her small PP. I found evidence of massive tax evasion by the Li family. as well as engaging in bribery, and I've backed up the information. What do you mean? Evidence of the Ri family's economic crimes? This time, Chiu Evening's expression was visibly agitated. The task force has recently moved into Jiangcheng and has been investigating the Li family, but there is no evidence. Ms. Lin, if this information of yours is true, it's a great achievement. At first, she thought Lin Xiaowan was just playing around. Half a scoop. I didn't realize that she was such a top-notch hacker. She can get her hands on such confidential information? It's just too buggy. So much for opening up. She's also about to be seconded to the task force. With this information, the Lai family's protective net soon had a breakthrough. Lin Yu was also relieved to hear this news. Lai Hongwei seems to be trying to send someone to screw himself after that night. What he just didn't expect was for things to fall apart so quickly. It's really thanks to my sister's assists. She's worth adding a couple of big chicken thighs to. It's okay to give you this information. Lin Xiaowan looked arrogant. But Officer Chiu, when are you going to treat my brother to dinner? Having been left out in the cold earlier, she was now going to have some fun. By dinner? Chiu Evening hadn't thought about it at all. But it looked like this little sister was very much in love with her brother. She had looked up this information solely for her brother. If you don't give it to yourself, there really isn't much you can do about it. But this Lin Yu, well, Chiu Evening felt quite devastated inside. Mr. Lin, when the case is solved, why don't I buy you dinner, okay? For the sake of solving the case, it's just a dinner. No big deal. A few co-workers on the side, their jaws were about to drop to the ground at this point. What's the situation? Officer Chiu, who has always been high and cold, takes the initiative to invite a boy to dinner? This is a groundbreaking first. It is also true that it was taken. Officer Chiu, other than that, was unbelievably positive in his attitude towards solving the case. Where there's a case, she's the first to rush to the scene. The roles are so big that co-workers are afraid to relax. Moreover, Officer Chiu's family has an extremely deep background, and he even ran to the front line to play with his life, which is considered true love. Lin Yu looked at her like this, a completely different person from her arrogance just now, and the look in her eyes was clearly a sign of goodwill. Whether or not one agrees to do so directly determines whether or not one's sister gives her information. Okay, that's fine. However, this case has a greater impact on our reputation, so it's better to make it clear when the time comes. Lin Yu nodded. It's not like you're doing yourself any harm. Don't worry about this. We won't spare any sinner or let any good person be wronged. When Tianzhong watched from the sidelines, the heart is simply happy. This is really one thing or another. He couldn't help but begin to think in his mind about the way this Officer Chiu, who had come from quite a long way, had been so kind when he had given himself a toast. Chapter 26, You've broken the law. Come with us, Officer Chiu. I'll send you the information in a moment. Lin Xiaowan gave her brother an assist at this time. Seeing that the objective is achieved, there is not so much bending over backwards. It wasn't as if she could have stepped in to look into these things for the fun of it. Instead, he wants to help his brother as soon as possible and uncover the people who are trying to frame him. It was opened in front of so many people at the scene. Lin Xiaowan wasn't afraid that Chiu Gala would back out. Thank you, Ms. Lin. Chiu Evening's heart rippled at this moment. Hey, no, how did he get taken by a little girl? And no temper at all? Come to think of it, it's not even about the set of information. So why do you want this information yourself? Yes, it's all Lai Hongwei's fault. This has to be done to catch them. When Tianzhong saw that the situation at the scene was almost done and patted Lin Yu's shoulder. Lin Yu, I'm really sorry. Look at the mess this has caused. Just when the title was about to be transferred, such a thing happened. His heart was ashamed. What started out as a good intention was a thrill. He is still a big man in the underground. If he doesn't get his revenge for this incident, then it's really a waste of so many years. While the police have the police to deal with, one is not going to sit back and do nothing. Lai Hongwei, right? Your good times are over. Officer Chiu, I can help in this matter as well. He said. What does Mr. Wink mean? I have my own network of connections. I can help you and get Li Chao out as soon as possible. If that's the case, then I'd like to thank Mr. Wink. Chiu Evening thought of something and added. However, the person still has to be captured by us personally. In her heart, she knew that Li Chao had stabbed such a big thing. How could Wen Tianzhong let it go? If he had gone a step ahead, then Li Chao would have been beaten half to death. The Lai family at this time. From his cell phone, Lai Hongwei swiped the news that the cloud on Earth was shut down. There are videos and photos of the scene from several angles. Great. Against me. This time I'll punish you to death and make you suffer. He couldn't swallow the night in his heart. Can't get enough of hot Yiba either. This is just the first step. That woman, she can't escape me either. Being in the Lai family in Jiangcheng is having such confidence. By the way, Hongwei, has that Li Chao been sent out yet? In the hall, a middle-aged man asked. He is Lai Hongwei's dad, named Lai Yuanhing. Learning that his son had suffered a defeat in the clouded earth, he had arranged for someone, at that moment, to go there to cause trouble. In this case, they got someone who was handy and decisive, and even if it happens, they are willing to take the fall. It still takes a while to be discovered, but as soon as you get someone out, it's just totally fine. Li Chao is nothing more than a street skater. Gave him $100,000 and was willing to do the job. And he wasn't even from Zhengcheng. He didn't have any relatives in Zhengcheng. Take $100,000 and go out and hide from the wind. Don't get too good a deal. I've arranged for someone to be there. I'll ask again, Lai Hongwei said and prepared to make a call. Before I could find the number, a call came in first. Hello. He answered the phone, and soon the smile that had just been plastered on his face froze. What did you say? Li Chao was arrested. What's the situation? Lai Hongwei's eyes went wide. How's this, Mr. Lai? I saw it with my own eyes. We put him on the ship as planned, but that shipping company seemed to have Master Zhong. No, when Tianzhong's men, and directly delayed opening the ship and detained the man. You guys just watched and didn't bother to get anyone out? Lai Hongwei was dumbfounded. There were so many of them, we really didn't dare to go on. Moreover, they seemed to have contact with the police, and the police quickly came to take him away. Mad waste. Lai Hongwei was furious. Raising his hand, he resisted the urge to drop his phone. Hongwei, what's wrong? Lai Yuanqing asked. Dad, that Li Chao got caught. What? Arrested? His dad froze, then added, no big deal, even if we get caught, it's a small case, and as long as it doesn't bite us, it's all good. With that, he added, I've got to make a phone call and clear the air. Lai Hongwei also dropped his heart at this time. After all, it is the Lai family in Zhengcheng, and it is also a big person who can cause localized rainstorms when he sneezes. It's not going to start a big mess just because of this. However, his phone hasn't been dialed yet. The maid of the house suddenly panicked and trotted in at that moment. Mr. Lai, there are several police officers outside. What did you say? Lai Yuanqing was a bit surprised. This Li Chao's talent had just been captured and had to be interrogated before he could come to his own home. Even if he had given up his own family, it wouldn't have been that fast by process. Why is someone here all of a sudden? But he'd seen a lot of this scene before, and it wasn't anything to be afraid of. Invite someone in. He was not false in his heart. The maid nodded and turned to open the door. Soon, a valiant policewoman with a couple of men just walked in. Hello, officer. How can I help you? Sit down and have a cup of tea first. Mr. Lai, we have a case that we need your cooperation in investigating. Joey Evening got straight to the point and didn't say a word of nonsense. Are you guys mistaken? The case on the cloud has nothing to do with our family. Lai Hongwei's sentence. Joey Evening wanted to laugh a little in her heart. How come she hadn't said anything yet? But he didn't beat himself up instead? Lai Yuanqing couldn't help but glare at his son. That's a good big boy for yourself. The case on the clouds is still being investigated. But we're here for another case. I wonder what the case is that requires such a large visit. Lai Yuanqing was still self-conscious at this point that there was no breakage. Regarding the case of the Lai family's tax evasion and other cases, we already have definitive evidence. Come with us. What did you say? Ri Yuanqing was dumbfounded. How do they know these things? Although the inspection team was indeed in River City, but the previous 2 rounds have come and gone without any luck. The last round was just a few days ago. How is this suddenly solid evidence? Where did they get the evidence? You guys say you have proof? Show me the evidence. Lai Hongwei called out. Mr. Lai, there is already evidence about the fact that your family's group has broken the law. So please still come with us. Joey Evening simply ignored the dude and rushed at Lai Yuanqing, continuing to repeat. Watch the house. I'll go first. Lai Yuanqing said at this time. This time, it looks like there's no escape from all that company stuff. Otherwise they wouldn't have come over to take people so easily. But so what if we find out? You have someone above you to cover. Think of it as just going over for a cup of tea. After a cup of tea, each goes home. But he was overthinking it after all. Because this time of year, one of Chiu Evening's men reported a piece of news to her. Officer Chiu, Chen Fu has been arrested. Chen Fu was the big fish that was covering his Lai family behind his back. Ri Yuanqing was dumbfounded. Completely dumbfounded. What's going on here? Why are they moving so fast all of a sudden? And by the looks of it, at the same time, with such a speed of action, could it really be that the chain of evidence is clear enough and rich enough to make a direct arrest against the table? But why haven't you heard anything from me? Chapter 27, My Commanding Father, Coming Back? Extra. Lai Yuanqing of the Lai family in Jiangcheng has been taken away by the police. The company is out of business and the office building is empty. The door is sealed, cordoned off and guarded. The news, quickly spread all over Jiangchang, both online and offline. The Lai family, in Jiangchang, is also an old and famous family. The man at the helm of its house, taken away by the police. This news is nothing less than a bombshell. It quickly made its way onto the hot searches of various online platforms. Seriously, am I reading this right? No way. What did the Lai family in Jiangchang commit? Why were they suddenly taken away? With the strength of the Lai family, this is either being screwed over, or they've really committed something. I also just submitted my resume to their family. Will the company collapse? Do I still have to withdraw it? I have classmates who follow Lai Hongwei and the others. It seems to say that he has offended someone. What kind of person can make the Ri family get investigated all of a sudden? Even the company is closed. Could it be that there is some marvelous power rising in Jiangchang right now? Ahem. Do these people's god-awful fights affect my $3,000 a month paycheck? But the Lai family company does eat people without spitting out their bones, making their employees work overtime every day and claiming it's a blessing. Good check. The comments online, rising in geometric numbers. Aside from the ones who expressed shock, most are still supportive of the whole thing. Unscrupulous capitalists, who already have a lot of problems. Now that it's being investigated, it's kind of begging to be hammered. At this point, in Jiangchang University, there were also many people discussing this matter. Reba took out her cell phone and also swiped the news that the Ri family was being investigated. Earlier, when she learned that the cloud was being investigated, she was worried about whether she would be able to go over there after work. Instantly, she remembered that day. Could it be because of Lin Xiao? She was sure of it in her mind. Lai Hongwei has a bond with Lin Yu. In Jiangchang right now, only Lin Yu had this ability to fight against the Lai family. The heart couldn't help but feel even more relieved. She couldn't help herself and sent a message to Lin Yu. Shaolin, is the cloud on Earth still open today? Will it have an impact? Shouldn't be a problem. Lin Yu replied. He also said that because, after Qiu Yi went to the Lai family late to get the person, give him a reply that is, the poisoning case on the cloud was not caused by an internal problem, but by an outsider who deliberately put in a toxic substance. Now the person has been apprehended. Then the relevant controls, when there are no problems, will be liberalized. Of course, the release is fast or slow, although it is said to go through the process, but sometimes it's just a matter of words. Qiu Yi Evening was thankful for the second Miss Lin family's efforts in this matter, and the Lin family was indeed wrongly accused. So, the matter is brought up to speed and there is no problem at all in opening the doors at night. That's great. Congratulations young Lin. Reba was heartily happy about this. What was even happier was that Lai Hongwei wouldn't have the heart to pester himself in the future. For Lin Yu, in addition to the respect employees have for their bosses, and a different kind of sentiment. After all, the memory of last night was still coming back to her. It was a painful and happy memory. Hotoba, what's all the fuss about? A girl came over and waved her hand in front of her eyes. Ah, nothing. A hint of panic appeared on her pretty face. You're not in love, are you? Who's the male? She asked so. A few gossipy girls gathered around as well. Barb's in love. Really? Having rejected the advances of 17 gentlemen from various families, whose family did she say yes to this time? Other than that, first rule out the Lai family. Oops, none of that, Hotoba said in a rush. Look at that. Still saying no. Your face is red. A few of the girls laughed, but they were usually on pretty good terms with Hotoba, and they were happy for her at this point. Girls are the most sensitive, whether a person has a favorite or not. That's easy to see. Hotoba sighed. Really no, it's not certain if people like me or not. Lin Yu was so handsome and tall, and the background is still so powerful. The entire Jiangchang or even Jingshu province, there is no one who can match him, though pretty in their own right. That's 1 in a million. But there are so many pretty girls, and you don't have much of an advantage. Really have a favorite. Ha, who is it? Handsome? Can a boy that Barb likes not be handsome? And he must be rich. Don't all freeze. Come up with something for Barb. This way. Lin Yu also sent Lin Xiaowan away from the scene. For Lin Xiaowan's habit of not wanting to go home and preferring to stay in hotels everywhere, he also expressed respect. Stay out of it. Don't ask questions. Ding. On the way back, the system's voice, once again, rang out. Congratulations to the host, upgraded to LV5 level, obtaining a new genealogical kin modification opportunity once. Lin Yu knew it in his heart. This time, by having the Lai family investigated, his own reputation, among those who knew the inside story, especially the employees of the clouds on Earth, had risen quite a bit again, including that Qiu Yi evening. The surprise at Lin Yu was also clearly displayed, and the private banks they have acquired themselves are generating profits by leaps and bounds every day. Upgrades are naturally normal. Now unlocking new professions. Please host choose kinship status. with further prompts from the system. A virtual panel appeared before Lin Yu's eyes. Thought there weren't any heavyweight options in this one. After seeing it clearly, he was still shocked to the core. Commander of the Jingshu Warzone? I really didn't expect to unlock such an awesome identity this time. It's just so surprising. For the first time he saw such a large identity. The Jingshu Warzone, one of the 9 warzones, consistently ranked in the top 3 overall. And the commanding general of the Jingshu Warzone, that's the number 1 person in the warzone, holding 1/9 of the battle, town side. With a background like that, who could say that without fear? Even the richest man or whatever would seem worthless in front of such a status. After a few ups and downs, he realized that money alone doesn't work. With the underground forces backing them up, it was only for a while. Look again at kinship status. Father. A new option appeared in the heck. Lin Yu no longer hesitated. Congratulations to the host, completing the modification of genealogical kinship status. The worldview and timeline have been refreshed. Relative, father. Name, Lin Zhendong. Age, 49. Height, 180. Occupation, commander of the Jingshu Warzone. Lin Yu made his choice, and his heart was overwhelmed with excitement. Lin Zhendong. He has been awarded 2 special battle honors and 5 first-class honors as a model. And that's how you bind yourself to it. How can you not be excited? Shortly after making the choice to exit the system, his phone also rang. At first glance, it was Qin Mufei calling. Son of A, let me tell you something. I'm going back to Jiangcheng. The voice on the phone, a little excited. Your father is out on a mission this time and is coming home for a few days, so our whole family can be reunited this time. Chapter 28 Background too bullish to display. That's great. When do you get back? I'll pick you up. Lin Yu stated. As a son, you should also do something. I've got some things wrapping up on my end, and I'll be back in almost a week. Qin Mufei said. Your dad is probably going to be a week or so as well. That way, then, the two are back on the same day. Good. Then let me know ahead of time when you return. Son of A, I heard that something happened on the clouds? Although Qin Mufei was far away, it is also always concerned about the movement of the sun. This recent incident was also a concern for her, and she was a bit distracted when talking business. I've come to ask as soon as I'm done. Yeah, there was that, but it's not a big deal. It's been resolved. That's good. Qin Mufei was also relieved. Son of A, if you need anything, talk directly to Secretary Yun. I know. Thanks Mom. Lin Yu nodded. After a few words, the phone hung up. There is a time difference between abroad and here. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yu drove the Cullinan. It's moving on. If there was nothing else, he was ready to return to the Green Dragon Villa. This time, he saw a message from Hotoba. Young Lin, do you have time now? I'd like to treat you to dinner. Is that okay? Dinner? Lin Yu saw those 2 words and realized that he was indeed a bit hungry as well. Right, is that okay? Hotoba, over there, looked nervously at her cell phone screen. That is, there is some anticipation and some fear. Although the invitation went out, she didn't have a clue in her mind. Yeah, where are we meeting? Let me send you a locator. Then, Hotoba then sent over an address. Lin Yu took a look at the name of the store. It was called River City People. Not a moment too soon. He then drove the car and went to the River City House. This is a medium-class store. Per capita consumption is around 200. There were a couple of Cheongsam-clad greeters standing in front of the store. See a Rolls-Royce Cullinan drive by. All surprised. Over $7 million for a luxury car to come and spend money with them. For a moment, a couple of welcoming ladies hit the ground running. Watch as a handsome man steps out of the car. Hello sir. Welcome. The welcoming ladies bowed in greeting. The heart is like a deer in headlights. This boy is so handsome. What's more, he drives a Rolls-Royce. This is proper Cockney. They smiled from the bottom of their hearts. The well-built ones even made an effort to push their chests forward, trying to get attention and be seen more. Originally, there was a certain face value requirement to be a greeter. Smile from the heart. Of course you look good when you smile. There's still a distinct difference between that and a professional fake smile. The lobby supervisor thought the sun had come out of the west when he saw a couple of greeters suddenly smiling so sweetly. One more look at the movement at the door and the $7+ million limo was parked there. So he hurriedly corrected his attitude and walked over to Lin Yu. Welcome, sir. How many, please? It should be both of you. Lin Yu arrived earlier than Jezebel. I'm sorry, Xiao Lin. I'm really sorry I'm late. At that moment, a figure ran this way. As he ran, he apologized. He looked over, only to see Hotoba running up and down, her forehead dripping with fragrant sweat. She gasped slightly. It made Lin Yu, in a flash, think of the kind of gesture she had catered to in 100 different ways. Couldn't help but be distracted. Look at her again. All that was visible was that she was wearing a black wraparound dress with a hemline that didn't even reach mid-thigh. A little bit more movement and it's easy to get naked. And, on her right leg, there was also a black elastic bandage. Lin Yu couldn't help but frown. Isn't this what the internet calls a gas pedal? The supervisors and greeters, seeing Reba, instantly realized what it meant to be a stunningly beautiful woman. They would have been considered class beauties, completely dwarfed by Hotoba. Such a handsome man, and such a beautiful woman. It's a perfect match. At this moment, their hearts were not half a bit sour. All of them were convinced. Why are you dressed like that? Lin Yu asked. Hotoba's mind was lost again at that question. Doesn't it look good? This is a few good sisters. Out of the idea for a long time decided to dress. My sisters made me dress like this. She was embarrassed to explain. Okay, really one dare to say and one dare to wear all what a dog headmaster. Lin Yu said. It's actually quite good looking. It's just that, this outfit is not bad to go drinking and bouncing, but eating is a bit inappropriate. There was one more thing he didn't say. It's an outfit that can easily stir up certain thoughts in a person's mind. Lin Yu disliked it, the way his own woman was being stared at by other people who couldn't take their eyes off her. But one can't pull the wool over someone's eyes. Let's go inside. The two men entered the store. At this point, many of the diners in the store were also looking at the two of them from a distance. Surprise and curiosity twinkled in his eyes. Look at that. That couple's face is so high. I've seen my fair share of beautiful women, but I've never seen one like this. Who is such a beautiful woman in love with? Have you guys noticed? That boy. His background doesn't seem simple. Did you know all this? Don't you go on T's tone? This guy, he's the owner of Cloud on Earth. I've seen him before. So, when Tianzhong is close to him? It's not just when Tianzhong. Do you know about Qin Mufei, the richest man in Zhengchang? You're related to him too? Holy, I remember. Could he be that son of Qin Mufei? And his father? Do you know who that is? Who is it? A couple of diners. This is really not known. Lin Zhendong. 3 words to say. The scene all sucked in a breath of cold air. The name is too legendary for the current commanding officer. Alive with special honors. Years ago, once led a squad of 10 men to rescue hundreds of expatriates in a country where war had broken out, and also destroyed several rebel strongholds, killing nearly 100 enemies. It's a story that's been picked up by the TV stations in rounds. Such a legend. It has always been the case that you only hear his name, but never see him in person. At this time, the son of such a legendary person, eating with them in a restaurant, there was really a very strong sense of unreality. The way the diners looked at Lin Yu, after hearing these things, slowly turned from curiosity in the beginning to awe, thoroughly awe-inspiring. Behind him, he turned out to have such a powerful background. The richest, underground big brother, legendary special merit. Just take out whichever background is enough for a tiger to look at a party. And he, surprisingly, had 3. This kid is also just too anticlimactic. At first they thought that it was Lin Yu who was lucky to be in love with such a great beauty. Now it would only seem that the girl's life was just too good to be true. Even if you can't marry into his family, even if she was only exposed to it for a while, the experience would be enough for her to brag about it for the rest of her life. Lin Yu and Zhi Ba ignored everyone's comments, eating their meals as if no one else was around. They were all used to the feeling of being the center of attention wherever they went by now. A corner of the hotel at this time. A man wearing a hat with a lowered brim. From a distance, he looked at Lin Yu. His hand reached under the table. The cell phone screen lit up. The person on the screen was none other than Lin Yu. Boss, I found his trail. He opened the chat interface and sent out a message. Chapter 29, Flower. Flower. Grow up quickly. Recently, a new quest was posted on the darknet with a generous bounty. It's about Lin Yu's mission. A lot of people have their eyes on this mission. And they, too, are one of them. Once we find someone, then the next step in the program can be easily carried out. The mission is complete, and you get that nice bounty. Come on, it's in there. This time, outside the River City Family Store, several people rushed in, shouting loudly and aggressively. A lot of people in the store were freaking out. Who's this for? None of them looked like they'd be easy to mess with. They were seen rushing into the store, sweeping their eyes for a few moments, then heading straight for a table in front of them. What are you doing? The man in the hat just now. His cell phone hadn't been retrieved from his own pants pocket. It was snapped onto the table by a couple of guys. What for? We'll find out in a minute. Take it away. The man at the head of the group shouted angrily. The man in the hat, then, was pulled out. What's going on? Reba also witnessed the whole process. The one in the lead, on the other hand, was walking towards their table, came before Lin Yu. He bowed, then said, Boss Lin, you guys? A hint of doubt flashed across Lin Yu's brows. The man then introduced himself. Boss Lin. Master Zhang sent me here for your protection. This man just now, the one who did the mission from the dark net, was targeted by us. Hotoba patted her chest gently. She knew that Master Zhang's power was strong, but she didn't expect it to be this strong. That's nipping it in the bud before anyone else can do anything about it. So, the car that followed me earlier, it was you guys too? Lin Yu remembered the time when he had tried out the car. Sorry, Boss Lin. It was Master Zhang who didn't let us tell you. The man arched his hand and clasped his fist in apology. So this time, what told me? Lin Yu asked rhetorically. Boss Lin. The man explained. Recently, there have been many things going on in Jiangcheng, and some curmudgeons have taken the opportunity to become active. So Boss Lin still needs to pay more attention. Okay, I got it. You guys go ahead. Yes, Boss Lin. With that, he turned and left the store. This Master Zhang's men, too, did say the right thing. A big tree also attracts the wind. There's always going to be some people who have their eyes on them in the dark. After dinner, Lin Yu and Hot Yiba got into the Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Where to now? He asked. Lin Xiao. I'll listen to you. Hotoba was nervous inside. She felt like she had no initiative at all in front of Lin Yu. Thoroughly disarmed state. It's never felt like this before. In the past, so many rich young men chased after themselves. Not a few of the top 10 powerful families in Jiangcheng, but none of them have the kind of aura that can hold its own completely. It looks like money, but it's really just a rack of flowers. Not interested at all. It was different in front of Lin Yu. She is in a state of total passivity. The tricks the sisters taught me didn't help at all. Moreover, she really liked Lin Yu in her heart without any agenda. Anything to be by his side. Don't want anything in return. If she were a gold digger, she could have had many options a long time ago, and in fact hasn't wavered one bit. There's a theme park up ahead. Go for a spin. What Lin Yu is talking about is a newly opened paradise, nestled in the mountains and surrounded by water. There are a lot of amenities inside. There's a Ferris wheel, a carousel, a pirate ship, all kinds of mainstream amusement facilities. The environment is also very nice. A lot of people go there to play. He was also still in a good mood, and it just so happened that he had nothing to do right now. So he went for a spin. Then they came to the entrance of the park. The staff at the gate post, seeing his car, automatically raised the pole. Have a good time. Young Lin. Hotoba was dumbfounded. Is this also the Lin family's property? Lin Yu himself was puzzled. How come everywhere you go, it's your own property? Can't we have some freshness? With that in mind, the car had already driven in. There is a lake trail inside the theme park, exclusively for automobiles. The lake has been designed to spread just about 10 centimeters over the road. The car will feel like it's flying against the water as it drives past. So although the path is only 400 or 500 meters long, it is a no-brainer nettlesome attraction. Wow, it's beautiful. As the car drove up the trail, the lakes on either side of the lake are so green and clear that they seem to be within reach. Hotoba cried out heartily, pulled out my cell phone and clicked several pictures. The camera shifted as Lin Yu's driving side face entered the picture. She couldn't help herself and clicked several times to take a picture. Too afraid to ask for a picture with him. It's okay to steal a few shots, right? Lin Yu's serious look when he was driving was really particularly handsome. Hotoba only felt herself, in a little bit, falling further, the kind that doesn't come out at all. The trail on the lake ends at a small hill. There are some attractions on the mountain as well, and going down in a circle around the mountain is the exit to the theme park. There's a clearing up ahead. Go take a break, Lin Yu said, driving his car to this empty lot. This clearing, the very top of the hill. Half the city can be seen from here. In the clearing, some tents were set up. It's someone dragging their family and camping here. It's rare to have such a quiet time. Lin Yu was also in a good mood. The two just sat in the car. No one is getting out of the car. Lin Xiao. Hotoba spoke up boldly. Would you like something to drink? I'll get water. She had just noticed there was a self-service drink spot nearby. Isn't that in the car? Ha! Hotoba was still speculating on the meaning of the words. Just saw Lin Xiao's hand, resting on the strap on his leg. Lin Xiao. You. Hotoba glanced outside in a panic. There was someone whose eyes were looking this way, but both eyes were completely unfocused. It means it was not seen at all. She resisted symbolically to the side. Then the white flag was raised. With this at this time, outside the Rolls-Royce, a few camping families looked at the car that had been parked here for a long time, constantly urging their children, do not run around. That car is very expensive. Hold up, scuffed up, our family cannot afford to sell the house to pay. Come back and read. While talking, he was envious. Big multi-million-dollar luxury cars are really nothing but expensive. There aren't many of these cars in the whole of Jiangcheng, right? I don't know which tycoon it is. They were curious to see who the driver was. It's just that the windows are closed. And it's peep-proof, so you can't see inside at all. The child, at this point, is also reading up a storybook by heart. The hard-working gardener will always pick up a long watering can, watering beautiful flowers with care, until the flowers are in the sun, budding and standing proudly upright. The gardener was sweating, but very content. Flower, little flower, you drink enough water and grow up fast. Chapter 30. Secretary Yun doesn't dare to ask. Who dares to talk too much? Late afternoon. Hot Yiba is already turning into hot cream puffball. It took a long time to organize a mess. Lin Yu was also refreshed. It's clearing up all over. Can it not be fluid? The air in these mountains is so good. You should come to the mountains and forests every day to benefit your body and mind. Lin Xiao, can I trouble you with something? Hotoba touched up her makeup and then pleaded. You say. Lin Yu was also in a good mood right now. She was able to fulfill any request she made, as long as it was not excessive. I've got to go to the store today when the clouds can open. Reba remembered her part-time job. Then the store. You don't have to go. Lin Yu said directly, even though she's just a DJ who plays. But after all, this place is a mixed bag of everything. Even if everyone else knows who owns this scene, but there will always be some lousy drunks or some kind of rash. It's bad enough luck to have encountered it once. Therefore, Lin Yu didn't want her to go. Hotoba was tempted to say that it was the part-time job that she relied on to make ends meet and pay the rent. If you don't go, you don't have the financial resources. The most important thing you should do now is to study hard, Lin Yu said in a serious manner. That's your mission. Reba is only a sophomore now. It's better to be outside less. Having said that, he took out his cell phone, transferred 50,000 bucks to Jaba's Vmail. She hasn't reacted yet. Lin Yu then took her phone over and tapped receive. In the future, if you need anything, just come to me directly. That statement, too, is a signal of sorts. Reba is her own woman. Then, one has to follow oneself. And don't live in that apartment either. Get a bigger house. Lin Yu smiled. That apartment is, after all, primarily a rental and has a mix of people living in it, making it unsuitable for a long stay. Besides, Hadebafa's parents might run over again someday, so it's better to move away. I'll get it done in the next couple days and let you know. Get someone to help you move it. Hotoba's mouth was slightly open. Lin Yu transfers money not to mention changing his house? In her heart, she actually wanted to change a long time ago, but she didn't have that much money on hand and it was inconvenient to move. So it never happened. Just do what I say. Lin Yu couldn't help but say in his heart that he wanted to do something bad if he looked like this again. Hotoba nodded. The warmth in his heart wrapped around his entire body. She stopped asking for anything from her family in order to avoid their fingerprints. Actually got used to my part-time job a long time ago. However, when Lin Yu was so concerned about herself, she was still very touched in her heart. She is not a gold digger and her attitude towards money is just enough. However, what Lin Yu had done had still touched her. I'll take you back to your apartment first then, Lin Yu said, and then launched Cullinan. The dominant bodywork makes a powerful roar. I'll be damned. This car is finally going too. Outside a few camping families were packing up and getting ready to go home. Seeing the limo in reverse, it also moved out of the way. At this point, Lin Yu also opened the car window to get some fresh air. The car window was down. The people outside, too, finally saw the two people sitting in the car. Men are handsome. And the girl, beyond stunning. It's like a hybrid look with delicate features. The skin is fair and the nose is high. The light blue eyes are also extraordinarily nice. I can't believe such a beautiful girl. The few couples outside were dumbfounded. Then they just parked the car here and never moved. Could it be? One of the young wives got it in a second. Then elbowed her husband. What are you looking at? What's there to see? There's one more sentence left out of the subliminal meaning. It's all about the rituals when you come out to play. It turned out to be as unsettling as a log. And don't learn from others. Seeing people outside staring at them, Hotoba was also a little embarrassed and lowered her head. The cheeks are rosy. Under the watchful eyes of several people, Lin Yu drove his car and headed down the mountain. Once down the hill, take the exit and in a few minutes you'll be on the main road to downtown. After dropping Hotoba off at her apartment, Lin Yu went up and sat down for a while, having a cup of tea or something. By the time it was completely dark, it was only then that he finally made it to the door and said, I'll go first. Good. She leaned against the door and nodded curtly. There was a lot of reluctance in his eyes. After the door closes, only then did she rush to the bedroom, gathered up the half-dampened sheets and packed them into the washing machine. Lin Yu left Mufei's apartment. A call was made to Yunmir. Hey, Lin Xiao. The opposite side picked it up almost in seconds. I'd like a house. Is there one I can arrange? Young Lin, what size do you need? What lot? House type requirements and whatnot? I'll arrange it for you now. Yun Meyer was, at this time, working overtime in the company to handle her work. It felt strange for Lin Xiao to suddenly want a house. After all, a top mansion like the Green Dragon Villa combines all the elements of luxury quality. Why do you need a house out there? However, she acted as a secretary, as the exclusive secretary designated by Qin Dong to provide Lin Xiao with all kinds of assistance. Just do what he says and do it yourself. The Mufei Group has several real estate projects under its belt. It is located in several places in the River City. There are properties of rigid quality, as well as neighborhoods of an improved nature. There are also the kind of vacation retirement style properties that are nestled in the mountains, and all have some reserved houses. Just look at the ones that are closer to JCU, River City University. Yun Meyer hurriedly checked inside the system. Creek Mountain Hearing Language Neighborhood, 3 kilometers from Jiangcheng University. The environment is also good. Does this neighborhood look okay to you? Then, a copy of the relevant information was sent over. Okay, that's it. Lin Yu looked at the information. The decision was made quickly. This 120 square foot 3-bedroom. Lin Yu took a look at the house. The market price was over $3 million now. Okay, young Lin, Yun Meyer said. Just hurry up and get in touch with the building side. Notify down the road that this 120 square foot 3-bedroom is not for sale and lock the house. Ha? Secretary Yun, what's the situation? The manager of the building was puzzled. Someone came to the sales office today to look at this house and was so interested that they put down a deposit. He felt embarrassed. Then refund the deposit and liquidated damages. Yun Meal said directly. Okay, Secretary Yun. The building manager, too, could only do as he was told. Secretary Yun was listening directly to Dong Qin. Qin Dong is no longer in the country during this period of time. A lot of things are her say. Notify the client who came in this afternoon that the house is not for sale. He instructed the property consultant. Ha? Not for sale? The real estate consultant was a little surprised to get a commission of $12,000 for selling a suite. If this house doesn't sell, won't we lose a few $1,000s in commission? Secretary Yun said that even though this suite wasn't sold, he will still give you half of the commission. Don't worry. Thank you, manager. Real estate consultants look at the Mufei real estate a few big words. Feel the work of the energy is also enough. But who wants the house? Don't pry into what you shouldn't. Do something. The manager admonished. You think I don't want to know? I was afraid to ask. This is something Secretary Yun wouldn't even dare to ask. Who dares to talk too much? Chapter 31, Night Running. The enemy is narrow while this wave is. Though he didn't dare ask Secretary Yun, the company's real estate consultants. However, we're all talking at this point. It would have been inventory time near the end of the day. It's also time for daily gossip and eating. This news made the home buyers curious. The fact that the old boss had found his own son had long been rumored in Jiangcheng, and they work as employees under the banner. Naturally, there was more interest in the matter. As long as there is any buzz about the son of the richest man, that will cause a big discussion. It's not a cheap house. It's not like he's going to leave, is it? To keep the house rather than breach the contract. I think the relationship must be extraordinary. But the old boss's family lives in the Green Dragon Villa. Even if the quality of our neighborhood is not bad, it's not comparable to the Mountain Villa. I guess, maybe he's got a girlfriend for easy dating. This house is furnished and ready to move into. If so, just go and see it then. You guys still dare to peep into young Lin's privacy? Be careful of losing your rice bowls. Can't we just take a look? We're here to serve the owners. Property consultants, wearing elaborate makeup, dressed in uniformly tailored small suits with straight bustiers. They gathered at this time to discuss the news enthusiastically. The heart also sighs. I heard that young Lin is very handsome, but I didn't have a chance to meet him. You want to take a house? You don't even have to come to the site. You just make a phone call. It's a feeling that only the person involved knows how good it really is. This way, after Yun Meyer gave the house to stay, immediately call Lin Yu to report the progress. Young Lin, I've already arranged for that house. The key will be sent over soon. Okay. Lin Yu nodded. This time, the system in his head suddenly came with a prompt. Host, the rewards attached to your upgrade to LV5 have not yet been claimed, and will be automatically cancelled if not claimed in 24 hours. Hey, how did I forget about that? Lin Yu slapped his head, then hurriedly collected it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the rank reward. Please check. With a Q, Lin Yu saw the contents of the reward. Top secret investment news 10. Each investment message, required investment, social impact, and ROI has been labeled. He looked at a few random points. It's like a nanny's guide to investing. In other words, even a cutie. Follow this guide and get the expected return yield. 10 investments in different areas. There's film and television, real estate, stocks and bonds, and so on. It was also highly compatible with several industries under the Mufei Group. With these investment guides, that unique industry, too, can grow quickly. Then, does young Lin have time now? Why don't I treat you to dinner? Yun Meyer still remembered the last time he helped her with her debt. Over $1 million in debt. The favor, it's just too big. Look at the time. 9 o'clock at night. Just in time to get off work too. Dinner? Lin Yu wasn't really hungry right now. If you really want to thank me, help me clean up that new apartment. Now, Cloudmeyer asked. Yes, now. Okay, Lin Xiao. Yun Meyer nodded her head in agreement. That's right, Lin Xiao. At this point, she suddenly remembered something. What's wrong? I received an invitation today for our group to attend a business reception. The time is tomorrow night. Go ahead for a minute. Lin Yu wasn't really interested in cocktail parties, socializing or anything. I asked for permission from Director Qin, and she meant that she wanted you to go for a bit. Yun Meyer said a little timidly. What Qin Dong meant was for Lin Yu to start getting in touch with some contacts and resources in the business world and whatnot. Mix it up. It's also a little better to get started when you take over the group again later on. Is that what my mom said? Lin Yu frowned. Yes, Director Qin specifically instructed me. I was the one who forgot about it just now. Sorry. Yun Meyer apologized. Okay, then you arrange it. Lin Yu nodded. Going to the reception requires a customized set of formal attire. Here's the address. Okay. He said this with his mouth, but in his heart he felt troubled. Maybe he's used to being free. There is a real aversion to such occasions where one needs to put on a front, but now that I've agreed to do it, I'll stand the watch. Can't let mom get mad. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yu returned to the Green Dragon Villa. Arriving home, he finds that his sister, Lin Crispy Dream, is not at home. Lin Xiao, Missy hasn't returned yet. The maid came forward and reported. Good. Lin Yu looked at the huge mountain villa and knew why he didn't fit in anyhow. It's not the luxury of the place. Rather, not much popularity. An estate this size, except for the servants who do the work. Left to myself. This emptiness. The quiet. Maybe he'll be happy with it if he's a few years older. It was true that for a guy just out of college, he still needed to taste more fireworks, so he went out again. This time, he didn't drive a Rolls-Royce. Instead, he walked out of the estate on foot. Outside the property is a semicircular highway with 2 lanes in each direction. The road connects 12 estates spread in a semicircle, and at one end of the road is a busy street. At the other end is a central garden in the neighborhood. There's the island. There's the water. The environment is very nice. Lin Yu paced slowly on the road. Feel footsteps behind you. Turning back again, I saw a man running. The man was wearing a sports tank top and yoga pants. Looks like a girl. As she ran, she changed her breath as she ran. That voice. Lin Yu closed his eyes and could realize that the voice, it was too similar. Wait for her to run closer. It was only then that Lin Yu realized that she looked somewhat familiar. Isn't this Chou Yi Evening? Why you? The two men spoke in unison. Chou Yi Evening also realized that the person in front of her was none other than Lin Yu. You live here? This time the two, again, spoke in unison. Do I have to report to you where I live too? Lin Yu looked at Chou Yi Evening, who didn't seem to be in a good mood. And she really wasn't in a good mood. Handled the case of the Lai family in Zhangcheng. The matter was all ironed out, but in the end the sledgehammer was raised high and dropped gently. Progress is also slow. There seems to be a cold shoulder. It certainly put her in a depressed mood. Running is also a way for her to vent her emotions. She loved the feeling of sweating profusely after exertion. It was very stress-relieving. Only, when he was about to finish his run, he saw Lin Yu. Chou Yi Evening wanted to say in her heart that what happened last time was not over yet. Look at you. Running in the middle of the night, alone and unafraid. Lin Yu said and got up alongside her. Have you forgotten what I do? That I would be afraid? Chou Yi Evening said so on her lips, and her footsteps slowed down, directly turning into a walk, in the stillness of the night. Not to mention, it's a little different when you're accompanied by someone. Ghostly, she then voluntarily stopped in her tracks. It was as if they were waiting for Lin Yu. Chapter 32, with such a healthy body, it must be very good to be born and raised. The two were just about half a meter apart, walking along the mountain path, walked several meters without speaking. Lin Yu skimmed Chou Yi Evening. Not to mention, she looked even more different without her uniform. A low-cut, crewneck tank with a pair of yoga pants. A pair of white sneakers were on his feet. With every step, the crewneck undershirt shakes a few times with it. Very wholesome rhythms. It showed a very healthy, valiant beauty. This style, Lin Yu had seen it at Xiao Mei's place. But the difference was that Chou Yi Evening had the kind of valor that could not easily be found in others. This temperament, more importantly, is cultivated later in life, made by long-term training. Every move is completely different from the dainty beauty types. Not to mention, a woman like that will give birth to a child that is sure to be a big fat white boy. This temperament was very attractive to Lin Yu. The heart can't help but feel a little restless. Hey, what are you peeking at? Chiu Evening realized that he was staring at himself. So warned. Mentally, it was a tone of rancor, not really anger. It's weird. If another man stared at him so close, he would be furious. But not this time. I didn't peek. Lin Yu cocked his head, then laughed. Also, my name isn't Hey, my name is Lin Yu. Virtue. Chiu Evening couldn't help a blank stare. 3 or 2 people walked sparsely along the trail at this point. Seeing 2 people like this flirting, it seems like the relationship is in full swing. It's really enviable. By the way, which one of the Green Dragon villas do you live in? Although there had long been a certain amount of heartfelt preparation for Lin Yu's identity, it was still quite a surprise to find out that he and he were neighbors in the neighborhood. Here, just that one, across a row of trees. Lin Yu pointed ahead. It's so close, my house and yours, just one building away. When she finished speaking, she realized that her expression was a bit active and hastily tightened it up a bit. Lin Yu also looked towards the building. The gates of the 2 buildings were just a couple of 100 meters apart in a straight line. Take a bowl of soup over there and it's not even cold by the time you get there. Lin Yu didn't know much about Chiu Evening's identity, but the 12 households that can live in the Green Dragon Villa, that status is loud and clear in Zhangcheng. He had only a cursory understanding. 1/3 of the 12 households in the hills are bigwigs in the business world. 1/3 are from the official sector. The remaining 1/3 were the kind of reclusive bigwigs with very prominent identities who didn't show up easily. I don't know which category her family falls into either. By the way, I heard that you have a fiancé? Lin Yu recalled acquiring this information when he was at the scene of the disposal of the problems on the clouded earth. You're only allowed to go out with other girls and I'm not allowed to have a fiancé? Chiu Evening uttered these words. How is it that one feels a strong odor of vinegar? Strange. It was only a matter of meeting him a few times. So how could he have such a mind that only a little girl could have? But, talking about her fiancé didn't make her feel any better. Instead, it became a little more lost. Actually, well, this fiancé, I've never seen him, just seen pictures. Then how? Lin Yu couldn't wait to eat the melon. It's something my family settled with his family a long time ago. There was no one else next to him in this night. What she usually didn't want to say seemed to have an excuse to say it at this point. Anyway, he didn't know Lin Yu well. When it's all said and done, let's pretend that nothing happened and we won't cross paths in the future. She thought so, and held nothing back. He's abroad, and when he has to come back someday, that's when the engagement will take place. Because of this engagement, she hadn't been allowed to be in a relationship since she was a child, and she hadn't been in one. Everything seems to be set up, but she's also very rebellious. The result of the resistance, this sneaky policewoman, is the only time the resistance has been successful? So it is. Lin Yu smiled. Hey, not so much. By the way, why don't you take some pictures for me? Chiu Evening said. Yeah. Lin Yu took the cell phone she handed him and raised his eyes to see her strike a pose. Not to mention, she's still very much an enchantress. He clicked and snapped several pictures. Chiu Evening also changed various positions. I don't know how much time has passed. How's the shooting going? Let's see. Chiu Evening jogged 2 steps to run over. Holding his cell phone, he kept swiping it from side to side. 1 minute I'm spouting off about how this one didn't come out right. The next I'm screaming about how that one should have been retaken. Lin Yu couldn't even help but smile. It seems that after taking off that uniform, she is also a little girl who loves life. The sense of contrast is actually kinda fascinating. Oops, it's getting late. I should get home. Chiu Evening saw the time at this time, and her expression instantly became a bit despondent. I should get back too. The 2 were heading home in the same direction, so they were still traveling together. This time, warning, detected around the host, danger signals. At this time, the system's voice, surprisingly, rang out. What's the situation? Lin Yu's heart instantly tensed. Then a red light, suddenly in the woods in front of them, swung by. It pierced Lin Yu's eyes. Look out! Almost subconsciously, he tugged hard on Chiu Evening. She couldn't dodge and fell into her arms. Immediately after, there seemed to be the sound of a bullet breaking through the wind. Chiu Evening also realized at this time that there were people hiding in the forest. Who? Her professional instincts awakened at once. Her spirit was highly concentrated, and she clenched both hands into fists, taking a defensive stance. Although she didn't have a weapon on her right now, but compared to boxing and physical combat kung fu, that could still be fought. What man? At this time, the security guards patrolling the lodge were also startled. Hearing the commotion, He rushed over to this side. In the woods, there was no movement. Obviously they also knew that the first sneak attack hadn't worked, and it would be harder to spook them the second time. Miss Cho, Mr. Lin, are you guys okay? The security guards rushed over, realizing that the two people standing in front of him were both very distinguished. Immediately, they became nervous. But how did the two of them meet? It's a little hard to figure out. There are outlaws in the woods. Chiu Evening put down a sentence. It's fine this time, but it's hard to say next time. Do a full inventory. Got it. Ms. Chiu. The security guards were also realizing the seriousness of the situation. It's amazing that such a top-notch neighborhood is mixed with such thugs. They have a major security breach. Not daring to be slow, he hurriedly copied the weapon and drilled into the forest. Chiu Evening also quickened her pace at this time and walked in the direction of home. This is something that has to be told to the family. It's possible that the gang is coming for their family. After walking a few steps, she looked back at Lin Yu. From the bottom of his heart, he said, Lin Yu, just now, thank you. If he hadn't been so raked over the coals, he'd probably have to give an account of himself at this point. It's fine. I'll send you back. Lin Yu smiled. Two people have something to look after, and it's safer. Chapter 33, You kid, eat my tofu. Chiu Evening opened her mouth, but said nothing. It was considered an acquiescence to Lin Yu's proposal. 10 minutes later, the two men then arrived at the entrance to the lodge. A stone at the entrance, engraved with a few large words, Q House, Mrs. Back. All the same, the Q family has servants, but the difference is this. Inside the courtyard of Chiu's house, there were several big men with a height of 190, and full of muscle, standing there like a small mountain. Why are you so late? In the middle of the hall sat a man in his 50s or so, half white hair, but it looks majestic. Lin Yu didn't know his identity, but looking at him, he should be Chiu Evening's father. Dad, I'm just back, she said. Come back? You think I don't know what just happened out there? Chiu's father's expression was cold. I told you not to go out. You just didn't listen. Luckily it's okay, otherwise how can I explain to your mom? This man, really, spoke with the most vicious tone of concern. And, that skin of yours, hurry up and give me a report to take it off. I'm getting angry just looking at it. It's all on me. That's my own thing. I'll leave you to it. Lin Yu felt that it was almost time for him to go back. People are arguing. What are they staying here for? And this is? Father Chiu looked at himself with some confusion in his eyes. Dad, he's a friend of mine, and just now, he was the one who helped me. Chiu Evening hurriedly said. What friends? At that moment, another voice sounded in the room. Lin Yu followed the sound. A young man in his early 30s approached. Inan, you don't want to be confused. You don't have any friends. He said this and looked at Lin Yu with a leathery smile. I still have to thank you for helping my little sister just now, but it's too late. We'll come to the door another day to thank you. He didn't have the slightest bit of goodwill towards Lin Yu. This is nothing more than a person who wants to use the Chiu family's power to move up the ladder. He's seen too much. A quick glance will tell you. Chiu Ximing, cut the crap. Father Chiu stood up at this time. Lin Yu noticed that his legs and feet seemed to be a bit unsteady. Can walk on two legs though. One of the left legs, however, had a stiffness to it. It looks like it's been injured in some way. Sir, thank you so much for taking my daughter home today. Somebody. As soon as the words left his mouth, a butler-like man walked over. Mr. Chiu, you take this gentleman and pick out a gift to take away. That's an incredibly rounded statement. Both clearly express gratitude. Another euphemism for letting him go. It's dark. The gift is hard to see, and I live not far next door. Come back later to pick it up. Lin Yu also dropped a sentence, turned around and left. It means that one will come back. You still owe me a gift. What a man. So arrogant. Chiu wanted to drop his glass. Brother, he lives in the front building, Chiu Evening said. The Qin Mufei family of the Mufei group? He's the son that got back? Chiu Ximing was well informed. No wonder. So it's the son of the richest man in Zhangcheng. Chiu was thoughtful. However, compared to your fiancé's family, it's still not even a tailgate. Evening, don't have any other thoughts. Follow the arrangement and marry in a smooth and steady manner. Brother, here we go again. There's no end to it. Chiu Evening was instantly distracted, sitting on his ass on the couch. No, I just don't understand. That so-called fiancé, I haven't even seen one side of him, and he comes back and wants to marry someone. On what grounds? On what grounds? Chiu's father's emotions came up at this point. See this leg of mine? With this, seeing her father angry again, Chiu Evening could only spread her hands to show that she had admitted defeat. It's been conceded for I don't know how many times. I remember being brainwashed from the time I was a child. Shortly after I first remembered, it hadn't been washed over in so many years. and it was entirely her natural antipodes. Dad, brother, I have to work tomorrow, so I'll wash up and go to bed, and you guys have an early night. With that, he went up to the second floor. This ninny's been a little off the rails since she's been working, watching her daughter's back disappear into the hallway. Father Cho mused, shimming, go ask over there if you can come back early. Okay Dad, I'll ask right away. Cho nodded and left. At this point, Lin Yu also returned home. As soon as I got home, I saw that the lights were on in the living room hall. He quickened his pace and walked a few steps tighter. When he walked into the living room, he found Lin Crispy Dream in the living room. Only several kinds of fruits and snacks were on the table. Lin Crisp Dream took off her heels, with black silk over her legs. She was in the posture of a sleeping beauty, half lying on the sofa. Lin Yu, you're back. Where have you been? Went out for a spin. Lin Yu sat next to him and casually picked up a few small grapes and put them in his mouth. It's with that Q girl, isn't it? He was about to ask how you knew. Lin Crispy Dream then added, I saw you two in the car on my way back, but you'd better keep your distance from their family for good. No. Why? Lin Yu grew more and more strange. His own family is considered an official businessman, with people in both white and black. What kind of monster is this Q family of yours that everyone feels the need to keep their distance? Ha! It wasn't like he really just had to have something with Cho evening. The main event is just a curiosity. This is something that has little to do with the Cho family itself. What matters is her fiancé's family. Lin Crisp Dream smiled. Her fiancé's family? What's the story? Come on, have a grape. Lin Crispy Dream glanced at him without saying anything. Her onion-white jade hand picked up a grape and stuffed it into his mouth. No, sis, you're trying to gag me? Lin Yu said as he chewed on a grape. How can you eat and not be able to stop your mouth? Yuck. Lin Jioming gave him a blank look. Let's not talk about other people's families for now. Lin Yu, the company is busy as hell right now. You have to help me. What's the situation? 3 movies, starting at the same time. Do you know how much pressure your old sister is under? Look, am I growing gray hair again? Lin Crisp Dream said, moving over in a smooth motion, laying down onto Lin Yu's legs. This angle, it's easy to see large swaths of white putty. Lin Yu felt like he was going to turn into Lin Li Zhengyu. You kid, eating my tofu? Lin Crispy Dream looked up and a hand slapped him. I'm your sister. You turtle want to mess up. Quickly help me look. Oh, Lin Yu nodded. Reaching through her hair, she searched for the so-called gray hair. Lin Crispy Dream lay still. There's really one. After half a day of picking his way through, Lin Yu was rewarded. Sister didn't respond. At another glance, her beautiful eyes were closed together and she had fallen asleep. Apparently she'd come back long ago sleepy and was just waiting for herself to come home. At this moment, a feeling suddenly welled up in Lin Yu's heart. Chapter 34, Volunteering and Recruiting Actors for the Auditions. A big star. It has tens of millions of followers on social media platforms. Each dynamic has tens of thousands of retweets and comments. Also runs an independent movie and TV company, usually acting in a completely imperial manner. Quietly closing her eyes at the moment, her face was serene, just like a little girl's. She just lay still on her legs. Lin Yu didn't even dare to move his legs for fear of waking her up. Had to move my hand away slowly. Pick up your cell phone and get ready to kill some time. Aha! Within a few minutes, Lin Crispy Dream suddenly grunted and her head twisted this way. Then the eyes opened. How did I fall asleep here? She rubbed her head, dizzy from waking up so violently. It's like a broken movie. Nor did he remember, at all, what he had just asked his brother to do to help him find any gray hair. I have to get up at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning to audition for actors, so I won't be accompanying you, brother. Her thoughts returned to normal and she got up in a hurry. Getting up early in the morning? Lin Yu looked at her like this. Not sleeping for a few days is not a reprieve. Yeah, for this movie, I want to use all vegetarians except for a few confirmed leads, Lin Crispy Dream said. Since we're using vegetarians, it's only natural that we have to select, train, and choose the best of the best. The first to go up is a youthful inspirational hot-blooded type of movie. The script is already there. This kind of movie doesn't require much in the way of technology or scenery. The main locations are on campus, so rent a school and start filming. The company has made movies with similar themes, so this one is the easiest to get into. All that's left is the cast. In order to keep costs under control, it is natural to hire flow actors who are already famous, then recruit vegetarians from the community. With so many art colleges, there's always a good fit, but this is also a lot of work, to make sure the movie is made to look good. Lin Crisp dreams of going to the gatekeeper himself. Sis, I'll go in your place for the recruiting audition actors. Lin Yu took the initiative to propose. Ha, you go? Lin Crispy Dream had a moment of emotion in her heart. Her brother knew that he felt sorry for her, This movie investment. There's a share of me. It's okay for me to step in. When Lin Yu said that, she was speechless. It's just that auditioning for an actor involves looking at the actor's form, talent, and demeanor. Can you do that? That's a lot of specialized territory to cover. Don't worry. Lin Yu smiled. I promise to pick you a good one. I'm going to bed then. Is there anything I need to ask? Lin Crispy Dream asked. All you need to do is tell me the address. And who needs to be matched up? Lin Yu returned. Okay. I'll send it to you on my cell phone. If there's no problem, I'm really going to bed? Go on. Lin Yu nodded. This kid. I don't know what the hell. Lin Crispy Dream walked towards the bathroom while holding a change of clothes. No. I still have to go over there tomorrow. But getting up at 5 o'clock really doesn't stay up. She had been sleeping only 3 hours a day for many days in a row. Let's get to. No. An hour and a half more sleep then. The front end is mostly preparation. And going there an hour and a half late won't have a big impact. Watching my sister go up the stairs. Lin Yu also checked the map and program flow. Get the gist of what it takes to audition actors for the scene tomorrow. He then opened the system mall. After flipping through a few pages, I found it for myself. All-around talent skills. By purchasing this phase skill, the host will gain all-around talent, including acting, street dancing, singing, Chinese and Western instruments, fine arts, and writing. Rank, Master. Purchase price, 10,000 points. Earlier, when he was tinkering with the system, he discovered that there was a mall inside the system. There are various skills available for purchase inside. In addition to all-around talent, there are also top-notch car skills, cooking, medicine, fighting skills, and other multifaceted talents. Each technology has a different purchase price. This all-around talent has a purchase price of 10,000 points. It's pretty much not cheap anymore either. He was now a little more than 10,000 short of leveling up to level 6 and unlocking new kin modification permissions. If you purchase a talent, that accumulation of points will have to be re-accumulated again. Whatever. Buy it. Lin Yu quickly made a decision. Now 5 of his own relatives. Dad, Mom, Great Aunt, Sister, money, power, underground power, all of it. The status possessed is also enough to back yourself up, so the need to move up to the next level is not yet urgent. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming 10,000 points and obtaining almighty talent. A queue followed. At once, Lin Yu felt the knowledge of various talents pour into his brain like a tidal wave. Something about music theory, something about the fundamentals of drawing, something about the self-mastery of acting. Any knowledge in this area is being absorbed on the fly. At this point, his appearance hadn't changed, but the knowledge of the talent he possessed was already masterful. It's all poking and prodding to be a professor at an art school. With this skill, then interviewing actors, is a complete no-brainer. Made the choice. Lin Yu is ready to go to bed. It was now after 10 p.m., and I had to be up at 5 a.m. before dawn. Back in the bedroom, through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, he saw that the second floor of the Q's house, a block away, there's a room with a light that's still on. There was no talk all night. At 5 in the morning, Lin Yu woke up, and after some washing and packing, he then drove straight away and left the Green Dragon Villa. At this point, some convention center, there was a large group of student-looking people gathered at the entrance. Everyone was clutching a stack of information in their hands, waiting anxiously for something at the door. These boys and girls, about 20 or so years old, a green face, almost 70% are students from art and other institutions. The remaining 30% are marginal practitioners who have been mass actors, or who have done Netflix and commercials, and are considered to have a drop of experience in the industry. Why did Kirika pick this place for the interview? It's too far away. Yeah, I was afraid of being late and came last night. And it's not even dawn to make us wait here. There's no place to eat breakfast. I'm really afraid of fainting from low blood sugar later. Let's be considerate. There are a lot of actors applying for this job. And isn't it nice that this place is spacious and undisturbed? Some people are more empathetic than others. Talking for Kirika like that before she's even been chosen. It's not like she's been chosen and came to walk the plank. That said, there are only 20 spots for this casting call. That's way too few. There's almost 400 or 500 people on the floor. If there were any insiders, the competition would have been even tougher. Yeah, if there's an inside job, aren't we just making a trip for nothing? Yeah, so what do we do? Among the crowd, some began to complain because of the long wait. There was also talk of subterfuge and such. If you all believe there's an inside track, why are you here? At this time, a cold voice sounded behind the crowd. Chapter 35, the selection begins. Lin Yu sits in the C seat. Lin Yu came to the scene and saw that there were quite a few people spouting off about the selection mechanism this time. there was just a pang of annoyance in his heart. My sister, as the owner, was fretting most of the night about recruiting the cast for the next day, afraid that something will go wrong and the scene will get out of control. How dare someone say there's an inside job? Who's inside? What will my sister do with these student sisters? As for those boys, can they meet my sister's eyes? Don't go on the internet for a few days and say there's something shady here and there. Such a person, even if he really had great talent, in Lin Yu's place, it wouldn't pass muster. Who is this? So handsome. Is he here to audition for an actor too? The crowd looked at Lin Yu. Many of the girls had surprise written in their eyes. It is indeed so handsome. There were quite a few guys from art schools on the set, as well as some who had experience as trainees, but the face value is all over him. And the biggest difference is this: there was a masculine quality about him. Sexual tension pulls full, and unlike a good number of girly boys, the bangs are thick enough to cover half of your face. It's really annoying to look at. You're not an auditioned actor, so what's the big tale you're pretending to be? Just line up nicely in the back. One boy was upset when he saw that Lin Yu was being followed by many girls. However, as soon as his sentence fell, the security guard in charge of maintaining order stepped forward. I'm sorry, you're out. Please get out. What, I'm out? The interview hasn't even started yet. The boy yelled. Offended Mr. Lin. You've been eliminated. Get out. The guard reached out and pointed outside. Mr. Lin? The boy was dumbfounded and quickly responded. Sure enough, there are shady practices. I'm going to expose you guys. The boy, unwillingly, flung the information to the ground. Did everyone see that? What mistake did I make? Straight away I was eliminated. Shady? There must be something shady. Everyone, don't interview. However, none of the people on the scene responded to him. Instead, it's like watching a clown. They saw the whole thing just now, called the loudest and offended the person in charge of the interview. Who would put up with a prick like that? When you're out in society, you have to follow the rules of society. You can disobey, but no one is going to spoil you. The boy, seeing that no one responded, was also discouraged and left. The crowd, at this point, was clearly more boisterous than it had just been. Just now the security boss called him Mr. Lin? Could it be that he's the brother that Lin Crispy Dream found? I got this melon too, and I can't believe this whole thing is true. Geez, he's surprisingly handsome. I thought he was an actor who came to audition too. It's just that, didn't they say that the person in charge today is Lin Crispy Dream himself? How come he's the one who came for the interview? We're going to perform a professional talent show, and this, is he up to it? Lin Yu had also heard some of these people's worries. Looking at the black mass of people in front of him, he signaled the staff to bring over a megaphone. Ladies and gentlemen, today this is the casting call for a new movie from Kirikou Pictures. At that shout, the scene went silent. Listen to Lin Yu speak. Role demand everyone has seen. Need age 18 to 22 years old young men and women. Related character persona you should have on hand. So then, today is the casting for the above roles. And there is a strict process and rules for the casting. We will notify the results after the casting is over. All interpretation rights are owned by Kirikou. By coming to the selection, everyone is agreeing to these rules by default, and those who don't can leave now so as not to waste your time going to face the other groups. As the words fell, Lin Yu gave the scene half a minute to consider. However, with the exception of a very few, most people didn't move. Then, if everyone has no objections, the selection will begin immediately in a moment. Please follow the staff's guidelines and enter the arena in order. As for everyone's main concern, my eligibility to be a judge. Lin Yu paused. All I can say is that the person I selected is not necessarily the best actor, but it must be the most suitable for the role. The casting will also be publicized and the entire casting process will be videotaped to be open and transparent. With his words, the crowd's doubts were allayed quite a bit. He is now speaking on behalf of Kiribati. Saying these things in front of so many people, then there's no fear of being told that there's some kind of inside job or something. Everyone is on their own. Any more questions? No more. The crowd shouted in unison. Let's get started then. Lin Yu put the horn aside. Mr. Lin. This way please. Several staff members also came up and guided those attending the interview into the venue. The first step in the selection process is a preliminary form screening. It's in a big conference room. In addition to myself and a couple of judges, there were company employees and some teachers from the film industry. It adds up to 20 or 30 people. The first round does not include acting as a selection requirement. This round focuses on the basic image qualities of being an actor. If a person who signs up doesn't have even the most basic actor's demeanor, general demeanor, camera sense, and ability to not get stage fright, then there's no need to proceed to the next step. The auditions give each person a set time of 1 minute. In this minute's time, you can do whatever you want. Talk, laugh, perform without objects, eat, sing, or even do military-style boxing. The process is standardized throughout and controlled by a pinch meter. The next one is ready at the 55th second, and when the minute is up, the next one has to board from this side when the previous one exits. Seamless. There are about 400 or 500 people who came to the audition today. 1 minute for a man, and a day for a face. Lin Yu thought for a moment and asked the head of the company, "What's the approximate male-to-female ratio of the people coming today?" Lin Xiao. "The total number of boys is 200, while the girls are around 300. The man in charge looked at the list and then said, "This way." Lin Yu quickly made a decision. "Split the personnel into 2 teams according to gender. You take one team to face the boys and I'll face the girls. This saves half the time. You can move on to the next round of selection earlier. Only face 300 people. So 5 hours is about right. It starts at 7 o'clock. Just in time to finish for lunch." The man in charge retreated with a promise. In his heart, he also couldn't help but spit out, "Lin Xiao, or you will play girls are your face. I also want to see beautiful women but what can be done? People are about to be second shareholders in the company. She's still a sibling to her boss." Lin crisp dream. "That little privilege, then what's left to say? Young Lin, everything is ready. Can we start?" A staff member tuned up the equipment and arranged the judges, bending over to ask. Respectful attitude. "Could be." Lin Yu nodded. The staff clapped their hands and shouted outward, "Attention! The selection process has begun. Be ready for the first student to come in." Chapter 36. Lin Xiao is so straight, eliminating people from his own company too? As the door pushed open, a rather pretty-looking girl then walked in. Lin Yu's eyes couldn't help but light up. It's one of those innocent and sweet type of metrosexual beauties. It gives a feeling of refreshment, like drinking a cold drink on a hot day. After a deep bow, he began his talent show. "Hello judges and teachers, my name is Shin Mengyan. I'm 18 years old this year, and I'm bringing my talent show below." When she finished, she began a 1-minute talent show. As this party is not a casting call, those who have passed the talent show move on to the next round, which is the appropriate test for the role setting. She performed a solo dance, manicured, high-legged, one-piece, and a great demeanor. No stage fright at all. The judges on hand were also very complimentary. "Well, this one's passable." Lin Yu checked a box on the profile. Not only the appearance, but the talent displayed on the field. The demeanor, that was outstanding. It's just that this first one is so excellent. Will the later ones blow up even more? When the others saw that he had passed, then what hesitation was there? They also passed. The minute was fast approaching. The second one starts to get ready. The staff is also well organized with the process. Time passes quickly. It didn't take long to face dozens of girls. The ratio of elimination to passage is about 60/40. The ones that passed were good in every way, and those that didn't pass had their own reasons. Some of the talent is not bad, but the image just doesn't quite match the casting niche and they have to be eliminated. Some have a good image, but are stiff-limbed and get nervous looking at the camera. Some can't control their facial expressions. The girl who was eliminated was heard bawling as she exited the door. Lin Yu sat in the middle and was a little heartbroken at first, then became numb later. It can't be helped. The competition in the movie and TV industry is just so fierce. It's even said to be cruel. Even if this is just the first hurdle, that's a lot of people to weed out. Lin Yu was suddenly able to understand why someone would say something about internalized subterfuge or something like that. With a role like that, you can't pass the test if you come up slightly short. It would have to be through the back door and look for connections. There are a limited number of characters you can want for a movie or TV show. It's not like all of them were recruited. As Lin Yu sat in this position, he could only ensure that he tried to be as fair and impartial as possible. This time, the next contestant enters. Seeing that girl, Lin Yu was a bit surprised. Isn't that the childlike Luo Qingya? Also, there is a contract in place with Kirikou. This recruitment, however, does not restrict whether or not one is a company artist. It's understandable when you come. She was only seen walking onto the stage and her expression was a little nervous as well. "Young Lin, this girl is a signed artist of our company." Seeing Lin Yu dazed, the assistant next to him hurriedly said, "Hand over a copy of the information. She's not from a science class. She's done print modeling and cosplayer before. Kind of talented." "I know." Lin Yu closed the information. "Excuse me, what is your talent? You can show it off." Luo Qingya looked nervous. The brain is a blank. Originally she had prepared her talent and practiced it for a long time. But when he saw what was sitting under the stage, it turned out to be Lin Yu. She was in a state of total confusion. The ex of his own friend. Gold shoppers who are generous with their purchases. Now, sitting on the floor again as a judge. Or in the C-suite? Too much information to digest at all. "All right, you go on down," Lin Yu said. The clock is ticking down to just over 20 seconds. Lin Xiao. She's very talented. At this point, the acting teacher in the company was a little anxious. Newly signed artists into the company have to be openly recruited even though they want roles, but it would still be a shame if she was eliminated. Sorry, I can't get through. Lin Yu raised the no pass sign. Luo Qingya's eyes were wide, tears still welling up in her eyes. The staff then stepped forward. Exit, please use this side of the aisle. Next, watching Luo Qingya's back disappear in the doorway, Lin Yu also sighed. There's no way around it. It's really hard to convince people of what they just did on the field. Dozens of pairs of eyes staring. If he shows favoritism, then he will fall on his sword. Affects the company's image. In the future, if we want to grow and prosper, it is inevitable that the opposite family will take this kind of thing. Can't do that with this first recruiting class. The other people on the scene, including some of the players outside the arena, heard the news and stood in awe of Lin Yu. I'll go. It's all the signed artists from their own companies that have been eliminated. At first I thought he was putting on a show, but now it looks like he's getting real. If only there were more companies like this in the circle. Even if I don't pass, I'm still convinced. This wave, I'm kinda gibbering. Interviews continue. This time, a man from the boys' side of the field catwalked in, coming to Lin Yu's side. Young Lin, over at the boys' field. There's a situation. Chapter 37, it's not a big problem. I'll add another 200 million. What's the situation? Lin Yu wondered. We can't solve this problem at our level. You'd better go and take a look at it. Young Lin. The staff's faces were tense. They've also been coordinating for a long time to no avail. It is already a serious disruption to the normal selection process. Right now, only Lin Yu's words could count on the scene. He'll just have to be asked to take care of it. The selection will be suspended for now, and the site will be arranged. I'll go over there and take a look. Lin Yu explained a few words to his assistant. Then he stood up and headed over to the boys' field as it were. Everyone, the casting is now paused for a few minutes so you can take a break and touch up your makeup. The staff on the girls' side of the field rushed to maintain order at the scene. There's free drinking water and snacks available over here, so come and help yourself if you need them. The girls who hadn't started their interviews yet were a bit agitated by this statement. They had come early, stood around all morning, and were all a little emotional when they heard that the selection had been suspended. But the company handled it properly. There's food and drink, and this convention center has enough air conditioning inside. Just wait a minute and wait. But there were some girls who discussed what was going on over at the boys' field. What happened over at the boys' field? Young Lin even went there himself. I heard. I did. There's a guy over at the boys' field that's a big deal. I heard about it this morning when I was waiting for the show. Maybe it's really because of this. Who is it exactly? Shoo, don't be ridiculous. Take a look. At this point, Lin Yu was also guided by the staff to the boys' side of the field. Only on the stage, a boy was arrogant and was saying something. What's going on? Lin Yu let out a low shout. The guy in charge just came over with the information. Lin Xiao. This boy, his talent is not up to par. There's really no way he can pass. Lin Yu looked at the information. This man's name is Ding Zhankuan. Age 20. No acting experience. You're Lin Yu? It's just right to come. The boy called Ding Zhankuan. Saw him. Straight away. He spoke. Why don't you let me pass when you said yes? Saying yes to what? Lin Yu was in a daze at this point. Playing dumb? Ha? Ding Zhankuan looked to the left and back. Where's that Lin Crispy Dream? Why isn't she here? Let her come and talk. I'm in charge of everything at the scene, so if you need anything, just call me. The man in charge signaled the field photographer to turn off the machine first. Lin Yu said, there's no need to turn it off. That's good. Earlier my uncle reached a preliminary investment agreement with Lin Crispy Dream on the condition that he'd let me star as the second male lead. How come it turned into a selection later? Okay, so the selection is fine. Just as a process. But what's the point of not letting me pass even the selection? Ding Zhankuan glared and questioned. We're casting actors here. The second male role is heavier. I'm afraid we can't afford it without some acting skills. Lin Yu responded. Joke? Ding Zhankuan was dissatisfied. What is that agreement if you don't let me pass? My uncle's $200 million investment. No conditions whatsoever? Lin Yu heard and understood at this point. It turns out that this is a connected person who was asked to be shoehorned in by the employer. There's no acting skills for starters. Looking at his resume, there isn't either. But this kind of behavior from a related family was unacceptable to Lin Yu. What's more, such an arrogant person is a badly managed prick in the crew. As for why he, Ding Zhankuan, came here for the selection and was eliminated, this would be the sister not communicating with the others. Or maybe she didn't want him to pass at all? But that one can't go to the test right now. But from Lin Yu's perspective, this person, he definitely wouldn't want. I don't know what you're talking about, but in terms of the results of the selection, you've been eliminated, and there are traces recorded at the scene, so the results can't be changed. Lin Yu said with a straight face. You mean, I can't get the part? Ding Zhankuan said. I'm sorry, but you're also asked to leave the room. There are more than 100 people in the back. Lin Yu directly began to drive people away. How many minutes should more than 100 people be delayed for just a few minutes? Good, 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 so much for playing right. Ding Zhankuan wiggled his fingers, and his mouth gritted his teeth. It's not just a gibberish small company. You guys wait, I want my uncle to divest. Mr. Ding, don't go. The person in charge tried to retain it didn't. Before saying, it's over. If they pull out, our project won't get off the ground. This project has already started and the capitalist suddenly withdraws. So it's not going to be unplayable? Not so much. Lin Yu smiled. An investment of $200 million is indeed not small. But the whole, it fills itself. After all, one still has a bank. Getting $200 million out of that is no small feat. Mr. Lin is here. At that moment, there was a cacophony of noise outside. Lin Yu turned around and saw his sister walk in. She breezed in wearing a long red little mom dress. What just happened? There's one called Ding Zhankuan who was eliminated. The person in charge hurriedly explained. He said that his uncle was. I know what's going on. Lin Crispy Dream interrupted. I'm to blame for this. I didn't make it clear. Now Ding Zhankuan says he wants his uncle to divest. So what do we do? Figure it out again. Lin Crispdream had one arm on her chest and the other hand on her forehead. It's also a headache. It's not a big impact, and I'll invest an additional $200 million. What? Everyone, at this moment, looked at Lin Yu as if they had heard something extraordinary. The last time the movie had a budget of 15 crores. He said he would cover the remaining gap of 10 crores. The money hasn't arrived yet. Now people are pulling out again and there is an additional $200 million shortfall. He said additional. The money, where does it come from? Sis. Lin Yu pulled Lin Crispy Dream aside. You arrange for someone to fill out a loan application. Go to this bank I mentioned, and it can be approved for you. A loan? Lin Crispy Dream was a bit surprised. Not to mention, can this amount be approved? Just go ahead and make the arrangements. This bank is Lin Yu's. He has every right to. Are you familiar with the bank? Lin Crispy Dream hadn't responded yet. This brother, did he play somewhere and get on well with them? Geez, don't ask. Funds are important right now. I'll explain it to you later. But, Lin Crispy Dream wanted to say something else, but on second thought, there's no turning back from the start. Now the pre-launch has cost a lot of money. If you give up at this point, the money is wasted. Given her personality, it was a fight to the death. Given that, only in this way, there is no investor to share. Then the movie, whether it is a loss or profit and loss all have to bear. The pressure rubbed off on me again. Chapter 38, The Imperial Boss, still has such a little woman side. Brother, what if I lose money on my movie project? Lin Crispdream was very bottomless in her heart. It wasn't like she was like Lin Yu, who had God's perspective on and knew everything. Let's just say that she's operating at a point where she's pretty much blowing up across the board. A company that isn't quite head and shoulders above the rest of the industry. There have been a couple of investments, with losses and profits, and the overall operation is only slightly in surplus. The company's biggest star is Lin Crispdream herself, but it's not even close to being a tier 1. Such a company, independently managed to launch 3 movies at once, still has no investment partners and relies mainly on loans for investment. This is undoubtedly crazy. There would have been some discussion of this on the internet, and Lin Crispdream would have felt sleepy when she had inadvertently brushed over it. That's still before an investor comes on board. This now that other investors are pulling out. There's no telling what the internet will talk about. Don't worry, it won't be a loss. Lin Yu comforted. And what if? I'd have to jump in the river if I really lost it. It won't. Don't you lie to me? If I jumped in the river you'd have to jump too. I'll jump too. That's more like it. Lin Crispy Dream's mood, all of a sudden, got better. Actually, sometimes girls are the same. It's all about an emotion being echoed. As to whether things have been resolved or not, it is rather on the back burner. The company's employees, a few meters away, looked stunned. I'll go. Was this still the same imperial boss they remembered as the one who said no? In front of this brother, it was a total schoolgirl pout. This brother, he can be really healing. It can make such a difference to a person. Realizing that someone was watching, Lin Crispy Dream returned to her stern normality at this time. What are you all waiting for? The selection continues to start off. Everyone continue to get ready. The selection is back on. A yell. The players outside heard it and perked up. After this episode, the subsequent interviews in the morning went on without further incident. Lin Yu continued to sit on the girls' field, and Lin Crispy Dream is in charge of the boys' side of the field. Soon, hours passed. The vegetarians involved in the audition are basically done interviewing. The morning was, out of 500 runners, about 150 passed. The overall elimination pass rate is 70 to 30. That's still a lot of competition. 350 people are unattached to this movie project. Among those who passed, 60 boys and 90 girls. This is also due to the fact that there is a bit of a female character bias within the characters that need to be recruited. Of course, this is just a preliminary selection. The next step is casting for acting. The roles needed are 3 boy roles and 5 girl roles. The first female is Lin Crispy Dream. The male one is from another company and is pretty much finalized. The casting starts with the second act. This second round of interviews will start in 2 days. I can't tell, but the people you've chosen are pretty photogenic and camera ready. Lin Crispy Dream was still a bit uneasy about the person Lin Yu had chosen, so sampled a few. Unexpectedly found that it was all pretty good, especially this one called Shen Mengyan. This one is really good. I feel like she's booked as the second female. She didn't hide her fondness for the player at all. Innocent and sweet, so soulful. That's right, and don't look at your brother's vision. Lin Yu was a little smug. In addition to his vision, the knowledge of acting that he now possessed was actually able to tell things beyond face value. Luo Qingye didn't even pass? At this time, Lin Crispy Dream also found out. This girl was signed in by her, not from a science class, but had had some experience, and she was still quite surprised that she was eliminated herself. You've seen the video, and judging by this minute performance on stage, it does look worse. It wouldn't be fair to the others if they passed. Lin Yu got serious. You kid, you're really ironic. You're called Lin Qingtian alright. Lin Crispy Dream couldn't help but want to pinch her brother. However, she knew in her heart, Lin Yu was right to do so. She started Kiribati to create a level playing field as well. Those who can go up, those who can't go down. That Ding Zhankuan, in fact, is just her deliberate cold treatment. Since Lin Crispy Dream has other company business to take care of. So after the face was finished, Lin Yu also left first. He's a little hungry. Saw a small restaurant on the side of the road. Just pull up and walk in. This restaurant has 2 storefronts. It's about 50 or 60 square feet. The menus are all affordable to consume. A random bite is still good. Why are you so bad? Let me say something about you. There seemed to be a counting sound from the kitchen inside. Seeing Lin Yu enter the store, a woman in her 30s or so hurriedly came out to greet him. Hello, what can I get you? This woman has a great face and body. You can't hide it with an apron on. Despite running a restaurant, the skin on her face is surprisingly well maintained. It seems that good skin really is a natural thing. It's like a dark-skinned person with all the sun protection in the world still can't compete with cold white skin. Just fry up any 2 of your favorites. Lin Yu didn't particularly want to eat either. It's just for the sake of fruitfulness. Good, just wait. I'll be right there. With that she lifted the curtain and stepped into the inner kitchen. Daughter, go and pour a pot of tea for the guests. It's not necessary. Lin Yu was just about to speak when he looked up. When he saw the person in front of him, he froze. Isn't that Luo Qingye? There were still traces of undried tears on his face. So this is her store? What a surprise to run into it here. Luo Qingye's tearful eyes were taken aback when she saw Lin Yu. Even turned his back and calmed down a bit. Only then did he carry a pot of tea to Lin Yu's table. At this point, it was just the 2 of them inside the store. The atmosphere still seemed a little awkward. Lad, the woman stepped out at that moment. I see you have such a good temperament. And you're coming from the convention center side. Did you also participate in that casting audition for actors? Yeah. Lin Yu nodded. It wasn't wrong to say so. He did sit there all morning. So what do you say? Is it shady in there? That whatever judge even told my daughter to go down and not even have a chance to perform. It really pisses me off. Mom, you cut the crap. The pot of food is still boiling. Little did her mom know that the person she was spitting on was sitting right under her nose at the moment. Fearing that she might say the wrong thing, she tried to stop her from talking. Chapter 39 Random Draw. But becoming a top master? Okay. Hey. Luo Qingye's mother, shaking her head, sighed. Just go to the kitchen. Lin Xiao, have some tea. She poured a cup of tea in front of Lin Yu. The heart is also a nervous bunch. Though, barring that, he or she was eliminated inside the audition. But one is still a signed artist with Kirikou. He's the boss's brother. So he carries a lot of weight in front of himself. She wouldn't dare offend. By the way, what was going on with you on stage? Lin Yu asked. I'm just a little nervous. She tensed her speech again at the question. Lin Yu also found out. That's a small amount of guts indeed. Or in other words, haven't experienced anything. Haven't handled anything independently. So it falls off when it counts. This quality of heart, even if one really has the ability to show it, is useless. However, her sister and the people in the company all said that Luo Qingya's talent was okay. It does seem a bit of a shame that it didn't make the cut. Lin Xiao, can you give me another chance? Luo Qingya gulped. I promise. This time, I'll be good. Look into her eyes. Her eyes are bright. Full of anticipation indeed. Ding! The system's voice suddenly sounded in Lin Yu's mind. System temporary mission. Set up a review test for Luo Qingya. Rewarding 3 million in cash and comes with a card draw reward once. Here we go. Temporary assignment again. The last impromptu mission was still to take Hotaba home. It also seems that the system is too smart. It has access to information about whatever one is facing. In that case, let's get the mission done. The rewards aren't small anymore. This audition, it's over. Just as Lin Yu's words came out of her mouth, her expression lost its way again. But if you can go to the Han River Road Plaza and put on a show, live streaming popularity reaches over 100,000 viewers. Just consider it and give you an extra chance. Ha! Luo Qingya was shocked and delighted to hear this. Hanjiang Road Plaza, which is one of the busiest and most popular business districts in Jiangcheng. The traffic is in the hundreds of thousands every day. How mentally strong does one have to be to go there and perform and have a live stream? And it has to reach 100,000 popularity. This is a difficult one. Really, here's your chance to think about it. Lin Yu didn't mean to make things difficult for her either. This is a hurdle that must be passed. Daughter, why are you frozen there? Yelling at you and not responding. Come over here and serve the food. At this time, Luo Qingya's mom poked her head out of the kitchen and shouted, Mom, that side promised to give me another chance. Luo Qingya said as she walked over. Really? When did you say that? Just now. That's great. Daughter, this is an opportunity. Only, there are conditions. What conditions? Luo Qingya's mom looked at her and looked her up and down. Don't mean you're not asked to accompany a drink or something. That mustn't be. If that happens, this opportunity would rather be passed up. No la. It's just that I have to go to Hanjiang Road Plaza to open a live performance, and then the popularity goes up, so I can give an interview. Luo Qingya was afraid that her mother would misunderstand and hurriedly told the story. Street performance? Her mom froze. Don't tell me. That interviewer of yours knows you. You do need to hone your character a bit. In that case, I'll be out of business later. Accompany you to get ready. Luo Qingya's mom said and walked over to Lin Yu again. Sir, I'm sorry, but my daughter has something to do later and may have to close early. It's fine. Lin Yu smiled cloudily. Then you can pack my food for me. With that, he stood up. Luo Qingya's mom hurriedly helped Lin Yu pack the meal. He left the hotel. Luo Qingya kept looking at his back in a daze. Haruya, why are you being silly? Mom waved her hand in front of her eyes. You know each other? It was then that she realized that the two seemed to be in the same state as if they had known each other for a long time. He's my interviewer today and the brother of the owner of the company. Luo Qingya stomped her foot. Ha! I can't believe it's him. Luo Qingya's mom was a bit anxious. It's over. It's over. I just said a lot of wrong things and kicked him out of this. She got anxious. I hate that I can't smack myself. It's just that such a handsome boy looks to be in his early 20s. Thought he was a contestant in the audition too. Who knew he could judge others? It's obvious to anyone. Mom, but he's nice. And since I've been given this opportunity, I'm going to finish it. Luo Qingya's heart was full of strength at this time as she survived the desperate situation. The gratitude for Lin Yu was nothing short of overwhelming. It is no exaggeration to say that he is his own savior. Reputation value plus 583. This way, Lin Yu after leaving the store, also got a system alert. Congratulations to the host for completing the temporary mission. Rewards will now be handed out. $3 million in cash has arrived. One draw card. Do you want to draw it now? Extract. Lin Yu meditated as he ate. Then, once again, a large spinning disc appeared before his eyes. After the extraction begins, the disc starts to rotate. Then it slowed down again. Finally, the pointer rested on one of the sectors. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a divine level martial art. After the skill is extracted, the host will gain all-powerful martial arts, including top unarmed combat skills, top climbing skills, top marksmanship skills, top reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance skills, and top wilderness survival skills. At the same time, the host's overall physical qualities will increase dramatically, and his force will increase dramatically. With the system's introduction of skills, Lin Yu felt his body heat up internally. There seemed to be a powerful force that traveled around the body. The main points of various martial arts were also poured into the mind. It is really cool. According to the system, with all of them unarmed, it wouldn't be a stretch to beat up 20 unarmed thugs all by yourself. If it's armed, It's more. With this skill, then you don't even need any security when you go out. Lin Yu's mood, under the excitement, was also eager to find a place to verify his level of martial arts. In the end, think of it this way. He then saw it. There was a boxing gym up ahead. Real kung fu gym. If only the logo wasn't a silhouette of a swinging fist. He thought it was an eating establishment. Let's try inside. Then, Lin Yu resisted the urge to destroy public property that filled his head. Holding back this pressed fervor, he walked into the gym. Chapter 40, a reward of $300,000 for anyone who can defeat the exotic man. Welcome. At the front desk, the pretty young lady in black silk greeted warmly. Looking at Lin Yu's face, he couldn't help but gulp. This boy is so handsome. Seeing as he's filling out his contact info, I'll have to add him on WeChat later. After checking in at the front desk at the entrance for a one-time experience card, Lin Yu then walked into the heart of the boxing gym. There are also a number of fitness facilities on both sides, and at first glance, you'd think it was a gym. Further inside, there was occasional yelling, talking, and cheering, and the sound of boxing. There were several boxing rings in that area. It's all sealed with a big octagonal iron cage. Underneath the ring, there are a number of cards. Many people were sitting in the decks, drinking and watching the fist-to-fist duel on stage. It looks kinda like that. It's adrenaline pumping. People are hot. Others, however, hung their heads and left the deck. Lin Yu fixed his eyes on it, and it turned out that there were boxing matches of a spinach nature in here. Some people place bets and some people enter. That's normal too. Boxers for a living. People who place bets for fun. And the gym that provides the venue gets a portion of the commission. It's a win-win-win event, so to speak. That's what the people who come here are here for. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This one, Jason, is really good, too. I've been winning since I came to this gym. Even three-time Jiangcheng boxing champion Manhwa was easily KO'd by him. Doesn't that mean you can always win money by pressing him? Then who knows? This Manhwa is a three-time champion and has a lot of fans, so who thought he could lose? It's also really hateful to have our own territory ridden and beaten by a foreigner. What's the use of screaming? You dare to go up and fight? Me? It's better to forget about it, right? What am I if I can't even beat Manhwa? Go go go. But what exactly is this Jason's origin? What's he doing here in our Jiangcheng? I don't know. Maybe it's someone's bodyguard, out for a side job. As the crowd at the card table murmured, Lin Yu saw. On the stage, a shirtless man was roaring wildly to the sky. Who else dares to challenge me? He looked down at the stage aggressively, hooking his finger in a provocative manner. He's about 185 tall. The body was all one muscle, with two pecs that looked like ping-pong paddles. There was still a trace of blood on his bald head, and he didn't know if it was his own or someone else's. Asterisk 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 asterisk, are all bald heads this good? Lin Yu was a little surprised in his heart. Find a place to sit. A waiter brought a glass of beer. Anyone else want to get on? The man, Jason, was on the field, screaming in somewhat broken Chinese. There were a few shouts and some arrogance in his words. No ruin dare go on? His tone gradually grew cocky. It's said that Jie Li is the boxing gym with many experts in Jiangcheng. But today, it's nothing more than that. There isn't a single opponent who can fight. Hot chicken. Asterisk 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 asterisk, how dare he look down on us? Someone on the stage couldn't look away at this point, and one of them ran up. I'll take the challenge. This man is also a practiced fighter. Being so provoked by him, he couldn't help the breath in his heart and went up. However, only a wail was heard. In less than a minute, he was carried down. The face was bruised and swollen. Arms drooped feebly. It looks like it should be broken. A staff member, on the sidelines, put another notation behind Jason's name on a sign. 9 straight wins. As soon as he arrived at the gym, he went on a 9-fight winning streak. This gym, the previous highest winning streak was 10 fights. If no one can stop him, then the gym's record for longest winning streak is a foreign face. It's still something that's never been done before. I'll personally fund a reward of $200,000 for whoever can beat him. This time, behind the deck, a voice rang out. The crowd looked back. Who is this? So pretty, with the air of a big sister in the jungle. You don't even know her? Came here so many times for nothing. Her name is Sister Rainbow, the owner of the boxing gym. And who is Sister Rainbow? Overall winner of the WAC Boxing Championships 5 years ago. The only female champion in 20 years. So it's her? It's awesome to take the title in such an intense boxing match. But then how come she stopped competing? I heard it was an injury sustained during training and then I never fought in public again. Which is a shame too. Hush, I also heard that she had a moment with Master Zhong. But it's not fidelity. The crowd was buzzing about the history of the gym owner. Lin Yu also looked back at this time. I only saw that rainbow sister, wearing a very loose dress and pants. 2 very large round earrings hung from her ears. The expression was indifferent, and he stood there with his arms clasped. Look at the age. About 28 or 99. Pretty is pretty, but it gives you a feeling of being uninviting. It does have a jaded, big sister vibe, just like those customers said. Sister Hong has offered a reward of $200,000. So everyone go on. $200,000 bonus. Just win the fight and there it is. Who wouldn't be tempted? But they'd seen with their own eyes just how good Jason was at punching and kicking. He can't even touch people's clothes. He can't win any money, but he has to be sent to the hospital. This is no joke. Sister Rainbow. No one seems to be going on stage. Next to Sister Rainbow, one of the henchmen said. Another 100,000. Rainbow didn't want, either, to open her own gym and have the record for best fight held by an exotic one. People come here and look at it and think it doesn't work here, and it would devalue their kung fu level even further. Isn't that just trashing your own sign? If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't get on, he really wanted to personally go on the stage and challenge him. Win or lose. Not to mention that this breath had to be earned back. The bounty is up to $300,000. Why don't you go? The commotion on the stage was even more heated now. That's enough money to buy a BMW 3 Series. The rewards are really tempting. But everyone had seen with their own eyes how awesome Jason had just been. Who dares to go up there and get upset? Some people started making phone calls and contacting people everywhere to see where there were wild fighters and hurry over for a fight. This beautiful lady, since no one dares to take $300,000, why don't you just give it to me? I'm the king here. Jason shouted at Rainbow from the stage. It's so arrogant. Many of them clenched their fists and were furious. Let me try. At this time, a light voice rang out. Everyone looked and saw a young man in his early 20s take a few steps forward. Good looking, like he just graduated from college. Young man, you're new here, aren't you? Which school? Don't throw your little life away for $300,000. That's it. What's this fine fight? If you break it, your girlfriend will be heartbroken. How did you know he had a girlfriend? I don't know. Guessing, but so handsome there must be. Probably more than one. Rainbow, he's going to be on the field. Is that okay? The aide asked carefully. If someone gets killed, it's over. Go on. Give him a pair of gauntlets. Sister Hong looked at Lin Yu from afar and didn't say one more useless word. This is a very handsome young man, tall and skinny, but for some reason, she had a gut feeling in her heart. This kid, don't look young, sure has some skills. Chapter 41, Good Guy, AK.O Exotic Guy? Thanks. After getting a set of boxing gear from the gym, Lin Yu lifted his foot, and then walked towards the ring. No, he actually went up there. Ha, that's a lot of nerve. Is this ignorance? This for a mere $300,000. Don't you even want to die? I don't think he can carry it for 3 seconds with that physique. There's not going to be any blood splatter later, is there? There was quite a bit of chatter in the seats about him being on stage, but that's about it. They came here originally to have fun. As for the people on the stage, whether they win or lose, live or die, what does it matter to them? Why don't we place a bet on who will win? Better not. Is this even half suspenseful? Even Ma Igwa lost. This one is even more so. Amidst a chorus of murmurs, Lin Yu stepped into the ring. He mainly wanted to verify what level the skills he had just acquired were at in a real battle. It's a great opportunity. Another reason. This one, Jason, does seem a little cocky. Today, let yourself be angry. Kid, you want to compete with me? Jason looked at the young lad in front of him, tall and thin, not even half the size of himself. A hint of disdain lifted on his face. Cut the crap and make your move. Lin Yu directly set up his stance. Okay, then let's give you a taste of the power of my fists. Jason also wanted to clock out quickly. Facing the person in front of him, it was directly a matter of building up strength and swinging up as a punch. Swung toward Lin Yu's head. The fist broke through the air and attacked. Jason made a move. That punch, it looks powerful. That man, why is he standing still? Are you scared, silly? Hey, hurry up and dodge. This punch swung on. I'm afraid I have to go to ICU. Some people on stage couldn't help but shout. Sister Rainbow, isn't this kid too much of a trustworthy person? The assistant said from the sidelines. Let's see. Sister Rainbow watched the situation on the stage, her brows furrowing slightly. At this point, in the ring, Jason swung a punch with all his might towards Lin Yu's head. The eye was only a few centimeters away from hitting the head. The other party, on the other hand, was still standing still, just as the whole room stared and held its breath. Lin Yu struck out. Straight away he reached out a hand to gently block. It just took a big chunk out of Jason's punch. Wang DFA? Jason was surprised. Then the man darted out of place. and with his other hand he clasped Jason's shoulder. What? He's trying to go over the shoulder? To the amazement of the crowd, they were surprised to see Lin Yu, in the ring, used only one move to drop Jason heavily to the ground. The fall left Jason struggling on the ground and unable to get up for a long time. I just heard a click. It's not like someone broke a bone, is it? Call an ambulance. My bones are broken. It hurts like hell. Jason lay on the ring floor, slapping his palms on the ground and shouting. Several staff members rushed in with stretchers to carry people. Can't lift it. The 4 who went up first shouted. It took 6 men, with 2 others alongside to lend a hand, to barely lift Jason out. This kid, he overpowered Jason with just one move, and he even put him on his shoulders? How much strength is that? Jason's such a big guy and he even broke a bone? Can you believe that? What the hell is he about? The onlookers, at this point, were completely abuzz. It's incredible. Jason, who was nearly unbeatable in the gym, was overpowered by a young guy who looked fine and tender? Boy, you're on fire. I've never seen anyone come out so strong. He beat the big monster that is Jason. He's the real king of boxing. Lin Yu also looked at his hands. Some surprises. Is this a system-given skill? With just one move, he broke the bones of a professional boxer who had been around for more than 200 years, and he felt like he was only using 30% of his strength. At this point, the spectators outside the arena were chanting loudly. Many people shouted while recording short videos and sending them above the platform. How can you not share someone so awesome? This video of a young guy KOing a professional boxing champion in one move quickly caught fire on local channels. The comments, retweets and likes are skyrocketing. Hello sir, here's your $300,000 bonus. As per Han's order, the assistant came over, handed Lin Yu a check. This money is too good to be true. $300,000 for being on stage for less than a minute. But it's also time for people to earn that money. Even if one wonders if this Jason is colluding in a fake fight. For one thing, people don't have to lose in such a humiliating way and break bones. Secondly, to be able to single-handedly swing a few hundred pounds of people up, even if they cooperate, you have to have the strength to do so. They struggled to hold a bucket of several dozen pounds of water. Thanks. Lin Yu wasn't polite and took the check and was ready to go. He had come here himself, originally to test his skills. Now that the purpose was accomplished, there was no need to stay longer. Sir, please stay. At this time, Sister Han's voice sounded behind her. Sir, may I have a word? Rainbow was carrying 2 glasses of red wine, flaming red lips and a friendly smile. Talk about what? Lin Yu took a glass of red wine. A faint smile. He remembered that someone had just said that Sister Hong and Master Zhong seemed to have a story. If this rumor is true, then, shouldn't one call her aunt? Sir, sit over here. Sister Hong gestured for Lin Yu to sit on one of the sofas. He sat down himself and folded his legs together. Sir, my name is Chen Yu Hong. I am the owner of this boxing gym. Your strike just now was very cool and saved the face of my boxing gym. Thank you. With that, he held out his glass of red wine. My name is Lin Yu. However, I only stepped in for the $300,000 in prize money. No need to thank me. Lin Yu raised his wine glass and clinked it with her. Lin Yu? Chen Yu Hong searched in his own mind, and there didn't seem to be any information about him. It's hard to tell. You're surprisingly good with your hands. How did you practice? Didn't practice much? Probably born with godly powers. Lin Yu smiled. You can't just tell them that you have a system, can you? I'll be sliced and diced. Ha ha ha. Mr. Lin is really humorous. Chen Yu Hong also laughed out loud. There are indeed people who are born with divine powers. However, to be able to subdue a professional expert with a single move, this was indeed not convincing enough to be explained by divine power. And the movements he just made were pretty standard. That's totally a standard move only for pros. For a moment, she couldn't help but become more interested in this young man, who was a few years younger than herself. By the way, Mr. Lin, I see you're so young. Where are you working high up now? Me? Lin Yu thought for a moment. Follow the family to do some business. I wonder if Mr. Lin is interested in coming to work for me. I can offer you this number, she said, comparing 3 fingers. $3 million a year. Is that okay? I'll go. $3 million. The assistant on the sidelines was out of breath. $3 million. 10 years of your own salary. How dare this kid hesitate? Chapter 42. The owner of the boxing gym says she thinks she's seen me before. He himself had worked for so many years before he went from being a handyman with a monthly salary of $3,000 slowly to becoming the assistant beside Sister Rainbow nowadays. This process took itself 3 or 4 full years. And this kid, younger than himself not to mention, just showed his hand and straight away he's making $3 million a year? That's not a huge shock to anyone's heart. If he had known that he could take shortcuts in boxing, he would have taken lessons. $3 million sounds really good to me. Lin Yu smiled. Thank you Rainbow for thinking so highly of me, but I don't think my family would agree. Saying that, he also held the red wine and clinked a glass with Sister Hong. Gee, what a shame. Rainbow sighed. Such a supreme boxing genius that one couldn't take in. That was really something that couldn't be more normal. She had just witnessed the entirety of Lin Yu's strikes on the field and that demeanor. He was far from showing his true strength, so to speak. Perhaps, only 70% of the power was used. It's an ability that, without exaggeration, is not a problem even if you win a national championship. So, Mr. Lin, are you free? Do you want to have dinner together? By now, it was slowly getting dark. It was also time for dinner. Chun Yu Hong also invited sincerely. For some reason, she always had a very close feeling towards Lin Yu. It was as if he had a magnet on him that held his own eyes. Wanted to get to know this brother, who was a few years younger than himself, a little closer. Okay, that's fine, but forget about dinner. Find somewhere to drink. Lin Yu nodded in agreement this time. A beautiful woman like that invited herself twice, and it would be a little inappropriate to refuse. And there's nothing going on with myself right now. It's just a meal. It's not like it's delaying anything. Seeing Lin Yu agree, Sister Hong hurriedly instructed her assistant. Hurry up and make arrangements. It didn't take long. In a tavern, Lin Yu and Chen Yu Hong appeared at the card table. Mr. Lin, come on. I'll drink to you. Chen Yu Hong picked up a glass of wine. Sister Rainbow, you're welcome. I'll toast you too. Lin Yu returned the greeting. Mr. Lin, I always have a feeling that you look familiar. Here, dry up. Accompanied by music and a few glasses of wine, Chen Yu Hong also directly opened his heart. I look at you as if I were meeting an old friend. Lin Yu heard this. In his mind, he remembered what he had just heard from those customers in the boxing gym. Could it be that she was asking about Wen Tianzhong? After all, some say the two of them had a moment. Yes, deceased. It's the first time I've seen you, too. Lin Yu didn't want to expose himself so quickly at this point, although it will probably be known sooner or later. It's really similar. Chen Yu Hong held her cheeks, a faint blush on her cheeks. At that time, I was just a teenager, and he was about your age. One time I ran into thugs on my way out of school and stopped me. If he hadn't shown up and punched the thugs away with a few punches, I probably wouldn't have gotten out of it. His shadow I can remember for the rest of my life. It was also from that day that I set my mind to start learning boxing, both to protect myself and to be like him. She just can't stop talking when she opens her mouth. Perhaps it was because seeing Lin Yu caused thoughts of the past. Maybe it's the stimulating effect of the alcohol. Sister Hong, you've had too much to drink. It's time to go back. The assistant was not far away and saw the state of Chen Yu Hong. Rushing forward, he said, looking at the state, it's like a precursor to getting drunk. She's not going to be able to get her back if she's drunk later. I'm not drunk, so go wait off to the side. Chen Yu Hong directly blocked him. I didn't say go back, so don't get ahead of yourself. What could the assistant say when she said that? Had to back off. Sister Rainbow, it's almost time to go back. Lin Yu also said at this time. If she said anything else, she might say something else. There they are. This time, suddenly there was a cacophony of voices. A car stopped and a few people got out of it and just surrounded the guys. It looks like the blocks are huge. All of them are over 5 feet 8 inches or even 5 feet 9 inches. A bearded man with a large waist. Not only that, in their hands, they even held several machetes that were 2 feet long. A light shone through and the machete glinted with a sharp light. A few staggering people passed by, helping each other. When he saw the scene, he was scared out of his wine and fled the scene with his legs drawn. Who are you guys? Is this the wrong guy? The assistant said boldly. No mistake. The man who was in charge came up carrying a long knife, pointing at Lin Yu. He said, wasn't it you who injured Jason? And you, aren't you the gym owner with a $300,000 bounty on your head? That's a lot of words. Lin Yu realized at once. As it turns out, the gang is here to seek revenge on Jason. By the looks of them, it's like an organized operation. Obviously Jason's serious injury was pissing them off. What do you want? Rainbow said at this time. How's that? You hurt one of our men and you want to leave it at that? The one in the lead sneered. Remove an arm. Or a leg. Your choice. I hit the man. Just come at me. Lin Yu stepped forward. Hold your horses. There you go. You hurt Jason. And it won't be as simple as removing an arm and leg. The man at the head of the group laughed. At this point the assistant wanted to pull out her cell phone and call the police. A man stepped forward and slashed at his arm holding the cell phone. Ah! Sister Hong's assistant, covering her arm, screamed miserably. That voice, miserable. Blood erupted from his arm, and even white bone could be faintly seen. It happened so suddenly that both Hong and Lin Yu were startled. Sister Hong watched as her assistant was cut down, and her heart was filled with anger. You thugs, don't try to run away today. Don't you see? There are 10 of us and only 2 of you. Still want to make a pointless struggle? The words of the man at the head had just fallen. A bunch of people were laughing on their backs. It was not only in numbers that they held the advantage, and they're all good buddies with Jason. The instincts on the body are pretty much the same. Against this man and woman, that was perfectly adequate. Even if there were 10 of you. So what? Lin Yu's voice rang out coldly at this time. Just witnessed the brutality of the gang. I can't watch it myself. Especially since there were several blue-eyed ones in the crowd, randomly hurting people on their own turf. Would he or she not sit back and watch? And again, he now possessed the fighting skills to deal with these 10 men. Can't finish winning, but it will definitely be a solid win. Chapter 43, why don't you all go together? I'm in a hurry. Good boy. So what if you know a couple kicks of kung fu? This will show you how powerful you are. The man at the head of the group shouted. Stansiu, go up there and give him some credit. At a command, a man stepped out from among the crowd. Likewise, he was holding a long knife in his hand. Kid, I'll let you taste Grandpa's power today. Not a word of nonsense from Stancho. Raising his long sword, his feet were quick as he rushed towards Lin Yu. Come up and cut. Mr. Lin. Run. Seeing that the opposite side made a move, Chen Yu Hong hurriedly shouted. Although he was a good fighter, he had empty hands after all, and the long knives on the opposite side were too sharp and oozing to look at. Lin Yu's figure at that moment also moved. Trying to run? When Stanchu saw Lin Yu's feet start to move, the corner of his mouth grinned and he bellowed. A knife came down on his head. Mr. Lin. Chen Yu Hong couldn't help but close her eyes as she watched the scene. However, next, what she heard was a scream of agony emanating from the one called Stancho. Open your eyes again. The long knife, somehow, appeared in Lin Yu's hand. Stanchu, on the other hand, was cut with a long slash on his abdomen, and directly covered his stomach and fell to the ground, screaming miserably. The gang, with their jaws on the floor, couldn't believe their eyes. Just now, Stancho's knife, when he saw it was about to cut into him, his figure suddenly flashed like a ghost. It came right up to the side of Stancho. Smoothly, he snatched off his knife. Mind you, Stancho is also a force to be reckoned with. The knife held in both hands was just snatched off by Lin Yu with one hand. It's really amazing. In their eyes, they were shocked. Rainbow was also surprised. I thought Lin Yu was only okay with fisticuffs, but he could even stage a scene where he grabbed a knife with his empty hands? It's not like we're talking about a bunch of dirtbags on the other side of the fence. I thought it was so powerful, but it turns out it's nothing more than that. Thanks to Old Iron for sending the long knife. Lin Yu was standing in place at this moment, and he was also in group taunting mode. Why don't you all get together? I'm in a hurry. Mud, piss me off. The big man at the head of the group, baring his big teeth, was completely irritable, being so provoked by Lin Yu. Just reach forward and wave your hand. Together, cut him down. After an order, there were 6 or 7 people, from 4 directions, pouncing towards Lin Yu with swords. Lin Yu pushed Chen Yu Hong away from the engagement circle, then he charged into the crowd with his own knife. This, too, is too fast. Chen Yu Hong was a dozen meters away. Watch the moving crowd. It was completely impossible to clear the ground to see Lin Yu's figure. There was only a remnant of a shadow in the crowd, constantly changing positions. Only the crisp clash of blades could be heard, coming out from time to time, and then immediately after that, it was the screams of the big men, after the channel of cold light. In the crowd, there were also people constantly flying out backwards. It didn't take long, the guys just all went down, covering the injured part. He screamed miserably. The air, too, was filled with a faint odor of blood. The ground, on the other hand, was full of fallen long knives. It's just the 2 of you. Lin Yu raised his hand and pointed at the big man at the head of the group. Brother Blade, what should we do? This is just too powerful for him too. The man next to him appeared to be the heartthrob. Nervous, that's all there is to it. Get out. Blade was furious and kicked him hard. The guy was pissing his pants. How is this even taking it out on your own people? Lin Yu looked at his exasperated appearance and continued to turn on his mocking mode. Good, even if you kid is more powerful, I don't believe that you can still be invulnerable to swords and spears. Seeing that he was speaking, he heftily pulled out a gun from his waist, pointed in Lin Yu's direction. Don't dare mess with me. Ask this gun if it answers. Chen Yu Hong sucked in a breath of cool air. All guns? She hadn't seen a real gun this close in all her years, except for those escorts you meet in front of the bank. This scene really scared her. This time, a powerful headlight suddenly flashed by. Then a car drove up. Gee, what's going on here? A man got out of the car and saw the scene and said in a hurry, Quickly, rush all the people to the hospital for treatment. There must be no delay. As he commanded, he trotted this way. Lin Yu heard the man's voice sound familiar. At a second glance, wasn't this his own great-aunt, Wen Tianzhong? What's he doing here? Looking at Chen Yuhong again, her eyes also flashed with a hint of surprise when she saw Wen Tianzhong. So it's Master Zhong. What can I do for you? Blade's face eased a bit when he saw Wen Tianzhong, the name of the underground big brother of Jiangcheng. Anyone who hangs out in Jiangcheng, then who could not know? Even if it was Brother Blade, he had to give some face, more or less. Brother Blade. When Tianzhong stepped in front of Blade and reached out to press his muzzle down. This, here, is my nephew, my own nephew. It's not appropriate to point a gun at him, is it? When Tianzhong had a smile on his face and his words were polite, but the action, nonetheless, showed his position. Your nephew? Blade looked at Wen Tianzhong and then at Lin Yu. Then look at the several carts of people brought by Wen Tianzhong. He also had some scruples in his heart. You're left with 2 lumps of your own, and their people, instead, now had the absolute advantage. Really, if the gun was fired, with Wen Tianzhong's temper, that would definitely tear himself apart with his hands, because it has always been his modus operandi to be courteous before he is courteous. Just now, when he had pointed the gun at Lin Yu, Wen Tianzhong did not directly lash out, but he was also afraid of the gun. This gun is now pointed toward the ground. He also has the backbone to be able to roll over at any time. Yeah, my nephew. When Tianzhong patted Blade's shoulder and smiled faintly. For my sake, this matter, let it go. Forget it? Blade looked at Wen Tianzhong. Look at the people just lying on the ground. Those are my brothers. I can say forget it. Can my boss agree? In the end, Knife he is also working for someone else. This time, he brought people out to avenge Jason. It was supposed to be a private act. Now people are folding up so much. He can't account for it either. Brother Blade. When Tianzhong smiled again. Things have already happened. I will come to make things right. Continuing to dwell on it will not be beneficial to anyone. Why bother? Speaking. The few people under Wen Tianzhong also took a few steps forward at this time. Impose an invisible sense of oppression on him. What does Master Zhong mean? Is this a threat? Knife was, at this point, softening up. What if I had to make your nephew pay for it today? What do you want? When Tianzhong's face changed at this time, it's close to saying the words give a. He himself has always been able to mediate conflicts in 3 words. More than 3 words have been said here today, and he's running out of patience. Seeing that the conflict is about to intensify again, Lin Yu slowly spoke at this time. There was a specious smile on his face. So, according to you, I'm going to pay for my life today? Chapter 44, Commander's Father. Back to Jiangcheng. This sentence. Instead, it confused Blade as well. In his heart, he probably wanted Lin Yu to pay for his life at first. But, when Tianzhong came out of nowhere to intervene at this time, he just realized the relationship between the two. This is now a real bit of a ride. But to him, that is also arrogant and accustomed to a person. This field how to get back. It's a matter, and it's simple to fix. Blade smiled. As long as you go and give Jason a solemn apology in person, and bear the medical expenses of all my brothers, promise not to go against us again in the future, and this matter will be considered over. No way. This time, Lin Yu and Wen Tianzhong shouted out at the same time. For Lin Yu, he hadn't done anything wrong and had no reason to apologize. To Wen Tianzhong, Lin Yu was his nephew. If his nephew went to apologize to someone else, wasn't his status as Jiangcheng's underground big brother for so many years in vain? So, you guys are trying to keep working against me? Blade's face clouded over. It gets ugly. Or what? When Tianzhong smiled. Get it right. In Jiangcheng, I'm still in charge. The words just fell. The men he brought with him continued to take a step forward. It creates a powerful sense of compulsion. I'll see what any of you dare do to me. Blade shouted and raised his gun again. Have you forgotten the guy I'm holding? Who dares to come up? The blackened muzzle of the gun was raised. The people at the scene were also shocked. The atmosphere was also tense all of a sudden. When Tianzhong is not afraid of guns, but when they came, they were ill-prepared, and if they really tore their faces off without thinking about the consequences. After all, he was a body of flesh. How could he carry a bullet? Bang! That's when a gunshot came from nowhere. The shots were not loud and were obviously silenced. Knife's hand, which was holding the gun, was then shot. The pistol dropped with it, covering the injured part. He screamed. He was just about to break out in curses, but when he saw the scene in front of him, he was instantly honest. Take all the thugs, and arrest them. With a megaphone yell, the front headlights are wide open. Rumble. Armored vehicles were also heard. There's more than one. Lin Yu looked over. Just a short distance down the street, a convoy of armored vehicles was marching. At the front and at the back, There were jeeps at the head and at the rear. Apparently, they had realized something was going on over here. Afterwards, Lin Yu saw that quite a few people in camouflage uniforms came over and took control of Blade's group of 10 or so people. Get hold of the police and get these people out of here. A middle-aged man at the head of the group. The face was unsmiling and majestic, gives a powerful aura. He was also wearing a military uniform. The clothes were a bit old and seemed to have been worn for a long time, but there was no rank on it. But to be able to mobilize so many people, the official position was definitely not small. The scene before him was no problem for him. Act decisively and hand over quickly. When Tianzhong looked at this middle-aged man and hesitated for a while before giving a tentative shout. You are, Dong? That middle-aged man had completed this little interlude mission and was about to lead his team away. Hearing such a shout, he turned back to Wen Tianzhong and hesitated between his eyebrows before saying, Are you Wen Tianzhong? Dong, it's really you. I'm Tianzhong. Lin Yu saw his aunt's expression completely stretch out. It's the kind of expression you get when you meet an old friend. It's quite a surprise to run into you here. At this point, that Sister Hong, after seeing the middle-aged man's face clearly, also fell into great surprise. Just now, she felt that there was something very familiar about this man's figure. When he turned around, she confirmed that it was him. This was the man he himself had mentioned to Lin Yu at the tavern. Come, Lin Yu, come here, this is your father. When Tianzhong remembered the business and hurriedly waved at Lin Yu. My son? Lin Zhendong was also confused at this time. Perpetually on duty, rarely home. He knew he had a son, who had been given back by his wife not long ago. It was just that it was still out on a mission. Although I knew the news, communication was not easy and I did not make a call back first. At that moment, seeing the young guy standing in front of him, who was 1.8 meters in size, Lin Zhendong's heart thumped. It's too similar. Isn't that what he looked like when he was young? He walked up to Lin Yu. The heart is also full of emotions. He looked at Lin Yu for several seconds before extending his arms and giving him a hug. You really are my son. That's great. To finally meet you. At this moment, Sister Han's pupils quake on the sidelines. When he had seen Lin Yu before, he had felt that he looked somewhat familiar. That's really solidifying their father-son relationship? The father and son, though, didn't seem to know each other very well. Lin Yu confirmed it at this point. This is his own commanding father. Now finally meet the real person. And as soon as he came back, he directly helped himself to a trouble by uncontroversial means. It was a moment of infinite emotion. But, didn't Mother Qin Mufei say he'd be back in a week? That's still days away. This time, an adjutant walked up to Lin Zhendong, whispered, Commander Lin, we have a mission. I know, Lin Zhendong, at this time, resumed the majesty that a commanding officer should have. He loosened his embrace and straightened his uniform. Lin Yu, father still has a mission to carry out on him and will have to depart soon. I'll be home in a few days, so let's get together as a couple. Then he added to Wen Tianzhong, Tianzhong, it's too late now. You take Lin Yu back first. Arranged everything. Was just about to leave. Seeing Chen Yuhong on the side, he froze. This beautiful young woman in front of me had some familiar feeling. Good day, Commander Lin. Just now, it was Lin Yu who stood up for me. Chen Yuhong also said in a calm and collected manner. Well then, be safe. After Lin Zhendong finished his explanation, he returned to the jeep. Rumble. Those cars drove in order. A shocking roar was emitted. The huge and dominating figure of the armored car gave Lin Yu a feeling of burning blood in his heart. Every boy, growing up, has a military dream. It just faded away more or less as I grew up. At this point, witness the neatly armored troops, traveling in formation. The DNA in the heart, at this point, inevitably moved again. It's just so cool. He kind of regretted at this point how he hadn't mentioned to his father that he wanted to visit the war zone. Go to the range again and practice your guns or something. But, father will be home in a few days. There will naturally be an opportunity to bring it up again when the time comes. Think of it this way. The car in which my father was traveling was seen to start a few steps and suddenly stop. What's the situation? Chapter 45, Father wants me to be his successor. Then, Lin Zhendong got back out of the car. When Tianzhong was just about to leave with Lin Yu when he saw this out. Can't help but be a little nervous. Commander Lin, couldn't it be that he knew he had done some bad things before and wanted to give himself a warning? Even if he was a big underground man in Jiangchang, in front of Dong, it was nothing more than a shrimp. Besides, it's not like he's ever been lectured by him before. This was the reason why he was afraid of Lin Zhendong and Qin Mufei's couple. That was a complete bloodline suppression. Facts. When Tianzhong was overthinking it, in Commander Lin's eyes, he only stared at his own son. Lin Yu. Lin Zhendong retraced his steps to his son. I heard from your mother that you're out of college now? Well, just graduated. Lin Yu nodded. Got a job yet? This old father's trademark question. He didn't know what to say for a moment. If we're talking about work, it's true that there's no work. However, on his own hands, he already has a few companies, which is not a hobo. Dong, that cloud on earth of mine was handed over to Lin Yu, and it's operating just fine. It's all legal. When Tianzhong said hurriedly from the side, he was more or less unsteady in the presence of Dong, speaking with a bit of a trill. This feeling of holding back, who understands? Lin Zhendong glared at him as if to say, who asked you? Besides, as a commanding officer, it's natural to be very demanding about your son's future career. An entertainment venue owner, even if he makes a few $100 million a year, in his eyes, that wouldn't make it to the top. This way, he looked at his watch and then said, Lin Yu, if you're interested, you can consider coming to work in the Jingchu war zone. If you have time in a couple days, come see me in the war zone and I'll show you around first. You get a feel for it. That's all he said, but the meaning is clear enough. As commanding officer, his son came to the war zone to develop. It's all about seeing if you can pick up where you left off in the future. In any case, even if we go through the normal process, it's still a serious job to be a regimental cadre or something. This is the only son he has in the Lin family. That's no way to choose the wrong direction. Those entertainment venues and whatnot, in his eyes, were all out of order. Yes, father, I will think about it. Lin Yu nodded. It was also the first time I called out to Lin Zhendong. In Commander Lin's heart, he couldn't help but stutter, then tapped him on the shoulder. Emotionally, Lin Yu, all these years, it's been bitter for you. Now that I'm back, I will definitely not let you suffer again. I'm going out on a mission first. We'll have a good chat when I return. Having said that, he then went back to the car. This time, the car drove off without stopping. The huge armored vehicles, too, drove off in droves. Asterisk. I mean, why is it so loud? It's so magical that there are armored cars marching. First time I've seen an armored car this close. It's so cool. Hurry up and take a picture. Shoot. Just no shoot. Looking for death at everything shoot. At this time, a few passers-by, seeing this neat caravan, were also excited. Anything to do with the military naturally gets the blood pumping. What are those guys for? Just talked to them for what seemed like a while. Who knows? Maybe they were criticized for taking random pictures too. You tiger? Among those people, there's Wen Tianzhong. Asterisk. No way. When Tianzhong was all lectured like a grandson? Who the hell is that person? I've heard that a mountain warfare exercise will be held in the southern mountains of Dingchu recently. And you know about the imaginary enemy, right? I won't say more. Riddler again. Looking for a fight. Passers-by giggled and dispersed. Lin Yu, let's go home. When Tianzhong watched Lin Zhendong's convoy go away and patted his shoulder. If you're not doing anything today, come up to my place? You've been back for a couple days and you haven't been up to my place. He made the invitation. Okay, I'll be there in a bit then. Lin Yu nodded. See Hong next to you, he said. Sister Hong, you should hurry home as well. She should have been shocked by that scene just now, which she should not have seen before either. Lin Yu, Chen Yuhong didn't know what to tell him, said his dad. The one he mentioned and couldn't forget? Don't bull asterisk. People's sons are so old, what are they still fantasizing about? This heart, too, deserves to die. Chen Yuhong? When Tianzhong saw her at this time and had some impressions. It's not safe at night. I'll send someone to take you home. No, I'll be fine on my own. Rainbow politely declined and then left the scene. Come on, Lin Yu, let's go home. When Tianzhong got into the car, Lin Yu also got into the car. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Upgraded to LV6. Unlock a new genealogical kinship status modification reward once. Is it modified now? Modify. Lin Yu confirmed the message. However, he didn't have much expectation in his heart for this genealogical revision. Mainly, after meeting his father, Lin Zhendong, he was powerfully shaken. The entire Jingchu war zone, hundreds of thousands of men and guns, all under his control, all under his say-so. With a commanding father like that, what other relative, what other status could overshadow that? It can't be that. Just hope for some odd professional status, even if it's not top-tier power or money. It's not bad to find another way. Then, the newly unlocked kinship characters appeared in front of you, along with information about their occupations. It is? Upon seeing one of the sets of information, Lin Yu's eyes then widened. A look of delight passed over his face. Okay, that's it then. Lin Yu made a quick choice in his heart. Congratulations, host. Genealogical kinship information modification is successful. Please confirm. Relative, grandmother. Name, Miao Soing Lan. Age, 80. Occupation, heir to the South Ridge compulsion. Medicine Nun Town Talker. Specialties, compulsion, medicine, divination, proficient in all. The town of Medicine Nun. The name, in his mind, was like a thunderbolt. The town of Medicine Gu is located in the South Ridge, a 7 to 8 hour drive from Jingchu. The plane is an hour and a half. It's a legendary place, and there's even a documentary on the topic. The town is known for two things. For one thing, people in this town generally live long lives. Living to 100 is a guarantee, and those who live to 120 abound. But as long as they leave the town and move out, no matter how they take care of themselves, the average life expectancy is at least 80% off. Inside and out. It reveals a wickedness. I don't know how it's done. Ran into science and did a feature on it and couldn't find out why. And the second thing is, pharmaceuticals were made at home in the town of Medicine Gu, even in the context of today's modern medicine. The brand name of the town, Nanling Medicine Nun, still occupies a place in the town, and has been effective in the treatment of many diseases. It is especially effective in treating some traumatic injuries, skin-wise, and the secret recipe for making medicine is passed on to women, not men. So this is one of the rare places where women have been favored over men for thousands of years. This grandmother, whom I've never met, is the person in charge here. This can be a bit of a shock. And look at the picture of grandma on the message. Kind and spirited. Obviously 80 years old and looks like he's in his early 50s. Chapter 46. I'll just go on a trip and reward the $10 billion group? Looks like a very loving grandmother. Lin Yu didn't hesitate. So the information about the relatives was confirmed directly. Congratulations to the host for confirming the information of his relatives. With a lottery reward attached. Familiar system beeps. It rang in his head again after he made his choice. Drawl. Lin Yu directly meditated. Now it's a straight-up breeze. If you have a reward, take it. If you have something, collect it. With the end of the raffle screen, the rewards for getting it are also out. Congratulations to the host for winning the grand prize, the body of 100 poisons. This skill allows the host to be exempt from any toxic and radioactive substances. This includes artificial pesticides such as manjusri weeping, southwest poisonous mushrooms, all kinds of poisonous insects and poisons, as well as chemical and nuclear radiation and other material infestations. Valid for life. I'll go. Lin Yu felt a little surprised. This reward, again, eliminates the possibility of a grounding house for yourself. How many people would love to have such an unbreakable body? And it's also immune to nuclear radiation. Lin Yu remembered the news he had just read. Then, even if you swim and bathe in some countries discharge nuclear wastewater every day, you'll be fine. Lin Yu immediately claimed the reward. Lin Yu. At this time, when Tianzhong suddenly called out to himself, "What happened to Auntie? Your grandmother called." He pointed to his cell phone. There's a caller ID on it. When Tianzhong knew that his mother-in-law, Miao Soing Lan, had been staying in Nanling and did not come out easily. I've only been to River City 3 times in all these years, and it's also easy to not call yourself. Calling at this time should be because of Lin Yu. He answered the phone first. Hey, Mom. Hey, Tianzhong. After answering the phone, a middle-aged woman's voice came from across the room. I say middle-aged woman because the voice sounds loud and strong. Not at all like an 80-year-old. I heard Feather was with you. Wasn't she? Yeah, Mom, he's in my car. When Tianzhong answered honestly, put Feather on the phone. Hey, Grandma. Lin Yu picked up the phone and shouted. Little Yu Grandma misses you. Why don't you come to Grandma's place to play for 2 days? Ha? Lin Yu was a bit stunned. Open your mouth and invite yourself to Southridge? It's an hour and a half by plane. Isn't that a bit far? He had never traveled this far in all his life. Did Little Feather talk about his girlfriend? Then bring your girlfriend over. Don't worry. We have a lot of fun here. Folk Street, 1,000-year-old town. Beautiful. Grandma kept saying. Looking forward to having Lin Yu as a guest. That's true what Grandma said. The town of Medicine Gu itself is known as a town of longevity and medicine gathering. So many special tourist programs and facilities have been derived. Because of the town's ancient history and many ancient buildings, it has also been listed as a historical town for protection. The popularity of tourists is also high every year, as many as hundreds of thousands of visitors. It's about the same distance from River City as it is to Shizhou. Just as Lin Yu hesitated. Ding! Now releasing a temporary mission, a trip to the South Ridge Medicine Nun town. Rewarding 60% of the shares of the Jingchu Tourism Group. 60% of the shares is a one-day award amount, with 5% more equity awarded for each additional day you stay. Hearing yet another random quest released by the system. This time, the random quests can be much more lucrative than the previous times. Jingchu Tourism Group, which manages dozens of well-known tourism projects in Jingchu. Among them, there are 5 5A-level scenic spots. Not only that, the group has also developed 2 large-scale theme parks. Meanwhile, a third park has been sited, right here in Southridge. There are also hotels, pensions, spas, and other industries. The group's total assets exceed $10 billion. Profits, on the other hand, are in excess of $2 billion per year. Just go for it and the group is your own. If he receives this award, it will be the richest company in his name. And cultural tourism is also a key industry that Huaxiao will support in the future. With this as a starting point, the future is really limitless if you develop it properly. The new richest man may be in the cultural and tourism industry. Lin Yu certainly couldn't help but be moved in his heart. You can get a $10 billion group for a trip? Where can I find such a good thing? To hesitate for a second is to disrespect that 60% stake, or $6 billion in assets. Before I went there I was just the son of the richest man in the world, the son of the commanding officer. But when I came back, I was the chairman of the big group. I, for one, am going to be myself. Instead of being labeled all the time, it's someone's goose. Okay, Grandma, I'll go at dawn then. Lin Yu made a decision. There is nothing to do in these days to play for 2 days. And when the return trip back to Jiangcheng, father and mother also happen to return. The family can be reunited. Great. Feather. Then I'll meet you at the entrance to the town tomorrow. Grandma hung up the phone. I could hear that Grandma was really happy. Lin Yu was infected by this emotion, as well. It really is a wonderful feeling to have someone looking forward to coming home. After hanging up the phone, he called his secretary, Honey Yun, again. Even at this point in the evening, the opposite side also picked it up in seconds. It's as if he's not doing anything and is waiting for his call. Lin Xiao, what are your orders? What time is the earliest flight to Southridge tomorrow? Wait a moment, Lin Xiao, I'll check for you. Yun Meyer's side of her mouth said, and in her hands, she skillfully opened the query system. Back to what Shaolin said. The earliest flight is at 8 o'clock in the morning. It arrives at Southridge around 9:30 a.m. Business seats. Need to book it now? Yes. Let's make this trip. Lin Yu nodded. Young Lin, this time we're visiting the old lady. Do we need to prepare some gifts? Cloudmeyer asked again. Apparently, she also knew the reason for this visit. Lin Yu's grandmother. That was also a number one resounding figure. Such a reminder. Lin Yu is thinking about it. After all, is the first time to go? It is not good to go empty-handed. Hey, it's still Cloudmeyer. In that case, prepare some gifts for me and we'll go there together tomorrow. Lin Yu's idea was simple. As a capable secretary, Yun Meyer would naturally do a good job of preparing gifts. A courtesy thing like that. Don't worry yourself at all. And, going to Pilnun Town alone would inevitably be a bit boring. And with Yun Meyer accompanying her, it would be a good journey. After all, she was also designated by Qin Mufei to be at her beck and call at all times. Okay, young Lin. Hearing Lin Xiao arrange it like this, Yun Meyer was a bit surprised, but immediately nodded and went to work, switching or delaying all the appropriate workflows. Feather, I'll drive you to the airport tomorrow. When Tianzhong knew that he was going to Medicine Nun Town for 2 days, volunteered. Then I'll be obliged to your aunt. Lin Yu also enjoyed this feeling. Chapter 47, 10,000 meters in the air. Ice Beauty flight attendant. There was no talk all night. Early the next morning, Yun Meyer came over to pick up Lin Yu. Since he was only going for a small stay of 2 days, he didn't take anything. A random load of stuff in a book bag took care of it. After arriving at the Jiangcheng airport, all the formalities were completed and the plane was boarded. Lin Yu unexpectedly realized that he and Yun Meyer were the only two people in this business class, but it's understandable. It's such a short trip, an hour or so, and any seat will pass you by. For business class, that's several times more expensive. A stewardess in uniform, making final confirmations before takeoff. When he walked to the business class, he saw Lin Yu, eyes full of sudden amazement. My God, this boy is so handsome too. The sideways face looking out the window was like a model in a blockbuster advertisement. No, more handsome than a model. She couldn't hold back her surprise and walked over to the crew rest area. Did you guys see that? There's a boy sitting in business class. He's so handsome. I saw it when I was handing out drinks, and it sure was cool. Aren't we flying from Jiangcheng to Nanling this trip? Nanshao. Maybe he's still your hometown. A couple of stewardesses said and turned to a stewardess in the corner. She was sitting there reading a book. Hey, Nanshao, do you hear me? A stewardess pulled her. Nanshao lifted his head, a face as finely carved. Fair skin, big eyes, melon face. There is an unearthly beauty. There was some confusion in his expression. Ha, what homie? This Nanshao. He's gotten obsessed with reading books. There's a handsome guy in the business class. Maybe he's from your hometown. It's not like I'm in a relationship. Nanzhao's long eyelashes blinked. Then look out the window. I've been a flight attendant at River City Airlines for so long, and I've been flying all over the country. This time it was finally a turn to fly Southridge. And after you get off the plane at the end of the flight, you won't be scheduled for the next flight anytime soon, just in time for a visit home. As for any business class dudes, Nan Xiao had seen so many different kinds of people on airplanes that there was an instinctive repulsion. Okay then. The other stewardesses saw that Nan Xiao had little interest, so they all went about their business. Young Lin, would you like something to drink? At this point, the plane had taken off, and the sunrise, in the distance, had just broken through the clouds. In the business class, Yoon Neil asked. No, I don't want any water right now, Lin Yu said and yawned. Then, Mr. Lin, I'll give you a massage? Yun Meyer saw that Lin Yu looked tired, so she must have not slept well last night, so he stepped forward and said, and you know how to massage? Lin Yu was surprised, and was instantly not sleepy. Qingdong often meetings in overtime. Cervical and lumbar spine is not good. Let me specially find a master to learn a few hands. After work to her press. Yoon Neil explained. So it is. Lin Yu understood. As the chief secretary of the richest man in Zhengcheng, what's so strange about knowing a few crafts? Then you can press it for me. Such a great beauty and a treat. It's a little over an hour's ride. Just enough to pass the time. And so, Yunmir moved her fingers and wrists, walking up to Lin Yu's seat. First on his head and shoulders and neck, in sequential rhythmic presses. Lin Yu closed his eyes. Not to mention, this Yunmir's technique is really good. Just the right amount of force and rhythm. The whole person had a feeling of floating with it, and the fatigue in his body had dissipated quite a bit. No wonder she was able to sit as the chief secretary beside her mother. Qin Mu Fei, is really something in the body? Lin Xiao, how are you feeling? Pretty good. What about other places? Knees and legs are a little stiff. Press them too. Okay Lin Xiao, Yunmir said, walking over to Lin Yu. He half squatted down. At this point, Nanxiao was busy outside and walked over to the business class side. Through opaque glass, a girl was vaguely visible crouching in front of the boys. She blushed and hurriedly slipped away. Nanxiao, didn't I tell you to go and ask the business class guests what they need? Why are you back so soon? The stewardess asked. I don't think so. Nanxiao trotted away. What's the situation? The stewardess probed and also seemed to realize what was going on. It's on an airplane. How? Take another look at the business class guest list. Lin Yu, Cloud Melody. Both names seem somewhat familiar, but just can't remember where I heard it. Lin Xiao, how do you feel now? Yoon Meyer asked as she pressed her leg. It feels good. Lin Yu was satisfied in his heart. However, at this point, there was a sudden little restlessness in the mind. Lin Xiao, this. Yoon Meyer was also quick to notice something different. This early in the morning. Come on? Lin Yu smiled. Now that it's taken off, why don't you let it land? Yoon Meyer propped her hand on Lin Yu's knee. With his eyes closed, he came together. At this time the plane was flying at a height of 10,000 meters. Lin Yu held his head in his hands, half lying on the business seat, watching the white cloud sweep by outside in turn. The remaining light of the line of sight was Yoon Meyer from time to time lifting her long, loose hair, behind her ears. An hour later, the plane finally began to land. Outside the porthole, a city appeared. The size of the city is a bit smaller than River City, but it's also considered an okay prefecture-level city, nestled in the mountains and surrounded by water, like a jewel. After Lin Yu took a long breath, Yunmir coughed violently. Here, he handed her a bottle of water. She took it and walked quickly to the restroom. Ladies and gentlemen, Southridge is approaching, so please gather your belongings. Fellow travelers, the cabin radio blared the flight attendant's cue. Lin Yu also stood up and picked up his book bag. When I walked out of the business class, I saw a flight attendant there to guide the passengers. There's a coolness to it. It was a sweet and beautiful smile, but it looked like a professionally trained up smile. Lin Yu felt that if it wasn't for the fact that she was pretty enough, maybe it's long past time to eat the food. And look at her badge. It reads Nan Xiao. At that moment, a passenger suddenly yelled, Hey, how are you watching the road? Stepping on my foot. Nan Xiao turned around to see that he had accidentally stepped on a person behind him when he backed up. Wearing a small high heel myself, this one really hurt a bit, but there was a darkness in his heart when he saw the man. Just now, on the plane, he pestered him 3 times, named himself to deliver something, and tried to want his WeChat a few times. Still, out of professionalism, she bent down and apologized. I'm sorry sir, I didn't mean to. Not on purpose? I think you're just being intentional. The passenger yelled. Call your steward. I'm going to file a complaint against you. Chapter 48, even a dragon has to be coiled here. This gentleman, I'm terribly sorry. She's only just started. Sorry for the trouble. At this time, another stewardess who was still on good terms with Nan Xiao took the initiative to step forward, trying to defuse the conflict. Freshly minted is amazing? The passenger, looking very annoyed. If you don't want to be complained about, that's fine too. Buy me dinner. Make amends and this will be settled. As soon as these words came out, Nanzhao's face also went cold. Apologize and buy dinner? It's too much to think about when you don't even want to give a V-mail yourself. At this point, that passenger blocking the doorway has caused other passengers to become upset. This also included Lin Yu. Just about. Don't be unrelenting. Lin Yu also had to hurry and complete the temporary task issued by the system before his trip as quickly as possible to obtain a stake in the Jingchu tourism group. Being stuck here at this point was already making him impatient. Hey, who the hell are you? Minding my business? That passenger looked up at Lin Yu. That's right, he was a full head shorter than Lin Yu, eyeballing it at just under 170, probably only 169. I'm not interested in you at all, but you're holding up someone else's schedule. The words were said. Many of the passengers are also sputtering. Yeah, my mom's still waiting for me. I called DD. People are going to cancel their orders if they're late. This man is too unqualified. The man's face was a little hard to bear after being so reviled by the other passengers. I'm telling you guys, you better not mess with me. Know who I am. He hadn't finished a sentence. Suddenly there was an ouch and a yelp. Reacting, he realized he had taken a punch to the nose. He wiped his hand and there was a handful of nosebleeds. How dare you hit me? You waste, I tell you. Does it want another punch? Lin Yu said coldly. Just now, with this punch, he only used 10% of his strength, and he had a nosebleed. The next punch, it won't be so polite. Well, just you wait. That passenger, who was just a moment ago, is no longer at all formidable. With a word, he grimaced, took his bag, and fled. A number of passengers broke out in applause. This kind of person, who is a bully, just owes it to himself. Sir, thank you. From the bottom of his heart, Nanzhao gave Lin Yu a bow. If he hadn't stepped in, there was no telling how long this man would have had to pester and disgust himself. It's okay, I'm just going to be in a hurry too. Lin Yu smiled. With that, he and Yun Miel got off the plane. Nanzhao was at the back, looking at Lin Yu's back for a long time. Jesus, he's so handsome too. Is this the man in business class, as my co-workers just mentioned? This flight, the only business class passenger. And so young, with such a beautiful secretary by his side. And what exactly is his status? Nanzhao, who had always been the cool, unheard of outside the window. How many rich kids tried to pursue her at school and never got a response? And for the first time in her life, she was interested in a man. In a huge way. Nanzhao, now you know I didn't lie to you, right? Her coworker whispered in her ear. This man, maybe he'll still be on our flight on the return trip. We should get to work. Nanzhao found an excuse and disappeared. Sir, miss, a ride? Out of the airport, a partying driver greeted. A prefecture-level city of no more than 3 million people, so the airport is not as well regulated. This looks like a black car driver. How much is it to go to the town of Medicine Nun? Yun Meyer stepped forward and asked. Going to Medicine Nun town? Ha? The driver concluded that Yun Meyer was an outsider as soon as he heard her 1A level Mandarin. Eyes blinking. 60. Discounted for your good looks. 50. Get in the car. It's almost 15 kilometers to the town of Yakuza. The price isn't outrageous. Okay, young Lin. With a nod of her head, Yunmier put the bag she had brought with her in the trunk. The two men got into the car and sat in the back. Still Lin Xiao, too deep into the movie. What can you call a lesser? You still need to take a taxi. With that in mind, the driver started the car. As the car traveled down the road, the scenery on both sides gradually shifted from the downtown buildings at the beginning to a mountainous highway. There are fewer and fewer houses and more trees. About 20 minutes or so later, the car came to a slow stop. The town of Medicine Nun has arrived, the driver said. Lin Yu looked over. Just a short distance ahead, there was a huge pagoda. Antique. It looks like it's been around for some years. There is also a bull's head in the center. On the top of the pagoda are the words Medicine Nun Town. This is the entrance to the town. V-mail payment. $50. After Yun Meyer took out her cell phone and paid the fare, she was ready to get off the bus. Hey, there's not enough money to pay. That's when the driver spoke up. Didn't it say 50? Yunmier asked. Yeah, that's right. 50 for one. The two of you. What's that? The driver had his hands on the steering wheel and laughed teasingly. Relying on this ambiguous dialogue, many passengers have been victimized. And the driver was a local. When you outsiders come to the local area, even if you're a dragon, then you have to coil here. Up and down here. There are people I know. What did you say? Lin Yu's temper came up all of a sudden. Thinking about my own experience of being ripped off when I was a student. And now you want to kill yourself? Even if he had more money. Don't even think about a penny of this kind of unjust money. What? You look human and can't even afford to pay a couple dozen bucks for a ride? The driver blushed. The tone was also a little more menacing, pointing to a group of people outside. Look carefully. This is all our territory. Don't be ignorant and ask for trouble. Speaking. Lin Yu's phone, at this time, rang. Hey, young Lin, have you arrived at Medicine Nun Town yet? Looking at the time it should be here. Lin Yu noticed that underneath the pagoda, there's a guy who's holding up the phone. I'm here. It's right in front of Pill Nun's town. Lin Yu laughed. Lin Xiao, where are you? The man under the plaque looked around. There was nothing else going on except a sedan parked there. You don't call. It's no good shouting at anyone. That driver lowered the window and rushed down the plaque to greet him. Yo, isn't this the Miao family's second son? Why are you at the town entrance? The town is so big that anyone can talk to anyone. There's something. Old Mrs. Miao asked me to pick up an important person. We have to call out to Lin Xiao when we see him. Don't mess up the rules. The old lady could get angry. The elder Miao family member spoke, and at the same time, it was transmitted to Lin Yu's cell phone. The driver apparently heard it too. Slowly, the smile froze on his face. Chapter 49, Drums and Gongs to greet Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao? Hearing the word again, the driver's face bristled. Not good. He realized something in his mind. Could it be that the important person Mrs. Miao wanted to pick up was the one sitting in the back seat? This is a really big mess. The second oldest member of the Miao family, named Miao Renlong. As his name suggests, he is also considered to be a number one person in the town of Yukogu. And since Mrs. Miao is old, she doesn't show her face easily for unimportant matters. Oftentimes, it was Miao Renlong who stepped in and was working for Mrs. Miao. One that could make Miao Renlong personally come to the entrance of the town to pick up someone. The last time was half a year ago. A deputy mayor in charge of the cultural and tourism aspects of South Ridge. Take another look at Miao Renlong standing behind him. A large line of people dressed in distinctive local costumes, each with a large drum in front of them, with the highest courtesy of the town, ready to welcome the honored guests from afar. At this point, Miao Renlong, who was standing underneath the pagoda, also noticed the situation on the car. Walking over, I saw two people sitting in the back of the car. Fix your eyes. Isn't that Lin Xiao? Mrs. Miao had shown him a photo. It was him. There was absolutely no mistaking him. And look at him next to him, sitting next to a big beautiful woman. It should be Secretary Yun, who had been on the phone earlier, and who had docked the trip with Medicine Nun Town. Lin Xiao, so you were in the car. How come you didn't get off? Miao Renlong said, about to pull the car door, only to find that the car door wouldn't pull up, and it turned out to be locked. The driver saw this and also rushed to unlock the car. Only then did Miao Renlong pull open the car door. Hello Lin Xiao. I'm Miao Renlong. You can just call me Xiao Long from now on. He was obviously in his 30s and his posture was very low. I didn't realize that the welcome from the locals of Medicine Nun Town was quite unique. Lin Yu's first words when he got out of the car just let Miao Renlong realize that this driver had done something. In the past, as long as they didn't go too far, they turned a blind eye to the fact that they were members of the same clan. But today, this driver tried to rip off Lin Xiao? His face went cold for a moment. The driver looked at Miao Renlong's face and knew he was in big trouble. Dragon. The driver hadn't finished a sentence. When there's nothing going on, he calls out to Miao's penis. But when there's something going on, he calls out to Brother Lung. Miao Renlong then waved his hand. Men, collect the car. A few people walked over after the sentence. One of them dragged the driver right out of the car. Flip him outside. The other guy got in the car and drove off. From now on, you will not enter the door of Medicine Nun Town. Lung, don't. The driver felt like a bolt of lightning had struck his head. You won't let yourself go back to Medicine Hollow? That's a big punishment. And they do manage to do what they say they're going to do. However, he was paralyzed on the floor and it was useless to say anything. The heart just regretted it. A million times over. Come, this way please, young Lin. Miao Renlong led the way. A few people with work in their eyes rushed to pick up the bags they were carrying. Welcome back to Medicine Nun Town. Young Lin. After a loud cry, there was a clamor of gongs and drums. The crowd soldiered on pounding the big drum in front of them. It's a hilarious-looking racket. Many of the townspeople, who had gathered around, stood on the side of the road, also sizing up Lin Yu, the man who had never been to the town before. Rumor has it that the son of the richest man in Jiangcheng and the commander of the Jiangcheng war zone, and also Mrs. Miao's only grandson, with a status like that, who couldn't look at it more than once. Is this the young Lin from Jiangcheng? Looks like a real piece of work. Coming from the big city looks like a different temperament. It would really be a blessing for old Mrs. Miao to have such a great grandson. On both sides of the fence, There was a lively debate. Lin Yu followed Miao Runlong and walked towards the town. How come this town looks like a country of daughters? Curiosity welled up in him. Although I knew this was the town of Medicine Nun, I was still surprised when I came here in person. Almost 9 times out of 10, as far as both eyes could see, were women, adolescents, youth, and seniors are almost 1/3 each. And the soil and water in the mountains nourish people, and the skin of the young girls, they are all very fair and delicate. It works better than any makeup. As the saying goes, a white color covers 100 ugliness, and a casual glance feels like a beautiful woman. Young Lin, you don't know, Medicine Nun Town is known for its native formula medicine, and this formula is passed down from woman to man, so there's a bit more of a female ratio. The young, strong men, because they can't get a prescription, in the town that's idle without work, so all went out to work in Southridge. Very few stay in the town. It sounds like it makes some sense. Lin Yu nodded. What about you? Have you been in town? Miao Runlong scratched his head. Shaolin, thanks to old Mrs. Miao's trust, she asked me to work for her. It's also my honor. Come on, look, Lin Xiao, after that curve ahead, you'll arrive at the place where old Mrs. Miao lives. However, old Mrs. Miao is talking to a businessman right now. It may take the evening before she can see you. Miao Runlong introduced himself as he walked. Up ahead, a small, very distinctive folkloric 3-story building comes into view. Lean against the bamboo forest behind you. It also looks particularly interesting. Lin Yu's mind, however, was elsewhere at this time. Ding! Host's arrival at Medicine Nun Town detected. Rewards begin to be honored. Congratulations to the host. For obtaining 60% of the equity of Jingchu Tourism Group, please have the host check it out. With a prompt from the system, the rewards came with it. Pick up, Lin Yu mumbled in his heart. A series of information about the assets, revenues and personnel of the Jingchu Tourism Group then appeared before his eyes. After collecting his reward, he also realized, with this wave of popularity brushed off in the town of Yukogu, and the acquisition of the Thorny Tourism Group, his system points, once again, had dabbled up by a large margin. It's just a little bit closer to the next level. 2. That's right, Lin Xiao. Miao Runlong's expression became a bit excited at this time. Do you know who the client merchant is that came to talk to Mrs. Miao today? Who is it? Lin Yu disliked this kind of person who still sold out when he spoke. If you have something to say, just say it. Why do you make it sound like a comedy show? It's the Jingchu Tourism Group. I've heard that. Ah, they've sent people, wanting to start a deep cooperation with Medicine Gourmet Town, so when the time comes, we, the people of the town, will be able to earn more money. Deep cooperation? Lin Yu looked at some of the sights he saw before him. The infrastructure and facilities of this Medicine Ant town can already meet the needs of life. It really needs something, and it's not that far to Southridge, and over-commercialization can be counterproductive. It's destroying the environment here. Yes, young Lin, this will be a better help in raising the fame of our Medicine Nun town. Miao Runlong's expression at this moment was also getting more and more excited. It's as if there is a very clear idea in mind as to which area is to be developed as a civic area and which area is to be developed as a hotel area. That said, as if you're the one in charge of Medicine Nun Town? At this time, a somewhat indifferent voice rang out. That voice, it sounded like an unquestionable majesty. Miao Runlong heard the sound and turned around. His mouth then began to knot. Meow. Old Mrs. Miao. Chapter 50, Lin Xiao. A new identity? In the town of Yukogu, Mrs. Miao is the one who says it all. It's absolute authority. Normally it's fine, but if anyone pisses her off, they're just going to eat their words. Why don't you hurry up and get to work? If I catch you talking nonsense again, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Miao Suilon snapped. Yes, Mrs. Miao. I'll go now. Now. Miao Runlong hurriedly bowed his head and admitted his mistake. Said, he then hurriedly left the scene. The sense of oppression that old lady Miao gave off was just too strong. Though old, that majesty is still there. Lin Yu looked over and an old man with a kind face was standing there. The face didn't seem too good, though. Next to him was a man in a suit who looked like a corporate executive. Old Mrs. Miao, our Jingchu Tourism Group Nanling branch, is really want to cooperate with the Medicine Ant Town. Have the strength and sincerity. You this. The suited executive pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose. Still fighting hard. I've made this matter very clear. The town of Medicine Nun will not do large-scale commercial development for any amount of money. Miao Weilan's attitude was resolute. We can apply to the head office to let the revenue share go by another 5 points. The suit executive insisted that he coveted the program too much. Branch office moves in to expand the Southridge market. Among the many cultural and tourism resources, the town of Medicine Buddha is undoubtedly the loudest business card. If the operation is good, The prospect is more beneficial than what a certain Phoenix ancient town, than what a Shangri-La. What's more, it's an important piece of performance for him as well. I'm sorry, but you'd better go back. Miao Ceylon was unmoved, and ordered a little sister next to her. Return the gift that was brought to this gentleman. All right, old woman. The suited executive finally broke defense at this point. I see you as an elder before I have the good face to talk to you. Isn't it just a broken town? Don't give your face away. It's the same rhetoric every time. What's the matter? You don't want to make money when you're old and you're trying to stop the whole town from making money. Who are you talking about? At this time, Lin Yu let out a low shout. Your own company. I can't imagine that there are employees with such poor quality. If negative talk breaks out, the company's image and value will have to be destroyed. Of course I meant. The suited executive, halfway through his sentence, realized something was wrong. Looking back, it was a young lad standing there, about early 20s. Not you who, what's it to you what I say? He's emotionally unstable right now and is spraying anyone he sees. Then you're right, it really does have something to do with me. Lin Yu smiled. Due to the availability of the Thornton Travel Group's employee information base, the mind was also quickly comparing his information. His name is Wu Liang. Been with the company for 4 or 5 years. When the Southridge branch was formed, he was selected to be on the team. So the position was promoted 2 levels in a row and is now the vice president of the branch. In the Jingshu Tourism Group's project schedule, the town of Medicine Nuns is his main attack on the project. When this project comes to fruition, he will not only get a big bonus, but his position will also be further advanced. Little brat, you've only been eating for a few days and you want to mind your own business? I don't have time to play with you. Wu Liang didn't want to pay any attention to Lin Yu. Just as he turned his head, he heard another sentence following behind him. Your name is Wu Liang, isn't it? You've been fired on the spot. Go back to the office and check in. With a single word, everyone at the scene stared in amazement. Yun Meyer looked at Lin Xiao and was also completely confused. Although the Mufei Group is a big family, it doesn't have much to offer in terms of tourism. Again, nothing to do with the Thorns Tourism Group. Lin Xiao said he was fired. There's absolutely no reason for that. Is there? However, Lin Xiao said this with a serious attitude, not like he was joking at all. This made Yun Meyer's feeling towards him more and more mysterious. She thought that Lin Xiao was just a rich second-generation guy with money in his family, who relied on eating his family's fortune. But there was a vague feeling in the back of my mind that it wasn't like that. He's like the tip of the iceberg, revealing just a tiny part of it. Ha ha ha, you fired me? What a joke. Wu Liang froze for a moment, and then laughed out loud. The only person who can fire himself outright on the spot is the majority shareholder in the entire group. His own major shareholders, but he raised himself up with his own hands. Isn't this purely and simply a joke? And without speaking, Lin Yu directly dialed a phone. At this time, the headquarters of Jingshu Tourism Group, up and down, all were caught off guard by the group's sudden change of major shareholders. All current operations are suspended. The first priority is to familiarize yourself with all the information about the new shareholders. Includes name, phone number, photo, and background. Then prepare programs and statements to report to the new majority shareholder on the next steps. The manager of the Human Resources Department was in the process of familiarizing himself when he received the call. Looking at the phone number, the Human Resources manager froze. Isn't this the phone number of the major shareholder, Lin Yu? Calling out of the blue at this time of night. Is there some important announcement? After carefully answering the phone, she heard Lin Yu's command. Is there a Wu Liang in the Nanling branch? He's been dismissed. Contact him urgently to do a separation. With that, the phone hung up. She hasn't reacted yet. No, what's going on? Sack Wu Liang? This is a former major shareholder who has just been promoted and rehired. But the new shareholders have spoken, so they will have to do as they are told. Soon, the whole company knew about the notice that Wu Liang, the vice president of the branch, had been fired. What's going on with Mr. Wu? He was fired as soon as the major shareholder came? Could this be the 3 fires that Lin Dong burned when he arrived at the group? This fire is too big. Directly taking out a vice president. He couldn't have offended Lin Dong, or done something bad and been found out. Could he? AI. It's a pity. Just got promoted and ran into Lin Dong's gun. On the other hand, on the side of the medicine ant town, Wu Liang also received words from the group company's human resource manager, Vice President Wu. Oh no, Wu Liang, you're fired. Stop all work and come back to do the paperwork. What? Who fired me? I'm going to ask the major shareholders for clarification. Wu Liang couldn't believe that the human resource manager actually called to fire him. The major shareholder has changed. Don't you know? I don't know. Wu Liang was dumbfounded. When did this happen? So now that you know, see for yourself. looking at a PDF file sent over by the human resources manager. Wu Liang looked at it and really broke the big defense. This young man in front of me, surprisingly, is the boss of Jingchu Tourism Group? How is that possible? What the hell is he? Wu Liang was still in a daze. Now, no one was paying attention to him anymore. He is now nothing, only to see old Mrs. Miao walk up to Lin Yu. Little Yu, my big grandson, you can finally arrive. Missed grandma to death. Seeing the grandchildren you've been longing for. Miao Xiulan was also regaining her kindly, grandmotherly look that only belonged to a grandmother. The people of Medicine Nun Town, seeing this scene, also smiled and applauded. Many people were also taking cell phone videos and pictures to record this historic moment in the town. The reunion of the grandchildren is a great joy for the town. The streets of the town have long been set up with 100 tables of flowing banquets, and the cooks have hired a dozen or so. The whole town is coming together to share in this joyous event. Here, little feather, come and see what grandma's got for you. Chapter 51. I have two big announcements to make. Miao Xilan really liked this eldest grandson of hers more and more the more she looked at him. After the world and timeline refreshed, Miao Xilan's years of emotional anticipation had finally come to land. Lin Yu also followed the old lady and entered the building. This is a very ethnic mansion. 3 courtyards. There is a patio in the center of the house, and around the patio, the building is laid out in an enclosed layout. Southeast, northwest, light, and ventilation in each house are all very well designed. And the building, it has a long history. It is the largest and best preserved ancient residence in the town of Yakugu, bar none. There was even a sign at the front door. Chinese Key Protection Ancient Residence. It's practically a living artifact. There is this similar house in Medicine Hollow, but on a much smaller scale and layout. Even so, those houses as BNBS cost thousands a night. Oh little feather, what do you think of this house? Miao Lan pulled Lin Yu's hand and asked as she walked. Grandma, this house is warm in winter and cool in summer. It's still a bit dry and hot outside, but walking in is like turning on the air conditioner. It's quite comfortable. Lin Yu smiled. Since little feather likes it, this house, Grandma will give it to you. Miao Xiulan smiled kindly. For me? Lin Yu was still in a daze when a man next to him said, Lin Xiao, this house is wanted by many people. There are also offers of $20 million. And the old lady hasn't even loosened her tongue. Lin Yu looked over. The one who spoke was a simple-looking girl, about 17 or 18 years old, dressed in the local specialties. Her face is not powdered, but she has the feeling of a neighbor girl. When he smiles, he reveals 2 dimples and tiger teeth. The eyes are simple and untainted, and there is a strong protective feeling when you look at them. He remembered that the girl had been by her side every inch of the way since he met his grandmother. Ah Jin, what's the point of talking about this? In Miao Xilan's tone, there was some anger, but there was no real reproach. 20 million. Lin Yu was surprised, but with the positioning of this house, 20 million was underreported. Come on, feather, go inside and look around. Miao Xilan led him into the hall. Lin Yu noticed that in the hall, there were many bottles and jars. He thought it was all just some ceramic market ornaments. Yun Meyer came to his ear at this time, but her finger covered her mouth and her tone was surprised. Lin Xiao, these ceramics, surprisingly, are all Yuan Qinghua. This is too good for the old lady. How do you know? Lin Yu looked at Yun Meyer. Lin Xiao doesn't know. I have a few friends from the Archaeological Research Institute. It shouldn't look away. Yun Meyer whispered. These are Yuan Qinghua. That should be correct. Secretary Yun really has an eye. It is indeed Yuan Qinghua. Of course, there are also some from other dynasties. Miao Xiulan nodded. Then he said to Lin Yu, Little Yu, these porcelains, they were all treasured back then. I can't use them here either, so I'll leave them all to you to deal with. All for me? Lin Yu's eyes widened. Those top Yuan Qinghua that have appeared in the auction house. The auction price is tens of millions or even hundreds of millions apiece. There were almost a dozen or 2 pieces of porcelain, large and small, in front of me. There are even sets of dinnerware type china, which is a blast in the antique world. There were archaeological treasure appreciation skills in the system mall, and Lin Yu didn't need to exchange them even if he didn't have to. Using the preview skill attached to the skill, a random preview of a piece was worth more than 10 million. And all these expensive antiques that Grandma is giving to herself? It's not even half an hour since we met with Grandma, and we've already given away 2 precious possessions. That's a lot of love for your oldest grandson. Here, Feather, come look at this. Miao Xiulan, at this time, signaled a few people and brought a box. Feather, this is for you too. Grandma, what's this? Open it up. Lin Yu opened the box. A medicinal scent came to his nose. Inside, there are many small compartments, and in different compartments, different cloth bags are placed. Little Feather, This is my heartfelt efforts in making medicine over the years. Each of the grids in here can treat different diseases with good results. Little feather, you can take them all. Lin Yu looked away. These medicines, there are refreshing, laxative, treatment of false sweating and dreaming, wind cold and cold, and even, there is a strong body, and it's prominently displayed. Is Grandma trying to patch herself up for an early grandchild? Thanks. Then, Grandma. The medicine of Medicine Nun Town has long been famous in China. There are countless admirers, and the ones Grandma left for herself. That's the cream of the crop. Why feather? Grandma is willing to give you these things. Thanks for nothing. Meow Suolin smiled amiably. Mrs. Meow. Mrs. Meow. At that moment, a voice rang out from outside the house. It was Meow Renlong who ran over. The flowing table is ready. You can go now. Go, feather. Meow Xiulan smiled at Lin Yu. Let the town all come and meet my grandson. Yeah. Lin Yu followed Meow Cylon to a square in the center of the town. When he reached the square, he realized why he didn't see many people in the town. So it's all here. The people in front of us. I can't say it's a sea of people, but it's overcrowded. Locals and outsiders are also very distinguishable. Those who have been holding up their cell phones to take pictures are most likely tourists from out of town. That's a lot of people. Lin Yu sighed. Young Lin, this is the liveliest place in town. The flowing banquet has been prepared for a few days now, and there will be a bonfire party at night. All the townspeople and tourists who come here will be invited. Jin stepped aside and introduced himself. So lively. He noticed that in the center of the square, there was indeed a huge fire pit. There are also traces of previous burns. After staying in the city for a long time, Lin Yu was really looking forward to this kind of ancient and characteristic activity ceremony. Folks. At this time, Meow Cylon walked up to a raised platform several meters high. That's Mrs. Meow on the stage, isn't it? Yes, that's her. The soul of Medicine Nun Town. I heard she's 80, and this looks younger than my mom. The town of Medicine Nun is really something a little bit on the inside. Quite a few people were under the stage, discussing it. Today, I have two big happy events to announce. This week, it's our town's annual 100 Flowers ceremony, which is a hope that all of my friends will eat, drink, and play well. The other thing is, I personally have another big happy event that I want to share with you all. What's the big deal? Visitors from out of town, who only know Mrs. Meow by name, don't realize that she has some happy event to announce in front of thousands of people. Chapter 52, my eldest grandson is the most important person in the whole town. More people, on the other hand, expressed some strong eating mentality. Mrs. Meow was facing thousands of villagers and tourists in such a lively and formal occasion, announcing a big personal celebration. That's certainly worth hearing about. There were also some netizens who had set up their tools to engage in live broadcasting, and at this time, they also had their lenses, all of which were aimed at Meow Cylon, who was standing on the stage. This great joy is that my oldest grandson came here to see me. I, for one, feel very happy, old Mrs. Meow said, and her hand pointed in Lin Yu's direction. Lin Yu also waved his hands, greeting the people at the scene. This news, indeed, caused a strong reaction on the scene. Along with everyone's comments, Lin Yu's rising reputation value was constantly prompted in front of his eyes. Holy, this is Mrs. Meow's grandson? First time I've seen it. Her grandson is so handsome and tall too. Who the hell is a boy like that in love with? If you have a girlfriend, do you mind changing it? I heard that old Mrs. Meow only has this one grandson, so won't all those goodies in her hands be his in the future? What's so great about it? In the old lady's hands, there are so many antiques that have been passed down from her ancestors for hundreds of years. Their value is estimated to be hundreds of millions. Let me ask something not quite right. Aren't you afraid of being robbed for something so valuable? You don't know about that, do you? Do you know who Mrs. Meow's son is? Who is it? Lin Zhendong, the commanding officer of the Jingchu war zone. Although Nanling City doesn't belong to Jingchu province, it belongs to this military region. Yeah, and they had a mountain maneuver recently, and it's not far to us? Who'd dare mess with that? More than that, in the future, he won't be the only authentic heir to the Southwest compulsion art. This compulsion, it's evil as hell. I've heard my dad talk about it, and it's so godly and creepy. Is it that evil? We're so technologically advanced now. Then, even more advanced, aren't there still a lot of unexplained phenomena? Are you guys getting too far ahead of yourselves? The ceremony is about to begin. The crowd's chatter at this point was brought back to the point. The rituals in the town of Medicine Gu are also a major attraction. Many travel public and self-media. Inventory of tourism in South Ridge City. Medicine Nun Town always top 3. In the whole province, that's top 10. It is one of the classic must-see and regret not going attractions. As for the amusement programs in the town of Yukugu, besides this flowing banquet, Bonfire party. The festival is also a very important one. This event doesn't happen every day, so it's very rare. Since it has been given the function of a wishing fountain, many people take this opportunity to make wishes and pray for blessings. It's a particularly ritualistic thing. At this moment, only Miao Ceylon was seen leading a group of clan members, facing a totem in the plaza. The ritual of sacrifice began. Feather, here, you light this long flame, Miao Ceylon said, handing a torch to Lin Yu. This torch is to light the fire pit in the center of the square. Mrs. Miao, you're the one who speaks for the town. Is this appropriate? Miao Renlong, who was next to him, stepped forward and tried to dissuade him. This ignition, besides you, old lady, can only be some important person. He's my only great-grandson, the most important person in town today. What's not to like? When she said that, what else did Miao Renlong have to say? So he could only take a few resentful steps back and leave. And the next step, Lin Yu then took over the symbolic torch, headed in the direction of the fire pit. At this time, thousands of eyes on the scene, hundreds of long and short lenses, all focusing on this historic moment. Lin Xiao, watch out. Seeing that there were a few steps in front of the fire pool, Yun Meyer hurriedly reminded her. Hey, this beauty is so pretty. Is she his girlfriend? I see she's been following him. This is the secretary of Jiangcheng Mufei Group. The old president of Mufei Group is his mom. In the crowd, another person copped on. Asterisk. So many awesome backgrounds in one place. Who's envious? I don't want to talk about it. Are all secretaries this pretty? Lin Yu lit the torch towards the fire pool that had been set up long ago. Then, the yellow fire quickly covered the entire fire pool. Those on the scene cheered, cheering and whistling. The entire square was turned into a lively sea. Hey, isn't that Mr. Lin? At this moment, two people in the crowd recognized Lin Yu. Almost simultaneously, they shouted in surprise. You know him too? The two men asked each other again. Two girls, wearing sun hats, dressed in a traveler's casual look. The body is slender and the figure looks exceptionally perky. These two girls, who were no one else, were none other than Jie Ba and Shen Mengran. The two of them are good girlfriends. After Shen Mengyan passed the movie casting, she was also the first to ask her best friend out to celebrate. Since we all have things to do tomorrow, the thought of a special forces-style tour to the town of Medicine Gulch came to mind. I heard that the town was holding a banquet today, so they came to join in the fun. On this occasion, seeing Lin Yu, their expressions were quite explosive. Who would have thought? Lin Yu, who had a heavenly background in Zhangchang, was even the grandson of the man of the hour. Mrs. Miao, in this medicine nun town? How to go everywhere has a powerful background. Other people this still have a way to live. The shock of this in their hearts was different. Jie Ba was facing Lin Yu with some inferiority complex in place. Even though there had been contact with her beyond friendship, she hadn't dared to expect anything, especially since he made a point of messaging him before he left, but never replied. As for Shin Mengran, she looked at Lin Yu, because she didn't know him, so more than anything, there was a kind of awe. Because, at the time of the casting call, he was the judge sitting squarely in the C seat on stage, and the company owner's own brother, the future second largest shareholder. So they came out to travel, and they also tacitly didn't mention Lin Yu. And at this time, the two girlfriends, surprisingly, accidentally discovered that Lin Yu was someone they knew in common. That's somewhat interesting. The sacrificial ceremony is over. The flowing banquet has officially begun. Please enjoy yourselves. Eat well and drink well. At this point, Miao Xiulan announced that the town's most distinctive running water banquet had officially begun. This banquet, the main focus is a lively and festive. It's been running for so many years that it's become a resounding signature. Not for money, all free, just for hospitality. The cost of the feast is subsidized and reimbursed by the crown. Visitors to the feast, all free, only need to pay a symbolic 10 yuan, equivalent to the admission fee. Only the tourists ate and held up the wall and left, while the fire on the cook's stove still kept burning without going out. 100 tables were constantly refurbished with new dishes. Visitors are eating out of the palm of their mouths and exclaiming their enjoyment. The scene, it was a pretty hilarious one. In turn, visitors will chronicle the feast with the most heartfelt illustrations, spreading its fame far and wide. Looking at the scene in front of him of thousands of people drying their food at the same time, Lin Yu also felt a little hungry. His stomach rumbled a few times. After not eating all morning and expending some energy, can you not be hungry? Ding! A voice came from the system at this point. Congratulations to the host. The points have risen to level LV7. Gain a new genealogical kin modification permission. Chapter 53, She's my cousin, but a mercenary leader. Does the host make a kinship identity modification immediately? Modified. Lin Yu made a reply. What is there to hesitate to think about? The system then asks redundantly, with Lin Yu's confirmed choice. Soon, it was time to enter the system selection screen. This time, a new professional identity emerged. After a brief moment of reflection, of the available pairings, Lin Yu quickly made his own. Congratulations to the host. Modifying genealogical kinship identity information has been successful. Please reconfirm checking for relevant information. After the end of the system's prompt, Lin Yu's relevant information about his character appeared in front of his eyes. Kinship status, cousin. Relative's name, Wen Yuchan. Age, 29. Occupation, head of the largest mercenary group in Southern Asia and honorary partner of the state of Myanmar and Vietnam. This identity is so empowering. According to the system's message, this South Asia mercenary regiment has 3 helicopter gunships, 30 artillery pieces, 15 armored vehicles and tanks, and 3 ships. The mercenaries, on the other hand, totaled more than 3,000, well armed and well trained. This team, throughout the countries of Southern Asia, is an existence that scares even the officials. It can even be said that it is more powerful than the entire military power of many small countries. Moreover, this mercenary group also accepts invitations from wealthy people and private teams from all over the world to carry out defense missions on a daily basis. The footprints are kind of all over the world. Of course, invitations are paid for. One person is hired for over $100,000 a day. Except for all kinds of daily expenses. The rest is split between the top few. As for why they can be the honorary partner of the state of Myanmar and Vietnam, it is also because they have helped the state of Myanmar and Vietnam to dismantle a number of criminal syndicates engaging in electric extortion, ice production and human trafficking. The 3,000 strong group, with as many as 1,000 people, is a long-time operation in the Burma-Vietnam area. That's why it was awarded a national medal. And the last mission was right on the China-Burma border, just 100 kilometers away from Nanling City. You can cross the borderline in an hour. It was also a way to help his homeland and solve the banditry a few times. And his own cousin, so young, less than 30 years old, was the head of such a group. The ability to do so is not optional. His own sister, Lin Chui Meng, does not happen to be making a movie on this kind of subject. Cousin is not can provide a large number of first-hand material? Only. While looking at the other messages, Lin Yu realized, in the system panel, this beautiful woman wearing a tight camouflage undershirt, camouflage pants, and hiking boots had an air of ruthless determination in her face. That's what a cousin looks like. And Wen Yuchan is Wen Tianzhong's daughter. But he was not in China many years ago, and his relationship with Wen Tianzhong, that was simply like a stranger. No communication for years. So this is a relationship that is still worth playing with. However, system-altered kinship, regardless of how it relates to others. To myself, that's certainly nothing to sneeze at. 100% intimate. Sure enough, it didn't take long to identify the relatives. Got a cross-country call myself. After connecting, it was none other than Wen Yuchan's voice. Is it Lin Yu? I'm your cousin, Yuchan. Cousin are you alright? Lin Yu also exchanged pleasantries with her. Lin Yu, I heard that you're at Grandma's place? The grandma she was talking about was none other than Miao Sui Lan. Yes, cousin. I happen to be here. For a few days. Lin Yu nodded. She's pretty well informed. Lin Yu, is everything okay with that grandma? In her heart, Wen Yuchan was still very attached to her grandma. Quite well, but cousin, if you care so much about her, why don't you come back and visit? With my status, it's risky to go anywhere, so I won't disturb the peace and quiet at grandmother's place. Aha, then I won't tell grandma about your call. Right. Just as Lin Yu was about to hang up, the other side suddenly asked, Lin Yu, when are you coming to South Asia to play? Ha ha ha, cousin, that's something I wouldn't dare go for. Lin Yu laughed. What words? Cousin's tone was a bit unhappy. Does it mean that your cousin's work here for the past few years has been in vain? With cousin protecting you, no one dares to lay a finger on you. Okay, next time for sure. Lin Yu nodded. Just be poor, Wen Yuchan said here and suddenly sighed. Actually, in a foreign country, I'm quite homesick. Homesick then come back and visit. Definitely. At this time, in a camp in the mountainous region of Wameng, when Yuchan hung up the phone, a greeting was given towards the outside. Outside a man in a uniformed military uniform walked in. What's the order, boss? Have you seen his picture? When Yuchan took Lin Yu's picture and showed it to him. Boss, what's this? The man was puzzled. The face in the photo. It looks handsome. Could it be a new assignment? Panda, this is my cousin. I always have a feeling that it's not too peaceful around Warmonger. You send a team of men to protect my cousin. Don't worry boss, I'll take care of this task. The man patted his chest. By the way, Boss, main Vietnam's commission for last month hit the account. This time it's 8 million rice knives. Okay, I know. When Yu-chan nodded. The mission given to them by Burma and Vietnam to carry out is also almost over. And when it is over, the mission is suspended for a period of time. Come home and see. This side of the town of Medicine Gu. Lin Yu and his thoughts returned to the hustle and bustle of the flowing table at the scene. This atmosphere, coupled with the food unique to the mountains, still very immersive. Here we go. Here we go. There's a new dish coming up. With a cheer from the crowd, the cook brought several new plates to the table and removed the already empty plates from the table. This constant rhythm of serving food soon rounded out Lin Yu's stomach as well. During the period there are many people ran over to toast. This kind of enthusiasm cannot be resisted. Even if you drink less, cannot hold the crowd. Finding an excuse, Lin Yu slipped out of the sight of the flowing banquet. Lin Xiao! Lin Xiao! At that moment, a girl's shout rang out behind her. Looking back, it was the young girl next to Grandma. Jun, what's the matter? Lin Xiao, the old lady asked me to come and shout at you, so if you've had enough to eat, go with her and take a look around the pharmaceutical factory. The girl, her face flushed, kept her head down as she spoke. Okay, I'll be there now. The town of Medicine Nun is known for picking medicines and making medicines, so since I've come on this trip, I always have to go and take a look. Then you come with me, the young girl said, leading the way up the stone steps that led halfway up the mountain. This view shows a young girl in national costume, slender and light-legged. It's kinda like going back to basics. By the way, Jin, what's your full name? Lin Yu was a little curious. My last name is Minami, and it's Minami Makoto. Jin froze for a moment, then turned around and smiled. But everyone here calls me Jin. If you didn't say it, I almost forgot my name. Without further ado, young Lin, come with me, said the dexterous figure as it continued to skip ahead. Lin Yu looked up, halfway up the mountainside. A few houses were also lit up at this time. Chapter 54, Eye-Catching, Medicine Stomping Girl. Lin Yu followed Jin and walked inside those houses. Grandma Miao Lan was already in the house. Feather, you're here. Grandma turned around and saw Lin Yu, and a kind smile immediately surfaced on her face. Here, this is our town's centralized pharmaceutical site. Grandma, doesn't every family in town have their own recipe for making medicine? Yeah, make your own medicine and sell it yourself. The pharmacy, however, is geared towards centralized herb buyers. Miao Lan said, this is one of the major pillar industries in our town of Medicine Nun. The annual sales are also several $100 million now, and the gross profit margin can be 80%. We have a couple of core medicines, one for epidemics, one for skin diseases, and one, a male medicine. The results are all exceptionally good, and there are no pints on the market, so sales are not a concern. Miao Suolin said, pointing to a road over the back of the mountain. Feather, look over there. Lin Yu looked over, only to see the curved, winding mountain road lit up. Grandma, is this? Those are herbalists who come to wholesale herbs. What's with all this? Yes, there are too many orders, but the size of our factory is limited, and our production capacity can't go up. Many merchants, they have to wait for half a month to get the goods. If the medicine is so effective, why don't we expand capacity? Lin Yu was acting like an elementary school student at this moment, ignorant and curious. Just a few houses that generate several $100 million a year. Gross margins are still so high. The profits, if scaled up, would be much more than a few $100 million. Feather, just come with me and see for yourself. Miao Suolin smiled at this time. Old lady, it's down the stairs ahead. Slow down. Jin rushed forward to assist. Lin Yu then followed. Down a few stairs. The scene before him opened his eyes. Just the space, stuffy and humid. On the spacious floor, there were many piles of raw materials for medicinal herbs. Quite a few women in national dress were stepping on top of the herbs with their bare feet, stomping on the herbs according to the prescribed maneuvers. The herbs are processed in a primitive manner. The body was live, as if it were dancing on it. And these women, they're all young. All were visually aged between 15 to 20. It was sweltering inside the factory and their foreheads were sweaty. It's a real example of what it means to be sweaty. Feather, this is the most irreplaceable aspect of our pharmaceuticals. The herbs harvested from the mountains should be sent here as fast as possible for preliminary pounding and refining. These girls are selected under strict conditions. They can't have sweaty feet, no scarring, no wounds on their feet. The toes must also be flexible and still strong. Lin Yu understood. It's like the process of making a wine blend for a famous southwestern wine. Even now that industry is so advanced, it still uses the primitive way of stepping on the curves by hand. Not to mention how big the difference in rolls is. Right, but with that push, that added value goes up. Lin Yu looked at these young girls in front of him and knew why the production was not going up. Mrs. Meow is here. The person in charge of stepping on the herbs saw Meow Cylon and greeted her warmly. Hello Mrs. Meow. Those girls, with their feet stepping on the herbs while greeting Meow Cylon. Hello girls, this is my eldest grandson, Lin Yu. Meow Weilan also introduced her grandson to the girls. Hello, Lin Xiao. They neatly greeted Lin Yu again. After saying that, they all couldn't help covering their mouths and snickering, their cheeks red. This is Lin Xiao. He's so handsome. Tens of thousands of people in the town have never seen such a handsome one. There's no telling how long he'll be in town. The girls were talking, and when they saw Nanjinjin behind Lin Yu, they joked, Jun, Lin Xiao is new to the town. You'll have to bring her around more often. Bring what? Jun didn't understand. Why? Lin Xiao mustn't go home to sleep at night. Aren't you going to help him make up his bed? Saying that, Jun blushed. Don't make fun of Jun. She's still young. The other medicine stomping girl said, by the way, is your sister going back? Yeah, made a call this morning. Should be back soon. Nanjinjin nodded. She is 16 years old and her sister is 5 years older. She went out to school when she knew what she was doing. And when she was old enough her sister started working again. So there aren't many encounters. Alright girls, you get busy first. Meow Cylon waved her hand and said, the factory sales were good this month. Give everyone a bonus when you get your money back. Mrs. Meow is so nice. Take care, Mrs. Meow. Several people left the drug stomping scene. Yu-chan. Meow Cylon's expression was serious at this time. Grandma, I'm also old. And your father's ambition is not here. This medicine factory, it still has to be taken over for you. For me? Lin Yu was a bit surprised. Grandma gave herself 3 major meeting gifts, but there was no mention of a factory delivery. Yeah, but this factory, it's the whole town's effort to build it. You see those girls. In fact, many of them also have good development opportunities, but still stay in the town. So, little feather, I only have one request of you. It's that no matter how much money you make, the share that should be given to them is not discounted. Grandma meant it in those words, and before he could say yes, she began to enjoy points. When we get back later, I'll give you the factory's books. You can take a look at it first and get an idea. After Meow Sewing Lan finished, she said to Nanjinjin without waiting for Lin Yu to speak, Jun, take a walk with me to the creek. Okay. Nanjinjin nodded in agreement. Lin Yu, on the other hand, followed the road in the direction he came from. Everyone in town knew him because he had been solemnly introduced at the streaming banquet. Quite a few people greeted him along the way. He nodded and walked to the center of the square. As night fell, the bonfire in the center of the square, too, was ablaze with bright light. Many people danced around the campfire. Lin Xiao! Lin Xiao! At that moment, a shout rang out behind him. He whipped his head around and the 2 people in front of him made him kind of believe his eyes. If it isn't Hot Yiba, and the casting agent, Shen Mengyan, they're here too? Changing into 2 sets of national costumes and holding hands, they looked like they had known each other for a long time. What are you guys doing here? Lin Xiao, I sent you a message, but you didn't reply, Hodaba said boldly. After thinking about it, they decided that they should still take the initiative to greet Lin Yu, otherwise it's too unintelligent. Oh, it seems so. Lin Yu remembered that she did send a message, but was busy at the time and ignored it. I didn't get a chance to look at it later. Young Lin, I was able to pass the casting last time, and I'm also very grateful for your recognition. I'd like to treat you to a meal. Is that okay? Shin Mengran also said at this time. Chapter 55, You too. Stay at my house. Buy me dinner? Lin Yu frowned. This beautiful woman suddenly initiated the invitation, which made him feel a bit surprised. That's fine, but I just came from the running water side and I'm not hungry yet. He smiled. In that case, I'll just buy you another late-night snack. Shen Mengran was very enthusiastic. A look of a must-have invitation. No problem. Lin Yu nodded. In the face of a beautiful woman's unsolicited invitation, I can only refuse. A couple of the male tourists next to him were shocked. Such a pretty girl, offering to buy a boy dinner. Doubt it was sci-fi if I hadn't seen and heard it with my own eyes and ears. When will such a good thing come to you? And look at their own girlfriends. They're not very good looking and demanding. Every time we eat, we pay for it ourselves. And the girlfriend didn't even return the favor of a $10 cup of milk tea. Hey, it's just a shame how I wasn't born with a good skin. Mengran, why don't we go find a place to stay later? Otherwise it'll be even harder to find a place to stay later. 9. At this time, Zhu Yiba pulled Shin Mengran and said somewhat anxiously. The 2 of them had come here on a whim to visit. So when it was said and done, I was in a hurry and didn't have time to book a hotel. Plus there was a big event going on in town today. The rooms have gone up in price, not to mention that compared to usual that's even tighter. Even a very shabby and old room sold for 400 or 500 a room. So they haven't found the right place to land yet. There was no strength left to go on even now. None of you have a place to stay? Lin Yu overheard the conversation that Hotoba was having with her. Strangely enough, since obtaining the system, he felt that all 5 of his senses had been greatly enhanced. Even though Jiba spoke in a small voice next to her, almost coming up to Shin Menran's ear, but the words, themselves, were still heard. Hear me loud and clear. Yeah. Jiba didn't expect her words to fall on deaf ears, and felt a little blush, exuding an embarrassed look. Ding! The system releases a randomized mission, arrange a place to live for Hot Yiba and Shin Mengyan, rewarding 5 million in cash, as well as all-around medical skills. At this time, the system's voice rang out. What a time to come. Originally, Lin Yu was still hesitating whether it was appropriate to invite the 2 of them to stay at his house. It's hard to tell if it's misunderstood, and it looks like you're licking it a little bit, so how's that going to work? Moreover, the consent of his grandmother, Miao Cylon, had not been sought beforehand. Now since it was the system that released the quest and there was a generous reward, then no matter what, do it first. Then you guys can stay at my place. Lin Yu remembered the building that his grandmother was about to give to him and said directly. Shen Menghan was a bit surprised to hear his proposal. Lin Xiao, is it appropriate? It couldn't be more appropriate. Lin Yu smiled. My house is big anyway. It's just empty, so 2 more people can liven things up. With that, Lin Yu pointed at the building. It's the one out front. And, having 2 great beauties living in the house, then it's not near enough to do something about it. There's something really different about seeing her in a full ethnic costume. Whoa! The 2 girls screamed at this point, looked a little excited to see that old building. Is this the ancient mansion of old Mrs. Miao, as said on the internet? I heard it's old and famous. Can we really go in? The old house of Mrs. Miao is the most eye-catching attraction building in the town of Yaku. The interior of the building is not open to the public. But many people come here and remember the building just by looking at its exterior. And it's not a wasted visit. This building is on the Little Sweet Potato app and has been variously seeded, clocked, and photographed. Now, Lin Xiao took the initiative to invite them in. What an honor. Of course, Lin Yu smiled. The 2 girls secretly made up their minds that when they arrived in the ancient mansion, they must pay more attention and never walk around and look around. Inside is full of precious cultural relics and antiques. If you touch the broken cell themselves cannot afford to lose awe. Everything is done according to Lin Xiao's wishes. So the 3 of them walked together toward Grandma's house. Both girls had bags on them. Just the thing to keep the bag down and make it a little easier to go out and play. Lin Xiao. At this moment, Yun Meyer was at a table in the hall, holding a computer to deal with work matters. Seeing Lin Yu come back with 2 beautiful women behind him, realizing what was going on, he too hastened to rise in greeting. Are the 2 girls staying here today? Then I'll go make arrangements. Yun Meyer was also very understanding and quickly realized what was going on. You have work on your hands, so get busy, Lin Yu said. I'll just take them upstairs. Okay, young Lin. Yun Meyer nodded and went on with her work. As Qin Dong's secretary, before she came back, a lot of things in Jiangcheng Company had to be buttressed and handled by herself. Sometimes there are important documents to go over in person, and you have to endure the jet lag and connect remotely to deal with them. So it's also very hard work. The 3 men stepped on the ancient staircase and went up successively. The second floor is a total of 4 rooms, all in the form of suites. Each room has a living room, bedroom, living washroom and bathroom. The doors of the 4 suites, oriented in a southeast, northwest and northwest direction, are opposite each other. The center point intersects above the patio in the center of the building. You 2 will sleep in the south-facing one. Lin Yu's room was on the east side, and the 2 rooms were just adjacent to each other. He finished the sentence. Hotoba looked into his eyes, warm as water. There seemed to be something he wanted to say, but when he reached his mouth, he swallowed. Chapter 56, It's a shame not to work with Coconut Company. Barb, come in and look at this room. It's so beautiful. At this time, Shin Mengran was already in the room first. It's a great feeling of age to see the antique style of the room, particularly literate and nostalgic. Immediately, just couldn't help but be overwhelmed with excitement. Hey, I'm so tired after running all day today. Finally I can rest. Shin Menghan took off her jacket and headed for the bed. The soft mattress, like a wave, bounced her up. Lin Yu noticed. Not to mention, this sweet girl who can do the 1-2 is surprisingly loaded. 2. At this time, Shin Mengran also realized that she had acted a little too relaxed. Hastily, he stood up in embarrassment. It's a shame you're not doing a commercial for Coconut. Lin Yu smiled. Ah, Lin Xiao, what do you mean? Shin Menghan didn't understand what he was saying at all. She grew up as a 2-timer, practicing dance in addition to going to school. I don't like the internet. I've never been in love. And I'm a complete blank sheet of paper when it comes to male and female relationships, being extremely protected by my family. I don't understand a lot of things. Lin Xiao is saying that you'll have a lot of advertisements to shoot when you join the company in the future, Hodaba said in a huff. He said, whispering in Lin Yu's ear as well. Lin Xiao, she's the simplest and cleanest girl I've ever seen, and she hasn't fallen in love. She can't understand the jokes you're making. Lin Yu smiled faintly. Then you let her rest in her room. Then, after a pause, you come to my room. Ha? Hodaba froze for a moment. What? You don't want me? Lin Yu's voice lowered. Look at Hodaba. Embarrassed by the look, she lowered her head. Well, thinking about what? Lin Yu continued to pursue. Hodaba's face turned even redder. She did just say the right thing. A blank sheet of paper completely misses your point. But having had the experience is a different story. Lin Yu also understood what it meant to have a nurturing girlfriend. Teaching step by step is also very rewarding. There was a real sense of cosplay in the national costume that Hodaba wore today. Barb, what are you guys talking about? Shen Mengran asked with bright eyes. So what? Mengran, I have something to say to young Lin. You can rest in your room first. Don't run around. Hodaba barked. Okay, I'll watch TV in my room then. Shen Mengran nodded. Without the company of her best friend, she wouldn't dare to run around in this unfamiliar place. And, it's also nighttime now, even more afraid to go out. After watching Hodaba leave, she closed the door to her room. And this way, the two also returned to the room. Lin Xiao, you, Hodaba hadn't finished her sentence. Subsequently, the gentle humming lingers vaguely low. Why isn't Barb back yet? Next door, Shen Mengran, watching TV, sleepy, looking at the time. It was amazing that 4 or 5 hours had passed. It was already late at night. During this time, there was no sound other than the vague clapping that was heard all the time. How come it's so late? There's still someone performing the show. Ha? She was puzzled in her mind. But I didn't dare go out either. So I just huddled under the covers. In the back of her mind, she was thinking that she was going to have to call if she didn't come back in another 10 minutes. Not a moment too soon. A few knocks sounded outside. Who? Shen Mengran was a bit nervous and gripped the covers. It's me, Barb. A familiar voice came from outside. She got off the floor in a hurry and ran out to open the door. Seeing Hodaba walk in, her body soft as spaghetti. Barb, what's wrong with you? Sweating so much. It's okay, get me a bottle of water. I'm thirsty, Hodaba whispered. Shen Mengran turned to get water when she saw Hot Eba again. Couldn't help but wonder. Barb, you're finally back. I'm dying of boredom. Also, how the voice has gotten hoarse. Oops. No. Hodaba said in a rush as she realized what she was saying. Let's go downstairs. Then, and get a snack. I just almost fell asleep. Together then. By the way, I said I'd also treat young Lin to dinner. The two packed up and walked out the door, calling for Lin Yu to come downstairs with them. Lin Yu also happened to be hungry at this time, so he agreed. The three men walked down the stairs. When the buzz of the town hadn't quite dissipated, there were some other people chatting and singing around the bonfire in the square. Those who sang well also won a lot of applause from the listeners. Oh, I finally get it. At this time, Shen Mengran said. Understand what? Ha? Hodaba asked. It's the place where I kept hearing intermittent clapping when I was in the room earlier. I think. Shen Mengran looked happy. I think so, Lin Yu said at this time. So what else to say? Tell her it's not? Forget it. What Hodaba said was indeed true. This Shen Mengran is 18 years old and just started her freshman year. But having grown up so much, I really don't know anything about anything at all. Not to mention eating pork. I've never even seen a pig run. There's a late-night snack still open out front. Let's get going. We'll be off in a minute. Hodaba pointed to a store up ahead. So it's Mr. Lin. What can I get you to eat? The store owner saw Lin Yu come in with two beautiful women and hurriedly greeted them. After Miao Seilin's announcement in the square in the afternoon, the entire town recognized Lin Yu, knowing that he is Mrs. Miao's only grandson. In the future, maybe it will be the new talker here too. Any specialties? Lin Yu asked. He wasn't really too sure about the specialties here. Then young Lin has really asked the right question. The store owner quickly said, our store, the main specialty is the mushroom pot. One pot braised 100 mushrooms, a staple that sells out of our store. The ingredients are harvested from the freshest mushrooms in the mountains, ready to cook and fresh to eat. That's exactly right. The city of Southridge, living off the mountain. There are many mountain treasures, especially wild mushrooms. That's notorious. It won't eat to see the little man, will it? Reba remembered some of the news she had read online and was a little worried. Don't worry. The mushrooms are cooked in several stages and at high temperatures. They'll be fine. A pot. Then, Lin Yu clapped to make the decision. The shopkeeper hurriedly greeted the cook and made the food. A short while later, a steaming pot of soup was served. The store owner put the pot in place and then designed a countdown to an alarm clock on the table. When the bell rings, it's ready to eat, the shopkeeper instructed and then turned to leave. When's good? I'm looking hungry. Shin Mengran lay on the table, pouting. Chapter 57 Unwarranted Acquisition. Alarming the business community. Take a pair of chopsticks and try to pinch the mushrooms in the pan. See what you're craving. It'll be ready soon. Hotoba knocked her hand. Time's not up yet. Beware of eating to see the villain. Oh, say, is it true that you can see little people if you eat it? As soon as he said this, Lin Yu wasn't sleepy. The Southwest is rich in mushrooms. That's something everyone knows. Lin Yu was still a bit curious. It's just a shame. He or she gained the skill of being invulnerable to all poisons. I'm afraid I won't get a chance to see a scene that esoteric. Just then, ding! Inside his head, the system rang again. Congratulations to the host. On the second day of his stay in Medicine Nun Town, the Jingchu Tourism Group's shares have been raised by 5% to 65%. He was delighted in his heart. The system really did honor the reward just after midnight. 5%. That's worth 1.5 billion. Sisters Film and Television Company. Disc for a few years now worth only a few hundred million. He, on the other hand, gets 1.5 billion worth of shares and it's just a matter of turning a clock. Lin Yu didn't hesitate, and claimed the additional 5 percentage points. In the meantime, River City, the headquarters building of Jingchu Tourism Group is brightly lit. All the employees of the group are working overtime today. During the day, the fact that a mysterious big shot had acquired 60% of the group's shares had caused a huge shock in the Jiangqing business community. Concerned, unrelated, bigwigs from all walks of life are all speculating about what kind of person is so generous as to eat up 60% of the shares in one go. An acquisition worth nearly $20 billion. This was an operation that hadn't been seen for a long time in the entire Jiangqing business world. Because of this acquisition, the travel sector of the stock market, too, jumped 10 points in response, drove a huge wave of people to make a furious profit on their stocks. And just after midnight, the Jingchu Tourism Group, another 5% stake, was transferred to his name. As soon as this news came out, the group, up and down, attached great importance to it. The online media was also the first to release the news. Heavyweight news. Jingchu Tourism Group, the mysterious major shareholder, increased its stake by another 5%. This news has completely refreshed the spirits of many people who are still awake. First, a large acquisition, and then a late-night increase in holdings. Looking at the entire financial and investment community, it is absolutely explosive heavyweight news. Who holdings place so 6 just took 60% of the shares and then 5%? This mysterious big brother. It can't be that he wants to eat all the shares. Is he so bullish on tourism? Did he get some inside information? It's quite possible. I haven't seen such a big acquisition in the tourism industry. Standing post, this is definitely a great opportunity to make money. Hurry up and increase your stake in Jingchu Tourism tomorrow. Honey, let me discuss something with you. Can I take the passbook and withdraw some money? And when I make money I'll buy you a big necklace. And Lin Crispy Dream, who had just finished busy with the preparations for the play, also brushed up on this message. Through the inner circle of bigwigs in the investment circle, she saw that the name of the person who acquired Jingchu Tourism Group was none other than Lin Yu. All the other information was right on except the name. This stinky brother. What's the situation? How did he become the major shareholder of Jingchu Tourism Group? Lin Crispy Dream expressed surprise. Could it be that this is holding shares for someone else? Where else would he have gotten the 20 billion to buy Jingchu Tourism? Even if it's Mom Qin Mufei, although she is the richest person in Jiangcheng, she may not have the ability to eat such a large company in one breath. She was tempted to call immediately and ask Lin Yu what was going on. One look at the time and it's after 12. My brother should be long asleep by this time. Wait until tomorrow and ask what's going on. Thinking this way, Lin Crispy Dream went straight to wash up. Say, it's not ready yet, is it? This side of the town of Medicine Gu, Shin Menghan couldn't wait at all, staring intently at the food. He also completely failed to notice the frowns and glances between the two of them. Hot Yiba and Lin Yu, but she doesn't understand those either. Two people in a relationship looking at each other with hormones soaring in their eyes. Don't worry, it's only 2 minutes away. Hotoba laughed. Lin Yu was ready to speak. That's when it suddenly felt wrong. There are a couple of suspicious-looking people that are running this way. He was able to confirm that these people were headed for that house of his grandmother's. It's not clear that they were after the house's lapidary antiques, or rushing yourself, or, perhaps, purely for sabotage? But no matter what, one has to check it out. Hotoba, you two wait here for me and don't go anywhere. Lin Yu spoke directly and stood up. Ha, The two men hadn't understood what was going on. Lin Yu was seen walking out of the store. Lin Yu directly chased after those few people, and the men, sensing movement behind them. He also turned back immediately and stared at Lin Yu with a wary expression. What kind of person dares to break into my house at night? He gave a gulp. The men looked at each other, and their eyes confirmed that this was the person they were looking for. That's him. Finish him off. A couple of people gave a low gulp. Raising his silencer-equipped gun, he aimed it at Lin Yu. Bang! 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 Gunshots rang out one after another. They had thought that he could be faster than a bullet at such a close distance, but to their horror, Lin Yu had dodged them all. Dare to start a gun here? After Lin Yu dodged the bullets, he also exploded in combat at this time. Straight away, he rushed up and kicked one of them. The gun, in his hand, fell to the ground with it. Before they could react, Lin Yu picked up the gun. Subsequent launches. 2 shots rang out, drawing out 2 more of them. Trying to fire the next shot, all I heard was the sound of an empty chamber, out of bullets, and the man's screams startled the town. It was extraordinarily clear on this quiet night. What's the commotion out there? Someone should have broken in. Get out there and look. The people of the town of Medicine Gu are tough and righteous. There was a commotion outside, and the lights, which had been turned off in many homes, were now back on. The remaining one, seeing the situation, couldn't care less. The operation had been exposed, and now that he was the only one left, he could only run away first. Saw that there was a trail. He turned and ran. Suddenly, the moonlit stone path in front of him, a puppeteer appeared. The puppeteer, about a meter tall, like a child, creaking down the road, one step at a time, toward him. The friction between the wood was also clearly audible with each step. He stood up straight at once, goosebumps on his body, rising up, the muscles in his body tensed with it. And all the rumors about Pil Nun Town came to mind one by one. Holy ghosts! The thug, howling in a frenzy, raised his gun and shot. Chapter 58 Magical Compulsion. You want to learn? I'll teach you. Bang! Several shots rang out in a row. The thug, in great fear, shot all the bullets in his gun. Some of the bullets flew off and some hit the mannequin, knocked through a couple of holes. However, the mannequin was where it was, pausing only for a moment, but continuing to walk towards him. Step by step, the thug's eyes widened. By the light of the night, the scene brought his heart to his throat. Mommy, I want to go home. Even if he is an outlaw, where has he seen such a grounded house scene? The outlaw could no longer carry the fear in his heart. When his legs went weak, he fell to his knees. There he is. Get him. The people of Medicine Nun's town, holding up flashlights at this point, found the outlaws. Swarming around, they tied him up. Lin Yu also arrived at the scene at this time. Witnessed the scene just now. This mannequin, it's Mrs. Miao's masterpiece, isn't it? I've long heard that the old lady is good at the art of transporting parasites, and it's surprisingly true. Being able to manipulate a puppeteer to move on his own is too much. Lin Yu understood. That scene just now was actually controlled by Grandma. After the thugs were caught, the mannequin stayed put. It was as if the autonomous movement that had just taken place didn't exist. Feather. At that moment, Grandma Miao Solan's voice appeared. Lin Yu looked back and saw Miao Suolan accompanied by Jin and a few others. Grandma, why are you up so late? He greeted them. Can I sleep after what's happened in town? Miao Cylon laughed. Don't worry about Grandma. Grandma is in good health. That really isn't wrong either. It's true that people in the town of Medicine Gu live long and healthy lives. That's why Grandma, even at 80, looks just like she does in her early 50s. What's a 50-year-old man who stays up all night once in a while? By the way, Grandma, that mannequin just... Lin Yu showed a strong curiosity. Little Feather, this mannequin, just now, was controlled by me with a compulsion. This is a kind of compulsion technique. External control technique. That's too much, Lin Yu said, thinking in his heart. If one can do this kind of compulsion, remotely controlling other objects, moving or attacking, it's really something evil. The internal control technique is even more esoteric, controlling the thoughts and movements of living people. Anyone would be terrified of this little bug. Little Feather. You want to learn? Grandma will teach you. Miao Xiaolan smiled happily. Passing it on to my eldest grandson is considered a legacy. That dares to be good. Lin Yu was also looking forward to it. Well, since the thugs have been subdued, let's all disperse. Then, with a command from Miao Cylon, the people at the scene, too, dispersed. Come on, Feather, home. Okay, but I have 2 more friends. Lin Yu remembered Hot Yiba and Shin Mengran who were still at the store. The 2 girls that Lin Xiao said had been arranged to go home. Don't worry, Jun said from the sidelines. Okay, it seems that the people of this Medicine Ant town are really proper in their work. Before they could say anything, They had arranged it in advance. There was no talk all night. The next day, Lin Yu was woken up by the lively sounds outside. The first thing I did when I woke up was to grab my phone and see that there were several unread messages. Shaolin, I'm really sorry. We have something temporary to do, so we'll go back to Jiangqing first. Hot Yiba. Lin Xiao, I invited you to dinner yesterday, and I haven't gotten a bite yet, so I'll invite you again in Jiangqing. Shen Mengran. The message was followed by a variety of apologetic emoticons. Hey, that's it? Hey, just go. Can't do much here. After 4 or 5 rounds of offense last night, it's time to slow down a little bit after all the bullets have been fired. How long have I been asleep? Lin Xiao rubbed his somewhat dazed head, checking the time on my cell phone again. It's already past 2 in the afternoon. Lin Xiao, you're awake? At this time, Yun Meyer's voice rang out from outside. Well, wake up, Lin Yu said. So can I come in? Enter. As soon as a voice fell, Yun Meyer pushed the door and walked in. Full of respect, she was dressed in casual clothes today, and her hair was tied back in a simple ponytail. Young Lin, Dong Qin called in the morning. What was said? Asked about our recent situation in Medicine Nun Town, and also, the time when Qin Dong returned to Jiangcheng, 2 days ahead of schedule. 2 days early? Isn't that the day after tomorrow? My mom, the richest woman in Jiangcheng, is finally coming back? Well, so I'm here to ask Lin Xiao when we're returning to Jiangcheng? It's convenient for me to book a flight. Yun Neil said. Early morning? What time is the earliest flight? Lin Yu asked. There's a trip at 5 in the morning, Cloudmeyer blurted out. As a secretary, the preparations beforehand were done a long time ago. Let's book this trip then, Lin Yu said. Stay 1 more day and you'll get 70% of the shares. 1.5 billion worth. Not right. Jingshu Tourism Group stock jumped 10 points. That's worth even more. Then we have to get up and leave at 3 a.m. Will young Lin have a bad night's rest? Yun Meyer didn't understand why Lin Yu had to leave in the early hours of the morning and was a little worried. No, Lin Yu picked up a medicine capsule on the table. See this? Young Lin, this? Could it be the medicine that old Mrs. Miao boiled? That's right, Lin Yu nodded. This medicine has the effect of boosting and waking up the brain and strengthening the body. Eat 1 capsule and you can be virile forever after a few nights of no sleep. He finished feeling how he was like a charlatan selling power pills. So good. Ha! Yun Meyer's eyes lit up. And then I couldn't help but blush at the thought of the words that followed his sentence. Lin Yu saw this expression on her face, and it was 80% that she was thinking the wrong way again. Excuse me, is Mr. Lin in? At that moment, a yell rang out from downstairs. Which one of you is looking for young Lin? Yun Meyer heard the voice and went out to respond. I'm the head of culture and tourism in Nanling City, Yu Xiao, and I have important matters that I want to meet with Mr. Lin for talks. Lin Xiao, the head of the Cultural and Tourism Department of Nanling City. Would you like to meet? Yun Neil turned around and inquired. What's coming? Standing committee member of South Ridge City, in charge of culture and tourism, branch level. Ha! You tell him to wait a minute while I get dressed. Lin Yu said back. There's nothing going on right now anyway. Lin Xiao said to ask you to wait for a while. It doesn't matter. I'll wait at the door. Yu Xiao, head of the Nanling Cultural Tourism, said. A few minutes later, Lin Yu washed up and walked out of the house. Saw several men in suits and shirts standing in the doorway, looking bureauish. This is Mr. Lin Yu Lin? What a talented man. Long time no see. A man at the head of the doorway, at this time, stepped forward, with a smile on his face, and extended his hand. Hello. Lin Yu returned the grip. Originally I was going to pay you a special visit. I heard that you were in Medicine Nun Town. I rushed here early in the morning at work. I wonder if it's convenient to borrow a step to talk. Yu Xiao smiled fawningly. Chapter 59, Relatives Weekly. See what my loved ones have done. Yes, where to talk? Lin Yu asked. I've booked a place at the Huaqing Hotel. I wonder if Mr. Lin is free. Yu Su said. Huaqing Hotel? This is the largest and most luxurious hotel in town, combining dining, entertainment, and lodging. It is a preferred resting place for tourists visiting the town of Yakuza. But on that end of town, it's not borrowing a step. It's borrowing a lot of steps. But the sight of the coaster spared me from going off on my own. Okay, Lin Yu nodded, glancing back at Yun Meal. Yun Meyer was also quick to respond. Lin Xiao, I'll pack my things at home first. Right, Lin Xiao, Yun Meyer said, and then attached herself to his ear and whispered. The old lady put 2 ancient books in the morning and gave them to me for safekeeping, saying that they were for you. What ancient book? One is a book of divination and the other is a book of compulsion. Yun Meyer said. The old lady is busy with the medicine factory today, and she compiled this book by refining the essence of what she learned. Then take it and I'll look at it later. Lin Yu remembered. what his grandmother had told him last night about wanting to teach himself, because he couldn't stay in the medicine ant town for long. So face-to-face teaching that was not enough conditions anymore. So, this book would be the nanny guide, and it's still a secret and isolated book. So if you're not a fool, you'll learn by reading it. Okay, then, Mr. Lin, do you need me to call and shout at you later? Cloudmeyer asked again. Yes. Lin Yu answered, and then, under Yu Xiu's guidance, he got into the car. Lin Xiao, who was that just now? After getting into the car, Yu Xiu couldn't forget how stunning she was when she just saw Yun Meal and couldn't help but ask. Sort of. Secretary. Lin Yu didn't know how to describe it. So it is. Yu Xiu was thoughtful. A look of I get it. Mr. Lin, I have something to say to my assistant. Excuse me for a moment. Lin Yu nodded. I saw Yu Su whispering something to his assistant. Ding. The system's voice suddenly sounded at this moment. Host, you have held the system for a week. And here is a summary of the weekly reports of your relatives for the week. Please review. I'll go. So 6? There's a weekly report? This scene, even if 5-star General Michael Arthur saw it, he would have to praise it again and again. Only a picture that looked like a newspaper floated in front of me. Taking stock of some recent acquisitions, 2 companies gained this week. Banks, Thornton Travel Group. This week's recipients of other grants, the clouds above the earth, the old mansion in the town of Medicine Gu, and a 35% stake in Kirikou Film and TV. Skills gained this week, fighting arts, the art of 100 poisons, divination, and compulsion. Revenue on the books this week, $1 billion. Relative update, mother, Qin Mufei, has signed a large contract overseas, with a contract value of 30 billion meters of gold. Father Lin Zhendong, live fire training in the mountains of southwest China, broadcast live on CCTV globally, perfect completion of the mission. Aunt Wen Tianzhong, has taken in 2 waves of minions, and the underground sphere of influence has further expanded. Cousin Wen Yuchan, who saved a group of Chinese cheated people in Burma and Vietnam, including a number of senior engineers, rich kids, etc., have been escorted back to China. It was officially honored. My younger sister, Lin Xiaoan, utilized AI technology to build an identity change platform that can unlock any face recognition access control scenario with unimpeded passage. Sister Lin Crispy Dream completed the casting of 3 movies and entered the next stage of preparation. Its artist Luo Qingya Street live broadcast, overnight burst of fire, up a million powder. Grandma Miao Sewing Lan, new production of a variety of drugs on the market hot sales. Southwest Medicine Nun brand further hit. I'll go. Lin Yu looked at the details on the weekly report. With this, it's really clear as to what each relative has done recently and what results they've obtained. Mr. Lin, we're here. At this time, Yu Xiu's reminder pulled Lin Yu's thoughts back to reality. He got out of the car and before him was a 7-story building with expansive decorations. Far out, just saw a group of people waiting in front of the hotel. Seeing Yu Xiu, one of the leaders rushed to welcome him. Leader Yu, welcome to our store. Our store is flourishing. Yu Xiu is Nanling City, the main cultural tourism. This hotel is naturally under his control. The shopkeeper naturally wants to be well entertained. Let me introduce. This is Mr. Lin Yu Lin, the major shareholder of the Jingchu Tourism Group, also old Mrs. Miao's grandson. Yu Xiu introduces Lin Yu. The shopkeeper immediately understood. So it's Mr. Lin. Forgive my clumsiness. Mr. Lin is really young and talented. The few managers behind him looked at Lin Yu, also surprised. He was so young, and he came from a surprisingly small place. It really was a layup right from the start. Don't all stand around. Come inside and talk. The group made their way to one of the largest boxes in the store, waiting for the food. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lin Yu asked Yu Xiu, Mayor Yu, I don't know what you're looking for me for? I am Mr. Lin. Since you asked, I'll be straight with you. Yu Xiu smiled and said, I am representing our Nanling City, inviting you to make development investments in our city. With that, he let his assistant bring up a project investment plan. Take a look at this. Mr. Lin, this project is very promising. We need a strong company like Jingchu Tourism Group to join us. Yu Xiu's attitude was sincere. Although he is the main tourism in Nanling City, in Nanling can be said to call the shots. But in front of the Jingchu Tourism Group, it also has to be 3 times shorter. Smaller cities just want big groups on board to revitalize the local economy. The program is not bad, but since it's an investment, what do I get in return? Lin Yu looked at the project. There are mountains and water. The natural conditions are very good. It is not an exaggeration to create another Zhangjiaji. However, it requires a large investment, and groups without power simply can't take it over. Forced pickups have to suck too. This, Yu Xiu paused for a moment. We've met and discussed this matter. As long as Mr. Lin is willing to invest, We'll waive the taxes for the first 3 years. The land cost is halved. That's a big concession for Southridge. Tourist city. Other industries cannot develop. The big head is to rely on cultural and tourism projects to generate income. 3 years of tax do not want. Is also very sincere. I understand what Mayor Yu means. Lin Yu smiled. However, if you want me to invest, I have a few conditions that Mayor Yu can consider. Mr. Lin, please. First, a full 5-year tax exemption. Second, free use of land. And third, coordination of all local departments to give the green light to all procedures for the project. Lin Yu slowly said 3 conditions. In the box, the faces of the guys, 2, all changed at once. Chapter 60, I look young. Not like a big shot? Mr. Lin. This condition. It's a bit too much. The scene was in an uproar. On Yu Xiu's face, a difficult look appeared. We, Nanling City, have come with great sincerity to talk to you about cooperation. Then since we're talking about cooperation, what's wrong with saying the ugly words up front to avoid bull asterisk later? Lin Yu smiled. That's a very sincere offer on my part. 2. Mr. Lin. Don't go too far. This is an opportunity that many companies want. One of the people traveling with Yu Xiu couldn't help but say it this time. And this is? Lin Yu's words had just fallen. Yu Xiu's face changed and she hurriedly shouted at the man. What are you yapping about in front of Mr. Lin? Get out. The man's mouth dropped open. He oohed and awed, stood up and huffed and walked out. Lin Yu watched the scene without moving. The mind, at the same time, came to mind about the rate of return on investing in this program. 5x. This is the ROI analysis given by the system. 5x isn't bad. It looks like it would be a good project. 2. However, since it is an investment in the business world, it is all about maximizing the benefits and minimizing the costs. Although he, Lin Yu, didn't know how to do business, he understood this. Right now, it's a game changer. Mr. Lin, calm down. We can talk things over, Yu Su said, passing a wink to the scene. The few remaining people, with a sudden realization, all walked out of the box. Mr. Lin, what about us in Nanling? We are poor, but the tourism resources are very rich. The mountains are beautiful. The water is beautiful. You come here to invest. Absolutely earn. With that, he clapped his hands. Then the door pushed open and a fragrant breeze hit the room. Lin Yu turned his head, and saw a large, tall, beautiful woman walk in. A strong-faced beauty with delicate features, wearing a strapless sheath dress with straight shoulders and delicate collarbones, half hidden and half exposed under her shawl wavy hair. There was a real urge to nibble on it. The center of the bust is also peaked like a gathering. It was just that there was a sense of embarrassment and unease within her expression, and a little scared. Lin Yu looked at her with some familiarity. Isn't this the stewardess we met on the airplane coming here? Nanxiao? Obviously. Nanxiao also recognized Lin Yu at this time. Inside the eyes was great surprise. This passenger, who had a one-sided relationship, was an important guest of honor in Southridge. Yu Xiu's sequence in Nanling City can be ranked in the top 5. How dare you take the initiative to invite Lin Yu to dinner? So what's his story? Mr. Lin. Yu Xiu didn't notice the alternating glances between the two of them and said, I'll make amends to Mr. Lin for the unpleasantness just now. This one who came in is Miss Nan Xiaonan. Other than that, the name of our Nanling's #1 beauty definitely deserves it. And the color and art are both excellent. Now she is also an airline stewardess. Our Nanling sent out the talent. Ms. Nan. Yu Xiu finished and looked at her again. Don't just stand there. Quickly pour Mr. Lin some wine. The business world is set up in such a way that sometimes it doesn't need to be explicitly stated. And everyone knows it by heart. Although Lin Yu was only new to the business world, he had heard about some of the rules that were not put on the table. Sometimes you accept a gift, a meal, even a clink of glasses of wine, and that's a tacit admission that it's a done deal. Only, he didn't expect that Yu Xiu would use this method to pull himself together, nor did he expect that the one who appeared here would be Nan Xiao. Although she had only met her once, she didn't look like this kind of celebrity who traveled in the fame and fortune of business. Think of it this way. Nan Xiao then walked forward and poured Lin Yu a glass of wine. I could tell she wasn't skilled. Hands are still a little shaky. The wine almost poured and spilled. Okay, that's fine. Lin Yu frowned slightly. Yu Xiu looked at her watch. Miss Nan, you keep Mr. Lin company. Be sure to keep good company. This last sentence seems to have a different meaning. Nan Xiao blushed, poured himself a glass of wine and raised it. Mr. Lin, I've heard a lot about you. I'll drink to you, he said, tilting his head back and taking a drink. I coughed a few times and choked out tears because I drank too fast. Ms. Nan is a good drinker. Yu Xiu applauded. Mr. Lin, if a beauty respects each other, you have to drink one. Lin Yu picked up the wine cup and took a sip. Not bad. It's good wine. Miss Nan, pour more for Mr. Lin. What? Is Mayor Yu trying to get me drunk? Lin Yu asked a rhetorical question. Yu Xiu clapped his hands. Why? My fault. I'll punish myself with one. No, 2 cups. With that, he took a drink from his glass, poured another glass and drank it to the bottom again. Then he flashed the bottom of the cup in front of Lin Yu. Come on, eat the food. Yu Xiu greeted. Mr. Lin, I'm a little out of my element. I'll go to the bathroom first. After a few rounds, Yu Xiu suddenly stood up. Miss Nan, you stay with Mr. Lin for a while. With that, he walked outside the private room. In the private room, only Lin Yu and Nan Xiao were left. Say, what are you doing here? Lin Yu opened his mouth at this time and asked, Mr. Lin, can you save me? Nan Xiao, whose face was heaped with red, suddenly knelt down in front of him at this moment. Tears welled up in his eyes. It's Yu Xiu. Forced me to come. Said there is a big man. Must accompany. At first I didn't know who it was, and had prepared myself not to follow. I didn't realize that the big guy, it was you. What? I look too young to be a big shot? Lin Yu smiled faintly. Brain, at this point, was 7% clear. No, Mr. Lin. That's not what I meant. Nan Xiao, who was kneeling on the ground, shook his head. This Yu Xiu, I don't feel good, but he has a hold on my family. I really don't know what to do. What handle? Lin Yu frowned slightly. There's a big melon behind this? My father, who owns a company in Southridge, took on a couple of cultural and tourism projects, but never closed the deal. So Yusu used that as a reason to say that he would settle the payment if he could negotiate a bigger project for him. You don't have to say it. I understand. Lin Yu gestured. In other words, her father's project will only be closed after her own project is negotiated. Although the exact amount is not said, but just think about it. It is at least in the millions. Screw it, is in the order of millions. This payment, not settled for a long time. That for a small company owner, Nan Zhao's father, really cannot carry. Only, one is not a saintly mother. How could one give in so easily on a multi-billion-dollar project just because of a beautiful woman, who cried a few times in front of him? Unless, of course, it's really in your favor. This time, the door to the compartment suddenly pushed open. A waitress appeared in the doorway, looking at a girl in a one-shoulder dress, kneeling in front of a man with his back to the door. After a few quick words of embarrassment, he closed the door and retreated. Mr. Lin, I'm really sorry how the waiter barged in. It didn't bother you just now. Yu Xiu at this time also appeared at the entrance of the private room. Looking at the two of them, Lin Yu's face had an apologetic look on it. Chapter 61, Shocking Big Melon. Sister suspected of tax evasion? Hearing Yu Su's voice, Nan Xiao, who was kneeling on the ground, also realized that something was wrong and was also trying to stand up. However, she realized that her shoulders were gently pressed by Lin Yu. Then I heard his reply. Mayor Yu, I really like this woman. I want to take her away. Do you mind? At this question, Yu Su's expression froze for a moment, then laughed. Don't mind. Of course not. If Mr. Lin likes it, that's Miss Nan's good fortune. Saying this, he hastened to add. So, about the investment. If Mayor Yu really wants me to come here and work together, then it's still what I just said. Lin Yu smiled. His words made Yu Xiu feel a little exasperated. This Lin Yu, how is it that he doesn't know any of the rules of the Jianghu? Don't you know the principles of being an outsider? Eat, drink and play. You won't even take a step back? You're whoring yourself out to me? However, in the end, he was a character who had seen a great deal of trouble. I'll naturally report Mr. Lin's conditions to the top. Then, Mr. Lin will be busy first. With that, Yu Xiu exited the booth again. Leader, how are things going? The subordinate waiting outside asked. This Lin Yu, he really is soft and hard. Yu Xiu grunted through her nose. It seems that Nan Xiao didn't help either. So what do we do next? You do. Yu Xiu signaled his subordinate to come over and whispered in his ear. The subordinate's eyes lit up and he nodded before turning to leave. You get up. Box. Lin Yu said to Nan Xiao. Mr. Lin. Nan Xiao stood up. His heart at this time was full of complicated emotions. He didn't take advantage of the situation. So he did what he did. One deserves to be grateful. But then, you can't even get the settlement that you should get for your own family. You just said that Yu Su isn't a good person. Is there any other evidence besides what you said? Lin Yu inquired. There is, but, Nan Xiao did not know what to say. Yu Xiu's power is too big. In Nanling, no one can bring him down. Even those who were bullied by him in the past don't dare to testify now. Can't even find anyone. Now, you mean, was there relevant material before? Yes, Nanashur nodded. That's pretty good. I'll take care of the closing on your house for you, as long as you can help me organize the evidence you've gathered and get it to me. Lin Yu smiled. Nan Zhao's eyes widened. Really? This Mr. Lin, is he really that powerful? Even if it really is a big deal. He's from Jiangchang, and he's still in charge of this side of Nanling City? And Nan Xiao also didn't understand the reason why Lin Yu wanted to do this. Sure, can you do it in half a day? But he said so. The expression was still a very calm and collected one. She also had to nod. Can. Then, Mr. Lin, I know what to do. By the way, I'm on a flight back to Jiangchang at 5 a.m. tomorrow. If you have any news, just contact me anytime. Mr. Lin, are you on the 5 o'clock flight too? Nan Xiao was surprised. I'd be worth flying this trip too. That's quite a coincidence. Lin Yu laughed. Then, I'll see you tonight. After saying goodbye to Nan Xiao, he opened the system's attribute panel. A chart of the characters' relationships appeared. This picture clearly expresses that Yuxiu is not getting along with her grandmother, Miao Cailan. There's a big contradiction. The reason is simple, there is a conflict of interest. The development of the town of Medicine Gu is a card that Yuxiu has always wanted to play, trying to use this project to get the tourism signature of Southridge out there. But the collaboration didn't go well, with repeated setbacks. Before he took over the Jingchu Tourism Group himself, the negotiator sent by the Jingchu Tourism Group, the same person he met the day he came to Yuku Town, was authorized and facilitated by Yuxiu behind the scenes. However, it all changed the day he acquired the Thorns Tourism Group himself. Yuxiu doesn't care who was the chairman of Jingchu Tourism Group. He just wants the signboard of Jingchu to endorse himself, so he can act as if nothing is wrong and renew his desire to open negotiations with himself. But oneself, will not pretend not to know about it. He couldn't stay here forever either, and would be leaving the South Ridge soon, to spare the town of Medicine Gu from subsequent targeting. It even affects the future operation of medicines and brands. It's time to address this pitfall, otherwise, it will always be a nuisance. And that Miao Runlong. She had also always had the intention of replacing her grandmother, Miao Cailan, to become the spokesperson of Medicine Nun Town. Grandmothers will always grow old, and the next position of talker is naturally on their minds. Yu Su, again, is the driving force behind this? Then, as long as we can get hard control of Yu Su, then this matter will be solved. After leaving the hotel, Lin Yu opened his cell phone. A pop-up news item pushed out on the homepage caught his attention. Shocking Big Melon, Golden Deer Award-winning movie queen, Lin Crispy Dream, has been revealed to be suspected of tax evasion and is being investigated. This news now is directly airborne in the Shaking Blog 2 platforms of the Hot Search List 1. The word explosion is labeled directly after it. The heat was unprecedented. No way. She's always been on her best behavior. How could she do something like that? I'm a huge fan of hers. Off the hook. What's the truth of the matter? Could the right family be screwing her on purpose? The discussion on the internet is heated and says everything. What's the situation? How could my sister cheat on her taxes? Not at all. How could she do such a thing? In her heart she didn't believe it at all. Okay. Lin Yu instantly felt that this matter was not simple. Chapter 62, The Former Owner, Trying to Harm My Sister. At this point on the web, the news of Golden Deer Award-winning actress Lin Shui Meng's tax evasion is also making the rounds on the internet. Lin Crispy Dream is suspected of tax evasion? How is this possible? Confused. Isn't her family quite rich? Why would she save this money just to save it? I don't know how strict the investigation is now. This is my favorite actor ever and I really don't want this to be true. She's so pretty and she's such a good actress. It's not like she could do something like that. Could it have been set up by one of the opposing families? Her company is launching a couple of big productions right now. So won't the project be yellow? This really isn't the scene I wanted. It's just too disillusioning. The netizens are saying everything and the comments are pouring in. Half of them are on the side of Lin Crispy Dream, waiting for a truth. The other half is a mix of sailors and blacks. The two sides are bickering online, even rising to the level of greeting each other's parents and grandparents. And then there are the ones who want to go along with the netting for a date. In the midst of this, there are even some gossips that some brand partners want to terminate the contract with Lin Siming, but also to recover the liquidated damages. Regardless of the truth, the public opinion on the internet right now was too unfavorable for Lin Shui Meng. It's likewise too unfavorable for a couple of new movies that are coming up. Lin Crispy Dream is her own sister, and these are a couple of projects that one wants to take on in a big way. Lin Yu looked at the internet, these comments, so he hurriedly called Lin Crispy Dream. The first time, it didn't get through. The second time, it was in the middle of a call. It wasn't until the third time, only then did the phone finally connect. Hey, Feather. Across the room, Lin Crispy Dream's voice, a little tired. Sis, what's going on with the internet? What's going on? Lin Yu didn't talk nonsense and directly opened the door. Brother, do you believe me? My sister asked rhetorically. Of course I believe you, but what's going on here? Do you know about the Huatang Company? Huatang Company? In Lin Yu's mind, this name came to mind. Isn't this Lin Shui Meng's previous agency? When my sister was still in art school, she was signing an artist contract with Huatang. Later, after the expiration of the contract, Lin Shui Meng went out on her own and set up a movie and television company. Haven't you been out of contract with it for almost 2.5 years? Yes, but their company hid my real previous income. It resulted in a mismatch between my taxes and my actual income. I sent a letter a long time ago with Huatang asking for a real income stream so I could pay my back taxes. But Huatang has been slow to respond to my request for various reasons. The tax checking department is now involved in this. I don't know who shook things up on the internet. I've asked around and it can be solved, as long as the taxes are paid back. The problem is that it's stuck with Huatang. In one breath, Lin Crispy Dream told the whole story. It seems that this is Huatang's deliberate attempt to destroy her sister. Lin Yu understood. As it turns out, this was a plot by the former proprietor. When her sister signed with Huatang before, Huatang didn't know that she would suddenly burst into flames. That's why the contract length and liquidated damages are set at a low level. When Lin Crisp Dream's contract expired, they couldn't be bound and tried to renew it but were denied. And for that reason, I hold a grudge. If you can't have it, you have to destroy it. What kills artists the most these days, besides pornography, gambling and drugs, is tax evasion. Even tax evasion is of a more serious nature. The intent, it's really sinister. I don't know how many potential rising stars have been snuffed out just like that. But, in Lin Yu's case, since he knew about it, he would never let it happen. Sis, don't worry. I'll take care of this. Brother, how are you going to settle this? The water in the entertainment industry is very deep, so don't get involved blindly. Lin Crispy Dream didn't know what Lin Yu could do to quell this matter. PR? The two major platforms of the Shikibo hot search list want to withdraw the hot search. With their own company's public relations ability, it is really difficult to do. Don't worry about that one. Wait for my good news. With that, Lin Yu hung up the phone. System, activate classified card. Lin Yu was not in Jiangcheng right now, so he could only use this confidential card. Check for me, all the secrets of Huatang Corporation. The system is inquiring about information related to the Huatang Company. Please wait for the host. Half a minute later, relevant information about Huatang Corporation has been accessed for the host. Please check. Lin Yu looked at the densely packed message. Eyes are wide. It's a real shocker not to check. If anything, this incident with my sister is a shocking melon. Well, Huatang is in the middle of a flower field, so to speak. With all this information, the two brothers, Wang Yilong and Wang Yihu, the owners of Huatang Company, not only is it suspected of blackboxing the Wasia New Voice program, the evidence is overwhelming that 3 of the 5 championships were bought. The two brothers also have an improper interest in hooking up with China Film Group. In addition to this, there is confusion in the affairs of men and women. Any one of these is enough to cut Huatang's market capitalization. It's just that, because these things are secretive enough, no one knows about them at all. Even if there are very few who know, they have long since sealed their mouths. But now, there was abundant enough evidence of these things, laid out in front of Lin Yu. Want to smear my sister? Then you guys should die first. At this point, Office of the President of Huatang Corporation, the two brothers, Wang Yilong and Wang Yihu, were drinking and being happy. After releasing this news, Lin Crispy Dream should be finished this time. Letting her renew or not renew her contract cost us so much of the market. She's responsible for that. Notify the marketing company and keep the heat on. This time, it's hard for Lin Crispy Dream not to collapse the room. This is what happens when you go against my Huatang company. Want the full financial income report back? Get down on your knees and beg me. I might consider it. One more day of delay, and enough public opinion will fester that there won't be much point in paying the back taxes. Word of mouth is already overdrawn. There will be no more of her in the circle. Come on, let's celebrate. The two brothers toasted again. The impact of this event having had the effect they had intended. And they also have actresses in their company with similar curiosity to Lin Crisp Dream. The market she's lost to her own company's artists just so happens to be all eaten up. That's a great plan to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. This time, Wang Yilong's phone rang. Saw the caller's number and it was unfamiliar. Strange. This number of mine. Hardly a few people know it. Who is this? Wang Yilong's brows furrowed. Brother, what's the situation? Seeing that, Wang Yehu also went up and asked. Chapter 63. I'll tell you a story you'll love. There's an unfamiliar number calling. I don't know who it's from. Maybe it's just another one of those schoolgirls trying to get into our company. Hey, Pick it up then, brother. This time there might be some ravishing. Stars came out of Wang Yehu's eyes. It's not the first time they've done something like this. Often, people have figured out how to find their private phone numbers. In order to get into a big company like Huatang, there is some private transfer of money and benefits. And depending on how much those people give, they will be assigned to different roles. The ones who give it up play second female in a small budget movie. Those who paid less were given a 6 or 7-fold role in the movie. Anyway, all of them will have people show their faces and have lines, because things are done covertly. Even if there is a dispute later, there is no evidence that it is just an empty smear. So, backed by the power of a strong company, they also hobbled a lot of innocent girls who wanted to follow their dreams. Those girls realized that they had been cheated and were too weak to deal with Huatang. This time, it was another unfamiliar phone number, and they had reason to believe that it was another prey that was about to come forward. Then don't take it for nothing. So, Wang Yilong quickly answered the phone. Hey, which one are you looking for? You're Wang Yilong, right? Which one are you? Wang Yilong was a bit surprised when he heard a strange man's voice coming from the opposite side. Me, Lin Yu. Lin Yu responded indifferently. Lin Yu? Wang Yilong was not familiar with his name. Turning his head to look at his younger brother, Wang Yilong, he also shook his head with a puzzled expression. Their company is based in Kyoto, and they have always been mixed up in the Kyoto circle. Naturally, I'm not familiar with such a person. I don't think I know you. I'll hang up if it's okay. Wang Yilong was impatient at this time. I don't know, but you know Lin Crispy Dream, don't you? As soon as those 3 words were uttered, he instantly understood. Oh, so you're the brother that Lin Crisp Dream just found? This matter, at that time, was also rumored on the internet. He'd heard a little about it too, but hadn't cared about that detail in the middle. Why are you calling me? Are you trying to act out for your sister? Ha ha ha. Wang Yilong thought it was funny. Lin Crispy Dream came to negotiate in person, and it didn't even let her get away with anything. You're an unrelated outsider, or a brat who just popped up. What else can you do to us? It's really funny. Wang Yilong found it interesting and wanted to deliberately tease Lin Yu, so he didn't hang up the phone. Because of your willful difficulties and lack of cooperation, harmed my sister is now in a tax fiasco, which has had a huge impact on her career development and company operations. I expect you to cooperate in a hurry and hand over all the accounts that you are hiding, and also to come clean to the public. Lin Yu didn't talk nonsense and directly stated his request. Little brat, have you grown your hair, and you're here to teach me how to do things? Wang Yilong's temper came up. What if I don't pay the bill? What can you do to me? Come to Jingdu to find me? The capital circle is where they have been deeply involved for many years. The connections are deep. How many dignitaries are inextricably linked to the Huatang company? For making a lot of tribute movies and being close to bigwigs in the military and politics. You, Lin Siming, are only relying on Jiangqing's resources. If you bring it to Kyoto, you really can't do anything about them. Wang Yilong, do you want me to tell you a story? Lin Yu laughed. Telling stories? Do you take me for a child? 2 years ago, in room 808 of the Crescent Hotel, on the day of your birthday party, do you remember? What is it? Wang Yilong's mind went blank. There are too many hotels to go to. Then I'll remind you of a pair of twins who just graduated. After attending this birthday party, they were delirious the next day. You, how did you know? At the mention of the twins, Wang Yilong remembered. Fuzzy memories are also starting to clear up. He was totally confused. The matter had been closed and handled cleanly a long time ago, and the only people who knew the real inside story were the 2 brothers. It won't be seen by a third person. But how does he know all this? And, surprisingly, he even knew the exact location and time. Who told him that? You wanted to misbehave with them, so you used the drug, and the dosage wasn't calculated correctly, resulting in an accident. These 2 girls, who had a promising future, now have to take lifelong medication to control their mental state, physically and mentally battered. Isn't this what you guys did? Lin Yu's heart was also furious when he said those words. For these 2 brothers, Wang Yilong, not only should they be allowed to return their sister's honor clean, it's more a matter of paying the price that should be paid for all these things that have been done. This is a way of clearing out the poisonous tumors for the people themselves. Who the hell are you? Where did you hear that nonsense? Don't spit blood. Wang Yilong and Wang Yihu, the 2 brothers glanced at each other, knowing that things were getting a bit out of hand. The most important thing at the moment was to hurry up and stabilize Lin Yu. They could still tell in their hearts who was lighter and who was heavier in these 2 matters. It's not a good idea to play the hand that you're dealt. Mr. Lin, after all that, don't you just want Ms. Lin Crispy Dream's tax accounts? Then we'll just give them to you. Do you think that's okay? Chapter 64, I'll only give you 3 minutes to think about it. Of course the account details should be given to me. Not a single one should be left out, Lin Yu said. This one is of course. You give me an email address and we'll send you the information right this way. Wang Yilong said in a hurry. The situation is now as they see it. This Lin Crispy Dream's younger brother, Lin Yu, doesn't know what's going on, and might actually know a lot of their secrets. Otherwise, one would never have known about this incident years ago. The twin girls, they've spied on them many times in secret. Having gone insane long ago, it's unlikely that he remembers what happened back then. Although it wasn't clear how exactly Lin Yu knew. But to put the matter to rest and let it go, it's just going to have to suck it up and hand these accounts over. What can you do if you're not willing? Of course they knew how much weight a Lin Crispy Dream carried. With great potential in the acting world, it is not impossible to soar into the international top tier. When you can't get it, you naturally want to destroy it. However, if the consequences of not handing over this information, then what awaits them is a song of tears at the iron window. They're just bad, but not stupid. Nothing compares to your own freedom. So this is a good time to make decisions. After sending out the information, this can go away, right? Wang Yilong asked. And one more thing, the whole reason this is having such an impact is because of you guys. So, you will have to publish your own clarification of this matter in the official media and inform the media of it. Also, make a solemn apology to my sister. In this way, you can maximize the restoration of my sister's right to reputation. Lin Yu made a second condition. Does it have to be? The two Wang brothers looked at each other. At this point in time, they were somewhat reluctant to agree to the second point of the request. To initiate all this, isn't that digging a hole for yourself? Who would want to come to their own company in the future? What? Not willing to say yes? Lin Yu said. The tone was also a bit heavier. Okay, that, too, we can promise. Wang Yilong gritted his teeth and said. He didn't want it to be like this, but they had a handle on Lin Yu and could only agree. In the event of a real falling out and those things shaking out, the consequences are even more explosive. Wang Yihu hurriedly called and contacted the public relations department to explain this matter. Issuing a statement of clarification? PR didn't quite understand. Didn't we agree to screw Lin Siming to death? Why did you suddenly change so drastically? Just let you guys do it. Why ask so many questions? Wang Yihu said impatiently. Mr. Lin, this matter, we've done everything you asked for, and you'll be able to see it soon. It's okay. When they finished, they were ready to hang up. Slow down. Lin Yu shouted at this time. Mr. Lin, what else do you want? Of course there is something. Are you going to turn yourselves in for all these things you've committed before? Or am I going to tell the authorities? Joke. Are you threatening our two brothers? The Wang brothers froze for a moment, then laughed. We have endured again and again, and there is a limit to our patience. Think what you want. It doesn't matter. I'll only give you guys 3 minutes to think about it. Lin Yu was also running out of patience. I forgot to tell you that I have more evidence in my possession than what I just said. Don't swindle me. You still really turned on God's perspective, can't you? What proof do you have? Wang Yilong shouted. Even if that thing blows up, where's the evidence? Can't form a complete chain of evidence? I'm still safe. Wang Yilong, remember this person Xiao Runliang? Lin Yu smiled. Rumble. Wang Yilong felt that violently. A thunderbolt had struck down from the sky and struck his head. Xiao Runliang. This is a rising star in the acting industry a few years ago, debuting with all kinds of resources added to a promising future. But then, one day, it strangely fell to its death. At that time, the internet caused a furor because of this incident, and all kinds of discussions were endless. However, the final conclusion of the police investigation was suicide. Though the thing is that it's influential. Netizens have questioned that there is a hidden agenda in this matter through various details, but in the end, it was left unsettled and there was no follow-up. The heat just pressed on. And then, as time went on, no one talked about it. This matter, of course, Wang Yilong knew the real reason. Because, he is the one who started it. However, because of the clever tactics, the police did not find anything wrong. And at that time, he also got someone to mediate in the middle. I had thought that the matter was rotten to the core. Now, this Lin Yu suddenly mentioned him. Could it be? Could he have any evidence? But it's been years since it happened. And there weren't even a few people present at the time, much less anyone who would recognize Lin Yu. What the hell is this for? Of course I remember. What's wrong? You know him too? Wang Yilong forced himself to keep his composure. Maybe Lin Yu was just casually saying that he was swindling himself, but he couldn't just show his face in front of him. Chapter 65 All the Cards. Seen by Lin Yu. Since you remember, there's no need for me to say anything more. Lin Yu laughed. This Qiao Runliang was, in fact, killed, and the main culprit behind it is you. What nonsense are you talking about? What proof do you have? On the opposite side, Wang Yilong's tone and demeanor flustered. Look, It's urgent again. Lin Yu laughed. What proof do you have? Ah, I asked you. You want proof? That's easy. I have a recording here that I'm sure you'll be interested in. What recording? There was a conversation that was recorded before Qiao Runliang died, and this audio is in my hand. Do you want to listen to it? This? How can this be? Wang Yilong glanced at Wang Yihu, and both of them wondered in their hearts. Was it done so covertly that this key element was the only one missed? Regarding this matter, the witnesses and material evidence are all there. So, what else do you have to say in your defense? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Wang Yilong shouted. It's something that no one has ever known about. The only people who know about it are the people involved. But who's going to talk about it knowing they're going to jail? As long as a few people within themselves don't say anything, outsiders, that is absolutely impossible to know. It's a joke. Ironclad on the inside, nothing to know on the outside. So what's going on? Then, looks like Mr. Wang doesn't believe it? Then I have no choice but to release this fierce news, just to divert the attention for my sister. In the end, this matter of Sister Lin Crispy Dream is also good to solve. As soon as the tax department found out that this matter is not the subjective malicious tax evasion of Lin Shui Meng, but someone from the middle of the road, deliberately false accounts, then, at most, you can clear your name by paying some back taxes, though the process wasn't as fast as it could have been and it was only a matter of time before she gained her innocence. Take a step back and at best, you won't be a star, no need to go in for tea, but the freedom of her life is still there. And the nature of this matter of Wang Yilong, that's completely different. It's not a matter of reputation anymore with what he's doing, it's a matter of eating peanuts or not. The difference between the two is laid out here. As long as they are not cuties, we'll know exactly what to choose. Mr. Lin, don't. Now. Wang Yilong was truly flustered. He felt that all of his cards had been seen by the other party. Everyone else is looking at their cards to play. So is there any chance of winning? Mr. Lin, as long as you don't tell anyone about this, the conditions are whatever you want. Any conditions? Wang Yilong panicked. Wang Yihu, who was on the side, also panicked, as he also realized the seriousness of the matter. Although he was not the mastermind of these things, he was also an accessory. Outsiders have been analyzing the bizarre death of Qiao Runliang. Every other day an analysis post appears on the internet, and the heat is not low enough to show that someone has been following the story. It doesn't matter if it's a friend of his own family, an avid internet user, or some industry nemesis. Whoever it is that finds out the truth of this matter, then they will absolutely stomp them to death. By then, not only will the company be gone, but the person will have to go to jail. He'll be in jail for 7 or 8 years even if he's an accessory. Come out again. The prosperity and wealth of this society has nothing to do with them. Mr. Lin, we are willing to transfer 40%, no, 50%, of the company's equity unconditionally to Mr. Lin's name. As long as Mr. Lin doesn't tell anyone about this. 50% of the shares. It's worth tens of billions of dollars. It's their heart and soul that they've fought for over a decade. The two brothers felt a fleshly pain though. But there's no way around it. We know who the other guy is anyway. So let's stabilize the guy first. Then find someone else and use the timing of the official contract signing to do away with him. Anyway, they were already carrying human lives on their backs. So one more would be a tick in the box. That's what they had in mind. Also, regarding Ms. Lin, we've already arranged for the publicity department to issue a statement regarding the misunderstanding about the tax aspect. We'll explain it for her. Wang Yilong said sincerely. Has the statement been sent? Lin Yu asked. Sent, just sent. The opposite party replied. Lin Yu cut out and opened Weibo. Sure enough, a statement was found about the Lin Crisp Dream tax evasion incident. Apology statement on the alleged tax evasion by our former artist Lin Shui Meng. This matter is a mistake of our company. We sincerely apologize to Miss Lin Crisp Dream, and will actively cooperate with the relevant departments to deal with tax matters. This statement, directly airborne the hotlist one. The word explosion is marked on the back. The internet was a boomerang. All said that they misunderstood Lin Shui Meng, did not powder the wrong person and so on and so forth. There are also people who swear at their former companies. Mr. Lin, look, the apology statement has also been sent. About that matter, is it time to talk? Wang Yilong tentatively asked Lin Yu. Chapter 66, The Secret. Always a ray. These two brothers passed a glance to each other and made up their minds. This is the last negotiation. By all means, keep this thing down. If Lin Yu didn't agree again, then they wouldn't be here to continue talking. Instead, they would have immediately responded with something else. Okay, 50% for 50%, Lin Yu said cheerfully over the phone. Remember to bring the contract with you and sign it early. Lin Yu also noticed. That's as far as they can tolerate. and there's not much point in talking any further. There will also be a fluke in their minds. And, since his sister's problem had been solved, the purpose of his call had been accomplished. As the saying goes, the poor are not to be pursued. He himself had not yet returned to Jiangchang, and being thousands of miles away, many things were not so controllable. In case people want to have a fish out of water fight with them, it's not good for them, and their families might suffer as well. So, stabilize the other side first. As for how things will turn out subsequently, it's up to you to see if they're honest or not. If one is not honest and wants to deal with oneself secretly, then, those incriminating evidence can be handed over to the authorities at any time. As long as the recourse period hasn't expired, you can keep doing that. Lin Yu has this ability. When a cat catches a mouse, it will still play with it before killing it. One doesn't send them in that early until one has served one's purpose. The shares take themselves, but they can't, in the end, escape the law. Good. Then Mr. Lin, let's settle this matter. You take an early rest, Mr. Lin. Only after Wang Yilong hung up the phone did he breathe a long sigh of relief in his heart. Brother, do we really have to promise him 50% of the shares? Wang Yehu hurriedly came over and asked. The shares in the company were something the brothers had fought for over 10 years to get. Not only is it bitter, but it betrays dignity and morality. Talent is now calling the shots in China's entertainment industry. I don't know how many students from art colleges consider their company as the ideal place to go. They can control the fate of many people, a power that fascinates them. Now, to give up half of the shares, then this company, in the future, or their say? Wang Yihu's heart, of course, was unwilling. Besides, he knows our secret, and that will always be a mine. Of course not. Wang Yilong shook his head. This is just me stabilizing him. Since he wants the shares, then I have a way to make him disappear before he gets them. Disappear? Even though Wang Yihu was psychologically prepared, when he heard his brother say this, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Lin Yu's head is not small. Want to deal with him, little brother? This is a problem though, but it's not insurmountable. Wang Yilong's deep color flinched as he suddenly said, Junior brother, do you remember? Last time, at our group's annual meeting, a person you knew? Which one? That's the one that came in and everyone was all over him. The mysterious big guy. You mean, him? Wang Yihu was reminded by his brother and searched his mind for a moment. That person came the latest, but everyone in the room was treating him with immense respect. He's not from the entertainment industry, but is the money man behind several movie and TV companies. Starting a company, making a movie, and just to promote his woman. Don't care if you make or lose money. Yes, that's him. Wang Yilong's expression. 2. Calm down. If we want to deal with Lin Yu and overpower him, we have to climb this mountain of support. But we've only met with that man once, and he's going to help us? It's human to have weaknesses, to have their needs. As long as there's someone out there who can hook us up and show good faith, it might not be that hard. Then let me take care of this matter, and I'll make sure it's done right. Wang Yihu knew what to do at this point. As long as he climbed into a relationship with that person and then utilized his influence, the district's Lin Yu was completely out of the question. Because, with the energy behind people, they really didn't need to be afraid of a status like Lin Yu's. We two brothers, we're just waiting to see how Lin Yu's family falls and begs for mercy in front of us. Ha 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 ha. These two Wang brothers could no longer suppress their smug smiles. Want us to give up 50% of our shares? Dream on. Lin Yu sighed. It didn't take long after the phone call for things to settle down. Public opinion on the internet has long since turned 180 degrees by now. Many people came out to apologize to Lin Crispy Dream, with tens of thousands of related comments. Just leave the rest to the team on your sister's side to wrap things up. Look at the time. It's getting late. Everything was ready. It was time to leave the town of Medicine Nun and catch the 5 o'clock flight back to River City. Lin Yu yawned. Too sleepy. That's when a call came in. Lin Yu picked up his cell phone and saw that it was Nan Shao calling. Chapter 67, Yusu's Evidence. It's here. Hey, Nan Shao. What's up? Lin Yu picked up the phone and asked. Mr. Lin. The voice on the other side was a bit tense, as the tone was rushed and there was a slight gasp. This voice, however, made Lin Yu's heart feel like a rabbit was scratching it when he heard it. It's easy to run away with ideas. The plane is about to take off, and we took inventory, and you're the only one missing from the flight. Isn't there still time? Lin Yu looked away. It's like this. There's a road leading to the airport that's temporarily closed with a traffic accident. There's some traffic jams. I'll give you a heads up in advance in case you're delayed. I'll head over there now. Should make it in time. Lin Yu thought it was something big, but it turned out to be because of this. But Nan Shao this was also attentive, specifically giving himself a call to remind him. By the way, that assistant of mine, was he on the plane? Mr. Lin. She's already in, but it looks very tired. Nanisha replied. Good. Lin Yu nodded. I'm sure his secretary, Yun Meyer, was taking care of a lot of chores for him. She hasn't slept all night. I got quite a lot from my grandmother this time, especially the information related to the pharmaceutical company, which took quite a bit of time to organize. Right, Mr. Lin. As he was about to hang up, Nanisha spoke again, but the desire to speak is not there. What's wrong? That thing you commanded me before. I have, now, something in my hand. You mean, you sue? Aha. Nanisha wasn't sure if she should go on, but said it anyway. The name, too, held a great psychological shadow over her. I'll give it to you when you get there. Okay, I'll see you at the airport then. Lin Yu hung up the phone, and then it's out the door. Not a moment too soon. He then rushed to the airport. After doing all the boarding formalities, he saw an airplane was resting quietly, a little foggy in the early morning. The airplane is also half hidden. Mr. Lin. This way. Far away. A flight attendant stood by the cabin door, waving in Lin Yu's direction. She was slim and tall in a well-tailored stewardess uniform. It was worthy of being known as the #1 beauty in Southridge. Lin Yu said in his heart that such a beautiful woman was not often seen, and with the addition of this body of work clothes, the whole person's image and temperament all seem more outstanding. Mr. Lin, you're finally here. Nan Zhao's eyes let out a gleam of light, and her heart was inexplicably pleased with this Mr. Lin. And handsome, and rich, and established. Who could not love such a man? A 360-degree, deathless hexagonal warrior? And he's also Miaowei Lan's grandson. It's inextricably linked to the place where you came from, so naturally there's a natural affinity for it. On top of that, he made several moves to help himself. This favor, too, is to be repaid. The thing she usually disliked the most was owing favors, so she was very attached to that thing Lin Yu had instructed her to do. Well, by the way, you just said you had something in your hand. Where is it? Lin Yu also got straight to the point without much nonsense. It was small and I was afraid I'd lose it, so I put it in my bag in the rest room. So go back to your seat. I'll go over and get it now. Nan Xiao was a little bit anxious. Yeah. Lin Yu nodded and walked into the first-class cabin, returning to his seat. The seat next to the center aisle was Nini Yun. In the entire cabin, it was just the two of them. Not many people would choose first class on a flight this early and short. She leaned back in her chair, her head tilted to the side and her eyes narrowed. She did seem sleepy. Grandma Miao Soing Lan handed over some of the things under her name, all to herself, which is not something that can be done just by talking about it. It's a series of formalities and whatnot, and she's the one who's buttressing the transition. All sorts of forms, statements, are to be run through. The secretary, I must say, is really quite capable. Do whatever you need to do, and don't ask for anything. It's just a bit of a shame that she's mom's secretary. Now it's just a temporary errand for myself. Just have to find a reason to have her over when mom gets back from overseas. Well, Mr. Kobayashi, you're here? Yun Meyer woke up sleepily at this time, and when she saw Lin Yu, her spirit instantly tensed up and she was ready to stand up. I forgot to call out to you. It's fine. You've worked hard these past few days. Lin Yu pressed her shoulders and said with a faint smile, you can sleep some more. I can't sleep anymore, so I'd better get on with my work session. Yun Meal said, rubbing her eyes, then opened her laptop. What would be a good reward for you for working so hard? Mr. Shaolin, you mustn't say that. This is all my job. Yun Meyer hurriedly waved her hand. Okay then. Lin Yu sat down in his seat. What do you want? Just then, at the back of the cabin, there was a sudden noise of a noisy fight that seemed to be coming from the side of the flight attendant's lounge. Chapter 68, The Man Who Stole the USB Drive. What's the situation? Lin Yu's expression instantly tensed as he listened to the clamor over there. Because, he heard an agonizing cry that came from Nan Xiao. This one, he couldn't have heard wrong. Who would target her? And Nan Xiao was attacked. And on this occasion, it won't be for no reason. Perhaps, most likely, it was because of those things she held in her hands. The incriminating evidence about Yusus not yet handed over to himself. Yun Meyer also noticed and looked towards Lin Yu, ready to go over and take a look. Just stay here and don't move. I'll go see what's going on. Lin Yu said and stood up from his seat. Crossing the cabin, he walked briskly in the direction of the source of the sound. A few steps later, only to see the scene in chaos. The crew chief and a couple of flight attendants were on the scene trying to maintain order. What happened? Lin Yu directly walked over and asked. Nan Xiao was half lying on the ground. Mr. Lin, I'm fine. I was just pushed by a guest. Alright, since there's nothing else going on, everyone disperse. Go back to your work. The stewardess was concerned for a few moments, then told everyone to disperse. Nan Xiao held onto the cabin seat and struggled to stand up. on his knee, a bruise from the fall. Then, as soon as she touched it, she suddenly blushed furiously. There was clearly some panic. He came over to Lin Yu's side and lowered his voice. Mr. Lin, it's not good. That flash drive I was going to give you is missing. Her face, at this point, became a pale color. This flash drive, naturally, is evidence about you, Sue? All kinds of evidential information in there. It took a long time to collect and get it. Lin Yu knew that this must have been when the USB drive was lost during the chaos just now. Lin Yu turned his head and glared at the guest. And the man craned his neck, looking at Lin Yu with a defiant look. What are you looking at? I'll clean you up later. Lin Yu grunted through his nose. Looking at his eyes, Lin Yu quickly determined in his heart that he wouldn't be the one to take it. This is purely a prick who accidentally stirred the pot. Mr. Lin, is that him? Nanxiao asked quietly. Not him. Lin Yu shook his head. And that would be? Nanxiao stared at Lin Yu with wide eyes. When you fell just now, which ones came the fastest? Which ones? Lin Yu asked. When Nanxiao heard him say that, her eyes went from a piece of doubt to quickly realizing something. Do you mean, have something to do with them? That should be right. Lin Yu nodded. The person who took the flash drive is in the hands of those co-workers you rounded up just now. Only, I can't be sure. At this point, who actually took it? Did the stuff get transferred? What about that? I haven't had a chance to back up. Nanxiao looked like she was blaming herself, eyes red and on the verge of tears. Okay, you don't have to worry about this. I'll take care of it, Lin Yu said. After all, they are also the ones who have mastered the system. Naturally, you can have whatever you want. If there was no way to even deal with these few ordinary stewards, then this system would be considered a waste. Lin Yu quickly went into the system space and spent points to buy a backtone information inquiry card. This is a card that allows you to find out any message from everyone who has passed. He quickly took the information of several of the flight attendants on board and ran a thorough and detailed check. They were able to find out what they usually liked to wear, what their circumference was, and what they liked to do after work. Anyone who has any connection to the Yusu incident will be scanned, whether it's a connection of interest or a connection of social relations. Even if it was just a classmate of his 7th grade aunt's son's daughter-in-law, it couldn't escape the system's scanning. Soon, he locked onto 2 of them. These 2, they're highly suspect. One is a cabin crew member named Zhang Jing. The other is the crew chief of this flight, Lin Yuqing. These 2, very suspicious. As to whether it was one of them, or if the 2 had played off each other, that would require further lineups. Once the scope is determined, then the rest is easy. And so, Lin Yu returned to his seat and rang the service bell. A flight attendant quickly came over. Mr. Lin, may I ask what you need? This flight attendant wore a standard smile. She specializes in serving first class, and the needs of every first-class passenger cannot be ignored. Are you Zhang Jing? Sir, I'm not. Are you looking for her? That flight attendant's expression was a bit surprised. Zhang Jing is in charge of the general cabin side. Could it be that this passenger has a crush on her? But it's obvious that she's much more beautiful than she is. This passenger, surprisingly, didn't look at himself much. It feels so angry. Then please, have the one called Zhang Jing come over. I'm looking for her for something. Lin Yu smiled and said. It was quiet in first class and there was no one else. So, on an airplane is an excellent place for interrogation. Except for the toilet. The secretary, Yun Meyer, was naturally dismissed by herself when she returned to the first-class cabin. Chapter 69 Zhang Jing's Psychological Pressure. Okay, Mr. Lin. I'll go shout at her. This stewardess, although there was some doubt in her demeanor, this person in front of her was a first-class guest. Not sure what he's up to though, but one is nothing more than a small flight attendant, and everything is done according to what the guest says. Then she bowed slightly and went out. As for Lin Yu, he was also half lying on the first-class seat, waiting for that Zhang Jing to arrive. Not a moment too soon. A woman in the same flight attendant uniform appeared walking into the first-class cabin. Lin Yu looked towards this person. It was Zhang Jing. It could be seen that although wrapped in this flight attendant uniform, the delicate curves of the body were completely wrapped. There's a sense that it could come calling at any moment. Ahem. Where were you thinking? Lin Yu regained his calm demeanor, looked at the woman in front of him, and asked, You're Zhang Jing, right? I am. May I ask what Mr. Lin wanted to see me about? Zhang Jing tried her best to act a bit more unassuming and to brace herself. But, after all, there are some things that are done or not done. What was done could not be treated as if nothing had happened. So one's micro-expression was a bit unnatural even if one's micro-expression was well controlled. I naturally had a reason for finding you. Lin Yu smiled. I'm sure that in your heart, you should know better than me. Mr. Lin, I'm just an ordinary cabin crew member. I really don't know what you mean by calling me over. Zhang Jing said. She had just noticed that Lin Yu and Nan Xiao knew each other. Then he should have known about the theft of the flash drive. You're a smart man. What I want, you know where it is, right? Lin Yu smiled. If it's not yours, it's best not to take it, lest you bring yourself unnecessary trouble. Although her heart wasn't too right, she was at least a beautiful woman. Lin Yu was still polite first. Mr. Lin, I really don't know what you mean by that. If Mr. Lin doesn't have anything to do, I still have work to do, so I'll leave first. Zhang Jing bent down slightly and was ready to leave. One more minute in here and she had the feeling that she couldn't breathe. The aura of the person on the other side of the room was just too powerful. And I don't know, how did he know? She suddenly had some regret in her heart now, regretting why she had helped the stewardess with that. But, having gotten on this boat, it's difficult to get off. Zhang Jing, I'll be explicit then. That USB flash drive is in your hands. Right. You took it. Seeing that she was about to leave, Lin Yu didn't mope with her and went straight to the point. A flash drive. What flash drive? The pretty flight attendant's face first froze, then tried to calm down. Zhang Jing, you don't have to pretend. I naturally know something when I find you here. It's not too late for you to hand it over. Mr. Lin. Zhang Jing didn't look at him. Her eyes began to panic and her hands didn't know where to put them. She was, after all, only a freshly graduated intern who hadn't yet made the transition. And the test for transfer requires the approval of the crew chief. Flight attendants just don't nod their heads and it's hard to stay with this carrier on their own. It's so hard to find a job that's in the right field and still pays well these days. The crew chief is also taking advantage of this eagerness to make the switch so that there is no turning back. I know what's on your mind. As long as you cooperate with me, nothing will happen, I promise. Lin Yu smiled faintly again. Everyone gets wrapped up in profit, but everyone will also favor the side that has more to gain, or less to lose. A long silence fell over the first-class cabin. In Zhang Jing's heart, she was doing a fierce battle of thoughts. Confused. Really confused. She naturally knew something about Lin Yu's background. His background was so powerful. Even if he hadn't thought of flattering himself, why was he so brainwashed that he agreed to go through with it? Now that it's done and it's been found out, it's a stain on you, left and right. Even if he fell back now, Lin Yu wouldn't take himself seriously, right? Who would value an unfaithful swingman? But, if we continue to keep our mouths shut for the rest of the day, will it come to an even worse end? Is a conversion spot worth giving up everything for? It's not good enough for anything to go wrong. Have you thought about it? Zhang Jing became even more flustered in the face of a sentence emerging from the other side. The legs felt weak and a little unsteady. Mr. Lin, I did take that flash drive, but that thing, now, is not in my hands. It has been handed over. Turned in? When was that? Still on the plane? Lin Yu quickly grasped the point of the words. It would have been fine if it was on an airplane. If it's not there, then we'll have to mobilize the town of Medicine Gu to find it. Just now, not long ago, it was on an airplane. It's at the stewardess. Zhang Jing couldn't carry such a large amount of psychological pressure and told everything she knew. She felt like she was suffocating. Having never done anything like this before, I simply can't carry the mental pressure. Can you testify to the veracity of these things you said? Lin Yu smiled and asked again. Chapter 70, looks like we're going to have to do something about it. Mr. Lin, it's true, I promise. I'm definitely not lying to you, Zhang Jing said in a panic. Subconsciously, a hand was raised. She had nothing to hide now, and just wanted to prove her innocence as soon as possible. Didn't want to be pressed uncontrollably by Lin Yu anymore. This inner pressure is just too much. She was only a small flight attendant. How could she resist this psychological oppression? The identity of the other party was powerful in a way that he could not have imagined. Okay then, get the crew chief over here. Lin Yu nodded. By the looks of her, she did say what she knew. Let's put aside irrelevant things. This Zhang Jing is doing something wrong though, but she's not the main culprit, and she's not the focus right now. We'll look back and see how to punish her when we get the most important things out of the way. I'm okay? Zhang Jing was a bit skeptical that she had heard wrong. For nothing? You just get the crew chief here. I get what I want, and things are fine. Lin Yu's mouth grinned. Okay, Mr. Lin. I'll go call her over. Zhang Jing turned around and retreated in a hurry. Lin Yu watched her back through the glass of the door as she walked to the crew chief's work area. After the two men spoke for a few moments, he saw that the stewardess was coming this way. A short while later, the door to the first-class cabin knocked once more. Come in. Lin Yu sat up straight. A figure enters. She was wearing the crew chief's work uniform. Slim and decent cut sets off a delicate figure. Looking at the age, about early 30s, a beautiful woman in the thick of the facade. She reminded him of a celebrity. It's kinda a 7 or 8% resemblance. Walking down the street, the turnaround rate will be high. This is Lin Yu. Having the same last name as yourself and doing things so unclean. Mr. Lin, what do you want to see me about? She asked with a calm demeanor as she entered. You have the flash drive I asked for, don't you, crew chief? Lin Yu didn't talk nonsense and went straight to the point. I do have it, but I can't give it to you. Lin Yu didn't hide it and played straight balls directly. She was also well aware of the reason she had been called over. The opposite side is smart and I'm sure they already know that there's no point in saying something that's a lie. Good point. Lin Yu didn't ask why. You give me the flash drive and this. I can pretend it never happened. No way. Lin Yu shook her head. Don't you realize what you're doing? Of course I know. Lin Yu smiled. Mr. Lin, I know too much. Have you never thought that there's no coming back from this? How it's going to end? Other people have done me a favor. And this thing? Since I've done it, there's no way I'm going to turn back. Lin Yu said solemnly. So firm? Lin Yu's brows furrowed. That's a tough one to run into. It's just not very trippy. It's amazing how good looking you are. And how you have to do things that are enablers. In this world, there are really all kinds of people. You can't tell by looking at the outside. It's amazing that the airline's outstanding crew chief, a model worker, would do disgraceful things behind the scenes. If it wasn't for Lin Yu's use of the system, he wouldn't have been able to pin the suspicion on her so quickly. Mr. Lin, unless you kill me if you can, but even if you do, you won't find what you want. Lin Yu looked like a fish out of water. Not even afraid of death? That's indeed a bit hard to do. Lin Yu couldn't help but feel his head spinning as well. If a person has a soft spot, it's not a problem, but this kind of soft and hard, it is really some trouble. You can't really karma someone here, can you? Then you won't be able to clear your name. The target is too big to be able to run by yourself even if you're not afraid. There's no guarantee that any of those enemies of the family will make a big deal out of this. That would be a pain in the ass. It's a small thing, there's no need to make a big deal out of it. Mr. Lin, since it's difficult, it's not going to happen. Lin Yu smiled. Everyone is at peace with each other. And the contents of this flash drive have nothing to do with you. No one will block your path either. Isn't that good? If there's nothing else for Mr. Lin, I'll leave first, she said, turning to leave. You wait. She hadn't taken a single step. Suddenly, an arm reached out behind her and just yanked her arm. What are you doing? Before Lin Yu could finish a few words in her mouth, she was pulled back by Lin Yu. There was so much force in this hand of his that she felt like she was going to be yanked off her feet. Then, in a half-kneeling position with his face facing the seat and his back facing upwards, he was buckled to the floor between the seats by Lin Yu. After 2 struggles, he couldn't move. Lin Yu, where's the stuff? I'm not going to tell you. Still, kill me if you can. Lin Yu's head was pressed against the chair Lin Yu had just sat on, and she said with a sideways glance, a stubborn face, still so rigid? Lin Yu couldn't help but grin at the corners of his mouth. Looks like you're going to have to put me on a bit of a roll here. Chapter 71, Further Evidence. You, what do you want? Lin Yu's head was being held down and she couldn't lift it up, and the rest of her vision couldn't see Lin Yu's movements. It was even more immobile. One can only question so much. Think what you want. You'll find out soon enough. Lin Yu finished. With the other hand, it went into motion. Lin Yu shuddered as she felt Lin Yu's movements. He went so far as to, that's right, the last thing he wanted to run into, and he did just that. Unbridled. Lin Yu, who was originally still very tough, her entire psychological defense, began to break down at this point. As Lin Yu witnessed Lin Yu's reaction, the corners of his mouth widened and he smiled. You really think I can't cure you? That's right. According to the system's introduction. About this person Lin Yu. Other than that, she couldn't find any flaws. Even if she was asked to do something bad, that mouth is also very tight. Absolutely will not disclose out half a word. There is only one. That is, behind Lin Yu. She was actually an incomparably rigid and chaste martyr. Everyone will have their own bottom line and soft spot. Even those great evils who are unforgivable will have their soft spots. There is no such thing as an invincible person without any weaknesses in this world. And Lin Yu's weakness was the innocence she had kept for years. This is something that no one knows about. As strange as it sounds, one who works as a crew chief, is good looking and faces all sorts of people, all sorts of temptations. The suitors changed hands. It's amazing that it's held up so far, and I have to say, this whole thing is incredible, but the world is a big place. It's a bit unorthodox to do so, though, a bit of coercion. However, you have to hit the snake with 7 inches, against Lin Yu. If you wanted to get what you wanted, that was the only way to do it. Mr. Lin, I beg you, don't do this. Lin Yu felt the hairs on her body stand up. The pleas for mercy were also starting to sound like sobs in his voice. Don't what? Lin Yu smiled, also knowingly. Mr. Lin. You stop. You want that flash drive? I'll just give it to you. Lin Yueching's mental defenses were completely going to collapse. At this point she didn't dare to let her voice out. If she shouted out, then all the people on the airplane would know about it. And with the speed at which information was spreading nowadays, one wouldn't have to hang around in the airline division, or even Zhangcheng, in the future. It's a bad deal. How do I know that you're not going to cheat? Mr. Lin, I really didn't lie to you. That thing? It's in my shirt pocket. Which shirt pocket? Lin Yu swept a glance. It's the front shirt pocket. Lin Yueching said in a low voice. Lin Yu noticed that she did have a small pocket at the badge attached to her chest. It does print the rectangular shape of a flash drive. His body hand probed over, and sure enough, a black USB drive appeared in his hand, a little smaller than a pinky. This should be the same flash drive that Nanxiao had. Wouldn't it have been better to take it out earlier and have to go through all this trouble? Lin Yu spat out a sentence and put the flash drive into the pocket of his shirt. Mr. Lin, you've got the stuff too. Now, can you let me go? Lin Yueching asked tentatively. Release you? Lin Yu lowered his head and looked at her, suddenly smiling. Why didn't I realize before that you have a pretty good body? How about, you follow me? He said this as if he were half joking, with a teasing tone. At these words, Lin Yueching's heart suddenly froze. It's something you've never considered on your own. He himself is 30, but he is several years older than him. Although she knew a thing or two about Lin Yu's identity and could see that he was tall and handsome. However, sibling relationships are something one never considers. When Lin Yu said that, in his own heart, he actually pondered for a few seconds. No sooner had the thought risen, however, than it was overridden by a greater sense of shame in his heart. Mr. Lin, this won't do. Do you think it's appropriate to let you go just like that when you've caused me to almost lose something important by maliciously messing up from it? Lin Yu now not only wants to get the USB drive, but he wants to go one step further and fix the evidence of Yu Xiu's evil deeds. Let him be completely unable to turn around in the future. And from then on, there would be no one in the South Ridge who would go against his family. And it's kind of for the good of the people. Many people in Nanling City have strong opinions about some of Yu Xiu's actions. It's a hilly city. Burial has always been practiced. When Yu Xiu arrived, he took a bold step and demanded that cremation be forced into full implementation. Not only that, but the ashes must end up in a cemetery, pay a ton of money and still only have 20 years of access. This initiative, provoked is the people's grievances, but in the end, Yu Xiu led the people to suppress it. In between, how much room for maneuver is there? If a higher level of power intervenes in this matter, the unseemly things Yu Xiu did will naturally have to surface, whether it's public or private. Yu Su messed with him and that's a real kick in the steel. Chapter 72, Mother's Plane. Something's wrong. So, Mr. Lin, what else do you want? At this time, Lin Yueching suddenly felt a sense of fear in her heart. This fear, it comes from the heart. Thought I'd read a lot of people over the years, but now it's a no-brainer. The Lin Yu in front of him was only in his 20s. It's just the look of a recent college graduate, but it seems as if it has an extremely deep heart, or rather, sophistication. What he's thinking, what he wants to do, can't see through him at all. This unknown situation is very unsettling. There is no telling what kind of sanctions you will face, but on the other hand, he was like a black hole, radiating an energy that was irresistible and inescapable. Lin Yueching has been working for 10 years, so many years. What kind of people haven't seen it? Not to mention the rich and famous. Even some important leaders have chartered their airplanes for foreign visits. But, this Lin Yu, for the first time in her life, gave her a feeling of being completely out of control. That kind of magnetic field. It gives one the idea to get closer. What do you say? Lin Yu, at this time, finished with a smooth body hand pull. Lin Yueching then sat on his lap. Have to say, there is an unmistakable maturity of beauty in a woman of this age. It's something you don't find in a young, green schoolgirl. Two completely different styles. The flavor is still there. Mr. Lin Yueching realized what was going on and tried to struggle for a bit without breaking free. You conspired with others to try to set me up and do things against me. Shouldn't there be some price to pay? Lin Yu laughed. Looking at this well-tailored work clothes on Lin Yueching, undoubtedly a big plus. Lin Yu felt that an evil beast in his heart was slowly awakening at this time. Mr. Lin Yueching wanted to say something else. She was completely flustered at this point. This scene had never been encountered before. It's easy to navigate in front of so many people. At this point, surprisingly, it was completely restricted. With the force from Lin Yu's hand, Lin Yueching was in a form of half-kneeling, facing towards the half-lying Lin Yu. It's a little awkward, a little ambiguous. I don't need to remind you what to do next, do I? With his sentence, Lin Yu subconsciously wanted to run away, but he felt like a statue, unable to move. It's not locked. Rather, in her heart, she didn't seem to mean it. It's as if, by itself, it's waiting for something. As soon as that thought crept into her mind, she couldn't help but curse herself again. Thinking about it? Mr. Lin, why are you forcing me? Aren't you afraid that I'll fight you to the death? Lin Yu glared at him. You're too dishonest to be comfortable without a handle on me. He smiled. Also, you should know who I am. You'll only give away your own life if you fight me. When this was said, Lin Yu couldn't help but recognize it. With only one hand, he was able to control himself and move. Can't do anything but be at the mercy of the other side. She stopped talking, doing a fierce battle of ideas. Lin Yu looked down at her. If you have bad intentions, I'll make you look good. Her mind thoughtfully struggled for a few seconds afterward, then eyes closed and hearts crossed. Just close your eyes. The next scene that happens is one that no child should be able to watch. Even if an adult were to watch it, it would have to be a VIP paid program. Lin Yu slightly looked down at Lin Yu's undulating hair. From being raw at the beginning, it slowly shifted to being skillful. The heart is also greatly comforted. He took out his cell phone. If you behave yourself in the future, I'll pretend nothing happened. Having said that, then, he saw on his cell phone a message suddenly pop up. Heavy news. An airliner returning to Jiangcheng has encountered a malfunction. The engine caught fire and is making an emergency landing. The news jolted him. If one remembered correctly, wasn't this airplane the same airliner that one's mother had come back on? Emergency landing. What's this about? The news didn't make clear the exact casualties of the people on board either. The only picture accompanying the article is a photo of the tail of an airplane on fire, with a farmland village in the background. The flames were a little worse than the trees on the side of the road, which were quite a bit higher. By the looks of it, it's a suburb near the Jiangcheng airport. He couldn't help but stand up under the excitement within him, and Lin Yu, surprisingly, followed suit and straightened her back. Is this, like, getting into the swing of things? It's really quite surprising. But, Lin Yu couldn't care less and asked, how long before we can get to Jiangcheng? Lin Yu raised a hand and made a 20-minute gesture. As a frequent flyer, there is no need to look at the time, just sensory experience to know where you are at this point. How much longer before we get there? Hurry up then. It was useless for Lin Yu to worry now. He couldn't just jump off the airplane. 20 minutes. That's not too long. Then wait in peace. So, Lin Yu sat back down again. Chapter 73, Yun Meyer's Tears. Dear fellow travelers, we are about to arrive at Jiangcheng Airport ahead. Repeat, approaching Jiangcheng Airport ahead. Please prepare yourselves, travelers. Due to an unforeseen situation at part of the airport, we will be landing on runway 4. Please let all travelers know. After 10 minutes or so, inside the airplane, a radio beep sounded, and Lin Yu could also see through the porthole that the airplane was in the process of landing. The clouds outside are tilted at an angle. Lin Yu was also aware of this and pulled out all the stops, trying to catch up on this before we land. Faced with swifter and more flexible winding, Qin Dong also finally exploded. Lin Yu coughed violently. Get yourself cleaned up and get ready for the landing in a hurry to get ready for work. Lin Yu's words were as cold as a fish that had been killed at the Big Leap Flower supermarket for 5 years, without a hint of sentimentality. Where did Lin Yu care to talk? Zinging her tears, and after hurriedly handling it, she left the first-class cabin. Crew Chief Lin. A few stewardesses hurriedly greeted them. Finally, it's out. After all that time in first class, they couldn't help but want to call the police. Nan Zhao's eyes glanced at Lin Yu somewhat timidly. Lin Yu nodded. That means the flash drive is back. She was always relieved when she received the signal and rushed off to do her work. Mr. Lin, the chairman of the board. At this time, Assistant Yun Meyer came over with an anxious look. About the airplane that Qin Dong was sitting on. There was an unexpected situation. She also knew about it. And it's worrying. After all, Chairman Qin had known her well and was a valuable person in her career. It was Qin Dong who took a liking to him and unearthed himself from the crowded job market when he graduated from college and couldn't find a job anywhere. From then on, take her with you and cultivate her along the way. Worked her into the most powerful and well-known secretary in Jiangcheng, the official sales channel. She is the spokesperson, and there are millions of followers online. Live banding for the company and getting a commission for yourself. Although the percentage is not as high as those anchors out there, but it's also very substantial. Salary plus live income, and the end of the year bonus, every year more than 1 million. Proper gold collar level. It can be said that Qin Dong treats himself even better than his own mother treats him. She was told by her family that she was a money loser and went to college for 4 years, earning her tuition from odd jobs. She was working part-time when her dormitory roommates went to sing and watch movies. She was working part-time when her roommate fell in love. She was still working part-time when her roommate got a new boyfriend. So, the first warmth in her heart, it is what Chin Dong gave. Such a rejuvenating favor, that can only be repaid with a liver and brain. At this point, Lin Yu realized that she had uncontrollable tears in the corners of her eyes. With the slightest movement, or blinking of the eyes, these teardrops would roll out of them. The white face was red at the corners of his eyes, totally unable to control the sadness raging inside. This pearly appearance, Lin Yu look also cannot bear to see. He only reached out and patted Yun Meyer's shoulder. Don't worry, we'll be landing soon, it'll be fine. Aha! Chief Kobayashi said so, and she could only nod. Holding on to the armrests of the seat, he struggled to calm himself. The plane was getting lower and lower in altitude, closer and closer to the airport. With an altitude of less than 100 meters high, through the porthole of an airplane, Lin Yu could see it clearly. A long airport runway with an airplane parked not far from the end. Thick black smoke rose from the nose of the plane and scuttled up into midair. A black mark on the road from the emergency brake rubbing out. There were also a lot of red fire trucks, and white ambulances parked around, and the black police car. From time to time, people are rescued from airplanes. There were those who were helped out standing and those who were carried out lying down. Everyone's injuries are different. A long cordon was drawn up, separating the periphery. Hundreds of people, journalists, self-promoters, it's all gathered. A number of police officers were constantly making evacuation gestures, telling all these people to stay away and stay away. From time to time there were pushing and shoving conflicts in the crowd. Let's hope nothing happens, Lin Yu said silently in his heart. He clenched his fist slightly, also a little uneasy. Soon, the plane was on runway 4 and slowly came to a stop. As soon as the cabin door opened, Lin Yu and Yun Meyer were the first to rush off the plane. In 3 strides, he ran in the direction of that airplane. This distance, only a few hundred meters, was an unbelievable struggle to run. It also feels long. Stop, you can't go in there. Just ran to the perimeter of the cordon. One of the officers then made a stop ahead sign. Hi, it's like this. My boss is on this plane. Before Lin Yu could speak, half a step behind him, the anxious Yun Meyer probed and took the lead. Your boss, which one is it? A man next to him with a list of names came over at that moment and asked by voice. Chapter 74, Change of Signature. Escape from Death. My boss is. Yun Meyer was just about to speak when Lin Yu took a step forward. That is, it's my mom, named Qin Mufei. Qin Mufei? The name sounds quite familiar. The staff member with the list had a thunderous feeling when he heard the name. Isn't that the female boss of the Qin group? That's one of the strongest women in Zhengcheng. Someone on the side also remembered. Yeah, and she's done a lot of charity work and helped a lot of people, so she's kind of a great benefactor. No way. Is she on this plane too? Never. Do good people always have to go through such trials? As soon as Lin Yu's words fell, there were quite a few people secretly talking beside him. You are Mr. Qin's son? At this point, a couple of airport-side staff members who were on the scene to deal with the situation seemed a bit surprised. They also called it that because Qin Mufei also had shares in the airport. Although it's not a major shareholder, and it's not in the top 5 in terms of parity, but on the board of directors, there is also a vote. In front of them, that naturally had to address her as General Manager Qin. Yeah, how's she doing? Lin Yu didn't have the heart to exchange pleasantries and talk about useless nonsense right now, concerned about his mother's situation. Mr. Qin is not on this plane. The staff replied immediately. Not on this plane? Now, Lin Yu was a bit puzzled. The mother did buy a ticket for this very flight. You wait a minute, I'll check again. The staff quickly looked over the list and occasionally confirmed something on their walkie-talkies. Mr. Lin. Only after checking did he turn around and say to Lin Yu, after our multiple verifications, Mr. Qin is indeed not on this plane. The people injured in the airplane have all been registered and placed. There was no Mr. Qin in the list. Then how? Yun Meyer on the side was halfway through her words at this time, and her eyes looked forward and suddenly burst out. Mr. Lin. Look, Mr. Qin is there. Lin Yu looked back, only to see an open-topped electric mobility scooter. A noblewoman in a trenchcoat was sitting on the end of it with her legs slanted. When he saw them both, he also raised his hand in greeting. Mr. Qin, you're finally back. Yun Meyer didn't bother to wipe away the tears that hadn't dried up yet, and hurriedly jogged a few steps to meet her, catching the bag in her hand. Why are you still crying? Silly girl, Qin Mufei also teased when she saw her right-hand woman. Embarrassed, Yun Meyer lowered her head and smiled. Lin Yu also greeted them, looking at the one in front of him, his own mother. It was also emotional for a while. Mom, feather. Mother and son reached out their arms and embraced. What words are in this hug? Aren't you on this plane? How? At this time, Lin Yu voiced his doubts. Originally, I did book this flight, but there was a temporary change of plans, so I went ahead and changed it to an earlier one. So I got there half an hour early, and I was thinking you were going back too, so I was going to wait for you to come back with me, Qin Mufei said, and also took out her cell phone, showing the ticket change information. These few simple words explain the cause and effect of the matter at once. It's just a misadventure that happened to be missed. What a blessed life. Lin Yu was a bit scared in his heart. It's okay. It's good to be okay. Let's go home soon then. Yun Meyer, at this time, had also contacted the company's driver long ago. It wasn't long before the car came this way. By the way, Mr. Qin, didn't you book your own ticket to come back this time? Yun Meyer suddenly remembered the change of visa information in Qin Mufei's hand just now and asked. It was because when she followed General Qin to do things, chores like these were not something Qin Mufei had to do herself. The assistant will take care of everything. How is it that when you go out of the country, you have everything to yourself? No, the very first ticket was booked with my work assistant who went over there. When I changed it myself because it was so late. Change it yourself? All three men looked at each other as soon as that statement was made. The men were all incredibly smart, and quickly took the same information from each other's eyes. Could it be that the assistant has a ghost? When you think about it this way, it seems reasonable and makes sense. Mom, do you know that assistant well? That assistant has also been working in the company for a year or two, and I'm not being mean to her. How is this? Qin Mufei spoke in a calm tone. Instead, his fists clenched involuntarily. Let's hurry home first, and don't tell anyone about this, yet. Wait for the results of the accident investigation and find out who was behind it. Thought it was an accident at first. It now appears that the incident was premeditated. That assistant, naturally, was not capable of tampering with the airplane. Rather, it's the people who can afford to do the tampering and buy out the aids. This thing, on a smaller scale, that's business competition. But on a larger scale, the nature of the matter is quite serious. Vandalism of an aircraft. You'd have to do life in prison anyhow. Chapter 75, A Mother's Gossip. In the end, it's a strong woman who's been through all kinds of over the decades. Qin Mufei naturally knew that this matter, right now, was not suitable to be vocalized. Ostensibly, one cannot reveal to the public that one is suspicious of this matter. Since the assistant is a big suspect in this case, then she is no longer trustworthy. Dismissal was too obvious, and could only be done slowly, placing the assistant in a central position away from Qin Mufei. On the other hand, there is still the need to find out the evidence and the mastermind behind the assistant. These are things that are easy to spook if you do them slightly wrong. So, one can only pretend on the surface as if nothing has happened. Even, the more scared you act, the better. Okay, let's go home then. Mom, Lin Yu said to Qin Mufei. Yun Meyer also quickly recovered herself and quickly shifted to her work. Qin Mufei watched her busy herself and smiled in relief. Not bad for a first secretary who has been with him for a few years. The ability to work in all aspects of the job really can't be beat. If it weren't for the fact that I had to help my son adapt quickly to his new identity, I wouldn't feel comfortable leaving it to someone else. Otherwise, how could he take Yun Meyer with him on this trip abroad? If she had gone, naturally, there would have been no such thrilling incident. However, it was also precisely because of this incident that Qin Mufei realized the crisis is resurfacing, and the biggest uncertainty was the appearance of his own son, Lin Yu. Everything would have been quiet for a long time. The business community in Jiangcheng, and even other circles, were surprised that Qin Mufei had a long-lost son, and recognized each other. There was hardly any sign. This sounds like fiction. Then, this matter naturally has a huge impact on the business landscape of Jiangcheng. A lot of things that are going to be reshuffled. Many companies coveted Qin Mufei's estate, and how long could it last if she didn't have a son before? But then, Lin Yu appeared. Then the little plan in their hearts is going to be miscalculated. The three of them got into the company car. Soon, it was home. It's better to look comfortable at home. Qin Mufei walked back to her familiar home and looked around for a week, sighing. When you're abroad on business, you stay in hotel suites that cost thousands of dollars a day. But there wasn't an ounce of comfort in living there at all, much less a sense of belonging. Not to mention the food. A Chinese stomach like Qin Mufei's is fine without rice for a meal, but she can't stand it if she doesn't see rice for a day. The Chinese-flavored restaurants over there are few and far between, and it's not easy to get to them. Therefore, as soon as the contract matter was finished, Qin Mufei hurriedly booked a ticket back to China. Even changed my own flight to get there a little earlier. Dong Qin, you sit down for a while, I'll go get you a cup of tea, Yun Meal said as soon as she put down her luggage. This villa was not the first time she had been here. She was both Qin Mufei's work assistant and life assistant. Often, he would follow Mr. Qin back to the villa. so she breezed into the tea room and quickly poured 2 cups of tea out. The rest of the family, they're not back yet? Jin Mufei asked. The large villa looked a little empty. Not yet, but it should all be back soon, Lin Yu said. That's good. Our family will be reunited soon. Jin Mufei laughed. At this age, she is exceptionally well maintained, with all her nobility and superb aura. It is full of the flavor and charm of a mature woman. Mom, I see that you're a bit sleepy. Why don't you go rest first? Lin Yu asked. Good. I was planning on getting some sleep to reverse the jet lag. Jin Mufei nodded and stood up. Right. Feather. She took a step, and that's when something else came to mind. Turn back. During this time, in Jiangcheng, have you met any girl you like? Lin Yu froze and scratched his head. What are you doing? Mom, introducing me to someone? Silly son. You're not so young now. You're over 20. How can you do without a date? What do you think? Tell Mom. Jin Mufei's gossipy heart immediately rose, her eyebrows raised, which was still half a bit of a strong woman. It's true. There's no one who doesn't gossip, especially women. Lin Yu pursed his lips and didn't know what to say. He did have a few girls he knew now. Each one is not bad either. But to really talk about marriage, it's like, again, it's not even close. Because Lin Yu hadn't thought about talking about this matter that quickly. Son, you don't know how to choose? Jin Mufei smiled, as if she could see what he was thinking. Son, I'll support whatever you choose, as long as you enjoy yourself. It's not important to have a job, or a family situation. What matters is to love and support you unconditionally. Also, Mom will definitely be a good mother-in-law in the future, and won't mess with your daughter-in-law for the sake of competing for favor. This you can rest assured. Lin Yu couldn't help but want to spit when he heard this. I understand all the reasoning, but I want them all. What should I do? Isn't that a bit, well, ambitious? As he thought this, he suddenly wondered if he wasn't a bit of a slag. It seemed to have read Lin Yu's mind. Jin Mufei came closer. Have you, by any chance, met several of them already? Chapter 76 New Genealogy, the textbook Heroic Grandfather. Mom, it goes without saying. Lin Yu felt a little embarrassed and wanted to change the subject. Some things are like that. She knows what you've done. You know she knows what you've done. But this is something that would be a bit inappropriate to bring up. Lin Yu himself knew very well that if it wasn't for the identity he now possessed, those top-notch beauties probably won't have anything to do with themselves. But it is because of the identity that now exists. The disparity is too great. So there is almost no chance that they, too, will be able to fix things with themselves. The possibilities are there too. But, at least with the approval of her mother, Jin Mufei. Okay, well, I won't ask then. When Jin Mufei saw that her son didn't want to talk, there was no point in asking again. She took a sip of her tea. I'm a little tired, so I'll go to my room and go to sleep. She yawned. Then you go and rest early. Lin Yu said. Aren't you going to sleep? Jin Mufei asked again, catching a plane that early in the morning. Me, I'm young and hot, so I'll sleep later. Lin Yu smiled. Okay then, by the way, I have one more thing. Mom, what is it? Lin Yu asked. How the sleepy Jin Mufei, who was under sleepiness, spoke in paragraphs and paragraphs. She opened her mouth and added, never mind. I'll talk to you tomorrow. After she finished, she instructed Yun Meyer. If you don't have anything to do, you can also go rest first. It's been hard work. With that, she stepped away and went up to the second floor. Lin Yu was on the first floor, pondering the recent events without any sleep. Looking at my cell phone, it's not much fun. Mr. Shaolin, are you hungry? Let me go make you something to eat. Yun Meyer suddenly asked. Kinda hungry. Lin Yu nodded. Then what would Mr. Shaolin like to eat? Yun Meyer asked softly. I'm not a picky eater, so make what you have. Okay, I'll be in the kitchen then. Yun Meal walked into the kitchen and started to get busy. Soon the aroma of starting a pot of boiling oil came from the kitchen. This made Lin Yu look forward to it somewhat as well. I heard that Yun Meyer's cooking skills, that was also quite good. It's on the level of a 5-star hotel chef. Ding! At this time, in his mind, the system suddenly came with a prompt. Host, you now have new kin genealogy modification privileges. Whether to make changes now? I choose yes. Lin Yu didn't hesitate and said in a hurry. With every modification comes a great opportunity. Make yourself known, and become more and more golden. How can you not look forward to it? Ding! The system has generated new information about your loved ones for you. The timeline has been refreshed. Please check. With the end of the beep, Lin Yu looked at the profile information displayed on the panel in front of him. Kinship status, grandfather. Name, Jin Tian-song. Occupation, recipient of the Medal of Anti-Eagle Extraordinary Combat Hero, former governor of Jingshu Province. Age, 89. Looking at the information on it, Lin Yu was instantly surprised. Grandpa's resume? It's really a special honor to be born and live. Enlisted in the army in his teens. From communications soldier to sniper. In the 3 major battlefields and anti-eagle battlefield. Has left a brilliant record. Countless credits were made, especially on the battlefield against the Eagles. Killing more than 100 enemies. Was rumored to be a good story. Later, with all the honor on his shoulders, he retired to the local level. Also for the local construction. Made a lot of outstanding contributions. The old man was particularly low-key and would not identify himself easily. But the status is there. And there have been many special receptions at the highest level. Going up to the citadel. Even. It's been in the textbooks. Such a character has a reputation for not being angry. Moreover, Lin Yu also discovered that not only had his father, Lin Zhendong, received a lot of teaching from his grandfather. Now in Jiangcheng and Gingchu, a lot of important dignitaries are grandpa's disciples, all brought up by him. Even though grandpa has been retired for more than 20 years, he is remembered by those who were lifted up and taught by him back then. Every year they go out of their way to celebrate grandpa's birthday. It was also an event for the entire city of Jiangcheng, and would be featured on the news. Having such a heroic grandfather, Lin Yu felt that there was a sense of pride in his blood. Take another look at grandpa's birthday date. Lin Yu's heart thumped. Grandpa's birthday. Isn't it the day after tomorrow? Grandpa's 90th birthday. A full number of years. What will be the spectacle then? He had just thought that in his mind. That's when a call came in. Hello? Lin Yu noticed that it was an unfamiliar number. Feather. It's me. Your grandfather. Ha? On the other side of the phone, there was an old but strong voice. Hello Grandpa? Lin Yu reacted and hurriedly greeted him. Little Yu are you busy these 2 days? If not, come to my place. Grandfather Qin Tiansong invited. Grandpa, isn't your birthday the day after tomorrow? I know. I didn't want my good grandson to come over early. The old man on the other side of the room laughed. Well, then, I'll see you early. Lin Yu nodded. As for Grandpa, he was currently a stranger, but for a heroic figure, he was immensely revered. Chapter 77, The Master's Invitation. Lin Xiao returns to the village. So, am I going over there with Mom? Lin Yu asked again. It was just that Qin Mufei had been tired all day and had just gone up to rest, so it seemed a bit inappropriate to go and call her up now. Little Yu your mom just returned home. Let her rest first. Grandpa wants to see you now. How about I send someone to pick you up? Across the room, the old man's voice looked expectant. No Grandpa. I'll go over there then. Lin Yu nodded in agreement. It's a great favor. So Grandpa told someone to send you the address? No need Grandpa. I know your address. Lin Yu smiled. When the system generates kinship, all kinds of key information, just like the game parameters, are reflected. Come on then, I'll be waiting for you at home. Be safe on the way. The old man said amiably. I could tell by the tone of voice that Grandpa was a very kind and gentle man. Instead of leaning on the old man, as some old people do, it's annoying to look at. Okay, I'm on my way. Lin Yu nodded. He actually had it in his heart to meet an old man who had been through so many battles and was full of honor. Such a person can make people feel solid in their hearts even if they don't say anything. It is because of their struggle that we are happy today. Lin Yu drove out the door after simply packing up. The address of Grandpa's house was prompted in the system when the genealogy was changed. It's an hour away from here. The distance isn't too far. Only, Grandpa didn't live in the city, or in the countryside on the outskirts. No more than the wide tarmac roads of the city. None of the roads are very well traveled and there are still potholes in many places. Lin Yu drove carefully. An hour later, after he turned a bay, he saw, appearing in front of him, a small, quaint but elegant 3-story building. The small building, from the outside, didn't look much different from the surrounding private houses. In front of the courtyard of the small building, there is a pond. Waves of wheat rolled in the plowed fields around the pond. There was a small hill behind the small building. On the slope of the hill, it was all a green bamboo forest. The bamboo leaves slowly swayed in the breeze. The air is filled with the fresh scent of bamboo leaves. It's such a paradisiacal place. That little building, that's Grandpa's house. Lin Yu had just arrived here, and the fresh air made him feel a little intoxicated. Lin Xiao. From a distance, a couple of people came out of their yards and stood on the side of the road a car width away, waving this way. These two people, a man and a woman. The male was tall and lanky, a full 1.9 meters. The woman was also 5'7", with a tall figure and a stripped-down temperament. But in the system, there's no information on these two. You guys know me? Lin Yu was a bit surprised. This is the first time I've been here myself. You're Lin Xiao, the old master's most beloved grandson. Although I haven't seen you in a few years, how could I not recognize you? Lin Yu thought up. For myself, it was really the first time I had seen them. However, after the system refreshes the timeline, they are remembered for their own existence. And the old man has instructed us to wait here at the door, in case you don't know your way around. This man and woman said successively. Thanks, however, I don't know what to call it, Lin Yu asked. Oh, Lin Xiao. You can just call me Long Fei from now on, the male replied. Lin Xiao, my name is Yuna. The woman with an unassuming demeanor followed suit. Then I'll trouble you both. To be able to serve at Grandpa's left and right, one would think that he must have something to offer and be highly regarded by the old man. So Lin Yu treated them with the politeness they deserved. Grandpa's village has some other villagers as well. At this time, they were also in groups of 3 or 2, looking over at this side from a distance. From time to time, they said something. Is this Elder Qin's grandson? Looking really imposing. Haven't been back in years, and you've grown so tall. There really is a 7-point resemblance to Elder Qin's temperament back then. Elder Qin is a great man. He's done a lot of practical things for our village. His grandson, too, seems to be very kind. Hello, everyone. Lin Yu also raised his hand and greeted them. Good for you, Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao has the style of the old master back in the day. He's better than the blue. If it weren't for the old man's 90th birthday this time, I wouldn't have seen him for years. The villagers realized that their discussion had been discovered by Lin Yu, and after freezing for a moment, they also responded enthusiastically. Lin Xiao, let's go. The old master has been waiting for you at home for a long time. Long Fei did not make any unnecessary expressions to those villagers, bowing slightly and making an invitation gesture to him. For her part, Yuna was friendly to those villagers, with a smile on her face all the time. Good, Lin Yu nodded. He parked the car outside the yard. Then he walked in front, while the 2 people, Long Fei and Yuna, followed silently behind, one on the left and one on the right, like 2 faithful servants. Grandpa, I'm home. Before walking to the courtyard gate of the small building, Lin Yu purposely cleared his throat and shouted towards the courtyard. Walking to the door, he noticed that he was empty-handed, having come with nothing. Chapter 78, Military Glory, Yellowed Letters. The gate to the compound of the small building was not ornate, quaint and stately. Several very large plaques are superimposed on the door. It says Home of Meritocracy, National Pillar, Heroic Model of the First Degree. These dozen words impacted Lin Yu's eyeballs. The heart was filled with respect. Standing here, there is a sense of history that comes with it. Again, there's something about it that makes your heart feel especially solid. Grandpa? After shouting, no one in the courtyard responded. So Lin Yu shouted again. My good grandson, you're finally here. This time, a voice came from the yard. Seeing the situation, Yuna smiled and pushed open the hidden courtyard door. Lin Yu saw that an old man who was leaning on his crutches and had white hair was walking towards the courtyard gate. 90-year-old grandpa. Still seems to be in good spirits and rosy-cheeked. Looking at the state, it's about as good as 60 for the average person. The legs are a little bit difficult, but also just a disability from the fighting back in the day. The only thing that makes one realize that he really is a senior citizen is the white hair. Grandpa, don't move. Seeing this, Lin Yu hurriedly greeted him. Both hands assisted Qin Tiansong. Well, my good grandson, you're finally here. Qin Tiansong stretched out a somewhat withered hand and patted Lin Yu's shoulder. Smiling, the arrival of his grandson made him very happy. Old master, it's not easy for you two to reunite. You must have a lot to say. It's better to sit down and chat slowly. Yuna stepped forward at this time and said, I'll get you guys some tea. Well, sit down and talk. Sit down and talk. Qin Tiansong held Lin Yu's wrist and walked towards the eunuch chair in the middle of the living room. He noticed that Grandpa's hands were withered though, almost a layer of skin wrapped around bone, and the veins stood out. Still, he could feel a certain amount of force as he clutched his wrist. Doesn't even look like someone about to turn 90, about the same as someone in their 40s or 50s. On this arm, there were still marks from the fire. Back then, there was a lot of suffering. I guess, after so many battles, they all survived in the end. Lin Yu sat down and looked around in the living room of the small building. The walls in the living room are a bit stained. At the corners, there are a few pieces of peeling siding, but there are many war awards, medals, letters of commendation, used objects, and many photographs hanging on the walls. These caught his attention. These photos, there are single photos. It can be seen that Grandpa Qin Tiansong was still very handsome when he was young. There were group photos, company photos, and celebratory photos. The photos, counting dozens of them, are the size of a miniature museum. Further back, there is a photo of the two together. Looking at the group photo, It's still one of those poses where you're still on good terms and walking close to each other. It's not like the detached feeling of not knowing each other well enough to take an impromptu photo together. Lin Yu shook a glance and thought something looked familiar. Unsure, he swept back for another look. The pupils also widened suddenly. That photo, standing next to Grandpa, is not. Look at the mole on the man's face. Lin Yu immediately opened his mouth wide, unable to speak. If those previous photos, the plaques, had given him an S for shock, this photo, straight up, is an SSS level of shock. Could it be that back in the day, he subconsciously glanced at the old man? Powerful is really powerful, and low-key is really low-key. His emotions swirled within him, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. Master, Lin Xiao, please have some tea. Yuna brought over 2 cups of tea and placed them on the coffee table between the two of them. Looking at Lin Yu's eyes resting on the photos on the wall, she couldn't help but smile. Young Lin, the old master's deeds. Why do you act as if you're learning about them for the first time? Lin Yu could only smile awkwardly. By the way, Grandpa, did you ask me to come over early for something? He asked. I can't call my grandson over if there's nothing wrong? Qin Tiansong laughed. No, I think Grandpa must still be up to something, Lin Yu said. Still can't hide it from you, it seems, Qin Tiansong said and beckoned. Then, he saw Long Fei bring over an antique dresser box. It looks like a style that was used by women 70 or 80 years ago. The red paint on the box, it's all falling off a lot. Feather, this one, over to you. He took the palm-sized red lacquer box and handed it to Lin Yu. What is it? Lin Yu was a bit curious. Open it up and you'll see. Qin Tiansong said these words, but he held his hands on top of his walking stick and looked at the sky outside the house. It seemed like a thought. Lin Yu had to take the box and gently opened it. The box, it seems, hasn't been touched in a long time. It's still a bit of a struggle to drive. Inside the box, there was nothing but some skincare products like snow cream that had expired and couldn't be used, and an old-fashioned comb. There was also a folded-up piece of yellowed paper. There seemed to be something written on the paper. I think it was written with a quill pen in a rather large font. It looks like a letter. What's this? Grandpa's love letters from back in the day? Or an honorable mention? Or, perhaps, a property inheritance will? With doubts in his heart, Lin Yu picked up the piece of paper. Open up. Chapter 79 Never Met. Doll marriage? Then, seeing the words in front of him, Lin Yu's eyes widened. That yellowed paper. It was, as one suspected, a letter. Tian-san, my brother. See the word. My brother has been in the position for more than half a month, and has repelled many enemy attacks and accomplished the task of covering the retreat. Now the ammunition is exhausted and there is no backup. However, the enemy is still lunging at the position. I am afraid that the position is about to be lost, and I am determined that I shall live and die with it. However, the family, wife and children old and young cannot rest assured. Special please Tian-san, my brother, the following matters. Lin Yu looked at the letter. Originally, the master behind the letter, and grandfather Qin Tiansong, is the same batch of enlistment, live with a bunk, the battlefield born into death of the hometown brothers. A desperate letter left before the position was about to fall. On the letter, there were several dark red bloodstains. At this time, Qin Tiansong slowly spoke. This letter, from now on, I will leave to you. Ha? Lin Yu was a bit surprised. Grandpa, what does this letter to me mean? Let's not talk about the emotional attachment behind this letter. Even if you think of it as an artifact, it gives a shock. I'm afraid it's also far more meaningful than the letter with my wife from over 100 years ago. Brotherly love, national justice. Once this letter is made public, it is here to lock the #1 spot on the hot list. It's just that this letter, it hasn't been made public. Feather, back then, he asked me for 2 things. You saw it inside the letter. Qin Tiansong continued. This first one is to help him find his whole family. It took me 20 whole years to finally find this thing. Fortunately, all is well with his descendants, and they have also received the martyrdom treatment they deserve, which also makes up for a regret I have. And the second thing? Lin Yu asked again. This second thing. Qin Tiansong turned his head to look at Lin Yu as he said this. Are your parents arranging a marriage for you now? No. Lin Yu shook his head. And do you, now, have a girlfriend? Grandpa asked again. Girlfriend? In Lin Yu's mind, he began to remember the appearance of several girls like a movie. For a moment, I didn't know what to say. No matter if you have a girlfriend now or not, you can't marry her. Qin Tiansong shoved the letter into his hand. You are going to find someone who is the one you should marry. This is my promise to my comrades in arms, and this letter is given to you as a token to make it easier for you to recognize each other. Lin Yu's brain was in a fog. Is this a betrothal? No, it's not even a fingered marriage. Even he himself wasn't born then. Okay, and that she, I think, was the same. Grandpa, that's a little not very nice. Lin Yu was inevitably a bit resistant to this form of assignment. I don't even know what the parents look like or what their personalities are like, so I'm talking about marriage. Feather. Before Qin Tiansong could finish, he coughed. Take it easy, old man. Yuna rushed forward and gently patted the old man's back. Then his eyes glanced at Lin Yu and advised, Young Lin, the old master is old and still sick. Please don't anger him. Grandpa. I can't spend my whole life with someone who doesn't have feelings, right? Lin Yu said. You're, like, not wanting to say yes. Qin Tiansong shook his hand, supporting himself to sit up straight from his chair. A somewhat hateful look. It's not. Lin Yu didn't know what to say yet. The old master beckoned, and Long Fei brought over another stack of information. Don't be in a hurry to reject it first. There's information about her that you can read first. Maybe you like it? His tone eased a bit, but he still held his ground. Even if you hold your head down, the marriage must be consummated. He had lived his whole life, and this was the only thing left for his last wish. Lin Yu couldn't help but mutter in his heart, what kind of beautiful women haven't I seen in my time? But with Grandpa like this, he couldn't refuse and get angry again. Strike that. 2. A twisted melon is not sweet, right? But then, as long as it can quench your thirst, it's not unacceptable. However, next, he saw the information handed to him. Lin Yu as he picked up a few photos, and then realized how ridiculous it was. What he had just thought. Just see the girl in the photo, wearing a variety of military uniforms. Face the camera, raise your right hand and give a standard military salute. There are also a couple of photos of awards received from participating in the grand match, with their superiors. She was erect and stood like a pine. The eyebrows were also heroic, though only with short hair that just reaches her shoulders. However, the whole person gives off a special vibe. That kind of unassuming Englishness is not comparable to those internet stars, school girls, or models. Netflix models can be copied, but such an aura is unique. Looking at it is a representation of the country's prosperity. The body and face are all first class. No, the descendant of that deceased person is so beautiful? How did the fictional bridge to finding your fiancé suddenly fall into your lap? Lin Yu admitted that his eyes were now glued to the photo. Chapter 80 Yin Xuejiao's Identity. Indeed, whether in terms of body, face, temperament, all aspects, this girl in the photo is perfect. There are no defects. One meets all sorts of girls who fall short of her. The face is better than hers. The temperament is worse. A better body than hers and a little less face. From a combination of things, she's a proper T0. Cliff Gap. What's more, Lin Yu felt that this girl's background was the most crucial. I'm afraid it's nowhere near as good as any of the others. Otherwise, Grandpa wouldn't have taken this matter out so solemnly. It's not just because it's what an old war veteran would tell you. This speculation was quickly confirmed from Qin Tiansong's mouth. You are this girl, her name is Yin Xuejia. Now, her identity you should be able to find out all over the internet. Qin Tiansong said while also looking at his grandson's reaction. It's a name that anyone who has been on the internet for 2 days will have heard of. And the reaction on Lin Yu's face at this point. He wasn't surprised at all. It was all within his own guesses. After all, the name was spoken and nothing else. Nothing else had to be explained. Yin Xuejiao? Lin Yu's pupils also widened when he heard this name. The name? Let's not say it's a familiar one, but it's not unfamiliar either. News of her public appearances has appeared online just once, but just that one time, it triggered a full internet shutdown that took hours to get back to normal. Also, many people only dare to discuss her. Discussing the background behind it would immediately lock the post, because she was considered a goddaughter by the current number 1, and it's still open to the public. Officially official. News pictures from that time made the front pages of well-known overseas media not only in China but also overseas. What this means speaks for itself. Lin Yu's own dad was nothing more than the head of one of the several war zones, and behind Yin Xuejia was the entire Yan Huang. Dad sees her, that's the equivalent of a subordinate. Even the chief leaders of the several war zones had to be courteous by 7 points when they saw Yin Xuejia. With a background like that, that's really scary. It could be said that in the entire blue planet, there would not be more than 3 women who came from a bigger place than her. That's quite the woman at the top of the food chain. And she has been training in the military department with superior grades. There is also a good chance that you will be given an important position in the back. That's as strong as it gets. Lin Yu still felt a slight pressure in his heart while being shocked. But since it was a sliver, he was, in his heart, obviously a little more excited. Who understands this feeling? In the hearts of men, there is a desire to conquer. The gene for liking to hunt is something that has been passed down for thousands of years. Against a very powerful woman, that had the same effect. As long as we can really take down In Shuejiao. What does that mean? Words in any language pale in comparison. Can't describe coming to this image. At that time, the entire Blue Star would have to give Lin Yu face. But Grandpa, she's in such a prominent position now. She'll be with our family. Lin Yu threw out his question. There was still a gap between his own family and In Shuejiao. You were? Don't worry about this. Qin Tiansong smiled faintly. Would I make fun of you? In Shuejiao is maternally single and has never been in love, so there won't be any shortcuts. As long as you go over there with the token, and as long as she recognizes it and doesn't hate you, then you guys have a chance. This first step of matchmaking I help you complete. The rest, that will have to rely on your own. You or I look after you. Qin Tiansong's tone, too, loosened up. Lin Yu nodded, and thinking about it, it did make sense. Grandpa can't talk for himself, he can only act as a matchmaker. But if there was no such opportunity, naturally, it had nothing to do with In Shuejiao, let alone develop anything. But after that opportunity, then it's all about the play behind it. Even if it's a blind date, you don't just have to get married when you see eye to eye. So, Grandpa, how is she as a person? Lin Yu didn't know her specifics either, but Grandpa definitely knew a bit more. Other than that, I won't say much. In short, you take good care of it. By the way, for this birthday banquet, In Shuejiao will also come on behalf of her family. It's just right that you guys can get to know each other. She's coming over too? Lin Yu asked. Yes, it will come, Qin Tiansong said, raising his eyes and looking out the window, seemingly in deep thought again. I'm a little tired and need to rest for a while. Yuna, take Yu'er to his room, he commanded. Okay, Gramps. Yuna nodded slightly before walking over to Lin Yu, made a gesture of invitation. Young Lin, you're tired too. The rooms are all cleaned up now, let me take you there. She smiled and nodded at Lin Yu. Okay, then, Grandpa, get some rest. Lin Yu said and stood up, followed Yuna through the living room. After walking a dozen meters, he came to the front of a room. Chapter 81, the chef team for Grandpa's birthday banquet. Young Lin, this is your room. It's all packed up. Yuna guffawed at Lin Yu. The quilts and sheets in the room are newly changed, as are the toiletries. Lin Xiao, take a look and see if there's anything else you need. Lin Yu nodded and walked into the room. This room looks rather Spartan. It's similar to a private house in the countryside, but it's arranged in a clean and tidy manner, spotless, and it looks like it's been put to good use. And when you push open the window of your room, you can see a sea of bamboo in front of you, with the breeze blowing. Such a setting is extraordinarily refreshing. After spending so much time in the hustle and bustle of the city, a few days in this kind of environment will have just the right kind of restorative effect. It wasn't for nothing that Grandpa was able to choose this as his residence after he left the service. I don't need anything for now. I'll let you know when something comes up. Lin Yu shook his head. Then, Shaolin, if there's nothing else, I'll go down first? Yuna nodded slightly. Right. Lin Yu suddenly thought of something. What's above this back mountain? There's a sea of bamboo in the back of the hill that you can see when you push the window open. There's also a red memorial on the hill. Red memorial? Yes. There was a battle here decades ago, but the memorial isn't very big, only 2,000 square feet, so it's not very famous. Is there anything else? Lin Yu continued to ask. Other than that, it's nothing special, Yuna said. So there's no entertainment here whatsoever? Yes, so there's a study next door with lots of books. How many years have you been here? 5 years. So long? Lin Yu was thoughtful. So what made you think that you'd come here to work for Grandpa? Rural environments, even if they are nice, are not meant to be stayed in for long, especially for young people. Even Lin Yu, he was only planning to return to the city once Grandpa's birthday was over. A small stay of a few days is fine. Long years here is quite a grind, even though it's just over an hour from the city. But just that 1 hour drive makes a big difference. Takeout and delivery, they can't deliver this far. I've always looked up to heroes since I was a kid, and when I saw the recruitment and knew there was an opportunity like this, so here it is. Yuna smiled. That's it? Lin Yu felt that this reason wasn't very convincing. Can't find any other reason though. It seems a bit of a waste to use the system to check her out. Of course, the salary is also one of the more important aspects, right? Yuna was not exempt from this and continued to add, what about Dragonfly? Lin Yu thought of that other servant. Dragonfly? I don't know then. He came before me and usually doesn't talk to me about this. It feels like a weird temper. Yuna frowned. I can see that too. Lin Yu remembered that Long Fei wasn't enthusiastic about people and always had a stern face, as if he had something weighing on his mind. Young Lin, are you curious about Long Fei? Yuna asked. His temper is a bit strange. He still does things well. The old man has a good impression of him. No, I was just asking off the top of my head. Lin Yu shook his head. At this time, Yuna received a phone call. Hello? Oh, okay, I got it. Coming right up. Yuna nodded as she heard the incoming call, then hung up the phone. Lin Xiao. Hanging up the phone, she turned to Lin Yu. The team of chefs for the birthday party arrived with ingredients, so I'm going to go to the reception. A team of chefs? Lin Yu froze for a second and realized that this should have been invited for Grandpa's 90th birthday. This birthday banquet, I'm sure a lot of people will be invited. As to why it was held at the old mansion, that was naturally Grandpa's own claim. Having it at the old house seemed a little more grounded and lively, but his status was here. No matter how far away it was, others would still come, so naturally he wouldn't say anything more. Then I'll go with you for a piece, Lin Yu said. Anyway, there's nothing going on right now. Yeah, Yuna nodded. The two men walked out of the room and saw outside the courtyard a large truck parked. There were a few people standing by the truck. Hello, you must be Ms. Yu. My name is Chun Yu. Everything is ready. One of the people in the lead, seeing Yuna, hurriedly greeted him, full of respectful smiles. This is the list of information and medical reports of the chef team personnel we are accompanying this time. This is the ingredient breakdown and test report. Please have a look at it. Ms. Yu. Chen Yu handed over several pieces of paper in turn. The paper on it was stamped with a number of departmental stamps. Master Chen. This list. How come there are two names that I haven't seen when I reported last time? Yuna looked over the list and noticed something different. A frown of alarm went up. A banquet of this caliber comes with big names. Anything that makes a difference should be taken with a grain of salt. Nothing can go wrong. The expression on his face when he looked at Chun Yu was also grave. It's like this. One of the masters suddenly got sick, and I was afraid that he would affect the quality of the birthday banquet. So I replaced him. There is another person. Chapter 82, Important Guests, gathered here. What's the deal with the other guy? Yuna asked hurriedly. After all, this list was different from the previous one, so she naturally had to pay more attention to it. There's one other person that I'm worried about being understaffed this time. So, it's a temporary addition, Chen Yu explained, then shouted at the crowd behind him. Li Yu. Hey, coming. A voice fell, and a not-so-tall fat man walked out from the crowd. Looked naive and not too smart. It doesn't look like much of a problem from the outside. Hello Ms. Yu. Li Yu bowed in greeting. Chun Yu, you added someone temporarily. Why didn't you report to me in advance? Yuna's brow furrowed. Don't you know the specifications and requirements of this birthday banquet? This banquet, though held in the countryside, but the specifications are not low. The people who come are all the big names in the whole of China. Can't afford to make a half-assed mistake. Everything has to follow a strict process. Ms. Yu, being busy and forgetting. This is an oversight in our work. I'm very sorry. However, I've spoken to Officer Zhang about this matter, so you can go and verify it. Chen Yu explained. And here's the reply he signed. With that, he held out an A4 sheet of paper with a signature on it. Yuna took it and looked at it. All right, you guys move all your stuff in, Yuna said with a wave of her hand. Okay, everyone hurry up and move your stuff. Chen Yu raised his hand and greeted the team staff, and the crowd rushed to get busy. Some carried pots and pans, some carried ingredients, each busy with their own. It was a good time. There are a dozen people in the whole team. Clunk, a bang. It was the sound of an iron basin falling to the ground. The two of them, Lin Yu and Yuna, turned around, only to see that it was Li Yu who had dropped the item in his hand. Why are you being gross and nettlesome? Chen Yu cursed and went forward to pick up that iron basin. I'm sorry. Li Yu smiled in embarrassment and rushed off to work again. By the way, who are the people invited to Grandpa's birthday banquet this time? Lin Yu asked at this time. Lin Xiao, I knew you were going to ask this. Yuna looked like she knew it all along. Here is the list of invited guests. Take a look. From her dress pocket, she pulled out a list of names. Lin Yu opened this piece of paper, which still had an ethereal aroma on it. See the names at the top of the list, and the titles that follow the names. Inside Lin Yu's pupils, an earthquake ensued. Not bad for a grandpa. It's really rowdy. The guest list above covers the top bigwigs from the military, government and business sectors. Several names, even ones you see regularly in news headlines. It was no exaggeration to say that at least a third of the wave of people with the most prominent reputation in China had come. It's no exaggeration to say that it's the strongest heavenly group in China. And, above the list, there is indeed another name. It made his eyes light up. That is, Yin Shuejia. Is she really coming today? Grandpa really did not fool himself. And he came today, so it is just right to see what Yin Shuejia is really like. But looking at this list gave Lin Yu a feeling of uneasiness. Looking at Yuna again, she also looked preoccupied. I'm still a little uneasy about those 2 staff members who changed. I'll have to send someone to keep an eye on them. No, I'd better go myself. She always felt something was wrong, but couldn't quite put her finger on what it was. Just an instinctive bad feeling. By the way, who was that Officer Young you was talking about just now? Lin Yu asked. Mr. Young. Yuna paused for a moment, then continued. His name is Zheng Qiulin. He is the old master's most beloved henchman. He has been following the old master since he was 16 years old, and has been serving the old master for 30 years. How come I haven't seen him? Lin Yu wondered. Oh, Officer Zhang went to pick up a few important guests yesterday overnight, and it was the old man's personal instruction to let him go over there. Yuna replies. You were there? I was there, Yuna said. So it is. Lin Yu nodded. There's nothing going on. Let's go back to the house. Lin Xiao, then I'll go over to the kitchen first. Yuna is responsible for the logistics of the whole party, taking care of everything. The day passed quickly, and the next day, the guests were arriving. In the evening, Lin Yu had dinner with Grandpa and laid down early to sleep. It's a particularly nice place to listen to the sound of shuttling leaves outside, and also to fall asleep before 10 o'clock. In the city, for many people, nightlife is just beginning at 10 o'clock. Going to bed at 1 or 2 o'clock is not uncommon. It was rare to have such a quiet night, and Lin Yu cherished it. There was no talk all night. Early the next morning, Lin Yu was lying on his bed, in a daze of sleep, when he heard someone shouting his name outside. Little Feather, how did you return to Grandpa's house? Not even a hello. Call a few phone calls also do not answer, causing me to look around for you for half a day. Outside the yard, a car stopped and a familiar voice came. Chapter 83, A Family Reunion. Many distinguished guests arrive. Lin Yu rubbed his sleepy eyes and propped himself up on his hands to sit up from the bed, follow the sound and look out through the window. Who else could it be? It was none other than his own old mom, Qin Mu Fei. And to the left and to the right, there were 2 other big beauties. One dainty lowly dress, one fishtail long dress, imperial sister atmosphere. It was none other than Sister Lin Crispy Dream and Sister Lin Xiaowan. It was the first time that all 3 of them appeared at the same time. Lin Xiao, it's time to get up, Yuna also said sweetly. You're all here. Lin Yu put on his clothes and shoes and also happily greeted them. Brother, where have you been all this time? You didn't even take me to play. Ha! Lin Xiaowan stomped her foot. Went back to Grandma's house. You're out of sight every day. Who knows where you are? Lin Yu laughed. Lin Yu, thank you for helping me out. If it wasn't for you, I'd be in big trouble. Lin Crispy Dream looked at her brother with a smile in her eyes. What she was referring to, naturally, was the incident that made a lot of noise online last time, being falsely accused of tax evasion. Luckily the matter was quickly cleared up. The conclusions reached by the investigation were also innocent. The tide of public opinion online has not only reversed, but has sucked in more powder through this incident. Do you know how rare it is to find an honest tax-paying entertainer these days? Sis, we're all family. Why are we talking about this? Lin Yu waved his hand and said, what kind of reward do you want? Little brother, just say it. As long as it's not too much, I'll absolutely fulfill it. Lin Crispy Dream added. Then I'll have to think about it first, and I'll tell you when I've thought about it. Lin Yu cocked his head. There didn't seem to be anything he particularly wanted right now. Alright, don't all stand here. Hurry up and go see your grandpa. Qin Mu Fei laughed too. She was wearing a green and white cheongsam today, and her hair was coiled up in a noblewoman's air. Yuna, long time no see. Seeing Yuna, she greeted her as well. Hello Qin Dong. Hello Missy too. Yuna saw their family reunion. It is not good to stand by. Came over to say hello, and went down to work. The 2 sisters, Lin Crispy Dream and Lin Xiaowan, quickly went over to Grandpa's side to say hello and then came out again. This birthday banquet of Grandpa's is very important. You guys, you have to pay attention. Don't be by your own nature. Shame on our family. Even though Qin Mu Fei had seen all sorts of big scenes, an occasion like today had to be taken seriously. The people who came, it was one identity after another. If the hospitality is not good, it will have a big impact. Got it, Mom, Lin Xiaowan muttered. You said it several times on the way. And you say that you're the one I'm most afraid of. Crazy girl. Qin Mu Fei had no idea what to do with her youngest daughter. It doesn't matter if you go a little crazy during the week. No outsiders know about it anyway. Today's occasion, that can no longer lose their family's image. By the way, is father coming this time? Lin Yu thought of his father, Lin Zhendong, who had gone on a mission to the southwest. He said he'd be back, but he'll be a little late. Qin Mu Fei glanced at Lin Yu. Little Yu, you have a heart. Alright, let's go out and look around. The environment here is nice. I want to go take pictures, Lin Xiaowan said. What a moment of silence. One also pulled the arms of her sister Lin Crispy Dream and Lin Yu on one side. It just so happens that both of you are coming with me, he said, and glanced at Qin Mufei. Mom, can we go? Then you guys go. Qin Mufei had just nodded her head when a voice rang out from outside. A guest has arrived. I'm going out to stay with the guests, so don't go too far out and come back early. She, as her grandfather's daughter, naturally took on the burden of hosting guests on this occasion. Hello. The three siblings then trotted along, and before long, they were on the hill behind the house. It was a small mountain, not very high. By the time you get to Grandpa's front door, the vertical height is only about 40 or 50 meters higher, but the view is very good. It's also considered a high point in the neighborhood, with an unobstructed view of the surrounding area. There is also a small watchtower on the hill, 2 stories high, so you can stand up there and not have your view blocked by the trees on the hill. From this angle, you can easily see a good portion of Grandpa's yard, and outside the yard coming in 3 directions. All can be seen clearly. At this time on the road outside, there were already several vehicles with military license plates, which were from the military community. A couple of coffee-colored costers, which are political. There were also a couple of Rolls-Royce Bugatti-type luxury cars, no doubt from the business world. It all looks very powerful. Grandpa's birthday is a big row. Lin Xiaowan held her cheeks, seeing such a big scene for the first time. What day would be my birthday? Halfway through her words, she looked into the crowd and suddenly eeped, her words winding down. Wanda, what did you see? Lin Crispy Dream was holding up her cell phone and snapping pictures when she turned around and asked. Saw a disgusting person. I don't even want to talk about it. A look of disgust passed over her face. Chapter 84, Sister. This loss can't be taken in vain. Sis, look, that guy. A hint of displeasure appeared on Lin Xiaowan's face. That's how she is. No city in her heart. What she likes and doesn't like is shown directly on her face. Is he? Lin Crispy Dream followed the direction her sister's finger was pointing. Seeing a person getting out of a red flag car, his eyebrows were also slightly furrowed. Lin Yu was at the side, seeing the sisters look like this, doubtful, looking again at the young man. He was about 30 years old, tall, with an air of nobility about him. The aura is inaccessible, obviously coming from a good place. Only, one didn't know him. He is? Lin Yu asked curiously. Poof. Lin Xiaowan didn't seem to want to bring up this person. Instead she twisted her head and headed behind the mountain. Grandpa's birthday banquet. Why did you invite him here as well? It seems like his father was invited to the birthday banquet, so he should have followed along to rub it in. Lin Crispy Dream said. Where can't you eat? Do you have to run here to eat? The look of disgust on Lin Xiaowan's face became even more obvious. If I had known, I wouldn't have come to Grandpa's birthday banquet. No, what the hell are you guys talking about? Why can't I understand a word of it? Lin Yu snapped. Whatever it is, as a family, you have a right, yourself, to know what's going on in this case. Hey, little feather. Lin Crispy Dream glanced at her sister, then sighed. That person just now, his name is He Xinxian. Sister introduced. His father, is the #1 person in the capital war zone? He Gue Hong. The capital war zone? Lin Yu's eyes suddenly widened. He had naturally heard of this information. Of the several major war zones, of course, the capital war zone had to be the most powerful and of a higher level. It's also quite understandable. Just like in ancient times, the rank of the Imperial Guards was always higher than the Border Guards, and the commander of the Imperial Guards often had to be the person the Emperor trusted the most to serve, or someone unanimously elected by the royal family. Therefore, the capital war zone was the top of the major war zones. Even a father is nominally 1 level lower in front of He Guihong, and in terms of actual resource allocation, that's quite a bit worse. The capital war zone was equipped with the latest weapons, and many of the weapons in the other war zones were versions from 10 years ago or even earlier. That's the difference. It could be said that among the guests who came to Grandpa's birthday banquet today, the military was the highest in rank. The He family's father and son came just like that. Why is my sister reacting so strongly? Lin Yu glanced at Lin Xiaowan. That's where the problem lies. Lin Crispy Dream also felt some headaches. This He Xinxian likes Xiaowan, but Xiaowan doesn't like him. He also keeps pestering. And once even. Sis, you're not allowed to say that. He Xiaowan suddenly said. I must say. What happened once? Lin Yu had to toughen his tone. Once, Lin Siming looked at her sister. He Xinxian shouted her out, wanted to misbehave with her, and moved his hand. Fortunately I saw it. Didn't you tell father about this? When Lin Yu heard this, he instantly realized what was going on. I've thought about it, but it's useless to say it. Lin Crispy Dream sighed. Why do you think father was sent to the southwest this time? It's not because of the conflict with He Guihong. If the conflict is intensified because of this matter, It's inevitable that father will be put in small shoes. Although father is also a war zone commander, he has no say at all up there. How can he compare to He Guihong and his family? And the He family also sent someone to say that the sister did not suffer any harm. That is, his arm was yanked by him, the sleeve torn a little. Someone came out to mediate. This matter can only be unsettled. How can this be? Lin Yu felt his blood rising. Does attempted mean nothing happened? Luckily you saw it. What if you didn't? His sentence made Lin Crispy Dream not know what to say. She also knew that it was wrong. But the truth was cruel. The position of the Yi family was so deeply rooted that their family couldn't shake it. There's nothing she can do. But looking at her brother's expression like this, she was also a bit worried. Little feather. You mustn't do anything stupid. Xiao Wan. Lin Yu walked to his sister's front. Don't worry. This matter, brother will definitely make He Xinxing pay. Brother? You? Lin Xiaowan looked up at Lin Yu. Brother? It's been a long time since this happened. And there's nothing wrong with me. I just don't want to see him again. She also knew the status of the Yi family and didn't want Lin Yu to touch this mold. Invoking the Yi family would not be beneficial to their entire family. Anyway, in this case, I'm in charge. Lin Yu's eyes could not be refused. Not only is the sister, this loss can't be taken in vain. This includes my father's conflict with the Ho family. Although I don't know what it is, but he was sure that the fault would not be on his father's side. Father shouldn't go around on missions like a pawn, and it's not fair that He Guihong can sit back and reap the benefits. At this moment, in Lin Xiaowan's heart, a fire was suddenly lit, and for a moment, she also gathered enough courage and nodded her head vigorously. Then let's go back quickly, Lin Yu said. Mrs. Lin, it's been a long time, is getting more and more charming. At this point, He Guihong, father and son, were exchanging pleasantries with Qin Mufei, which is not. It's been old for a long time, Qin Mufei said politely. By the way, Auntie Qin, how come I haven't seen your little daughter? Lin Xiaowan? He Xin rode in the crowd and looked around for half a day, but he didn't see the figure. Why? Is Mr. He here today, looking for his youngest daughter? Qin Mufei smiled faintly too. She didn't realize that her daughter had a previous connection with the He family. Of course Mrs. Lin, my canine son has been in love with Xiao Wan for a long time. He Guihong smiled. Maybe, it won't be long before we are family. Commander, he is joking. Who outside doesn't know that Yin Shuejiao is your family's hand-picked daughter-in-law? Don't make fun of your daughter-in-law. Although Qin Mufei is not a member of the military, her husband Lin Jindong does not like to gossip, but she had her own way of getting such news. Besides, she didn't think much of He Xinxian, and instinctively felt that he was too moralistic. If he were to become a son-in-law, he would not be able to accept it himself. This is the subconscious instinctive reaction of the heart. Yin Shuejiao? He Guihong smiled somewhat awkwardly. You misunderstood. That's because we had the intention and people had no intention. We weren't even thinking in that direction. Your family, then, had better really think so. As soon as his words fell, a cold voice rang out from behind. Chapter 85, Lin Yu and Yin Shuejiao's first meeting. Yin Shuejiao? He Xinxian heard the voice and turned back. A woman in a military uniform was seen walking in. She's 170 tall, and she stands tall and valiant. The looks were outstanding. Wheat-colored skin, healthy and English. Most importantly, that majestic aura of hers was also very powerful. This aura even overshadowed He Guihong, who was the leader of the capital city's war zone. He Xinxian also subconsciously took half a step backward. Yin Shuejiao ignored He Xinxian and directly brushed past him, walking over to Qin Mufei. Hello Aunt Qin. My father couldn't be here in person so he asked me to attend in his place. Is everything alright with the old man? All good, all good. Shuejiao has a heart. Qin Mufei hurriedly said. Your father is so busy. He must take care of his health. Thank you Aunt Qin for your concern, Yin Shuejiao said, handing over the accompanying gift she had brought, a small token of appreciation. Please accept it on Aunt Qin's behalf. Qin Mufei didn't dare to excuse herself and hurriedly let Yuna take the gift. Niece Shuejiao, long time no see. You've become a big girl. He Guihong laughed sardonically from the sidelines. In his heart, he was also scornful of Yin Shuejiao. Uncle he. Yin Shuejiao resumed her expressionless face. Your family and I are just ordinary comrades in arms and colleagues, and I also ask Uncle he not to spread some untrue news outside. Her voice wasn't too loud, but just loud enough for everyone around her to hear. Qin Mufei was also listening out from the sidelines. All that information you heard about yourself turned out to be wrong at the source? Rumors like that sometimes become true when they are spread too much. At that time, Yin Shuejiao might really be riding the tiger. So many people are present today, all important people from all walks of life, and saying so happens to clarify it as well. This girl, she's quite intelligent. Don't know her either. A thought just rising in her mind, scared her so much that she immediately stopped it. How could Little Feather manage such a daughter-in-law? It would be strange if he didn't get eaten. Ni Shuejiao, see what you said. We wouldn't dare. Higuehong didn't expect that Yin Shuejiao was not giving any face at all, which made him feel a little embarrassed. A 50-something-year-old warzone leader, being lectured by a girl in her early 20s. Who wouldn't be ashamed to watch that? Uncle I'm just reminding. Sometime. I still have to go to your place to test the new weapon. Yin Shuejiao said. That's of course. You can come anytime. Higuehong gave the green light. Xinxian was on the sidelines, but he was not happy. The thing he was most proud of was his father's identity. However, today, his father was in front of Yin Shuejiao. There was no face at all, which made him have to be a little upset in his heart. What's the big deal? They all rely on their dads, who is nobler than anyone else. This complaint of his happened to be heard by Yin Shuejiao, who was about to leave. Mr. He, what did you say? She tried to suppress her temper. You know your own life well. You know better what you have accomplished. The only reason she fought so hard was because she didn't want people to say that about her. That's why she's repulsed by those who come at her for the identity behind her. Both good and bad. Yin Shuejiao. I don't think I'm wrong. Xinxian also tilted his head. To put it bluntly, we're all the same. Why do we have to be on our ends? I'm like you? Yin Shuejiao laughed in exasperation. I trained in the sand for 10 hours a day, ate pot luck, and lived in a 6-person dormitory. I won first place in 5 categories: shooting, cross-country, airborne, reconnaissance, and fighting, in the all-army grand competition. And I won it for real. And you, Duke He? What do you do every day that you don't know yourself? A few short sentences made Xinxian even more speechless. Shunsangumi, cut the crap, Higuehong said from the sidelines. His own son, he knows himself. He was really making a bit of a fool of himself by provoking Yin Shuejiao. Excellent point. A few claps went up. The He family's father and son twisted their heads and saw a man and 2 women walking in from outside. The person who applauded was none other than Lin Yu. Xinxian's eyes lit up for a moment when he saw Lin Shaoan amongst the several people, and then he felt a little annoyed at Lin Yu's applause. Who are you? Introduce yourself. My name is Lin Yu. Oh, you're Lin Yu? Xinxian had also heard something about Lin Yu's identity. There have long been rumors in Jiangcheng that Lin Zhendong has found his long-lost son. The incident was so bizarre that it was still heard as a segment at first. I didn't realize it was true. On the side, Yin Shuejiao, seeing that the man in front of her called himself Lin Yu, was a little shaken for a moment, although he himself was uninterested in the affairs of children. This Lin Yu was too handsome. She wasn't a face reader, and she couldn't even help but look at it a few more times. Moreover, he, too, had a very peculiar aura about him that made himself look at him a few more times. And, in her memory, she recalled something. He said that he had been engaged in a marriage with a descendant of his late husband. That deceased person is Master Qin. The only boy in his offspring is this Lin Yu. Only, she had always treated the matter as a joke and had not taken it to heart. After all, how many years ago was a phrase that was probably just a joke? There are no credentials either, and no one is talking about it as a serious matter, so it'll have to be treated as a joke. But, a thought flashed through her mind. If, back then, this matter, there are traces of it, then Lin Yu and his own betrothal. I do not know what mood it sounds like. She hadn't been in a relationship. It just felt. It didn't sound as repulsive to herself as it did to Xinxian. That's right. It's me. Lin Yu smiled. This is my sister Lin Crispy Dream, and my younger sister Lin Shaoan. You should all recognize them. Xinxian smiled sarcastically. Lin Yu, we are meeting for the first time today, aren't we? That's right. Lin Yu nodded. Then I don't, have any disputes with you? Do I? Xinxian asked again. There really isn't any conflict between you and me personally. Lin Yu nodded again. So what were you up in arms about? Xinxian was told off by Yin Shuejiao, and originally had a belly full of fire with no place to spread it. Now that he saw Lin Yu bumping into his gun, of course he wouldn't let go. It wasn't like he wasn't afraid of Lin Yu. After all, his old man had to listen to his father as well. What do you mean? Up in arms? Lin Yu smiled faintly. People are just stating a fact. Does that count? You. Xinxian pointed at Lin Yu. There are many people here today, so I'll give the old man a face and don't want to bother with you. He just wanted to get the hell out of the situation where he was being targeted. However, Lin Yu didn't seem to have any intention of letting him go. Chapter 86, Apologize. Apologize to my sister. Also, Lin Yu, you have to get it right. Your father's rank is much lower than my father's. Let's come. Don't give a damn. Xinxian was still weak in the end, and immediately moved out of his dad's identity. trying to make Lin Yu know better and not make things difficult for him. He also knew in his heart that although he didn't dare to offend Yin Xuejia, however, this Lin Yu, he had nothing to fear. The biggest official position in their family right now is lower than their own dad. Although elder Qin Tiansong was a historical meritocracy, and his residual power was still present, but after all, he was not in active service. A reputation, but no real rights anymore. What's the matter, Duke He? You've done something wrong and don't admit it, and you still want to take out your family's background to oppress people? At this time, Lin Yu's voice suddenly rose an octave higher. Yes, he did it on purpose, because the rest of his vision swept that He Guihong was walking this way. When he went out with this voice, He Guihong really heard him. It was supposed to say hello to someone. Seeing his son getting into an argument with a young man, he hurriedly reversed his direction and walked over. What happened, Shinsengumi? He Guihong was tall and spoke in a neutral voice. Then he looked at Lin Yu. And this is? My name is Lin Yu. He smiled faintly. You're Lin Yu. He Guihong quickly reacted, and with his arms outstretched, he gave him a bear hug. Elder Qin's grandson really is a talented man. Your father and I have been comrades in arms for many years. In terms of seniority, you have to call me Uncle He. The human interest piece is very well taken. Up comes a burst of catch-up output. Yeah, Uncle Ho. Lin Yu nodded. I've also always seen your glorious deeds in the newspapers and on television, and I'm honored to see them today. The main one is a courtesy. He Guihong is He Guihong, and He Xinqing is He Xinqing. The two men were father and son, but they were still one size fits all. The platitudes that should be given, that still has to be in place. By the way, just now you said that my son did something wrong. Did he impinge on you? If so, I'll apologize on my son's behalf and make sure to discipline him properly, He Guihong said, still frowning, somewhat dissatisfied, glaring at his son. Only his heart knew how much trouble this son had gotten himself into privately. At this rate, it's only a matter of time before a big mine explodes. He's beaten and talked and punished, but to no avail. My son won't be able to collect himself for 3 days before he gets into trouble again. I don't know how many messes I've cleaned up for him. Even with his status on the line, that's a lot of good words for people. How much face he earns out there, and how much he turns around and loses by his son. Sometimes when you think about it, you really should just start a trumpet. Of course, his mom would never agree. This is where He Guihong is helpless underneath his infinite splendor. Uncle He, in the end, this matter is your son's business. It's not appropriate for you to apologize. I can't afford it either. Lin Yu smiled. Then can it be later? I'll take him to apologize to you. He Guihong smiled somewhat sardonically. Consider it, you're giving Uncle He a face. Apologizing means going public. Apologizing privately isn't the same as not saying anything. Lin Yu shook his head. The crowd on the side, seeing this scene, all took a deep breath. He's really outspoken. Especially Yin Xuejia. She's been in the military since she was 16. Several years now. He Guihong that was also someone who had dealt with him a lot. She knew his aura and violent temper without anger. With 300,000 men in charge of Kyoto under his command, there's no one who isn't afraid of him. Everywhere you go, you carry a powerful aura of majesty. However, Lin Yu was, in the end, only a teenager in his early 20s who had just left school not long ago. In his presence, the aura was surprisingly unimpressive. That kind of bottom line and confidence is something you've never seen in yourself before. This really made her unable to help herself and look at Lin Yu a few more times. There was something very special about the ones that made her look at them more than once. She realized that Lin Yu, this person, was really different from what she had imagined. Most of the second and third generation guys, they can't get into their own eyes. And for Lin Yu, the first impression was good. I just don't know. He and the He family, what had happened before? As for having to argue on such an important occasion as today, split the difference between a winner and a loser. A lot of people could be looking this way. Isn't this making the He family lose face in front of everyone? So what do you want? What did I do to apologize to you? He Xinqian couldn't hang on to his face and finally couldn't help himself. His furious sentence made so much noise that Yin Xuejiao's eardrums rattled and she instinctively took 2 steps away from him. You should know yourself what you did. Also, you're not apologizing to me, but to my sister, Lin Xiaoan. Still speaking with a calm expression, Lin Yu held his sister's shoulders and brought her to his feet. My sister is here right now. You give my sister a serious apology in front of everyone, and this matter will pass and not be pursued. In a flat tone, Lin Yu continued. Chapter 87, you really can't change your ways. Apologize to her? When he saw Lin Xiaoan in front of him, He Xinqing's heart, too, instantly understood what was going on. Thinking back to his previous history of pestering her and pulling at her, it's just a shame it didn't work out. No wonder, this Lin Yu was looking for trouble with himself. The reason for the incident turned out to be here. What do I need to apologize for? A boyfriend/girlfriend relationship? Not even? He Xinxian said with a stiff upper lip. Bah! Who's boyfriend and girlfriend with you? Lin Xiaowan was furious. Do I know you? How in the world can there be such shameless people? He Xinxian. You are at least a descendant of a general's family. How dare you do something you don't dare to do? Lin Crispy Dream couldn't help but stand up for her sister as well. Usually you can't touch him, but this time you can't just let him get away with it. If you don't step up, you're not doing a good job as a sister. Shinjio, what's going on? What did you do to Lin Xiaowan? He Guihong also realized the seriousness of the problem. In his impression, these children of the Lin family were all knowledgeable and sensible. One does not pester one's son for unfounded things. Moreover, Yin Shuejiao and the other important guests could all still be present now. If this matter is not handled well, it's not just a matter of family scandal. I'm afraid there will be greater repercussions. The scrutiny in all areas is intense when you want to go further yourself. Little one, if there's anything, you can just say it. Uncle He, I will definitely treat it impartially and never show favoritism. He Guihong patted his chest and assured him. Lin Xiaowan didn't say anything and twisted her face to the side, seemingly angry. Uncle He, my sister is thin-skinned, so it's better if I say it for her. Lin Yu took a step forward. Actually, this has been going on for a while, and I've only just found out about it. But I hear that your son is not half repentant, so I'll just have to take the heat for my sister. Then, Lin Yu then told He Guihong what he knew. Originally, there was no adding more than half a word. He Guihong heard what Lin Yu said, the conciliatory face that had just begun to turn blue. He grimaced and turned to He Xinxian. You heard that, didn't you? Dad, listen to me. He was still trying to weasel his way out of it. He Guihong suddenly reached out and kicked him right in the knee. Being all too familiar with my son, when he utters this mantra, it means it's time to start weaseling. What's the point of listening to sophistry? He grimaced in pain and was half on his knees. This movement quickly attracted more important people. They have come over to be persuaded. Commander He, how is this lecturing your son in front of everyone? Yes, whatever it is, have regard for your son's face. It's still the old leader's birthday banquet today, so it's not too late to deal with anything at home. The people who came to speak, those were the ones who spoke before him. Rebellious son, what more face is there to be gained by doing something that corrupts the family like this? He Guihong's face turned blue. Another hard kick to the son. Half a lifetime of military service himself. All iron blood. How much honor he has earned. How did you raise such a lousy piece of? He Xinxian knew that his father was really angry. Kneeling on the ground, he also did not dare to utter a single breath. The atmosphere of the scene was, for a while, subtle. Everyone saw that He Guihong was really angry, and they all had the good sense to shut their mouths. Yin Shuejiao watched He Xinxian get reprimanded, and her heart was also very flattered. This He Xinxian, there really isn't a kick in the pants for nothing. That's a lot of nerve. If you don't get it right early, you're going to be in big trouble sooner or later. I ask you, do you know you're wrong? He Guihong asked his son. Wrong. 2 words came out of He Xinxian's mouth. Everyone, don't stand around. Come inside and have some tea. Hey, why is Shinjio kneeling on the ground? At this time, Mother Qin Mufei's voice came over. She came to greet the guests. Seeing the situation at the scene, she didn't understand what was going on for a while. Mrs. Lin, He Guihong walked up to Qin Mufei. My son was rude to your family and I am teaching him a good lesson. He said politely. He Commander, you're overstating it. There are many people here. What's it like to kneel? It's better to let him get up in a hurry. Qin Mufei didn't know what was going on, but now was the time to come up with the host family's pattern. Kneeling at a birthday party? They don't do that here either. Is it to send the old man away? There was also something unpleasant in her mind. Why don't you thank your Auntie Qin? Seeing that someone finally gave a step, He Guihong hurriedly kicked his son. He Xinxian gritted his teeth and stood up. Thank you, Auntie Qin. How dare you next time? He Guihong asked. Receiving no response, he asked again, his voice rising a few notches. How dare you next time? Don't dare. He Xinxian's eyes were red and he squeezed out 3 words in a single word. It seems that this is not knowing the error of his ways, and he will dare next time. Looking at his expression, Lin Yu quickly came to a conclusion. Just ask, can a dog change to eat? It's really a big joke. Chapter 88. Marry me. Have you lost money? However, it was possible to make He Xinxian make a fool of himself in front of so many people. It's kind of a breath of fresh air. Looking at her sister's expression again, she watched as He Xinxian's face relaxed as she lost face. Ni Xiaowan, no matter what, my son did do something wrong. You see, I also taught him a lesson. Can this matter be? He Guihong walked up to Lin Xiaowan. It was also said politely. Since Uncle He said so. This matter, I won't pursue it. Such a great commander, personally speaking in favor of his son. It was already very respectful, and Lin Xiaowan was not an unreasonable person. Give a step down naturally. Adverse son, get your ass back in the car. You're a disgrace. He Guihong told his son to leave the scene. Other people are also persuading the clouds on the sidelines. An interlude. And that was the end of it. Lin Yu though, felt that teaching He Xinxian a lesson just like that without any pain was really not much of a wake-up call. Although he would not dare to pull the wool over his sister's eyes in the future, he would still be true to his heart for those girls from the commoner's house. However, today's birthday dinner was important to Grandpa for their family. Soon, the first meal of Grandpa's birthday banquet is starting to be organized. As is customary, the first meal is not the main meal and is relatively simple. So, only 80% of the guests have arrived, and there are still some who have not arrived, including Father Lin Jindong, who is still on his way back. But the scene was packed with guests. All the bigwigs from all sides came pretty much, and there was enough buzz to go around. Yuna and Long Fei, as well as the team of chefs they had hired, were busy. Lin Yu, a few people, sat at a table with Yin Shuejiao and a few young people. It just so happened that they were of similar age and neither of them drank, and sharing the same table, they would have more in common. The seats were lively. Yin Shuejiao sat directly opposite Lin Yu. He found that this girl, between her eyebrows, was valiant, giving a sense of respect and an overwhelming desire to conquer. Very contradictory. And she's here on behalf of her righteous father. I was supposed to sit at the top table, but I sat at this table anyway. Even so, there were quite a few people, who crossed a few tables and came over here to clink glasses with Yin Shuejiao. Mix it up. This is the Zhenghua. No matter what level you get to, it's still the same human condition. Lin Yu had a natural disdain for such scenes. A cold snort escaped his nose as well. This cold snort happened to be heard by Yin Shuejiao. She twisted her head to look at Lin Yu, but didn't say anything. A meal is finished. Lin Crispy Dream and Lin Xiaowan ran into a few of the sons and daughters who used to grow up together in the compound, so they made a date to go play together. Lin Yu didn't grow up in a compound, so he didn't participate in the after-dinner activities. Instead, he was alone, eliminating food while walking to the back of Grandpa's house. The bamboo forest on the hill behind is dense and the breeze is refreshing. Hey, Lin Yu. At that moment, a voice came from behind. He turned around, only to see Yin Shuejiao standing in front of him. Something wrong? Lin Yu smiled, looking at this future wife who has been fingered for a long time in the old days. There's something different about the heart. What did you mean when you were in the gallery just now? Humming that? You heard me? Of course, why else would I ask you? It's nothing. I just don't like the way those people fawn. It turns out that a lot of important people who seem to be unsmiling can have that side to them, and it's really something to behold. The ones from the military are a little better. Those few businessmen and entrepreneurs who make military supplies, that posture is even lower. You think I like it? Yin Shuejiao was also a bit bitter about her status. They weren't after me either. That's why I like to run to the training ground when I'm not doing anything, and I avoid a lot of people there when it's not a good environment. Lin Yu nodded. It's quite good. Yin Shuejiao couldn't help but look at him. The guy, who seemed to be nonchalant about her, was a breath of fresh air. By the way, just now you taught He Xinxian a lesson. I think you did a good job. Her impression of He Xinxian had never been good either. He also tried to pursue himself before and started pestering after he was unsuccessful. It's also underwhelming. It was a painful thing to see him suffer today. I'm just doing what I should do for my sister. Lin Yu smiled. However, since you are the son of Commander Lin, why have I never seen you before? Yin Shuejiao threw out her question. Because I only just got back. It's normal that you haven't seen me before. Lin Yu wasn't in a good position to explain to her any systems, any theories about modifying genealogies, but there is still a connection between you and me. What? Yin Shuejiao seemed to realize what he was trying to say. Lin Yu took out the letter. It was handed to Yin Shuejiao. Look at this. Our marriage was appointed before we were even born. Ha ha. Yin Shuejiao opened the yellowed and somewhat worn letter. The stretched brows, too, slowly furrowed. She had heard long ago that her own ancestors arranged for such a thing. It's just been half-hearted because I haven't seen it. Today I saw the letter in person, enough to be in a history museum, and it still made waves inside. What do you think? Yin Shuejiao asked without moving. Having been a loner for so long, she doesn't show her emotions easily. In this day and age, it's natural for two lovers to be in love. This kind of finger marriage, the form is greater than the meaning. We're not writing a novel here. Lin Yu laughed and said, that's what I thought. Yin Shuejiao smiled at him. Being friends is pretty good. Ha ha ha. Lin Yu laughed again. Then I'm not stressed. Why? To hear you tell it. If you marry me, Are you still losing money? Yin Shuejia couldn't help but ask. That's not true, it's just, I'm afraid I can't beat you. Lin Yu flirted. After all, you're good, you're number 1 in 5, and being your husband should be a lot of pressure. Yin Shuejia couldn't help but spit in her heart. So you've memorized everything I said. She was tempted to say that she had a very feminine side too, but wouldn't that make you look weak and lose for a while first? No way. There's no man that I've ever been able to get to take the first step of my own accord. Let's go around the front, near the old man's house. It's a nice setting, Yin Shuejia said, walking through a bamboo forest on her own, came to the other side of the mountain. Lin Yu, look, what's that? Her tone, suddenly, was visibly nervous. Chapter 89 Foreign Mercenaries. Who are they after? What happened? Lin Yu heard the tension in Yin Shuejiao's tone, also took 3 steps and hurriedly leaned that way. Then, he followed the line of sight forward. Only a black SUV was parked at the foot of the hill. Several hooded and masked men were climbing this way. This small hill wasn't steep to begin with, and even for a regular person, climbing up the edge would be easy. Moreover, Lin Yu was able to see clearly. The men, not only were their movements well trained, but also, they seemed to be carrying hot weapons. This thing, it's big. Lin Yu and Yin Shuejia, the two of them looked at each other. After exchanging glances, they confirmed that the men were coming from a bad place. There's no need to sneak around the backcountry if you're the one who got the invite. If it was an escort brought by any commander, it wouldn't have traveled this far, much less climb a mountain in such a way. So, there's only one possibility. They're either coming for someone or they're doing damage. In short, it definitely won't be good. Yin Shuejiao's entire body tensed up at this time, entering combat readiness. However, she was not carrying any weapons on her person. Lin Yu picked up his cell phone, ready to send a message to his family, reminding all of them to pay attention. Yin Shuejiao suddenly reached out her hand and pulled him hard. Lin Yu, be careful. He just lowered his head. There was a whoosh. There was the sound of air being scratched overhead. A branch overhead, crackling with bullets, fell slowly to the ground, battered and shattered leaves. The gun, surprisingly, has a silencer. They found us, Yin Shuejiao said to Lin Yu. There was some worry in her eyes at this point. If she was alone, these few people across the street could still be dealt with. However, she was worried about Lin Yu. He's just a regular guy, after all, in the face of real bullets, let alone being able to do anything to help. I'm lucky if I don't pass out from fear. This bamboo forest also has drainage ditches that are just perfect for blocking their view. We might as well do this. After observing the surrounding terrain, Lin Yu used his hands to gesture his next countermeasures. As Yin Shuejiao looked at the plan that Lin Yu had spoken out, she couldn't help but slowly widen her eyes. Originally, she was prepared to retort to him at any time. It's not. This tactic, this clear logic, this calm expression. How does it look like a college student in his early 20s, just recently graduated? To say that Lin Yu was a battle-hardened soldier king, she believed it. But how is that possible? How can someone who hasn't had any training, much less a real battle, come up with a tactical setup that would amaze even himself? There's no better way to do it than to carry out what he says. Are you ready? Lin Yu took a deep breath and gently said to Yin Shuejia. Yin Shuejia nodded. Then later, I'll move first. Then you move. Lin Yu finished, then lowered his head, his ear pressed against the edge of the gutter. Listen to the footsteps of the other 4. These 4 stand in a diamond formation, advance in parallel. Between each one, there's about 3 meters. The closest person to us is 5 meters away. Yin Shuejia couldn't help but twist her head to look at Lin Yu. Really? Listening to voices, she can too, but you can't hear it so fine. Even how many meters are so precise? When Lin Yu said that, it was basically like drawing a map out, with a soldier king level stance. As long as he grasped the opponent's traveling pattern, even a disadvantage could be quickly transformed into a victory. What? Don't believe me? Lin Yu smiled faintly. The guy at the front, he's just over 2 meters away, 2 steps at the latest, and we'll have to make a move. After Lin Yu said this, he suddenly took off his shoes and threw them in the side direction. Bang! The shoe was hit by a bullet from one of them. At the same time, it attracted the attention of several other people. Here comes the window. There's only a few seconds left. At this time, Yin Shuejiao made a fish leap and jumped out of the ditch. And in the process, she put down the one who was in charge. The man couldn't react and the gun was snatched by Yin Shuejiao. He struggled and rolled desperately. Yet the strength of that arm, immense, and the fierce resistance became more and more suffocating, and the resistance less and less. A couple of men in the back, noticing someone rushing out, turned their guns on them and realized they couldn't get a lock on the target. When Yin Shuejiao was finally exposed to their guns, she was about to pull the trigger and shoot. Suddenly, a powerful impact came from the side. Several people were held back by the force of the impact, and the worst of them, one of them, was knocked out of his eyes. Before he could react, there were two poofs. His gun, at some point, had reached the other man's hand. The rifle, fitted with a silencer, fired 2 rounds and the 2 men behind him fell in response. Then when he reacted, he realized that a man in his 20s had stepped on his back. "Who sent you?" Lin Yu asked coldly. 4 men were taken out in just half a minute. 3 of them. Now they have the absolute advantage. After Yin Shuejiao also confirmed that the scene was safe, she quickly leaned over to Lin Yu's side. Well, the man didn't say a word. A whimper escaped his lips. No good. Yin Shuejiao hurriedly squatted down to check. Unmasked the man. A white-skinned, blue-eyed face came into view. Foreigners? Lin Yu and Yin Shuejiao looked at each other. It would be impossible to find this place without someone cooperating and sending the coordinates. Who are they really after? Now that the man has swallowed a razor blade and killed himself, there's no way to track down why. A further rummage through the pockets of the clothes they were wearing left no useful information. This is something that we have to hurry back and tell them. It's too dangerous. Yin Shuejiao realized that too many important people had come to Elder Qin's birthday banquet. There can be no surprises for each and every one of them. Lin Yu nodded and sent a message in the clan group. Something's happened in the back of the mountain. After sending the message, the 2 men prepared to go down the hill. Right. Yin Shuejiao couldn't help but look at Lin Yu a few more times. Did you just? That's right. Lin Yu's analyzing ability, his ability to act, and his ability to shoot just now were all excellent. Doesn't seem like something someone who's never trained before could show. So, how did he get hold of this? In Yin Shuejiao's heart, she couldn't help but have all sorts of doubts rising up. The curiosity towards Lin Yu was also growing stronger. I'll talk to you later. Right now the most important thing is to bring the message back. Soon. Inside Qin Tiansong's courtyard, everyone knew what happened on the back mountain. The scene was also quickly cordoned off. Long Fei took a few people and went to the back of the mountain to clean up the scene. The footsteps were hurried and grim. This attack is kind of the only one of its kind in years. Previously, although also in the daily patrol, the inventory found some suspicious circumstances, but the situation hasn't even been as backbreaking as it is today. What's the occasion today? I can't believe there was such a big lapse in security. It was almost a disaster. Chapter 90. Leave it to me. Hacker girl reappears. Who dares to make things happen on an occasion like today? This matter must be investigated to the end. When I find out, I will definitely not condone it. He Guihong heavily slapped the table, his face turning blue. Regardless of whether these people are rushing at me or not, it's my responsibility to spoil everyone's fun. Qin Tiansong said with a great deal of resentment. Old master, it's better to wait for the investigation before saying anything. Regardless of who it's directed at, you are also a victim, the Northwest War Region commander said. Everyone, after such an incident, the birthday banquet has to be suspended for safety reasons. Qin Mufei expressed her apologies. Master, don't worry, He Guihong patted his chest. I'll go back here and look for the relevant departments, investigate the matter together, and also give everyone an answer. Commander He, this matter, it's a matter of great importance. It's better not to spread the news out. It'll have a bad impact. Qin Tiansong instructed as he grabbed his hand. Please rest assured. Old master, He Guihong nodded. I'll emphasize with everyone attending today to ensure that the news won't leak out. The lively scene of the birthday banquet was instantly tainted by the knowledge of the attack in the back of the mountain. The people in the military community are fine. They're all pissed off. There was an attack by white-skinned unknowns on their own turf. And this was something that definitely couldn't go away like that. But the wave of people in the business community are scared to death. The ones who find all sorts of excuses and slip away the fastest are also them. Although the birthday celebration is important, but the life is the most important. This account is still clear. The people on the scene dispersed one after another, and the bustle of a moment ago turned into a silence. Lin Yu looked around and saw that only a few people from his own family were left. Yin Shuejiao didn't go either. At this time, Long Fei brought a few people and returned to the courtyard. All taken care of? Qin Mufei asked. It's been taken care of. Dragonfly nodded. I was at the scene and found this. He handed over a badge. Lin Yu took the badge. About the size of a drink bottle cap. It was etched with drawings of forests, rivers, snow-capped mountains, and the shape of an eagle. It doesn't look like a badge any regular organization could use. Shawan, you have the best information. Can you find out what this badge means? Lin Yu turned his head and asked his sister. Leave it to me. Lin Shawan nodded, and from her own carry-on backpack, she took out the miniature computer. After scanning the badge into the computer, she flipped her hands and fingers, typing in line after line of commands and opening webpage after webpage. The crowd watched the genius hacker in action. As time passed by, Lin Yu actually saw a look of anxiety on his sister's face. Seems a little tricky. Found it! Lin Xiaowan shouted at this time. Lin Yu and Yin Xuejia. The two of them came together and accidentally bumped their heads together, but they couldn't care less about that. The line of sight was all focused on the information on Lin Xiaowan's computer. Brother, I found it on a dark net with the exact same pattern as this badge. My sister pointed to the information displayed on the computer. Lin Yu fixed his eyes on the past. The badge, it turns out, belongs to a mercenary organization. The name is Takiban. This mercenary organization specializes in recruiting stragglers from various countries to do the dirty work that is inconvenient for the officials. Assassinate dignitaries, blow up some bridges and tunnels, or join some regional conflict. A lot of dirty work, so to speak, was done by them. It was just that this organization, for the first time, was so close to them. I also found out an entry message. Lin Xiaowan had gotten through the initial anxiety, and after she had an eyebrow, she was getting more and more comfortable. Exactly 4 people entered the country in 3 groups, with specific information at Wanda. She was about to say more when Qin Mufei became a bit upset. Just know who did it. Leave the rest to Commander He and the others. So don't get involved. Having calmly evacuated so many important people from the scene earlier without causing a panic, she felt a wave of fear and a chill down her spine as she calmed down now. His own flesh and blood, almost all of them gathered here today. If anything happens, although she was from a military family, she had also long practiced a fearless heart that was not afraid of anything in the business world. But when it came to something like this, something real, so close to her, she was truly afraid. If it wasn't for his son Lin Yu who happened to be in the back of the mountain and just happened to find. Thinking of this, she walked over to Lin Yu full of concern. Feather, are you hurt? Mom, I'm fine. Just a little scratch. Lin Yu shook his head. This abrasion is still caused by crouching down to avoid danger. Xuejiao, Xiao Yu is fine. Really thanks to you, our family, and owe you a favor. Qin Mufei expressed her gratitude to Yin Xuejiao, but she found that Yin Xuejiao smiled. Aunt Qin, you really don't have to thank me for this. You don't know, Lin Yu, he's the one who's divine. This time, Qin Mufei was surprised. Little Feather Yu, the person who can let Yin Xuejiao personally praise her. That is bound to be above her in terms of physical combat ability. But how is that possible? Though she didn't know exactly what her son had gone through in his first 20 years. However, Yin Xuejiao is the champion of the 3 armies and the first-place winner of the all-army grand competition. If Lin Yu was even stronger than her, then where did he learn this skill? Mom, you forget what Dad does for a living. It's probably genetic talent. Lin Yu hurriedly said. You guys hey, every one of you doesn't let me worry. Qin Mufei wanted to say something, felt that there was something wrong in her son's words, and couldn't find a basis on which she could refute it. Mom, you've had a tiring day. Go ahead and rest. Several children persuaded Qin Mufei to go down to rest, just breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Yu saw that Qin Tianson was leaning on a cane and walked out again. He stepped forward and held Grandpa. Yin Xuejiao also stepped forward and greeted. Grandpa Qin. Good, good, good. Qin Tianson looked at Yin Xuejiao's face and remembered his late friend again. A moment of emotion. Grandpa, it's all in the past. Long Fei has also strengthened the guards around the area. Lin Yu said, if you really can't, you can come back to live with us in the city. I've been here for decades. I don't want to go anywhere. Qin Tianson waved his hand slightly. Did you guys just say that the organization? It's called Takaban? Grandpa, you heard everything? Lin Xiaowan couldn't help but ask. I'm just old, not deaf. You're still shouting so loudly. Qin Tianson smiled at his granddaughter. Then, quickly, he fell back into contemplation. If it's really someone they sent, then things might be a bit troublesome. Grandpa, you mean you know the motive for their coming? Hearing Qin Tianson sigh, Lin Yu instantly realized. These people, in some way, are related to Grandpa. Chapter 91 Mystery. Ancient Catacombs. How so? Qin Tianson fell into deep thought again. Then he glanced at Yin Xuejiao. I'm just guessing too. His thoughts, too, drifted back to the battlefield back then. At that time, I acted with my comrades and killed a division commander of the other side. The son of that division commander once published a newspaper to try to find his father's murderer. Later heard that he set up a killer organization. And then later on, it's unknown. Qin Tianson smiled faintly. If they are rushing towards me, then that's a possibility. I can't imagine. I'm almost in the yellow earth. But there are still people from overseas who miss me. Grandpa Qin, don't say that. You're in good health. Yin Xuejiao said in a hurry. She also knew that Qin Tianson was her grandfather's best comrade in arms, accompanying him night and day as if he were a brother. Fine, Fine. No more. Qin Tianzong looked at Yin Xuejia. Xuejia, what do you think? How is this person? My great-grandson? Quite good. Good character. Sense of justice. Just now if not for him, I'm afraid that there will be a big mess. Yin Xuejia said without thinking. No, that's not what I asked. I mean, what do you think of him? Qin Tianzong asked again. She realized now what he meant by his question. She hadn't been in a relationship, and a blush actually appeared on her face when she was asked that. From Lin Yu's viewpoint, it was kinda cute. Not really. Lin Shaoan, who was on the side, had a melon-eating expression. Both of you, brother, make good use of it. Lin Crispy Dream also gave Lin Yu a look. If Yin Xuejia married into their family, it would be a joyous event. Grandpa Qin, haven't thought about it that much. Yin Xuejia stammered and finally said, ha ha ha, it's okay, you guys get along slowly anyway, and you'll be fond of each other over time. Qin Tianzong laughed. Yin Xuejia didn't know how to react and made an excuse to flee the scene. Grandpa, I'm really sorry that your birthday banquet was disrupted. Lin Yu said. Apologize for what? It's not like you caused it. Qin Tianzong patted Lin Yu's shoulder. If there's nothing else, you all go back as soon as possible as well. I have Long Fei and the others here. It's fine. Don't but. Qin Tianzong's tone became serious. You can't stay here all the time, accompanying a bad old man like me, can you? Also, since you've met with Yin Xuejia, you should move around more in the future. For you, there's no harm, he intoned. You'll fix things up with her early, and I'll be able to go down there and see my old comrade in arms, and I'll be able to deliver. I know, Grandpa. Lin Yu nodded. Right. Qin Tianzong remembered something else, then felt out a red passbook. The passbook still looks like it was specially customized. It also has the army insignia engraved on it. The words Special Combat Model are written in hot gold letters. In here, it's my retirement allowance for many years, bonuses and whatnot. It's not a lot of money. It's just over $3 million. You take it. Grandpa, I can't have this one. What? Too little? Compared to your mom, that really isn't much. Qin Tianzong grinned. This money hasn't been touched either, so you can also stop by the bank and look at the account for me. Okay. Lin Yu also had no choice but to accept it. This heavy love. Then I'll take it for now. After chatting with Qin Tianzong for a little while longer and some farewells, they were all about to leave. Qin Mufei and Lin Chui Mang Lin Shaoan, the two sisters, left together. It seemed to be intentional that the two of them, Lin Yu and Yin Xuejia, were traveling in pairs. Where are you going to go next? Lin Yu asked. Just send me to the Zhongcheng battlefield training ground, Yin Xuejia said. Not going back to the capital? Lin Yu was a bit puzzled. For the time being, I won't go back to. There is a drill to participate in, Yin Xuejia said, twisting her head with a smiley expression as well. What? You want to drive me away? Not. Lin Yu shook his head. Then where do you live? In Zhongcheng? Live in a military camp, Yin Xuejia said nonchalantly. I've already gotten in touch with them. Then she gave the address where she was going. Back in the city, after Lin Yu dropped off Yin Xuejia, he was also alone, driving in the direction of his home. What? The action plan actually failed? A hidden office. A man grabbed the phone with a surprised expression. For people that were so hard to arrange were just killed? Good. He hung up the phone, clenched his hand into a fist, and hammered it heavily on the table. Looks like I'll have to do it myself. A sinister look passed through his expression. Just you wait, it's all just begun. And it's not over. Of course, Lin Yu didn't know these things. After sending off Yin Xuejia, he went straight back home. It's been a long time, running around and finally getting some rest. As soon as he entered, he threw himself down on the loose, soft couch. The life of a rich man is so unpretentious. On the coffee table in front of him, there was a platter of cut-up fruit, melon seeds and peanuts and all sorts of little snacks. Lin Yu crossed his legs and ate and drank. Then he opened his cell phone and looked through the local news. Suddenly, a message caught his attention. News from our station, a highway under construction in our city collapsed. The fire brigade launched a rescue and accidentally found an ancient burial complex, dating so far more than 500 years. The archaeological value is extremely huge. The National Archaeology Team has rushed to the scene. This news message triggered a heated discussion among netizens. The news had been posted for just 10 minutes, and the number of comments were already more than 10,000. I thought only Chang'an was moving around digging out big tombs. But Zhongcheng even has them. Have there been any big names in our area? Grip it. Ancient tomb. How many treasures must be dug up again? Looking at the size of this tomb, even if it's not an emperor, it's still a position of honor. Calling 8 to 1 and fatty. I don't know if the owner of the tomb has any descendants. Ah, The treasures dug up here. Who's to count? Are you stupid? Any treasure dug out of the ground now belongs to the state. Aerial footage accompanying the news shows that the burial complex is located on the outskirts of the city. The perimeter had been completely cordoned off and a number of tents had been set up in the field. It was drizzling and the scene was filled with people clad in red, yellow, and blue raincoats of all colors. News like this satisfies a great curiosity. However, Lin Yu was not very interested and was ready to swipe the screen to move on to the next news message. Chapter 92, My Great-Grandfather. A generation of rogue thieves? Right about this time, in Lin Yu's mind, there was another system beep. Congratulations to the host on his upgrade. Gain a new chance to revise the genealogy. When the familiar voice rang out, Lin Yu's inner heart, too, began to grow a little expectant. This time, what kind of kinship will be unlocked? The current kinship chart is almost full fast. The grandchildren, too, only have one grandfather and one grandmother left to unlock out. Could it be that one of the identities will be illuminated this time? Or will it unlock a new identity? Thinking this way, Lin Yu then opened the system prompt board. Congratulations to the host on his upgrade. Please check the new kinship status. This time, it's a little different. There is only one kinship status that can be chosen in the immediate future. Relative's name, Lin Konghan. Kinship status, a generation of chivalrous thieves, robbing from the rich to help the poor, saving the people from the fire. Age of relative, B. 1900. Wait. Lin Yu wondered if he had misread the situation. Take another look at the information displayed above. Is it really 1900? Projecting by county time, this is your own great-grandfather? Grandfather is out of the question. Working backwards from the birth of his father, Lin Zhendong, the grandfather's date of birth would be no earlier than 1921. The system's introduction confirmed the suspicion in his heart. Indeed, Lin Konghan was his own great-grandfather. That outrageous? Not to mention how many years have passed since the death of Belqing. This old ancestor from almost 100 years ago has also been reincarnated for an unknown number of times a long time ago. What use is this kinship status to me? Lin Yu's heart was a bit puzzled. Historically, even the most powerful and coaxing figures have been able to protect their children and grandchildren for 3 generations at most. Lin Yu continued to read this great-grandfather's introduction. That's how you know. Great-grandfather back in the day. As a chivalrous thief in a chaotic world, he robbed many rich people and landowners. It also took back many of the treasures that had been raided by the foreigners. He exchanged those treasures for silver and grain and saved many lives in the chaotic world. And it also saved many of the big names of the time. And later the memoirs of the big names recounted the 9 deaths they had experienced. But all these memoirs, it seems, tacitly, failed to mention who was behind the rescue and how it turned out. And then there were the children whose lives were saved, many of whom went on to become well-known red warriors and expatriates. And Lin Konghan's name had become a kind of totem-like spiritual worship in all of their homes. The end of great-grandfather Lin Konghan was not a good one. He was in his 30s and had just had his grandfather not long before. After going out in the dark on yet another occasion, he never came home again. Along with the disappearing traces, there were quite a few precious and exotic treasures. Lin Yu looked at his great-grandfather's short, yet legendary life. I can't help but feel a strong sense of admiration in my heart. My great-grandfather was born in troubled times, but left such a glorious legacy. As a descendant, Lin Yu's heart was also excited. The next text, too, could not help but read off. Later, there have been people searching for Lin Konghan's whereabouts. Some people said that he had hidden himself on Earth with treasures. Some say he was killed by a warlord. Some say he's overseas, away from all kinds of persecution. But no one knows where exactly he is. No one knows. Lin Yu looked again at the introduction about his great-grandfather. In the photo section, there was only a very blurry half-body black and white photo, wearing a long shirt. Between his eyebrows, he and himself, were really alike. You could say there's an 8-point resemblance. But the father was not like him. Could this be intergenerational? Lin Yu took this picture of the system and saved it. Then it was sent to Lin Xiaowan. Sister, look at this picture. Brother, what are you sending your own photo for? What kind of retouching software are you using? It's so realistic? My sister sent over a voice. The first thing she suspected when she saw the old, tired photo was that some new retouching software had come online. It's not me, Lin Yu replied. Not you? Then who is this person? Lin Xiaowan on the opposite side, who was originally lying on the bed, sat up straight in surprise at this moment. Our great-grandfather, Lin Konghan. Lin Xiaowan was surprised. How do you know this? I haven't heard anything about it from home. It's been so many generations, a difference of more than 100 years. Who remembers what their great-grandfather Taikon's name was, let alone leaving a photo? Hey, wait, Lin Xiaowan was using her own channels to check out the news on the internet. What about our great-grandfather, who had such a legendary experience? Some of the information on the dark web goes into more detail, but why are you suddenly checking up on him? She sucked on a lollipop in her mouth, a little puzzled, before he could wait for Lin Yu's reply. After she clicked on the next page, that just made sense. Brother, have you seen the news? That big tomb dug up on the outskirts of the city has something to do with great-grandfather. On Lin Yu's side, he also saw the latest news. Shocking, 500-year-old ancient tomb dug up 200-year-old objects. What is the identity of the mysterious long-shirted man in the tomb? For a time, this news quickly detonated all over the internet. It's not just the major platforms that have rushed to the top of the Hot 100, and on the extranet, it's all over the place. A 500-year-old tomb with people who entered 100 years ago, surrounded by 200-year-old objects. It's a matter of who isn't curious. The whole internet is following the story closely, and the media, at all levels, are flocking to the scene. Xiao Hu, hurry up and buy the nearest flight ticket to Jiangqing to cover this news. The editor-in-chief of Kyoto.com made a call out. Station manager, I've got a couple more stories on hand. Whatever the news is, drop it all and I'll arrange for someone to take it over. Right now this selection is the most important. Everyone don't get off work. Those on the night shift, hurry up and get up. Go to Jiangcheng. Huaxia TV station big group. Ancient tomb mystery. This is a good subject. Go dig up some material on the spot. Light and Shadow Film Group Senior. But we're not the news media? With such a hunted event, just dig up some material and the box office will start at 5 billion. Hurry up. Less than an hour after the news broke, the heat of this thing was already exploding. Several online platforms were paralyzed by instantaneous traffic. Some runners who had taken wedding leave were called and had to turn on their computers at the wedding site to urgently maintain the web page. Only Lin Yu and Lin Xiaowan were still sitting steadily at this time. It didn't seem to panic at all, and it was a little confusing. And as events unfolded, new discoveries were made at the scene. The latest news from this station. According to the preliminary judgment of archaeologists, historians and cultural departments from many sides, the person in the tomb is likely to be the generation of chivalrous robbers who strangely disappeared in the 1930s. Lin Konghan. The news has created another furor on the internet. Who is Lin Konghan? What did he do? Why did you run into the tomb? Chapter 93 International Influence. Yeah, isn't this a tomb from hundreds of years ago? And what was his identity? A grave robber? Then why a generation of chivalrous robbers? This incident, it's a confusing one. He's not a grave robber. He's my grandfather's savior. He's saved a lot of people and done a lot of good things. I can vouch for that with my personality. At this time, an overseas IP left a message. What good things did he do? And how come you can't find anything on the internet? It was a time of war and chaos, and there was no internet to get things recorded. But I assure you it's true. My grandfather has been talking about it for decades. I testify. My grandmother too. She has also been rescued by Lin Konghan. I just heard about this on the internet and I was told to go to Jiangcheng immediately. Another overseas IP also said, also showing the electronic ticket stub. No, I thought I was the only one who would be ordered to go to Jiangcheng, but it turns out that there are so many sponsored Taoists. In the comments section, a third overseas IP appeared, with a picture of a plane being boarded. No, the netizens were amazed. How come so many people suddenly appeared, or all over the IP, all want to go to Jiangcheng, to see this? Has long been turned into a corpse Lin Konghan? How can someone who's been dead for years have so much influence? My grandfather left a picture of Mr. Lin Konghan. This time I went to Jiangcheng, hoping to find his descendants. If it wasn't for him, there would have been no more of our family's current estate. A fourth IP appeared, showing an old photo. Wow, this Lin Konghan, he's even that handsome. Really? So the four great beauties can't even compare to him. How come I've never seen a history book about this part before? It's too bad that such a legend is drowned out. Since there is material to dig up, the relevant departments should give him a monument and a biography. I'm for it. Seconded. Seconded plus 10,010. Wait a minute. Why do I suddenly realize that this picture? It looks a little familiar. Why? Could it be that you've seen him? Doesn't this look very much like the son of our old boss of the Mufei group, Mr. Shaolin? I've seen it before. It really looks so much alike. Right. Oh, and they both have the last name Lin. Is that a coincidence? At this time, Lin Yu and Lin Xiaowan were arriving in the same room, looking at these netizen comments on the internet. This one made the two of them look at each other. Eating melon on my own head? That photo, except for being worn out, was almost identical to Lin Yuzhen. Brother, this can't be true. Even though Lin Xiaowan was a genius hacker, faced with such an explosive amount of information, It was obvious that her brain was a bit overloaded for a while. Maybe, Lin Yu said with his fingers resting on his cheeks. Apparently, it happened so fast and with so much information that it blindsided him. Now the experts have only tentatively decided that the corpse in the tomb is Lin Konghan, and the basis for that is a pocket watch that the corpse carried with it. But for the sake of scientific rigor, the matter needs better means to determine authenticity, so they can't make a final conclusion either. The self-publishers and netizens, however, couldn't care less. Eat the heat first. It's not uncommon for rumors to fly ahead and the truth to follow. The problem was that Lin Yu was not prepared for the sudden appearance of his great-grandfather. Unlike before, each refreshed relative will give you a boost in one way or another. Rich businessman mom, commanding officer dad, grandma who plays comp, send your own clubhouse aunt, even grandpa, who has long since retired from the world, has brought himself a long-designated fiancé. Which way would that great-grandfather, Lin Konghan, have influenced him? Lin Yu didn't think about it in detail, because grandma's call came through. Little Yu have you seen the news on the internet? Miao Suilan asked on the other side of the phone. I saw it, Lin Yu replied. How are things progressing now? Go and get some information. This is very important to our Lin family. Grandma has always been a person of a very calm nature. This time, he personally called to talk about this matter, so it seems that he also attaches great importance to it. Lin Yu could empathize. If great-grandfather Lim Konghan really did lose his touch at the age of 30-something, then grandpa just lacked a father's love from a young age. Then his early childhood experience will become a lifelong knot. Why his father disappeared, whether he was a good guy or a bad guy, and what he went through during his life, is something that every child of the Lin family wants to know. So the significance of this matter is much more than simply confirming identity and recognizing one's ancestors. So many pairs of eyes were watching, and it was also a matter of setting the tone of honor and disgrace for several generations of the Lin family. Wild jokes don't pass for history. It's been widely rumored, and that can't be true. Then, around Lin Konghan, the deeds of that year, true or false, all need to be examined one by one. It takes human evidence, physical evidence, combined together, to restore a real Lin Konghan. Okay, Grandma, I'm going to follow up on this. Lin Yu was about to hang up the phone after making a promise to his grandmother. Feather, wait, Miao Weilan added. The last time you came to the old mansion, there was a room that was locked and you didn't go inside. Inside that house are some of the things your great-grandfather left behind back then. I've had it packed and will send it to you now. It will be of some help in the subsequent confirmation of your identity. Grandma intoned on the other side of the phone. Okay, then just call me when you arrive. Lin Yu nodded. Brother, so do you need me to come with you? Lin Xiaowan took the initiative. I have people I know in the Jiangcheng Archaeological Institute. If you have the time, help me find out about our great-grandfather. Lin Yu rubbed her hair. He has rescued so many people. Many of their descendants have gone overseas. There may be a lot of information about him on the extranet. Well then, I'll just do a good job of working out the logistics for you. Lin Xiaowan also nodded. I'll go out first. Then, Lin Yu got up and headed for the door. Lin Xiaowan, on the other hand, played to her strengths and continued to search for clues about Lin Konghan. Hiss. No way? Her eyes widened when she found a message in front of her. Someone with such an illustrious status has also been favored by his great-grandfather? And there's been a heavy bounty on finding the descendants of the Lin family since years ago? It's a big deal. This thing, it's really attracting a lot of international attention. It's amazing how far the ferment has gone in such a short time. Chapter 94, Go to the airport. Pick up Jin. Hey brother. Lin Xiaowan raised her head and called out, wanting to tell Lin Yu the information she had just found out. As a result, Lin Yu's figure had long since disappeared. Stinky brother. Lin Xiaowan pouted. Going so fast, and doesn't bring me to play every time. Lin Yu didn't realize that his sister was shattered inside the room. He was ready to head out the door, first to receive the items left behind by his great-grandfather that his grandmother had sent over. Online for Lin Konghan, the overwhelming discussion is also increasing. With the follow-up of some relevant clues, there have been many identifications. The Lin family, most likely, were the descendants of Lin Konghan. Now it's just a matter of making up the last link in the chain of evidence. As long as the Lin family has items related to Lin Konghan, letters and such, that's enough. Only the netizens stayed above speculation. With a high family like the Lin family, who had enough to ask for confirmation on this matter? Of course, people who have eaten their fill do have. That is, some news media. Some of the regular news outlets are motivated by the desire to spread social buzz and memorialize chivalrous individuals. More, it's rubbing off on the self-publishers. I found out online that there was heat on this event and sniffed it out and rushed over. The Lin family, at once, became the focus of all the netizens. Not only civil society, but also all sectors of society. It's out. He's finally out. Lin Yu had just driven out of the gate of the Lin family villa. Just saw a whole bunch of people carrying live rigs on the road outside. Surrounded the road all the way around. Mr. Kobayashi, the internet says that the last century's chivalrous thief Lin Konghan was your great-grandfather. May I ask if that's true? Mr. Shaolin, you are the great-grandson of Lin Konghan, so you should have heard a lot of legends about chivalrous robbers, right? Can you share them with us? Mr. Kobayashi, I'm a blogger specializing in stories about real people, and this story is very appealing to us. Can you cooperate with us for an interview? I'm from the story planning department of Hendo Pictures. Can I talk to Mr. Kobayashi? This hotspot, as long as we can get first-hand news, that traffic is just rubbing off. With traffic, there are fans, advertisements, and windows. Who wouldn't want to be splashed with riches? These people, as if they didn't want to die, rushed straight to the car. If it wasn't for the fact that the car wasn't going fast enough, I was afraid I wouldn't be able to brake. Lin Yu was skeptical that they were here for an interview, or to touch the porcelain. The netizens on the scene, like a tidal wave, surrounded Lin Yu's car. They all held up their long guns and took wild shots. He was feeling a little impatient. Lower the window halfway. Mr. Kobayashi, care to say a few words? The crowd, sharp-eyed, rushed over, and Lin Yu just breathed in and closed the window again. Then a call to the defense. The guard received Lin Yu's call and hurried up. No pictures are allowed to be taken here. Gather, everyone is dispersed. Otherwise we'll have to forcefully evict. Watching the manly defense come out, these netizens, too, had no choice but to collect their guys and leave unhappily. In the end, this is Lin Jindong's mansion. The people who live inside, those are military families. If they go too far, if they get serious, they'll all have to eat their words. People dispersed and Lin Yu was finally able to drive. Headed for the airport now. Halfway there, Lin Yu received a phone call. Lin Xiao, my plane is about to land, so give me an address and I'll come find you. He could hear that it was grandma's side, the young girl, Jun. He had only met her once, and remembered her as the same simple young girl in a handful of costumes. The white and red face reveals two dimples when she smiles. Surprisingly, she delivered the stuff herself. It also seemed that grandma was not comfortable leaving things to be delivered and had her most trusted person make this trip. I'm already on my way to the airport. Lin Yu smiled. Ha! Across the table, Jin was a bit surprised. Yes, just don't wander off when you get there, in case I can't find it. Lin Yu finished speaking and hung up the phone. What he didn't know was that Jin, who was in the airplane, had a heart like a deer in headlights. Originally came to Jiangcheng for the first time. The heart is very bottomless. A person of Lin Xiao's stature had personally come to pick himself up. It's really somewhat flattering. I couldn't help but hug the bag in my arms tighter. Over here, Lin Yu calculated that from the time the airplane landed to the time it left the station, it would take about half an hour, and one was 10 minutes away from the airport. Jiangcheng Airport, one of the largest international airports in China. It has long been ranked in the top 5 in terms of annual passenger traffic. That's why there are so many people traveling to and from it. It's almost like a tourist attraction. Lin Yu arrived at the waiting area and parked his car at the curb. Look, is that Lin Yu's car? A dozen meters away from the left rear, a black business car noticed Lin Yu. Seems like it, he's really coming to the airport. Hurry up and report back to the boss. They immediately dialed a phone number. Boss, found Lin Yu? Yeah, we split up into 5 teams to keep an eye out. And this group at the airport spotted his car. Good. Looks like he's picking up that little girl Jin. Boss, what do we do next? There are a lot of people at the airport, so follow and don't make a move. Keep in touch with a few other groups and rendezvous quickly. Do everything I ask, and if there's anything, feel free to talk to me. Yes, boss. Both parties terminated the call. Lin Yu, this time, won't let you escape again. There was a chortle from over there. Lin Xiao, I'm here. Where are you? Airport exit. A teenage girl with a bag cradled in her arms called and asked. This way. Lin Yu opened the window and shook his hand. I saw it. Jin ran all the way to Lin Yu's car. The luxurious model made her a little timid for a moment. The hand went to the car door handle and retracted. Get in the car. The horns are honking in the back. Lin Yu smiled. Shin was then embarrassed and opened the car door. After getting in the passenger seat, the head kept staring in embarrassment, from time to time adjusting the bangs on his forehead with his hand. Lin Yu looked at her like this. It was also a sight to behold. Not wearing that national costume. Instead, he wore a white short-sleeved shirt and blue jeans with a pair of sneakers underfoot. Very neighborly dress. High-end looks require only simple clothing. People look good in anything as long as they look good. It was such a simple one. but it had just attracted a lot of attention. Not just pretty. And it's the kind of air that's pure and natural, unadorned, not experiencing urban kitsch, makes for a completely different feeling. Buckle up, we're going. Lin Yu started the car behind, too, followed quietly. Chapter 95, if you're not a friend, then you're an enemy. Wow, Zhengcheng turned out to be so big and beautiful. On the way, Jin leaned his head against the window and looked out at the all-glass facade skyscrapers that swept by from time to time. This modernization was really new to her. You will marvel at everything you see. Isn't this ruthlessly common? Lin Yu smiled. You haven't been to Zhengcheng? There are quite a few in Nanling City. Jin was a little embarrassed. I grew up to 18 years old. I have been to the South Ridge twice, once when I was very young. No wonder. Lin Yu couldn't help but ask. You've been in Medicine Nun Town. You haven't traveled far, and you dare to come to Zhengcheng? This is the task given by the old lady. Of course I have to come. Jin said seriously. If I don't understand, I'll ask, but there are many good people. Lin Yu turned the steering wheel. It was truly innocent. From the town, to the city, and then to River City. Luckily it was the road without meeting the bad guys. Otherwise it would have been. But such simplicity is truly worth protecting. By the way, here's something the old lady asked me to bring you. Jin pointed to the bag in her arms. What's all that? Lin Yu glanced at his head. I didn't see it, Jin said shyly. This bag was loaded when she yelled at me to go in. Okay, go ahead and take it. Get out of the car and give it to me. Jin nodded. Where are we going now? Back to my house? Lin Yu asked. No, don't go. Jin exuded a scared expression. My identity would not be good if General and Mrs. Lin saw it. So where are you going? I'm not here in Zhengcheng. I want to turn around for 2 days. Jin said. Talking about boyfriends? Seeing an online friend? Lin Yu snickered. No, I didn't talk about it. Jin's face instantly reddened to the base of her ears. Then what kind do you like? Lin Yu couldn't help but ask again. Jin glanced at him and stammered even more, unable to speak. Alright, I was joking to liven up the atmosphere. Lin Yu didn't want to tease her anymore. Then go to my hotel. You can just stay there, Lin Yu said. Then, with a turn, the vehicle headed for the same hotel where his aunt had given himself away. It's not a main road, so the cars on the road, too, are getting fewer and fewer. But there was a black car that kept following. Lin Xiao, there's a car behind us that seems to be following us. Jin was a bit uneasy. It's been following since we left the airport. I saw it too. Lin Yu nodded. But I didn't notice it following me for so long. Could it be a bad guy? Jin couldn't help but tighten the bag in her arms again. Just wait and see. Lin Yu sped up the car. Through the rearview mirror, the car behind him, too, began to accelerate. Nice guy, he said inwardly. It's really coming at me. There's also more than one person who's been at odds with themselves lately. He didn't bother to think about who had sent them. And I don't know what purpose it came with. The only thing is, if it's not a friend, then it's always an enemy. Just do it and be done with it. Lin Xiao, look ahead, Jin suddenly shouted. He squared his eyes. Just see the fork in the road ahead. A yellow bulldozer crossed the middle of the road, blocking the way. The road is also dug up. Looks like it's a gang. The bulldozer in front of that is across the road, and it's impossible to cross it. Lin Yu slowly brought his speed down. There were a couple of social vehicles in the back in addition to the black car. Those cars realized that the road in front of them was dug up. One of the Porsche owners, unable to hold back his temper, poked his head out of the car. Hey, what are you guys doing? Why are you blocking the road and digging it up? Overhaul maintenance? Go another way. Next to the bulldozer stood several men wearing masks. Mud, I'm turning around and going another 20 minutes down the road. Who told you guys to dig here? Porsche owners are in a hurry. The car was carrying a female internet friend who had just run present and was supposed to get off the turnoff and be home. Who knew it was stopped? Noisy. One of them suddenly raised a rifle. Bang. Blood splattered all over the window pane. Ah! The co-pilot, a female internet user, screamed in terror. The other cars behind them saw such a serious incident in front of them, turned around in place and drove away in a panic, tires grinding up smoke. It's so arrogant. Lin Yu's eyes were spitting fire. Moving a gun to kill someone at the drop of a hat is perfectly qualified as a riot. His own father was the one who guarded the side of the River City. When someone like that shows up on the turf, it's a clean sweep. Lin Xiao, I'm afraid. Jin turned pale with fear. The small body, uncontrollably, leaned in Lin Yu's direction. Don't worry, he patted Jin on the shoulder. I'm here. Speaking. In the car behind them, 4 or 5 people got out, with a couple of guys on and off the bulldozer. That adds up to 7 or 8 guys. Lin Yu, We only want that packet. Hand it over and you can be spared. One of the men at the head of the group stepped forward. Hearing them say that, Jin shielded her bag tighter. It's just a bag of broken copper. Is it that important? Lin Yu laughed too. Cut the crap and hand over the stuff. That's up to you. Lin Yu smiled, put it in gear and drove at full power. Jin, sit tight. It happens suddenly, and there's no way to do it the hard way. One can only jump out of the trap first. At the same time, he sent out a locator. Sent to In Shuejia. Rioters encountered. Come quickly. The gang saw Lin Yu start the car and shouted. No good. He's running away. Several men raised their guns and shot at his car. However, the bullet hit the car and bounced back. The car, on the other hand, was unharmed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I can't believe it's bulletproof glass. Pure miscalculation. Before he could react, Lin Yu's car was already rushing towards the back. There was a slope right in front of him, and Lin Yu rushed towards that small slope. The car leapt straight into midair, over the top of their stopped business car. Wow! What a fluffy driver! A junior, dumbfounded, couldn't help but applaud. The person next to him slapped his head. You're out of your mind. Hurry up and catch up. Several people reacted by getting in their cars and giving chase while contacting other groups to close in on this side. We already have 2 teams here. But Lin Yu ran off down the same path. You guys hurry up and follow. Immediately. Never let him get away. On the wide road, several cars that were originally traveling normally changed their direction of travel, and flanked this way. Chapter 96, The Girl He Likes. Is this the one? For changing lanes, turning in place, and all sorts of other tawdry maneuvers. Many normal traveling social vehicles have dodged and cut themselves off. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How do you drive a car? I just bought a new car and just drove out of the Ford store. Some of the owners got out of their cars and wanted to go for a theory. The man in the car was seen showing off a long tube. Scared out of his wits, he didn't want the car anymore and just jumped over the greenbelt and ran. The wide road was a big mess, and the cars, not caring about anything else, went straight out of traffic, wrecked a lot of cars along the way. This way, Lin Yu was also driving a car, preparing to evacuate the scene. He didn't have a weapon in his hand, and there was nothing to be gained by a hard fight. But, when he drove out a few kilometers, it was noticed that there were several cars coming up the lane, head on, and the purpose is obvious. It's all about him. Lin Xiao. What kind of people are they? Jin's originally white face became even whiter at this moment. A small-town girl who had never been to Jiangcheng before, not even tainted with worldliness. I can't believe that the first time I came to Jiangcheng, I ran into this kind of thing that I only saw on TV. There were even people who were shot on the spot. The shock to her mind from this scene was very drastic. When she said this, she was wrapping her arms tightly around Lin Yu's waist, not daring to let go at all. It's like a man overboard grasping for a lifeline. It's a completely instinctive stress response. They said it was for the package of items you brought. The package of items? Jin glanced at the bag that had been placed on the seat by himself. That's right, that's what it says. Lin Yu nodded. A doubt rose in his heart at this time. Is the reason, but probably not the only reason. What shocking secret might be hidden in this unopened bundle? Great-grandfather, Lin Konghan, robbed many famous people. There may be other things more important than possessions, like letters, secret letters and such. And these are things that perhaps various forces have searched for a long time and never found. If it was publicized, it would have a huge impact. Enough to turn history upside down. Even secrets that some important people are not cognizant of. That's a straight pull full of both value and conversation. Other than that, I can just start a live stream and the live stream traffic can paralyze the site. Thinking this way, Lin Yu's nerves tensed. Not only is this an important item left behind by his great-grandfather, but it may also have research value in other ways. Jun, hold on tight. There was no road in front or behind, so Lin Yu turned the steering wheel and reversed his direction, preparing to break through the guardrail. He saw trees and grass at the bottom of the slope on both sides of the guardrail. Rush out and your life won't be in danger. He seems to be running away. Over the intercom, there was a shout. Trying to run? The leader of the group also noticed. It's not that easy. Then there was a bang. The shot hit the left front wheel of Lin Yu's car. The tires were punctured and the car lurched. Then it got short. Then a few cars, front and back, slowly surrounded it. Lin Yu vaguely heard the sound of an alarm being pulled on the road in the distance. What to do? Someone's coming after us. The thugs shouted. What are you panicking about? The leader scolded. He can't run away. Hurry up and get the stuff and retreat according to the original plan. Yes. A couple of his men nodded, opened the doors, and were ready to get out of the car. Just then, boom, a shell that fell from the sky. It hit this car that had just opened its doors, accompanied by a huge fire. The car was swept up more than 10 meters high by the shockwave of the explosion. When they landed again, there were no survivors among the few people in the car. The entire body was covered in flames. What's the situation? The man in charge froze for a second. It was heard. Overhead. A loud roar. It's the roar from the propeller turning at high speed. Wang Defa is actually a helicopter. Lin Yu and Jin also heard it. He looked up through the skylight. Just a cool helicopter gunship on the side of the road swaying more than a few trees. Sprinting this way. Without saying a word. Another shell. Fired from the helicopter. Rumble. The few cars they had. Another one was blown up in the air. The man at the head of the group, seeing the situation, was alarmed. Opened the car door and jumped out. Boom! Behind him, the car in which he had just been sitting, was hit by a third shell. The shockwave of the explosion directly shattered the clothes on his body. The entire person flew out a dozen meters and slumped on the ground, spitting blood out of his mouth. The internal organs were obviously greatly damaged. The remaining people, who had long been scared out of their wits, immediately scattered. They were also just carrying a couple of rifles. You're gonna blow me up with a helicopter? Can't we talk about martial arts anymore? Deploy quickly. Everyone must be apprehended. The police were arriving in droves by this time. Finding that the men had scattered and fled, they all went out and started a roundup. And the helicopter, hovering in mid-air, found a flat piece of land not far away and landed. From the helicopter, several heavily armed men came down. After confirming that the surroundings were safe, they ran towards Lin Yu's car. Lin Yu saw that the one running at the front was none other than Yin Shuejiao. Several others ran to the enemy's blown up and abandoned vehicles, checking for dangerous items left behind. The car door opened and Lin Yu stepped out of the car. You're okay. Yin Shuejiao walked up to him and looked him up and down. It's fine. The parts are all intact. Lin Yu smiled. You came quite quickly. Still, she couldn't help but spit out. I was training at the helicopter camp when you messaged me. When I heard you say there were rioters, I rushed to pull a plane full of people over. I didn't even get a chance to ask for permission. And now, I'm going to be criticized again. Yin Shuejiao also knew that taking the helicopter out of the training ground without asking for permission was a clear violation of the law. Although nothing had happened, breaking the rules, even for a person of her stature, she was just as likely to be disciplined and face the wall. However, compared to Lin Yu's peace of mind, carrying a punishment seemed acceptable. Yin Shuejiao Heartsothink suddenly realized that their own this idea is not biased a little serious? It seems like you care about my safety. Lin Yu laughed. Keeping a party safe is supposed to be my responsibility. You don't stink. Yin Shuejiao retorted. Then she noticed that a girl had gotten out of the passenger side of the car. Too. It looks quite innocent and soft. A bit unearthly. And this is? Yin Shuejiao couldn't help but think in her heart. Lin Yu, how long has it been since I've seen you? And there's another girl by your side. Could it be that he prefers this one? Her name is Jin. Lin Yu introduced. The one who takes close care of my grandmother. Hello, my name is Yin Shuejiao. She graciously extended her right hand. Chapter 97. Guess why her last name is Yin? Hello, my name is Jin. She returned the grip in embarrassment. Your hands, why are they shaking? Yin Shuejiao noticed the difference in Jin. Too timid. Got scared, I guess. Lin Yu said from the side. Do you know those people? Why they are blocking you? She returned to the point. Because, this is the second time they've run into the assault thing. Only, the person who attacked both times was never caught. It is also impossible to determine if it is the same point man. They are coming for this package my great-grandfather left behind. Lin Yu pointed to the bag in the car. Your great-grandfather? What kind of brand new version of the character is this that Yin Shuejiao is completely confused about? It's the one that's all over the internet right now. Lin Konghan. Ah, it's him? Yin Shuejiao was clearly surprised. I just took a look at it, and it was rumored all over the internet that it had something to do with you. And this is actually true? I suppose so. Lin Yu couldn't say anything more. Right. Yin Shuejiao remembered something. When I came here, I ran into your father, Commander Lin, in the camp. He's back? Lin Yu was surprised. Knowing that Lin Jindong was coming back, he didn't see him return home. So it's straight to training camp? Yin Shuejiao nodded. I saw that he went directly to Chief He's temporary office. He Gue Hong? He didn't leave Jiangchang? Yeah. Yin Shuejiao nodded. I should go. How will you guys get back? My car broke down. Take your plane. Lin Yu took the initiative and said. Okay. Yin Shuejiao thought about it and agreed. Her concern was that she would be scolded for flying military personnel on private flights. However, one is already in the wrong. One more time or one less time doesn't seem so important. Jun, bring your bag. I'll take you back now. Lin Yu commanded. Jun, unable to interject from the sidelines, nodded and rushed off to get his things. As for the car with the busted tire, a contact person has been contacted to come to the scene and tow it away. With the roar of helicopter propellers, the plane lifted off again. Lin Yu looked to the ground. This angle gives a very complete view of the scene of the incident. Several enemy vehicles, burned to wreckage by rockets. Not far away, a cordon was drawn across the road. Flashing police cars were parked on either side. Traffic control has been put in place here. The task of chasing the thugs was not over yet, and there were a number of officers at the scene, who came to take evidence. It was also from this not too high, not too short angle that Lin Yu felt the buildings in Jiangcheng becoming small. The helicopter passed by an office building, and even had a clear view of the offices inside the curtain wall, with the busy figures of the wage earners. Helicopters. The wage earners in the office building, rubbing their sore necks, looked up and saw a helicopter, seemingly close at hand, or a helicopter gunship. This is too cool, isn't it, that you guys don't know? This helicopter just crushed a few riot gangs. In the crowd, there were always those kind of well-informed individuals. No way. We, Jiangcheng, have always had pretty good law and order. How could there be rioters? Who knows? The old feeling is that something big is going to happen in Jiangcheng. People in the office building, talking and waving at the helicopter. Soon, the plane came right up to the roof of my aunt's Wentianshong hotel. There's downtime on the roof, Lin Yu lightly said. The hotel, which my aunt had given to himself, though he hadn't been there much either. However, the various furnishings and amenities of the hotel are still well known. Includes apron on the roof of the building. The repair was big enough to park 2 helicopters at the same time. 2 large white circles with the H symbol in the center. But there's already a helicopter parked at the other circle. Civilian. The helicopter landed slowly at altitude, curling some of the debris left on the roof of the building around. Gee, my nephew, you're finally here. When Tianzhong had been waiting on the roof of the building for a long time, before Lin Yu came to the hotel, he sent a message to Wen Tianzhong. Seeing Lin Yu get off the airplane, he also hurriedly greeted him. Good nephew, are you alright? When Tianzhong looked Lin Yu up and down, worry showing in his eyes. I'm fine. Lin Yu smiled. Introducing, this is my aunt, Wen Tianzhong. This is Yin Xuejiao. And this is Jin. Hello. The two sides greeted each other. When Tianzhong glanced at the 2 beauties and pulled Lin Yu to the side. That's fine. And you're bringing 2 with you, plus Jaiba. The production team's donkey can't be used like that. Auntie, where were you thinking? Lin Yu couldn't help it and gave him a blank look. This Jin is from my grandmother's side, delivering an important item. Is she the girl that the old lady keeps close to her? When Tianzhong was puzzled. All that old? The last time I saw her, she was still a little girl. She's coming to Jiangcheng this time. Auntie must send someone to look after her more. That's natural, but why are you so attached to her? Have you ever had a virgin? When Tianzhong's heart of gossip blazed again. Auntie, I'll be honest with you too, Lin Yu said. Some of the items left behind by my great-grandfather were brought over by her. Ha? She's a little girl? When Tianzhong was taken aback. Lin Yu's great-grandfather was Lin Jindong's grandfather. He married Lin Jindong's sister himself. Then, nominally, one must also call Lin Yu's great-grandfather a grandfather, though not related by blood, nor have they ever met. However, Lin Konghan's matter was now the hottest topic on the entire internet. All aspects of the revelations are 7 or 8. And now the internet knows that the Lin family has a relationship with Lin Konghan. We're just waiting for the Lin family themselves to take the initiative to claim the matter. And the credentials to confirm the relationship were in this 18-year-old girl's bag. Yes, Lin Yu nodded. That group of people, they are also coming for these things. Auntie, you have a lot of people in Jiangcheng. Secretly help me keep an extra eye on them. Don't worry, little feather. When Tianzhong patted his chest, if it's your business, then it's also my business. I'll send more people out. Make sure to make this gang look good. Thank you, Auntie. Then, Lin Yu smiled. What about the other one? When Tianzhong was also curious about Yin Xuejiao's identity. After all, they came straight here in helicopter gunships. It's hard not to be impressed with an appearance like that. It was just that when Tianzhong didn't know what her real identity was. The other one. She's coming on strong. Lin Yu looked at Wen Tianzhong. Auntie, why don't you guess why her surname is Yin? Chapter 98 Great-Grandfather's Legacy. Was greatly shocked. The Indians? When Tianzhong got a brain that spun quickly, realized that she was the same little girl who had caused a huge stir on the internet. People all over the country, they know where she came from, her background. Even though when Tianzhong had seen all sorts of big storms, at this time, looking at Yin Xuejiao, he couldn't help but feel a little timid. He is, at best, a businessman. It is impossible to have no fear of someone who can speak directly to the heavens like that. You're in for a treat. Then, kid, when Tianzhong made a cheering gesture, if you make it with her, your mom is completely relieved. Let's go in first and talk. Lin Yu greeted. Lin Yu, I won't go in. Yin Shuejiao stood a few meters away, holding her arms. I still have to go back to camp. Well then, I'll see you later. Lin Yu waved his hand. Yin Shuejiao climbed back into the cabin. Then, suddenly, I noticed something was wrong. Hey, no, why don't you even say thank you? I'm pissed. Officer Indy, what's up? The airplane pilot, noticing the face of Yin Shuejiao, would actually have an expression that only a girl would have. Yes, they did not look at Yin Shuejiao as a girl before. Such an expression was indeed a surprise to them. Quickly return to the camp and prepare to be punished, Yin Shuejiao said rather helplessly. This way. Lin Yu's few people walked into the elevator at the top of the building one after another, and the elevator came to the guest room that floor. The room was also ready a long time ago. Knowing that Lin Yu was coming, the people at the hotel had organized one of the best suites in advance. When Tianzhong was shouted away by a staff member, Lin Yu took Jin and walked into the suite. Wow! This room is also too big and luxurious. She stood in the doorway, not even daring to take a step. This room, facing out, has floor-to-ceiling glass windows on almost the entire side. Excellent views and light. The windows face the river and the scenery outside. 2. Inside the room, a table and chairs are all classy. What are you waiting for? Come in. Lin Yu beckoned. Lin Xiao. This room, it must be very expensive. Jin was a little timid. It's not expensive. Don't worry about staying. He shook his head. The market rate for this room is 28,888 a night. He didn't say anything because he was afraid of scaring her. That's equivalent to half a year's salary for a medicine stomping girl in Medicine Nun Town. You open that bundle. I want to see what's inside. Zen nodded. Open the bag. It was handed to Lin Yu. He took it and saw that it held a dozen items. The age is almost always over 100 years. There are deeds that have expired and are now useless. There is an identification plaque that confirms the identity of the owner. There are several drawings of cross-legged meditators with people in different poses and circles of light drawn on their heads. There's also some strange gay gossip stuff on the chart. Gods and goddesses. Didn't look closely enough to know what they were for. There are also architectural layout plans for some of the buildings. And after a quick glance, it seems that many of them are still in use today. And as a chivalrous thief, Lin Konghan left behind items such as the dragon-seeking ruler and the compass. There's a variety of everything. What is it? Lin Yu noticed a scroll, untied the top rope and unfolded it. Chinese treasure map. A few large words, which came into view. Lin Yu's breath was somewhat frozen. There are a few small lines written underneath. The inscription is exactly, Lin Konghan, Yu's life experience, made this picture. Lin Yu silently read the words on it. That's when I realized that the reel was significant. The map depicts several important treasure burial sites. Not only are there valuable treasures and antiques, but many heirlooms that have been lost for years are also listed. Several gold depositories were also marked. The weight of the gold, over 20 tons. The gold, at today's gold prices, is worth more than $10 billion. No wonder. Lin Yu sighed in his heart. Not to mention other things, all this gold is enough for many lifetimes of glory. It's hard to imagine what great-grandfather Lin Konghan did back then, chiseling through unscrupulous and treacherous merchants. The ship sinks with tons of gold. He can't take it. He can only mark it. Take what you can, melt it down and distribute it to the people. It's a pity that Lin Konghan died later. The gold sunk at the bottom of the river will never have a chance to see the light of day again. Can't help but make people a little sad. Now, Lin Yu could understand why there had been people searching for the whereabouts of those leftover items of Lin Konghan. Once this thing is in your hands, it's not just a matter of where you point it. It's a direct flip to top rich. Lin Xiao. Look, what's this? Why can't I read it? Jin is also helping to organize the items in the bag. Flipped out a couple of small books. He took it and read the writing on it. A foreign language. Or a small one. Lin Yu couldn't read it either. He silently opened the system mall and exchanged the global language translation skill. Instantly, the words on there, what they meant, came clearly to mind. I go to. Lin Yu couldn't help but let out a sigh of admiration. Lin Xiao. What's wrong? Jin asked from the sidelines. The information on this, if true, Lin Yu felt a feeling of goosebumps rising. Several countries are going to go haywire. It's hard to imagine. Some great celebrities do so much dirty work behind the scenes. Many of the moralistic and dignified families of generations have turned out to be treacherous and evil villains who have sold out their countries for glory. A lot of people don't die normal deaths either. It's someone's assassination. Even the head of state of some foreign countries, to get the position is even cajoling. How? It is no exaggeration to say that many events in the history books will have to be rewritten. These are things that, if you read them on the internet, would be dismissed as wild history by many, but, turning up from this package, the credibility that is greatly increased. The shock of a subversive truth is too great. One mistake is Pandora's box, and no one knows what will happen when these things are released to the world. All of these things, they're too important. Lin Yu put his things in his bag. Not a single piece should be lost. Jin was also helping him collect the items. Then, Lin Yu carried the packed bag on his back. Each of these things is significant. It's too dangerous to stay with her. There were any accidents she couldn't keep. I'm going to go home, so you can rest here for now. Just contact the front desk directly if you want to eat anything you want. Lin Yu instructed Jin. She stared at herself with wide eyes, wanting to speak. What's wrong with you? Lin Yu wondered. Is this still not recovered from the shock? Suddenly gathering his courage, he raised his head and said, Lin Xiao, can you, stay here with me more? Chapter 99, Compulsed, Mysterious Compulsor. Accompany you? Because he was too surprised, Lin Yu even stuttered a bit. I can't believe that such words of a tiger and wolf came out of a face as pure and untainted by the world as Jin's. Had it been any other city girl, this signal would have left him without the slightest hesitation. Lin Xiao, I'm scared, Jin said boldly again. After all that she was going through, she was actually at peace now, but it still comes across as a strong sense of need. She was also a little puzzled in her mind. Rationally she knew she couldn't say that, but somehow those words just came out of my mouth in an uncontrollable stream. It caused Lin Yu to be surprised. Okay, I'll stay a little longer then. Lin Yu put the bag down again. This is a large suite with a lot of square footage. There was only one bed, but next to the bed, there was a large couch. Lin Yu then walked over and sat down on the sofa. Seriously, he didn't have any extra thoughts right now, because, having seen Jin's water-like purity, the mind automatically blocked out those colorful thoughts. But, the next image was even more unexpected to Lin Yu. He only saw Jin stand still and hesitate for a moment before walking over to Lin Yu and sitting next to him on the sofa, and rested his head on his shoulder and his body close. You are? It's not going to make Lin Yu whole, but one could sense that Jin had a strong sense of need at this point. It's like those animals that are afraid of people, and when they are extremely hungry, they run out into the road and seek help from people. Jin didn't say anything, and he didn't move. Not a moment too soon, Lin Yu realized that her body was becoming hotter and hotter. It's like having a 40-degree fever. The panting intensified a bit. Then look at her face. The white face became red. Lin Xiao. Jin opened her mouth slightly, feeling a little thirsty. Subconsciously, he reached out a hand and wrapped it around his neck. It was as if they were trying desperately to become one. Who can stand up to this scene? This appearance of Aijin caused Lin Yu's heart to become a mess. Take it down, beast. Don't take it down, beast. But she was too white to desecrate. Lin Yu let Jin wind around him, and something snapped to mind. Nope, Aijin, this is definitely a compulsion. After realizing this in his heart, he hurriedly put his hands on Jin's shoulders. Jin felt someone holding her up, and also subconsciously, she leaned into him. The whole thing seemed like a mass of fragrant mud. You're bewitched, Lin Yu whispered in her ear. She didn't respond. He had no choice but to apply force in his hands and lay Jin flat on the bed. She still acted uneasy. Looking at her reaction, Lin Yu quickly came to a conclusion in his heart. This is indeed a symptom of being poisoned. Grandma is best at compulsion. Inside the compulsion techniques he had learned, he knew that there was a kind of compulsion called love silk compulsion. The parasite has an incubation period. Minimum 1 hour. Maximum 1 day. Depends on the individual's constitution and the number of parasites. When it enters the human body, it will mesmerize the mind and will be unconsciously desired. This kind of compulsion, however, rarely occurs, because the people who use this compulsion are usually with some kind of harmful intention, not for the purpose of self-preservation. Jin is only 18, like a blank sheet of paper. Who would put her under this kind of compulsion? And for what purpose afterward? Definitely not Grandma. She wouldn't do such a thing. Could it be that someone on the road had bewitched her? Lin Yu couldn't think about that much right now. The first priority was to get rid of the parasites. Yes, this kind of compulsion, there is a way to get rid of it. Many novels written only after intercourse can be solved. That is purely the author YY want to satisfy the psychology of taking advantage of. Lin Yu undid the clothes on Jin's collarbone. The white snow-like skin was reddened. He took a deep breath and settled himself. Then, in accordance with the method of relieving the parasites, several major points on her body were pointed. The control compulsion no longer travels all over the body. Again with the Heimlich, rhythmic tapping around the perimeter of the point. Final step. Lin Yu quenched his knife and slashed his fingers. Blood bubbled from his fingers. He put his bleeding finger to Jin's mouth. She smelled blood and held onto Lin Yu's finger. sucking on it greedily. Not a moment too soon. Jin's face. A wave of pain appeared. Lin Yu hurriedly brought over a trash can. Wow! Jin couldn't help it and leaned over to throw up into the trash can. In the air, there was a fishy odor. Lin Yu put Jin back on the couch, not looking at the compost in the bucket. Hold your breath and tie it directly to the mouth of the bag. Then open the window to ventilate. Wait until the odor in the room had faded almost to nothing. It was only slowly that Jin awoke. Lin Xiao. She found herself half lying down. The dress was also partially removed. There was some panic in the look. The face, which had just regained its whiteness, was also red. You've just been compelled, Lin Yu said gently. It was then that Jin stood up and looked in the mirror, realizing that there was still a trace of blood around her mouth. And then look at Lin Yu. Lin Xiao, the compulsion you relieved me of just now? Yeah, Lin Yu nodded. Who put the compulsion on you? I don't know. She shook her head. Think carefully about the people you've run into along the way. It's also a stroke of luck that Jin is favoring a seizure right now. Whether you run into anyone sooner or later, I'm afraid you're going to run into someone who doesn't mean well. She frowned slightly. Didn't meet anyone, but I was in a supermarket and bought a bottle of water. Also, when I opened the water bottle, someone suddenly bumped into me, turned around and disappeared. That was the only anomaly she recalled. That should do it. Lin Yu pondered. The person who placed the compulsion was an expert. Just with the help of this intentional bump, it takes 2 or 3 seconds to complete the operation of placing the compulsion and then draw away. Just what are the intentions of the person who placed the compulsion? Why go down on her? Chapter 100, Fragmented Information. Connected. It's all still a mystery. How are you feeling now? Lin Yu inquired about the situation after the demystification. It feels fine. Nothing out of the ordinary. In addition to, between his lips and teeth, that taste of Lin Xiao's blood. Then if it's okay, I have to go. Lin Yu nodded. This hotel is my property. My aunt, whom you've met, is often here. I've spoken to the staff and they will keep you safe. Aha. Jin nodded. Thank you, Xiao Lin. For safety's sake, Lin Yu added. You can stay here for the time being for the next 2 days. But old Mrs. Miao sighed. Jin was still thinking that there was no one to take care of Miao Weilan at home. Don't worry, I'll call her later to let her know. She was the talker in the town of Medicine Nun, and it wasn't hard to find a few people to take care of her life. After accounting for these things, Lin Yu then carried his bag and left the hotel. When we get home, he took everything out of the bag and put it in the safe. Also made a backup on my cell phone. After doing so, he ran through his thoughts. Now, there were at least 2 forces that were trying to turn against themselves, against the Lin family, and I don't know who's in the way. However, when Tianzhong and He Guihong, the official and private sectors are looking into these things. For the time being, there is no result, and one just responds to changes with no change. Host, you have a new kinship weekly report. Please check it out. At this time, the system came with a prompt. Another week has gone by so quickly, hasn't it? Lin Yu opened the weekly newspaper. New relatives this week, too. Grandfather Qin Tiansong and great-grandfather Lin Konghan, respectively. The relative you've spent the most time with this week, Grandma Mio Soland. Newly acquired items this week, 1 letter of Grandpa's betrothal, 1 bank book, 20 important items left behind by great-grandfather. The weekly report is similar to an inventory, summarizing the dynamics of each relative in the last week. Relative movements this week. Lin Yu tumbled downward. Every loved one. They haven't been idle lately. Sudden realization. Cousin Wen Yuchan. Is she back too? On second glance, it turned out that it was because she had just cooperated with the officials and made a great achievement at the Myanmar-Vietnam border, and had been honored by the state authorities. This time, I came back to claim my prize. After receiving her award, she did not continue on to main Vietnam. Instead, he returned to River City alone. This cousin, why did you come back without informing me? You wouldn't have not told your aunt either, would you? Lin Yu was spitting in his heart. A phone rang. Coincidentally, it was my cousin who called. Lin Yu, where is it? I'm at home. I'm going back to Jiangcheng. Come out if you're okay. I'll treat you to dinner. Yeah. Lin Yu also agreed without a second thought. You know I'm back? Wen Yu-chan was surprised. I didn't tell anyone myself. That commendation, too, went to Kyoto to receive it, and was not publicized to the outside world. Yeah, Lin Yu laughed. You send me the address. Okay. See you later. Half an hour later, Lin Yu arrived at the agreed location. A very authentic River City cuisine restaurant. He walked in and, from a distance, saw his cousin. Wheat-colored skin that looks very healthy, wearing a revealing tank top. It's very much a sporty type of beauty. She sat there unperturbed, Who would have thought that this was a female mercenary leader who reigned over Burma and Vietnam and made people afraid of her? There you are. When Yu-chan looked up and saw Lin Yu, signaling him to sit. On the table, several plates of food were laid out. I'm sorry, I haven't eaten River City food in a while and didn't wait for you to eat first. When Yu-chan said, it's okay. See what you want to order. My treat. When Yu-chan handed him the menu, a girl who offers to pay the bill is really a plus. Lin Yu put the menu back again. Just these dishes will do. By the way, how did you know I was back? When Yu-chan asked, cousin, I naturally have my own channels, so don't ask. Tell her she has a system? He was afraid that the next second when Yu-chan was going to lift his heavenly inspiration and take a look to see if something was wrong. Lin Yu didn't want to make up some excuse. Fine, don't ask. When Yu-chan pulled out a tissue and wiped her mouth. Please arrange a place for me to stay later. You're not going home? Several question marks popped up on Lin Yu's head. When Yu-chan and her aunt hadn't seen each other for a long time and came back less often. You've come back this time. Don't you want to recognize your father and daughter? Not back. When Yu-chan shook her head, you wouldn't have told him about my return, would you? With that, he blushed. That's not true. Lin Yu shook his head. Why meddle and get yourself in trouble? It's not like he's a saintly disease. Count on you being smart. Let's go. Whatever gift you want later, sis will buy it for you. When Yu-chan said, and then she waved her hand. Waiter, the check. This. Lin Yu looked at the dish he hadn't even taken a few bites of. This cousin really does do things. It's a bit of a thunderbolt. The two men walked out of the restaurant, walked down the street. It's been a long time since I've been back, and a lot of the place is built unrecognizable. When Yu-chan looked at the traffic and skyscrapers in front of her, couldn't help but exclaim, then come back for a few more days this time. Will you reimburse me then? When Yu-chan squeezed her eyes at him, asked playfully, two handsome ladies. At that moment, a flyer distributor approached. I'm from Tianzhua Wedding Videography Gallery. I see you two are a good match. You must be a couple. We are now doing activities in the store. Sorry. When Yu-chan pointed at Lin Yu, he's my cousin. I'm his cousin. Then mentally cursed himself. Wasn't it a bit ambiguous just now? No. Still have to straighten up my frame. By the way, cousin, did you come back this time for something? Lin Yu asked. It's nothing much, but I do remember something when you ask. What is it? After those big syndicates in Burma and Vietnam were busted by us, only 4 of the 5 big families were captured. There's one more whose head ran away. When Yu-chan said this, she looked at Lin Yu and thought inside, forget it. What's the point of talking to you about this? Cousin, go on. Lin Yu opened his mouth. Ha? She was a little surprised. What are you inquiring about that for? Because I have, recently, come across something. Lin Yu told a few of the things that had happened when he was in danger. I can't believe all this has happened. When Yu-chan also looked a little nervous and surprised. So, I'm wondering, could there be any logical relationship between the two? Lin Yu said, it's not impossible. When Yu-chan put her hand on her cheek and thought about it, they want to make a comeback, and they certainly can't do it without a lot of money to back them up. Finding the money is important. They wanted revenge and couldn't do anything with me, so naturally they wanted to take it out on my relatives. They were able to enter Huaxia without any problems, so they must have an insider, and the insider, with the Lin family, might have some beef. They want to get their hands on some unknown secrets, and they want the Concordat to support them with all kinds of facilities. If that's the case, then things, it seems to make sense. When Yu-chan came to a conclusion and looked at Lin Yu, both got confirmation from the look in the other's eyes. Those fragmented messages, here, seemed to connect. Chapter 101, Sudden Explosion. It seems that I've returned to the right place this time when I returned to Jiangcheng. After cousin When Yu-chan smoothed out those lines with Lin Yu, it is also a realization of the seriousness of the problem. That being said, this incident has something to do with her as well. If it wasn't for the deployment problem, those 5 families, they wouldn't have run away from one of them, resulting in now giving the cousin's family trouble. And that one, with people in the dark and them in the light, that's always in danger. So, in this case, one has a responsibility to help bring out that group of people. Lin Yu, I'll stay in Jiangcheng for now this time. When Yu-chan said, until this crisis is lifted. But didn't you come back alone? Lin Yu sized her up. Nor did they bring back any weapons. Who said that? When Yu-chan smiled. I have 2 capable assistants who are still in the country. As for weapons, we'll find a way. The expression on her face, too, didn't seem worried. So what does cousin mean? She's going to protect me? Lin Yu smiled and said, do you want me to keep you close 24 hours a day? When Yu-chan choked back, that's not even possible. Lin Yu replied, beautiful you are. The atmosphere was much lighter. For Lin Yu, this is a brand new relative. and in Lin Yu Chan's memories, Lin Yu was her closest playmate since childhood, though a few years older than him. But that feeling, it's indelible. Therefore, Lin Yu was in danger this time. She had to step forward. In all seriousness, since you're going to be in Jiangcheng for a while, go back to my house and stay there. Lin Yu issued an invitation. Don't go. Wen Yu-chan was a little hesitant. If I go to your house, my aunt and uncle and they know about it, then my father will know about it too. Lin Yu sighed. It seems that the knot between this father and daughter still can't be unraveled. In that case, let's go to the hotel. Lin Yu said. A hotel? I treat you like a brother, and you want to take me to a hotel? Wen Yu-chan had an expression of you looking for a fight. Can't you stop thinking about those messy things? Lin Yu felt speechless. There's someone from my grandmother's side of the family that's at the hotel. It just so happens that you're a girl too, so you'll have something to look after if you stay together. Make sure it's not your girlfriend, Wen Yu-chan said curiously. I'm sure it's not. Lin Yu's head was spinning. It's true that no matter what kind of woman, gossiping up, that's all the same. Okay, I won't tease you. Wen Yu-chan smiled. It's fine now. Let's go ahead and check out the front, she offered again, pointing to a paradise that was open for business up ahead. I remember it being there when I left. I didn't realize it was still open. Lin Yu nodded back. Yeah, this paradise. It's been around for decades. Still popular, as it is also a place of affection for generations. The park is full of people who come to play. Let's go take a look. Wen Yu-chan walked forward. Just then, there was a sudden violent explosion. It came out from the paradise. Huge black smoke, too, rose into the air. The shockwave of the explosion directly blew away several trees next to it. The trunk smashed into the cars on the side of the road, and the alarms in those cars kept thinking. The swimmers became panicked and cried out uncontrollably. No good. Something's wrong. The two men looked at each other and instantly realized the seriousness of the problem. Chapter 102 Wrongfully Accused. Suspicious cases. Someone actually put violent explosives in the park? That's more like it. As smoke rose from the scene, the fire grew larger. A lot of tourists. They run out in the dust, shouting, "Help, help now." There are quite a few people trapped inside with injuries. Let's go in. The two men looked at each other and entered the scene against the crowd. Wen Yu-chan checks out the situation on the outskirts of the explosion. However, Lin Yu was seen heading directly towards the center of the explosion. Just stay out here and help with the rescue. I'll go in and check it out. Dropping the words, he disappeared into the smoke. Lin Yu, danger, come back, danger. Wen Yu-chan shouted loudly, while he acted as if he didn't hear, his figure quickly disappearing from sight. Wen Yu-chan was anxious. It didn't take long. Fire trucks, ambulances, and police cars, all kinds of vehicles, also arrived at the scene. A rescue was quickly initiated. Visitors, please exit quickly. The site will be cordoned off soon. The policemen, once on the scene, worked quickly. A dozen or so police cars brought nearly 100 officers. They were surprised when they realized that there was another person, a woman, in the scene of the explosion. I'm not a tourist. Wen Yu-chan stepped forward. I happened to pass by here just now and noticed the explosion, so I thought to come in and save one if I could. The lead sheriff glanced at her. So you were a witness to the explosion earlier? You could say that. Wen Yu-chan nodded. But, the sheriff looked at her, his eyes narrowing slightly. And how do you prove that you're not a suspect in the making of this bombing? Many criminals, but they love to return to the scene of the incident. Wen Yu-chan's eyes directly widened. Good lord, how can this be suspected? Guadalupe is right. Whether I am saving lives or not, just ask the wounded who are being treated. Then what I say always proves she's right. At that moment, a man came out of the smoke and squared his shoulders. Good intentions to save people, but also be wrongly accused of criminal suspicion. Which who can stand? You. The sheriff, hearing the sound, whipped his head around and was about to question it. The realization of the person standing in front of him changed his face. So it's Mr. Lin of the Lin family. Why you? What are you doing here? He naturally recognized it. This is Lin Zhendong's son. Recently this Lin Yu was in Jiangcheng. It was too hot. As a sheriff, it's natural to be concerned about these things. You're out. Wen Yu-chan asked Lin Yu with a worried expression. Out. He nodded. So, you two know each other? The sheriff wondered now. Cut the small talk. Lin Yu also said nonchalantly. We were at the scene with the best of intentions to help with the rescue. But you guys are so good that you're suspecting us. Lin shall rest his anger. Calm down. The sheriff was quick to accompany the caution. This case is also a bit tricky. My problem. Since you're here, we won't stay much longer. Lin Yu smiled. The two of us, can we go now? Sure. The sheriff smiled and said, if there's anything you need back, don't worry, We'll cooperate with the investigation anytime we need to. After Lin Yu finished, he said to Wen Yu-chan, "Let's go. Are we just going to leave?" After walking out a few meters, Wen Yu-chan said, "There's something that can be done about this bombing." Chapter 103, Female Reporter. Know the truth about the bombing? Yes, I found that too. Lin Yu nodded. This bombing, I think it's more of a test. A provocation. What do you have in mind? Wen Yu-chan said, "Now that the police are investigating, I'll have Wanda follow up through other channels to see what's going on." Lin Yu had his own thoughts. "No, you're still really planning to manage this matter?" Wen Yu-chan asked with some doubt. "This is a matter that has nothing to do with us, so there's no need for us to get involved," she said. "Irrelevant?" Lin Yu looked at Wen Yu-chan and smiled. Then he spread his palms out and handed them to her. "Look what it is." "What is it?" Wen Yu-chan fixed her eyes on his hand, and a badge appeared in his heart. "This is..." Her eyes widened as she saw the badge. "This is the exclusive badge of the last family to escape. They're already in Zhengchang?" Wen Yu-chan realizes that the explosion just now really seems to be related to them. They must have some claim. "Just wait," Lin Yu said. Since the bomb was not planted anywhere else and happened to be placed in their path of necessity, it was meant to be heard on purpose. This is something that has to be told to uncle, right? The uncle that Wen Yu-chan spoke of was none other than Lin Jindong. "My dad is still at the military headquarters. Let's get out of here first." Lin Yu nodded. "How many people can you have that have to move too?" Then, he took Wen Yu-chan and went to the hotel. After settling in, he left the hotel first. "Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin." Not a few steps out the front door. Behind him, a crisp voice rang out. He looked back, only to see a girl with a bag on her back, running all the way towards him to catch up. "You are?" Lin Yu looked at her wearing a pair of black-framed glasses, a very bookish and intellectual beauty. "Hello Mr. Lin, I'm a trainee reporter for the Capital Times. Sorry, I don't do interviews." Lin Yu hurriedly interrupted when he heard the word reporter. It wasn't that he had any prejudice against journalists. It was just that he didn't like to show his face in the first place. Now that he's stumbled into some things to deal with, he naturally doesn't have the time to be interviewed by anyone. "Mr. Lin, listen to me." She hurried several more steps, and with open arms, she stopped right in front of him. "I know you're busy, but can you give me 5 minutes? Besides, there's something important I want to tell you." "What is it?" Lin Yu looked at her. He had never known her. What material did she have that could be of interest to him? "Then can you accept my interview?" The female reporter looked at him with eager eyes. "Please Mr. Lin, this interview, it's really important to me. Internships require work performance if you want to convert. Only after the transfer will the salary go up significantly. Without that exclusive interview, there's no way to turn around. And then the hole in the house, it's hard to plug. So, by all means, find a way to get the interview. Suit yourself then." "I don't want to hear it." When Lin Yu saw this female reporter, who wanted to use the breaking news in exchange for an interview, he didn't even bother to pay attention to her. Straight away, he pulled his leg up and walked straight forward a few more steps. The woman couldn't stop it at all, so she had to catch up again, shouted hard behind him. "Mr. Lin, I know how that explosion happened just now." Chapter 104, No Chance for Internship? Having said that, many passers-by couldn't help but give them sideways glances and survey them with strange eyes, especially the female reporter. Something of that magnitude just happened, and now someone is claiming knowledge of it. Can that not shock them? The main thing is, it's such a big deal to just say it. Is she not thinking at all about what the repercussions and consequences are? Apparently, the female reporter also realized that there was something wrong with what she said. "But I was in a hurry, couldn't care less." And at this time, Lin Yu also realized the seriousness of the matter. True or not, let's trust her for once. "You're coming with me." Lin Yu grabbed her arm as soon as he could. Before she could react, she was grabbed by Lin Yu and led away from the scene. "Mr. Lin, what are you?" Back again. The people at the hotel, watching Lin Yu just leave not long after, returned to the hotel, but seeing that he was accompanied by a large, sensual beauty, he immediately meant it. "Make a room for me, and let no one come near to disturb it," Lin Yu said. "Okay, Mr. Lin, but the rooms aren't even packed yet." The staff nodded and did as they were told, not daring to say anything in their minds. "Mr. Lin, I know you're in a hurry, but there's no hurry now. Isn't there no one in the fabric room?" "That's fine there," Lin Yu said. The staff member had to say a few words on the intercom and then said to Lin Yu, "Mr. Lin, the fabric room is vacated." The so-called fabric room is where you put your hotel supplies, all kinds of bath towels, sheets, toiletries and stuff, similar to a warehouse. "So not much else." Lin Yu nodded, then went to the fabric room with the female reporter. It wasn't a very big room either, only a man's width down the road. Both sides were full of various washed and spare towels and other supplies. The two men walked in, and it was a crowded space. All of a sudden, Mr. Lin. The female reporter was just about to say something. Lin Yu then spread out a hand at her. Didn't you say you were a reporter? Let me see your press card. The female reporter froze for a moment, then pulled an ID out of her pocket. It was handed to him. He noted, the woman's name is Hu Ruoren, from the Kyoto Times, and Kyoto Times is the most authoritative official media. But this bombing is so sensitive. Guess she wasn't after this case either. It should just happen to be a passing encounter. Say, how did you know about the bombing? Lin Yu asked. It's like this. Hu Ruoren opened his mouth and swallowed back in the middle of his words. Mr. Lin. Then, can you accept my interview first? You're making me a deal? Lin Yu laughed. Then this was nothing to talk about. You go. He pointed to the door of the fabric room. Mr. Lin. Hu Ruoren's heart thumped. After all, it is still too juvenile. People are not interested at all. I'm afraid that my own attempt to trade the bombing sighting for an interview won't work. But, as a trainee reporter myself, I have to rely on this one exclusive interview if I want to make the transition. Now that Lin Yu had let himself go, then this time he had come to Jiangcheng, but it had been for nothing. There's no chance of getting transferred. Thinking about this, Hu Ruoren's heart was in turmoil, nor did he dare to look at Lin Yu. The first thing that happened was that I didn't know what to do. Chapter 105. Is it a fishing expedition? Why haven't you left yet? Lin Yu found this reporter named Hu Ruoren in the room with no intention of going out, so twisted his head and asked, Mr. Lin. Hu Ruoren lowered his head and suddenly looked like he had gathered a lot of courage. Lifting his head, one hand changed to start going for the buttons of his shirt on his chest. Mr. Lin. I know that a big shot like you won't give me the face of a small trainee reporter. She had undone the top and bottom buttons as she spoke. Only the last one, stuck at the chest, was still shakily crumbling there, as if, at any moment, it would jump out of its skin. Why don't you move? Lin Yu could see that she was determined, but didn't have the guts, so it was deliberately teased. Are you trying to fish for law enforcement and ruin my reputation? Is there a tape recorder, a video camera or something ready? Who sent you? Mr. Lin. I'm not. Hu Ruoren's body jolted. How is it that before the news interview is even picked up, he is branded as having ulterior motives? This was already an insult to her human dignity with these words as opposed to failing to complete the task which was just a mistake in her work. She's a 985 journalism graduate. Aspiration is to be a capital newsman, with their own efforts to change the dirty news environment. So, she witnessed the bombing, and she knows how many people it will implicate and affect, but she decided to say it anyway. It just didn't occur to him that Lin Yu would insult himself like this. Mr. Lin. You can say anything about me, only you can't look at me like that. Hu Ruoren got excited. Opening his bag, he rummaged through all of his equipment and laid it out on the table in a brainstorm. Mr. Lin. You can feel free to check and see if these devices of mine are on and working properly. She even took the other microphones off her chest to prove her innocence. For being a little emotional, while ripping the mic, the last button hanging over the class was also, finally, crashing down. At once, almost all of the spring light appeared at first glance in front of Lin Yu. So white. This was the first thought in Lin Yu's mind. What a big thunder. It was the second thought that crossed his mind. I have to say, she's hiding it pretty well. Feeling the burning heat of Lin Yu's gaze, Hu Ruoren, at this time, instead became shy. She recovered herself a bit and said as she calmed down, Mr. Lin. I'm sorry, I won't be interviewing. With that, she began to collect her things. Prepare to leave the hotel and leave Jiangcheng after collecting. The heart is already ready to hand in a resignation letter when he gets back, and she didn't notice the basket of towels, bath towels and other items at her feet. One slip up and mix it up. Ah, Hu Ruoren exclaimed in shock, and her body lost its inertia, so she knocked toward the door handle. This is if you hit it. Either you break your face or you have to break a few teeth. Hu Ruoren violently closed his eyes, and thought in his heart that it was over and done with, and there was no escape this time. Just in the nick of time. The tip of his nose had just touched the cold doorknob, and he hadn't even gotten a taste of it yet. She then felt that her entire body just stopped there. What's going on? Her eyes opened a slit and realized that it turned out to be one of Lin Yu's hands, holding herself up from under her waist. How did he get through such a tight space? And she couldn't help but blush as she noticed the resting position. Chapter 106. It was the work of the same gang. If I had to go into a description, it would be like a monkey stealing a peach. Hu Ruoren grew into his 20s and graduated from college and worked. Never been touched by a man like this before. There was a great shame in his heart pounding wildly. But, on the other hand, she had a sudden feeling. It was a feeling that gave her an indescribable sense of comfort. No wonder hormonal young people are so keen to fall in love. Hu Ruoren, what kind of stuff are you thinking about? You forgot what you came here for. Her heart thumped again at this point. Remembering something, and hastily reminding himself, he regained his waking consciousness. Mr. Lin Yu, let go of me, Hu Ruoren said with a red face. Oh, when she said that, Lin Yu also withdrew his hand. The warmth and softness of earlier still lingered in his hands. By the way, that bombing, you need to tell me about it, Lin Yu said. Ah, Hu Ruoren was a little flustered. I am not going to interview now. This is a matter of great importance. Whether you pick an interview or not, you have to say it. You're in journalism, so naturally you know the stakes better than I do, Lin Yu said. She may have been the only witness at the scene of the explosion. Hu Ruoren was still a little scared in his heart. I don't know what to say. The scene she had just seen had a psychological impact on her that was also just too great. Don't worry, I can give you the most thorough protection and will never let you be exposed. Lin Yu thought she was worried that her personal safety would be threatened if she said anything, so they patted themselves on the back and made a promise. Mr. Lin. Okay. Hu Ruoren thought for a moment and nodded. Then I, for one, will tell you about it. She had also realized after this period of contact that Lin Yu was a good person. In that scene just now, if it were anyone else, I'm afraid they wouldn't let themselves go. He owns the whole hotel. How can he escape? And he made a promise. That bombing, too, had a really big impact. Hu Ruoren intended to tell Lin Yu the causes and consequences of this matter without any concealment or omission. Okay, go ahead. Lin Yu nodded. Hu Ruoren spoke up. At that time, I was on the side of the road. Boo! Just then, she was only halfway through her first sentence when there was a loud, explosive sound. From the soles of the feet, the entire hotel building shook violently a few times. On the wall, cracks several meters long quickly appeared. The widest part of the crack could fit a thumb. The loud explosion vibration sound also caused Hu Ruoren's body to completely lose its balance. It fell directly onto Lin Yu's body. As for Lin Yu, he was also utilizing all of his internal energy, and his 2 feet were as if they were rooted in the concrete floor slab. The figure just swayed, but did not lose its balance, and the hallway became noisy by this time. From time to time, there were screams, and the sound of footsteps of people running around. Is this, like, an earthquake? Hu Ruoren fell into Lin Yu's arms, stunned. Not like an earthquake. Lin Yu shook his head. I have a feeling that this is a new bombing. Also, this time the explosion went off underneath the hotel. No need to ask. It's obvious. To explode like that is to come at yourself. And, with the previous one, it's very likely. It's the same gang that did it. Chapter 107. After the great shaking from the explosion is over, Lin Yu then took Hu Ruoren and quickly left the scene. Directed the crowd to move in for disposal and search for the injured. In the face of the raging public opinion, it said it would find out why. The upper peak of Jiangcheng was also furious after learning about this, because there are important foreign businessmen staying in the hotel. If this matter is not resolved, then it is likely to affect the progress of a series of major projects in Jiangcheng. And Hu Ruoren, at this time, also told the key information about the bandits, as well as the photos taken at that time. After Lin Yu obtained this information, he contacted his cousin Wen Yu-chan. It was quickly determined that the gangs were coming for them. The purpose is to get back at them and mess up Jiangcheng. Lin Yu and Wen Yu-chan summoned all the forces under their command that they could muster and united in a multi-departmental collaboration, successfully knocked off the gang, and succeeded in saving the entire faculty and students of an aristocratic college. Because of the significant impact of this incident, the top is ready to hold a meeting to recognize it. Lin Yu was invited and traveled to the capital. In the capital railway station, just got off the train and caught a thief. Sent to the police station. Accidentally found that the female sheriff and Yin Shuejia know. Then the 3 of them party and have a little get-together. Talked about the recent events in the capital. When Lin Yu heard it, the person causing trouble was the very person who had pursued Yin Shuejia. And he found out that Lin Yu had come to Jiangcheng, and he also wanted to find Lin Yu and settle the score between the 2 parties. Lin Yu was surprised to find that he had colluded with forces overseas. After a fierce battle, he managed to subdue him. Learned that there was a huge gang of traffickers overseas that had arrested hundreds of people, even the sons and daughters of the upper peaks, rewarded by the invitation and the system's mission. On the one hand, he tried to find a way to stall the enemy, and on the other hand, Lin Yu took a few trusted people and went out to the sea to search and rescue. The reason is that it's important not to make too much noise so as not to alert the public. So first, only 2 or 3 people could disguise themselves and blend into the enemy's camp, utilizing code words and special markings to send messages outward. During the operation, Lin Yu unintentionally bumps into the daughter of the bandit leader and quickly gains the favor of the bandit leader's daughter. After that, the second leader of the bandits expressed his displeasure, proposing marriage to the head of the bandits, soft and hard, but the result was to shoot the head of the bandits and other beloved ones. And then there was a great internal chaos, and each other fight. By this time, no one cared about those who were caught. Lin Yu took this opportunity to quickly maneuver inside and outside, rescuing all the people and moving them to a safe place. And this gang of bandits, under military attack, quickly fell apart. And the daughter of the bandit leader's leader learns of Lin Yu's true identity and disappears after leaving a letter. Lin Yu returns home with the rescued people. The Chinese Navy sent several ships specifically to greet them. On the way, there was a surprise air raid. It turned out that some of them had a major secret about the enemy country, and they were trying to silence them. In order to avoid intensifying the situation, Lin Yu took the initiative, flew an airplane to meet the battle and returned safely after shooting down all the enemy planes. After returning to China, because of these few legendary experiences, Lin Yu was known by the whole country. Everyone sang his praises and received banners. A big reunion with the whole family, his own career, love, and all the harvest. And at this time, the system quietly completed the task of unbundling. The honors obtained retained. Lin Yu became a true meaning of life winner.